Yo, what is up, everybody? We got day 2, top 64 of the Dalian Regional Open coming at you live from the Turn 'em Sideways channel, the co-stream, as always. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I'm very excited for yet another week of this, and we have one more week left. We've done 2 before this. This is the 3rd week of the Chinese Regional Opens. We've got one more coming. I've got a few guests that will be showing up a little bit later today, but as of right now, it is just me. And of course, Kuvi. Kuvi, as always. Kuvi, what's up? How's it going?
Hello. Hi. Excited.
Yep,
and I like
very
the
good.
Cat, shirt of the cat shirt and the cat ears.
Yes, yes, of course. Of course, big intro for Kuvi here.
what did you expect? Wait, hold on.
No, it's good. It's good.
Was it
It's good.
supposed to make it a little bit more professional?
No. This is. I would never ask that of you. I would never ask you to be more professional, Kuvi. That's not why we bring you here.
I don't know if that's shade or.
It's not shade. Later. It's not. Yeah. You can internalize that later. Think about it when you're trying to go to sleep. Keep you up at night. Yeah, we'll VOD review. Just for the people asking in chat, we don't have the day 2 info out yet. Their stream has just started. Usually on day 2, they're gonna pop up a graphic here in just a moment that is gonna have the breakdown. Sometimes this has been missed in past weeks. However, over the course of this set of regional opens, they've done a pretty good job of getting that up. If we don't see it here, it's possible it's going around some of their like WeChat groups in China. So we'll try and find that info like as soon as possible. But as of right now, we're just keeping our eyes on the broadcast here and hoping that as they go through their start of day stuff, we're going to get a chance to see that breakdown live all together and know what is happening going on into this top 64. Some of the guests coming a little bit later. Huge is actually going to join us on the co-stream for the first time from China. He didn't get into this event. He wasn't at this event. So he's at home right now, and he said he has a few hours that he would be down to jump in maybe for a game or two. So we'll hopefully have Huge, and then Anu will be here in a moment as well. And we've got a few guests later that we'll see on the EU time zone, and we'll see if they wake up. Because sometimes people don't wake up when it comes to this event. Is what it is when covering the Chinese broadcast in the casual manner in which we do. But Kuvi, what do you think about the Draven numbers? Are we going even bigger than before?
You know that song? We're going up. The Huntrix song.
Okay.
Have you know?
Yeah. No, I got you. I'm following.
That's my answer.
Oh, to the Draven numbers. Yeah. Okay. No. That makes perfect sense. Understood.
We gotta protect the Han Moon.
Literally.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
Draven is a demon. It's the main demon of that.
By the way,
wait, how would you?
There's Randy. Wait, point at the screen. There he is. It's the Leo DiCaprio meme, right? Yeah, it's Randy. I see him. Okay, 25% of the field was Draven, 55% win rate, 53% win rate for Aurelia. I know my face is blocking the Fiora win rate, thanks. 47%. So yeah, if Fiora's a bad deck, don't play it. I'm probably bringing it to Bologna. Nobody play it. Nobody should play it. There should be like 0 copies of Bologna. That would be really nice for me if everyone did that. Cool. That makes sense. Wow, numbers going down for the Draven. 27 of the top 64, not even cresting the 50% of that top 64, which it has always been above that. Then we got 14 Aurelia, 6 Kaisa back up there towards the top 4, Ezreal 4, Fiora, 2 Lucian, and then all our one-ofs. There's a Victor, a Lux making it in, a Jax making it in, a Set. I think the Azir and the Yi are not too surprising. And then our Sivir champion, Randy, our boy on the Sivir, is the lone Sivir in the top 64. And if I'm gonna bet on an upset legend winning the tournament, I'm gonna bet on my boy Randy. I'm gonna put the bet on Randy winning with Sivir this week. But based on what he was saying, he felt like a lot of his matches were really hard yesterday. He felt like the quality of players he was going up against were really strong. But he was able to pull it out. He went 5-1-1, and we'll see if he can continue that going on. As for some reason, the Chinese broadcast is talking about Rek'Sai right now, when I believe that was 0 Rek'Sais in the top 64, but they may have a point about how this was a more popular... Well, it wasn't actually. It was less popular this week than it normally is. I don't know why Rek'Sai is on our screen right now. Sorry. No idea. But it's a cool list. I like Rek'Sai. I love this deck. You like this deck, Kuvi? I'm a big Rek'Sai fan.
Yeah, I mean, you know how I feel about Phoenix Rek'Sai, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I love the addition of the Under Titans to this deck, though. It needed it so bad. It needed it so bad.
Love.
Of course. You just want to see it as much as possible.
Maybe.
Yeah, you always want to see that guy.
I mean, I did like post a little Rek'Sai cook in the group. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, I didn't see it yet. Maybe I'll have to check it out later. I also want to cook like a mid-range Rek'Sai a little bit more. Like,
Yeah.
I think that could be nice. I don't know if it's gonna beat any of the like main meta decks. I just think that this legend has like it's a lot of potential to be firmly in the B tier. You know, like a lot of different ways. Like many different ways to be a firmly B tier deck. And if you really like want a one trick Rek'Sai, I think it's probably a really fun deck to one trick and like come up with a bunch of different builds because she does some really cool stuff. Yeah. So we got our breakdown, which is sweet. While we wait for the game, do you want? I don't know if you grabbed it, Sam. I know. I always ask this later. See, I figured you'd be one step ahead of me this time around. I wanted to just briefly take a look at this again, just make sure that we nothing else crazy here. But I think the really, I don't know about you, Kuvi, but the weird ones for me is like a Jax and a Lux, and probably a Set. I think Set's a little bit of a weird one for making the top 64. None of these other legends really surprise me as like a top 64 pick. I feel like they all feel like really reasonable to like crest into that top 64.
Yeah, Lux, I wonder. Hopefully we get to see it in action. Honestly, it's pretty. I mean, maybe it's just like a best of Lux type of deck with very good Victor Shell. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, this is a purple meta, and I do think that. So it's a chaos meta, and I think Order Yellow is very good against chaos because they have a lot of cards that they, like Switcheroo does nothing, Firefly does nothing, Rebuke does nothing, so you kind of really making a lot of their cards sleeves. Really, they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Which is why I do think that like you can always top cut with Yellow with Order in general because of that reason specifically. So maybe it's just a regular token. Removal Victor list, you know, that full control list, something similar to that, but a little bit slower, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean we can see it. I mean, historically, right? Lux actually kind of famously had a pretty decent matchup into Yi, but you were 0% into Kaisa, so the deck was completely unplayable in Origins because of this. Like, unless you knew your meta was 100% Yi, then you could bring Lux, right? And I'm wondering if that matchup, like, ability translates at all into the Draven matchup. Draven's going to put more little stuff on the board, which is going to be annoying for you. You're not that good at clearing that, but Lux got Bellows Breath, which does kind of open up the ability to actually clean up some of that little stuff. And maybe that created a world where Lux actually has like a reasonably playable matchup into Draven. I don't think that I would ever say like she probably has a good Draven matchup. I don't know that I would go that far. But I wonder like how playable it is, like if it's completely reasonable, and then you start playing against something like the Aurelia, and while yes, she has all these counter spells and like revival things, Lux might just have like enough removal to actually kind of deal with Aurelia and be able to play through it. And I wonder about that, because I think about like maybe the Fiora matchup, and outside of Riposte, that one actually you're gonna have some pretty good game as Lux into Fiora. So maybe there's kind of a world where you get to sneak in against some of these top dogs as a Lux deck. I still am not gonna say I think it's probably like favored into these or like particularly good, but I just think, you know, at least that's where my mind is at, is like maybe you have enough game into these lists that if you're really knowledgeable about your matchups and your opponent has no idea what's happening playing against the Lux, you can find a little bit of edge.
What's your like prediction for your top two, and then we can
Top two? I'm gonna believe in Randy really hard today. I'm just gonna say Randy's gonna make the final against the Draven. So Randy on Sivir. Sivir Draven final.
Okay.
I'm just going to choose to believe in Randy. That is just, you know, you can call it cope, you can call it whatever, but I will choose to believe in Randy today and say that Randy will make the final on Sivir. What about you? What you thinking?
I think I'm in the mood for some Aurelia today. Like,
Yeah.
as in, I have faith in Aurelia's today. I don't know, it's just the moon's aligned or something. Like, I just feel it. And I feel like Aurelia will beat up to this time around. That's all I know, and I think probably the opponents will be a Draven most likely. So I would say Aurelia Draven in the final.
I think a Draven final just ends up being kind of likely as just like a numbers game, but also the fact that like we're not beating around the bush. Like Draven is the best deck, right? Like I think the thing that I've always been trying to say, and I think sometimes people will misinterpret me when I say this, but I really just I don't, or maybe they're interpreting me correctly and they just disagree. Actually, that's probably the case. I don't think Draven is like this tier 0 menace that can't be beaten. I think there's like a lot of really strong decks in Spiritforged, and there's a couple that have like very reasonable matchups that people started to figure out into Draven. I think it was like early Kaisa where people are like, I cannot figure out how to beat this. And now people are kind of figuring out how they're supposed to play into Draven and finding ways to beat it. Power level wise though, he's still the strongest. He's still just the best deck, right? But I think there's like plenty of ways for like Fiora to win, for Aurelia to win. Even Kaisa can have some game plans into it, right? I think Ezreal's got some good game plans into it. Even Sivir, like Randy feels really confident in his Draven matchup, right? So, you know, I'm not a big Sivir player, but Randy says that he has a really great matchup in Draven, so sure, like I'll believe it, right? So I just think that there's like a lot more game to be played, and while it is the best deck, I don't think it's like guaranteed that it's gonna find the wins. Is that the huge? What's up, huge? Okay, wait, we got huge. I don't know if we can. Sam, do you think we try and get huge into VMix, or are we just gonna not even bother with that? Because I don't know VPN stuff. Okay, we can. Well, huge, if you're down to like send camera and stuff, we'll get you into a call link. It might not work because you're in China, but if it does work, then cool, and if not, then we'll just have you in Discord and it's fine. Alright, let me send this to huge.
Already got you.
Oh, you already did it. Okay, cool. Sick.
他可能就是别的黄色卡组本来想逮捕什么德莱文，逮捕什么刀妹的，结果不小心把这个卢锡安逮到了，就很难受。是的，因为这个其实 A 宝他一直坚信这个卢锡安这一弹。
I love this prediction for final in chat. Draven Aurelia will hype it to hell, and then Draven will stomp in 15 minutes. That would be quite funny. That's kind of been what's happened the last two finals. Is the like Fiora players played really well in all their like matches leading up to the final, and then they'll misplay a bit in the final and get a little bit smashed by the Draven. Hopefully not the case this time. And yeah, to answer the question about Randy doing a Metafy guide on Sivir, I'm pretty sure I think he is doing it after Vegas. But maybe he'll release it early if he wins this event or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the mind of Randy. But here we go. First match of the day. Do you want the Lux, Kuvi? Do you want to see the Lux, or do we not want to see that slaughter? Because like I'm partially worried about Lux being on stream and just getting slaughtered, but
nah, they're showing us the Lux for sure. It's gonna be Lux for sure.
Probably true. Aurelia. I mean, my speculation was maybe this is playable because you just have enough to burn through all of the protection. But I could also see this being completely unplayable.
It is.
It is the Lux though, yeah. Well, actually, Huge is a Lux enjoyer, so once we get him on the mic here, maybe he's got some insight on this. He did play a lot of Lux in the past.
没关系，他前面瑞士人好像也是盟友啊，瑞士人已经叠满了。接下来直接开始终极闪光。
Yeah, as you said, I do think that because of the calls and all the hard removals that Lux has, maybe this matchup is just fine because you just go through. If there's not enough Guardian Angels, not enough Zanyas, not enough, not so fast, then Aurelia will lose their champion, and that becomes a really hard game for them. If they're playing a more like all in on the champion instead of a full unit base
mean-
deck for Aurelia. So it will depend on the version, in my opinion.
We also got Mage Armor in the chat, who I know is a Lux enjoyer. Clark from the Riftbound like community Discord. He plays a ton of Lux, and he's saying he thinks the Lux stomps here. All right, so the foremost Lux expert is saying that this is good. So Dreaming Tree for Aurelia as the start, and then Aspirants for Lux. So I hope my theory is correct that Lux has plenty of game due to just like the like overwhelming amount of spells and just taxing the resources, as we were talking about here, and because you're like when you tax the resources Lux, you're often redrawing, right? So like you'll cast the spell like the drag under on Aurelia or whatever, right? And then you'll draw, and they're not so fast, like they don't replace that not so fast. So you might find another tool to remove, and you just kind of keep going through. So it's possible that that also gives you just like the edge. As we see the hand right now, it looked like that was an Imperial Decree Bell's Breath combo, and then a Watcher and a Progress Day, I think is what I saw. I'm not entirely sure,
Yep.
but other
Progress Day looks
side,
very interesting.
yeah. Other side, we do have the sneaky deckhand start. So I definitely have been enjoying this kind of version of Aurelia where they get the early points and get the point tempo with the sneaky deckhand. It does kind of make some sense to me. So
拉克斯偏商务，刀妹偏运动。
方妹太能运动了，这个前后左右上上下下。Let's see Lux hand. Lux does start, which is actually pretty relevant, I think, in this matchup. Because Aurelia, if Aurelia has a lot of 2-drops, then it is important for Lux to start. Do not get too behind on points.
has the stupid sexy Forge Workers tech to deal with some of the miracle decks, be able to destroy the trash.
当你打出此牌时，打出一名以战力的随从到你的基地，你可以选择摧毁此装备，以此从任意非牌堆中回收最多4张卡牌，很赚。
Yeah, the counter in one, very, very good. Especially against Lexir, because there's no real efficient way to push it.
Yeah, the early game removal can be a little bit tough, and just killing a 2 is not like the most exciting thing that Lux gets to do, because a lot of her spells just hit bigger.
Choose to just play Lux in base, not even push with the token.
Yep, not caring about aspirants. Going to 2 doesn't matter as much because it's aspirants, but that first point, of course, being valuable, and if there's the possibility for Aurelia to score up to 3 here, then the timeline gets a little bit scary, and obviously, like, Aurelia can score to 3 if she wants to here. There's no issue with doing that. It's going to be very easy.
Yeah, and this Aurelia is not a mono Aurelia type of strategy. They have the Draven, you see the little Poro, the deckhand, so they have plenty of units to actually protect Aurelia from the calls and stuff.
Oh, it worked. Hey, Huge, how's it going? Wait, we'll have to have you unmute on Discord so we can hear you, but... Hello, Huge? I don't know if Huge can hear me. We'll get him soon enough, surely.
Probably
play the Lonely
to
Poro
just
there.
pick Poro and then go back. Yep, just using right doing early to get a point and then be able to play on the battlefield. We do see the little... Oh, maybe this is the actual Jace combo, you know, the Forge plus Jace type of thing.
Could
And
have Jason
you
here.
destroy the Forge.
Yep. It's a lot better to not have to hardcast the Vanguard Armory, but if you do have to, I mean, it is fine. Just gonna go for the Progress Day, just draw 5 with that.
It is interesting.
Okay, seals as well. Yellow seal. I mean, I guess if you're drawing this many cards, like you're playing Progress Day type stuff, reasonable to go for seals. Try and actually be able to play all of the cards in your hand, because a lot of your cards are very expensive with Lux. But also, yeah, there's a little bit less of the backline killing stuff. There's a little less falling star in the meta to deal with your champ zone Lux that is giving you additional spell like energy. So there's also some some nice stuff there. Be going up to 5 though. I mean, this is a very quick start for Aurelia. Everything that he wanted to see. Hello, Yuch? Can you hear us now?
Oh yeah, sorry, my mic was muted.
There you go. Okay.
Very interesting sneaky deckhand, actually.
Yeah.
Didn't see this the other day, but makes sense.
Yeah, have you not been seeing as much of this sneaky deckhand Aurelia? It feels like it's been really popular in this tournament. With getting
I
early
haven't
point tempo.
seen it that much. I think this is a more recent development. From what I understood, it is something that I think the group probably and they were all in the process of switching to Aurelia because they felt that Aurelia is much stronger to the Draven matchup, and people didn't really want to play Draven mirrors anymore, so Aurelia got a lot more popular.
Makes sense. Makes sense. What about this Lux? Like, I know you used to be a bit of a Lux enjoyer. I don't know if you've been playing her recently. How do you feel about the matchup against Aurelia? Because I mean, right now this version of Aurelia that has more low to the ground stuff feels a bit harder than if she was like all in on protect the Aurelia. I feel like Lux would have a little bit of an easier time trying to deal with it.
So yeah, right here Lux is ideal. He wants to get rid of everything, right? Right here, this could have gone really badly if there was an on guard.
Oh, true. On guard would be able to keep the Aurelia alive at home.
Or even Defiant, yeah.
Yeah, Defiant as well, but Defiant would be more cost. On guard's the worst punish, but yeah, you're right. There's like 6 cards in the deck that can stop this.
Yeah, from this point on, it's going to get really, really hard for the Aurelia player to play the game.
They do still have their
With low to
Draven, so
ground.
it will depend on if that Draven survives or not, I think. The worst case scenario is if Lux pushes into the Draven and then kills him during combat, then
Yeah.
she does get the double point. Which is
Yeah,
very
at this
annoying.
point though, it's like down 6-0. Like the Draven is still kind of fine. I guess you just kind of have to think about points and like how fast Lux is gonna be able to get there. But going to 7, just being the double conquer away as Aurelia is gonna be pretty difficult for Lux to bring this back, especially because like Lux's rune situation is not that good, right? She's going into 6 runes.
Yeah. That progress day actually, I mean, it was pretty nice. We drew a bunch, but then drawing without actually being able to use the runes is problematic. But though we do have the champion Lux, right? That gives us the 2 additional energy per turn that you can spend on spells. Technically, we're kind of okay. We're on 8 already next turn. If we're counting the Lux. I really still have faith in Lux, in this spot, I mean. I think it's still doable. Because I don't see like a not so fast in the Aurelia hands. So if she's not fully really careful, then she might actually just lose it here.
I actually don't mind. Oh, okay. So this isn't. I thought this was going to 8, but never mind. She had already scored Dreaming Tree, so I actually don't know why the deckhand is running in this spot.
We're forgetting that we can just. That it's not hold 1 point to win, maybe. And we're not
yeah, maybe
about that.
forgetting climb and just thinking that Lux can't like clear both sides. You think this game is still salvageable? I think. I mean, I guess there's not that many cards left for Aurelia, but there is a unit in hand still, which is pretty problematic because if you have to tap out as Lux, the single unit can just kind of end the game. I guess not. Well, yeah, it can generally end the game. Especially because one of the cards is Fight or Flight, but I guess there's just not enough runes to make that happen anyways. But commenting a deckhand doesn't feel amazing.
Salvage, not gonna be that useful. Here we need to find a way to kill the Light Turner. And we can, worst case scenario, just send in the Lux, but that doesn't have a higher chance of actually working against an Aurelia with 3 energy up.
Yeah. Trying to beat this in unit combat is gonna be tough. I mean, you can send send 3 might in and say, all right, have nothing. But I think yes, being stuck on 6 runes has been like a struggle for the Lux. This was my concern with them putting Lux on stream for the first top 64 though, is like, is this deck actually any good, or is this guy gonna get just murdered in 10 minutes and then we have an hour and a half wait until the next game?
Then maybe it is it. We've had these sort of rounds actually in the first in the first games every single time. Like first round is like has the highest hit, but maybe this deck was specifically made to beat Dravens and it kind of loses to everything else. Like that's not entirely like a horrible strategy. I mean, you do make it stop cut because Draven, I mean, you have a high chance of picking stop cut because Draven is really common, really high play rates, but then you kind of lower your chances of winning the whole thing if you just run into something that's not Draven, like an Aurelia or like an Ezreal Fiora. Maybe it's targeting 2 specific decks, like maybe Draven and a Fiora or something, and this is one of the weakest ones for that deck. It's not like an impossible situation.
Huge, have you seen a decent amount of Lux in China recently? Has there been like a specific kind of idea that people have been having with this Lux deck and trying to target? I know it's probably just mostly a metal card look. This was a funny play. Having to cast the salvage to draw and then finding Stupefy off the top is the only answer. So that's pretty funny to find that, but yeah, it's still gonna lose the game 1. But yeah, you're saying metal card, the styles of Lux lists, have they mostly like looked like Victor Light, or is there an idea on like targeting Draven or targeting like a specific list?
I would say it's Victor Light, but you also don't run out of cards the way Victor does, right? But you're trading card draw for you're trading the tokens that you make for card draw. It all gets solved as soon as you hit the armory, but it's a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. But
yeah, seems a bit clunky.
It's Lux is still mostly a metal card play, but it's not like a horrible deck. It can work.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the Aurelia matchup, I feel like if it was all in on Aurelia, there would have been more of a chance here, because this was like the issue that we saw with set 1 with Lux, where it's like you don't have ways to deal with the low to the ground stuff. So even though you have ways to kill like big units, which is why her Yi matchup was like reasonable, because Yi would just be playing like 1 unit at a time and you could kind of like kill through it. This is like, if this was just Aurelia and then trying to protect the Aurelia, maybe there's a world that like the kill spells are letting Lux get through, but this is just like, all right, here's sneaky deckhand and a couple of 2-drops, and suddenly Lux falls over, right? Like suddenly sneaky deckhand and a couple of 2-drops is too much for this deck to handle.
Yeah, it's pretty much the way, like pretty much the only answer that really exists is some kind of combo of Imperial Decree and Bellows to actually answer these go wide boards.
Right, well, I'm hoping that we can see something a little bit more in game 2 from Lux, or else we are hitting a very quick start of day 2-hour break.
Yeah, because they're assuming that we're going to have to wait for the Draven's players to finish, you know.
Yeah. I know you were saying was it last week or the week before that you had seen a second setup for stream, but it didn't seem like they ever used it. Do you know what that is about? Did you ever find out what that was about at the events?
I saw a second setup, so they had 2 stream tables, but that was for the day 1 event. I think the second stream table is in the event that a game, that the first 2 games finish really, really quickly, then they can switch over to the other stream table.
Okay. So there's a world that we don't get completely fried if the Lux dies in 10 minutes here again. and
The
we're
thing is, I don't know if they still have that set up for day
right.
two.
Of course. I know you're not at this one, but at previous ones, at least they had at least tried it, but we have never seen it used. So in my mind, it's like 2-hour break incoming. But I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that they logistically have a way to escape that. But as you've told me in the past, I don't know if this is but it seems like they heavily prioritize just the tournament running over the broadcast actually getting more. I don't know if that's how you like still feel or continue to see as being the case, but
the broadcast is a part of it, but they definitely want the tournament running smoothly. I think a big problem, this is like, because I played at Fuzo as well. Fuzo day one went super long, as you guys probably saw on stream as well. They tried to prioritize it, I think, telling people to play faster on their 3-turn sudden death, because what was happening was the 3-turn sudden death, these miracle Draven players and the regular Draven players would take like 40 minutes for 3 turns, and you're just sitting there going, really? And everyone's just waiting for the next round. Yeah, so was not great.
So it is the same problem we had with the 5 turns, but it is now just 3 turns that people are taking as long as 5 turns anyway to play. And at a certain point, I wonder if we give up on this whole turns thing. At a certain point, I wonder if...
Turns thing should have a time limit. You should be sudden death, like a 15-minute time limit, and like you get 5 minutes to turn. It should cut off at one point.
Yeah, I do think the judges trying to step in and like telling people to play faster is good. That should just be the case. It can't be like the whole room is playing in turns. There has to be like enough judges that they can go kind of to each of those tables and try and push people. But we'll see what ends up happening. Hopefully our Lux can be a hero in this game too, and take us to a game 3 and keep this going so we don't have the 2-hour break. But it is going to be Sunken Temple for the Aurelia, and it is going to be Obelisk for Lux, which is going to give... It's going to make it a lot harder for Lux to keep Aurelia completely off of cards. That is like going to be additional card draw coming through. Yes, Dreaming Tree is kind of the same concept where you're going to get additional cards, but I think Sunken Temple as well. Like both of these battlefields do make it hard to completely run Aurelia out of cards. What this can maybe add though is if you're able to deal with the Aurelia herself, the little units won't be able to draw additional cards off of Dreaming Tree triggers trying to defend against some of the bigger spells, and maybe there's a world that Lux can kind of sneak around there, but I am not super stoked on this. I think I said Obelisk, but that is Sigil of the Storm, I think, instead. So Sigil of the Storm for Lux. And maybe reducing the runes, slowing that down is going to buy enough space, but it looks like Deckhand once again, yikes. Just going to start the game with a point for our Aurelia player.
Very fast Aurelia. With this
I really like Obelisk. Because we see it in Aura decks, and we also we see it here. I think it's much worse in Aura decks than in removal style decks like Lux or the Victor one, or even a Kai'Sa, or anything that really is good at removing things off battlefields, because it will get value because you remove a unit from an enemy unit from the battlefield, and then the opponent has to reconquer it again, and you don't even have to go in. So you're not really getting punished at all. You're just removing the unit and forcing them to recycle again, and they kind of have to recycle every single turn if they really want to accelerate or like speed up the game. It's huge. Like a recycle every turn is pretty big.
Okay, so this was nice though. This shows that there is at least some game for the Lux into this like early strategy from the Aurelia, and a chance to potentially run the Aurelia low on threats. Having Wages of Pain in this opener, yes, you still lose out on that a point from the deckhand just getting in, but at least you're not letting the Aurelia immediately go to 2, buying some more time. And another Wages drawn, I think, is a really massive draw in the spot.
He does need to, however, develop his Lux, otherwise he probably will never have a window for this Lux in the future.
It's tough. I actually see a Cull in hand, and maybe that's the reason he doesn't necessarily just snap off this Lux, because you won't have something to actually kill with your Cull to try and use that to kill Aurelia, which is a little bit of a struggle. So I think that is like why he's considering not playing the Lux, because generally it feels like this is going to be your Lux turn, because I agree with you, when are you going to have time outside of that? And it's just going to be Cull now, as a way to get around this. Just say, I'm just going to kill your unit that's on the board. I'm not going to save this. I have other removal that can work for later, and that gives me the time to play the Lux. And I feel like this kind of makes sense. Just so you can establish this Lux, just go for the call now, especially if there is removal that you think will work for the Aurelia after the fact, and now you're just removing any way for this Aurelia player to score.
Yeah, I think with especially since you have the seal, you are not that afraid of the deflect anymore, so it's not too bad.
Alright. So salvage once again, double gear destruction, so if there are any of the Guardian Angels coming through, then Lux will be able to deal with those. I missed on the other removal, because these are pretty dead until a Guardian Angel hits the board. I know we still have a wages, but that's not going to be useful against this Aurelia. Just a pass. I didn't see if there was a good action speed removal card in hand. If there's something like a drag under, just anything to kind of get the cast through. We do see a not so fast though available for Aurelia. Is going to be able to buy some space, and 2 more units drawn is going to make it really hard for Lux to run Aurelia out of threats, especially with it being Stellacorn and Draven.
Yeah, Stellacorn is going to make an actual huge difference in this matchup, I think, if he can keep that Stellacorn alive, and he's eventually just going to run the Lux out of resources.
Right. I'm curious about giving a second target for Singularity, but if you have good answers to the Singularity, like I guess the not so fast in some of these pumps, there can be pretty good reason to just kind of let this go through. And just going to essentially mana burn the Lux pass without playing anything, deciding, hey, that's a little bit too much for me, so ends up just letting that go through and allowing just time to develop, which makes sense. Because you're insulated to Singularity because of this not so fast, I can understand saying, you know what, I don't want a chance moving in and letting Lux cast some spells here. I have the answer to a Singularity, let's just develop and wait and see. But I think Lux is going to be okay with that, the game slowing down, finding more cards, finding more answers, and then just kind of going with an arms race. But I'm not sure that Lux wins the arms race against Aurelia.
Yeah, and I mean, the progress day could have actually been really good here for Lux, because the Aurelia is only at 1 point. I mean, we'll probably get to 3 here, but drawing a lot of cards would actually be super useful.
The option that the Aurelia has here, where you can use it to draw like 3 cards, and then just make sure that you never run out of resources if you just use your Ride the Wind. However, I mean, I think I would do it, but she obviously chooses not to. My reasoning behind it would be because he's already almost at 12 runes. You could just burn like 2 runes and draw 3 cards.
Yeah. I mean, seeing here, Lux has been able to just go to basically 14 runes for fun at this point in the game. Found another call. Call's going to be a little rough because you want to keep this Lux alive. I'm wondering if there's like Decree Bellows Breath, but you have to just assume that that's getting counterspelled, so you can't really commit all of that. But also maybe you just need to burn through things, so you actually do commit it. Just gonna play a salvage literally just for the draw. Singularity feels like something you would be willing to cast to start burning through some resources now.
See, what I would probably do here is I would play the, if you're playing from the Lux perspective, right? The ideal play is actually not to Singularity here. It is to actually use Bellows and bait out the counter, because if you Imperial Decree, not so fast no longer works.
Yeah, but they won't die if you play the Bellows Breath first, right?
Never mind. You have to do it the other way around.
It would have to be with Watcher. It would have to be with Watcher. It works though. The idea works with Watcher. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I said that, and I was like, wait, that only works with Watcher.
No, I mean, I feel like you were thinking of the Watcher interaction here, because you can Bellows and try and bait it, and then if they don't counterspell, you get to Watcher, and you can kill some amount of things, though they could respond with like reaction speed stuff to buff up the might, but you're still probably getting some amount of kills. I do think getting the not so fast there is really big. Charm drawn for Aurelia is a way to deal with the Lux, but realistically, like, this is 11 or 12 runes on Lux every turn at this point, so there's a lot that can still go through.
So he definitely wants, if it's possible, he wants to get rid of the Lux with the charm onto the Draven. Just if he's actually going to be able to pull it off, because 6 runes looks a little bit too scary.
The 6 runes. What is the action speed removal still available? I didn't see. Do we have a drag under in this hand? I have not been able to catch it when he's been going through his cards. I know we have an additional salvage. Used 1 to draw, which made sense. The hand was really slow, and you had a second one to be able to kill a Guardian Angel if it comes down.
I haven't seen it either.
I know there is a Decree Bellows Breath combo. Like, it is in hand. We have seen that.
Finally, join a Guardian Angel so that those salvage can be used to actually hit it.
Yeah. What's interesting is we know that if he fires off Decree Bellows, this game's over right now. Really? Not over, right? But Lux is like so ahead because everything is dying. There's actually no answer to Decree Bellows in hand.
Yeah, now he's trying to draw
This is a way to
cards.
answer. If you separate everything into 3 different locations, you will not lose the game to Decree Bellows. Because you can't have everything get targeted. But that looks like this will be the Comet that gets cast. No, it is a drag under. Okay, yeah, so the rune got used. So there was a drag under the whole time. I thought I saw one, but I wasn't sure. And this is testing the waters. Like, do you have any other counterspells? Do you have anything else to answer this?
This is gonna lead. Yeah, this is gonna lead to the death of the Lux after this, because Lux is now gonna be able to get charmed, and Draven will score 4 points.
Discipline to look for a counterspell. Not gonna find it. I'll let that go. I don't mind this. I don't mind the idea. Like it, you know.
Yeah, just like go through.
Yeah.
You're looking at your hand and you don't have any counterspells right now. I'm a bit scared of the Lux, right? I'm a bit scared with only pumps. It's gonna send the Draven through.
Yeah, going 2-4 here actually matters quite a bit.
It puts a lot of pressure on the Lux.
Fighter flights.
It's very likely he'll be able to get to 6 next turn.
So this hiding the fighter flights is actually also potentially good to play around a lot of removal, right? Because you can react to any of the battlefield removal, like the drag under. I think hiding is quite good. How does this work with Bellows? Do you guys know? I need to read Bellows.
The Bellows effectively chases you.
Okay, Bellows chases you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Okay.
when you pick targets, you pick them
If
at
you
the
choose
front.
targets on one battlefield and there's
Right.
2, you get to pick one of them.
Yep. Yeah, reading it, that makes sense. Okay, so that chases you. So still, Bellows Decree is a great way to deal with this. I still like hiding this fighter flight. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because you're playing around like Drag Under. You're playing around, you know, maybe there's Blast of Power as well. Maybe it's Drag Under and Blast of Power in this deck, right? You're playing around these like battlefield kills. So it makes a lot of sense to deal with it in this way. So it's not going to be
Alright,
Decree Bellows on this
so-
turn.
Now that he's played Armory, there's one ruling that is very important to note. If you play Decree and you run your token into the Draven wins combat.
Okay.
And then he dies. So he still gets a point and your token dies. And
But
you don't
we
get the
talked about
combat.
it.
But he dies after combat, right? So you would not even get the point for killing Draven, right? Because he dies outside of combat? Is that correct? Okay.
So
So the trigger happens after combat is finished. That is an interesting rule. Good to know.
No, not so fast inside. This game is still a little
Yep, still playable for
good,
Lux.
actually. Yeah, absolutely. I think if we get rid of this Draven, then I mean, there's a stock window that was detected that could actually save the rally if the Draven dies, but
Yeah. Almost feels like you just can't play the Stellacorn because you don't have like any counterspell or anything in hand to kind of deal with I don't know. I mean, how much in your range is Decree Bellows Breath right this second? Like, how much is that something you're worrying about in this exact moment? I feel like in my mind, I'm always going to be worried about it against Lux. I feel like that's the way that my wide boards are just getting dealt with.
If you decide to play Stalkorn, you do have to draw as much as possible with it. Like, you go in and then you probably pay 1 to 8 earlier and then bring it back again.
I would be playing the GA right now and putting it on your Draven.
Yeah, I can see GA making a lot of sense. We know Lux has an answer, but I still feel like playing the GA makes a lot of sense on this turn.
Yeah, but if you're playing around specifically Bellows Breath, then it doesn't do much because it will hit twice if we repeat the Bellows. And it kill through GA, right? Wait, or
of course. I just don't know that the Aurelia player has been playing around Bellows Decree at all here, to be honest. Like, from watching the plays.
Resolve first. Like, the damage has to all fully resolve before the GA pops.
Yeah.
So
it's the Falling Star errata?
Trigger thing?
Yeah.
I don't think it applies to repeated abilities, no? Because repeated abilities are separate. Are they on the stack?
I think you're right, Kuvi. I think it would work for.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. Now the errata is confusing me because historically I would just think that what you're saying, Kuvi, is always right, but now because of the errata, I'm now not sure. But I trust Clark, our resident Lux expert, that does kill through GA. Also, I think he's yeah. Okay, so it is just going to start with Wages of Pain.
Get a buff out.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying about the hidden fighter flights. I really like hiding fighter flights into this just as defensive options. They're never about pushing an enemy unit. They're all about just sending your thing home in response to a spell. This can still be Decree Bellows Breath, and it just has to kind of come down to, are you willing to rip it? Or I've been making up this Bellows Breath in hand the entire time. But I don't think I am. I think it's there.
I saw Bellows Breath, but
Salvage.
Maybe it was last game, and I've been making up this Bellows Breath. We haven't seen the Lux hand in a while. Like, I could have just seen a different card. Because it feels like at this point he would have gone for it, right? Like, I just feel like you have to kind of have the read that Not So Fast is not there anymore. You burn through one of them with the Singularity.
Singularity?
Wait, so
I'm
what's the hidden card?
gonna
It's
go
a fighter
back and
flight,
say
right?
there is not. That is a fighter flight hidden as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna say there is, in fact, not Decree Bellows in hand. I have to imagine that would have been deployed at this point.
Actually, that's funny.
Did Togeki's go to... Does Aurelia's signature spell, like,
Yeah,
define
that's what I was gonna say.
negative?
Yeah, it
Or
does,
is
it
it-
does. Because it's set 2, right? So this actually matters because now there's only 1 might on the board for the Lux and not 2, so you cannot move in to kill.
What a fantastic draw for Lux. However, no runes.
He's
I
out
thought
of
there were some
runes.
runes left. Completely out of runes. The Cull's not gonna be able to get it done.
Hold on. Doesn't he have another charm in hand? So isn't that just game?
Yeah, if it is a charm, because you just hold and then you charm in, and no matter what, you actually still have this like fighter flight too. So there's not even if there were some runes to kind of play with, kind of feels like this is just going to be game for Aurelia. Defiant Dance being a set 2 card at -1 might on that recruit. Is there like a hidden blade that you can hide here? And maybe not make this game over, but I think the game is just over. Nothing hidden. This is only 5 recruits, so even Draven without any buffs, just getting fighter flight back home and running in is currently winning.
Yeah, he has a bunch of options. Just the charm is enough.
There it is. I believe Lux scored 2 points across these 2 games. And we have a 30-minute match to start the day.
you run them out of resources and then slowly score with Lux. It's
Yeah, no, of
you,
course.
you either no points or all the points.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, what a start to the game, everybody. To the day, everybody. Proving Grounds heroes proving that they why they are from the ground. Getting put back in the dirt where they belong. I don't know what to tell you. Like it was not something very, very exciting there. What I will say is it's not the only match done already for top 64. Update from Randy, he 2-0'd Draven already. He's top 32 on his Sivir.
Let's go.
So oh god, guys, I don't know what to tell you here. I do not know what to tell you here.
Well, it's okay. I got you guys with the 90-minute Kuvi's Corner. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, you got Lux for 90 minutes here? Oh, please. Yes, please, Kuvi. Tell me when you are ready for a 90-minute Kuvi's Corner on Lux, and we can break down what Lux maybe could do in any other matchup or even in that matchup. Because yeah, I don't know. That was pretty brutal. I guess there was some good stuff that we were seeing. There's like a little bit of the culls looking good, but the funny thing is, like, we've seen this out of just any yellow deck. It's like, oh, they drew 3 culls and they just won the game, and it's like, yeah, Lux probably could do that too. Like, Lux could probably just draw 3 culls and probably win the game.
If he had one more turn, the Cole would have helped a ton there.
Yeah. All right, well, you're ready. There you go, Kuvi. All right, Kuvi. I'm gonna step away for a second so I can be prepared for a 2-hour break, and we'll let Kuvi handle this Kuvi's Corner on Lux. Take it away, Kuvi. Tell us all about Lux. Why should we play Lux and be excited about Lux after that one?
Well, you should be excited because whenever you play a spell that actually costs 5 or more energy, you draw a card, and I think that's pretty exciting, in my opinion. In China, from what I've seen from the Chinese tournaments, from all the stats that I've been able to scout a little bit during the very quick game. So yeah, she's more popular even than some other legends like Renata or Ornn, etc. So that's pretty surprising. But yeah, I'm assuming this deck actually made it to top cuts through beating Draven. That makes sense, because Draven likes to go in combat. If you run Draven out of resources, then you are able, without going into combat and removing the units outside of combat, then you have a pretty easy time winning against Draven, in my opinion. So, and that we can see that through the singularities, which are very good against Draven. They're called the weaks, especially if they're not running all the treasure hunters and stuff. Even against the miracle version of Draven, you have multiple ways of actually dealing with it, like the decree. Oh yeah, Imperial Decree plus Billow's Breath is a pretty good combo for people who don't know what it does. So Imperial Decree says when a unit takes damage this turn, kill it. And then Billow's Breath, you just deal 1 to 3 units on a location, and then you can repeat it on a different location if you want. Which means that you can do Imperial Decree, and then Billow's Breath, and then usually clear 2 locations completely. Either both battlefields or 1 battlefield and base. And then you can even go in with your tokens to the battlefields if you want to actually clear the unit manually through just using your tokens. You can also use a Thousand Tail Watcher in combination with Billow's Breath if you didn't see the decrees, to actually just reduce the might and then kill the units the same way. So this is like one of the things that the deck, one of the broken things that the deck actually does. And outside of that, specifically, you're still able to win with just regular attrition strategy, like game plan. Again, with the Call the Weeks, the Singularities, the Hidden Blades, the Wages of Pain, the Drag Under. All of these are just good removal spells that will just help you clear the opponent's base. I put the Progress Day here. I didn't put Comet in because I saw that the most popular Lux version doesn't actually, which is weird, run Comet, but I think Comet obviously is a premium Lux card because it doesn't cost the power, you deal 6 and then you draw 1 is pretty good. But in the most common list, apparently there's no Comets, that's why I just put it here. I didn't put it here. And then you cannot just win by just clearing out the opponent's board. You also need to ideally push in a few tokens to get points. And then you get tokens from, or units. So you have a bunch of small units. You have the Lecture Yordle, you have the Honest Broker, you have the Forecaster, and then you have tokens from Vanguard Armory. So, and also the Forge of Future, of course. Forecaster is interesting. It's just a 2-drop that has vision, just allows you to go look for your combo pieces, right? Because this deck runs a lot of combos, as I said, like the Imperial Decree plus Below's Breath, or Watcher plus Below's Breath, or like you're looking for a Singularity, or you're looking for Vanguard Armory, and it just helps you go look through your deck. And then Honest Broker, just a good 2-drop that if it dies, it gives you a little gold, which is pretty useful. Then Lecture Yordle, again, just a unit that draws you into spells, which is exactly what you want. We do see another broken combo here. It is the Jace plus Vanguard Armory. So how does that actually work? Jace says you can actually destroy a gear. Let me read it exactly how it's written. So when you play Jace, you may kill a friendly gear, and then if you do, you may play a gear with energy cost no more than 7 from your hand this turn, ignoring its energy cost. Which means they can actually, if you have a gold, or if you have Forge of the Future, or even a seal. I didn't put seals here because, again, most popular list doesn't have seals. So you could kill any of the gold that you generate from the Wages of Pain, or the Forge of the Future, again, or the Honest Broker dying, it will give you a gold. Any of these into Jace, into playing Vanguard Armory super early is very broken. Because Vanguard Armory just gives you 3 tokens every single turn, which is pretty useful if you want to just push in and get points. If you don't have that, you still have the Recruit to Vanguard, which is a Proving Grounds spell that will summon 4 Recruit tokens and draw you a card because it costs 6 energy. Which is not bad. We do see the Salvage main deck because there's a bunch of gears and equipments, especially against Aurelia and Draven. You could kill the Axe. Against Aurelia, you can just kill the Guardian Angel or the Boots, which is very good. Breakers Day, I am just not a fan of. I have a big hatred for this card. And we've seen throughout the Chinese tournaments that there's a lot of people that run this card who just don't. Especially in a Lux deck where you actually are drawing already. I don't see the purpose of a spell that just draws. If all your spells kill and draw, you know? But obviously it could be wrong. And then we see another broken thing is the Time Warp. You could just Time Warp your way out of a bad situation, especially if you're running tokens. The opponents can just move out because they're scared of an Imperial Decree or a Watcher. So you move in with 2 tokens, and then you Time Warp to get 4 points during that turn, which can actually just steal games. In terms of Palgri's Day, in terms of battlefields, the first battlefield that we saw is Aspirant's Climb. Makes sense. You want to slow down the game because slowing down the game, you're just much better. You're a much slower deck because you're drawing again and you're dealing attrition. You're slowing down the game, killing the opponent's units. You don't want to accelerate the game. So Aspirant's Climb makes sense. Gives you another turn, which allows you to kill the opponent's units and stop them from finishing the game. The other battlefields that we saw is Sigil of the Storm. This is my favorite here. And these styles of decks, really, really good. If your deck has a lot of removal, and this is perfect. Because again, they push in with a unit, they have to recycle. Usually against Aurora, Aurora doesn't have a good way to actually deal with a unit on a battlefield without having to go on it like an MF or like a Sivir with a unit. But these decks that have removal spells can just remove the unit, and then the opponent has to push in again and recycle again, which is very annoying and actually very good at slowing down the game. And then for the third one, we haven't seen it because the best of 3 was like 10 minutes. I put in Veiled Temple, my favorite battlefield, and I didn't put it in because I literally always do. No, but hear me out. Hold on. No, hold on. I have a valid argument. Hold on. So the valid argument is that you can actually untap the Vanguard Armory and then get 3 other tokens.
Wow.
That's the tip. I mean, again, you're playing something suboptimal. You're playing literally a tier 4 deck. You have to have broken things in your deck to allow you to win the game, and you have to rely on the very small percentages of those niche combos actually working. That's how you're gonna win. You cannot win fair and square and rely on consistency. That's not gonna happen. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I put in Veiled Temple with Vanguard Armory just because you can just create 6 mites for free every single turn.
It is funny.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna bring up a point that is very disgusting when it actually gets pulled off. It happened to me in a city challenge against the Victor.
Okay.
And he decided he was going to attack me with 15 1 might tokens, and I was like, I guess I just die.
Yeah, that is a lot of 1 might tokens. Though funny enough, in set 2, I feel like 15 might is not that off, like that much. In some context, right? Some context, it's way too much. It's impossible to deal with. But
at that point, it's just like, okay, well, he stops playing the actual tokens. He just puts a dice on 1 token and just moves it.
Yeah, of course. I don't think many people are carrying 15 tokens on them. All right, Kuvi, do you have any more on Lux for our beautiful, massive break here? There was a countdown timer on the stream. It is not there anymore. I think they decided that they're not coming back.
I mean, maybe Lux was able to get to top cap because she's good into Draven because, as I said, you just kill the units without going through combat. And also very good into Ezreal because Ezreal has a crush on Lux. So
that's true. You do get the lore bonus there of Ezreal having a crush on Lux. I didn't even think about that. Oh god. Yeah, there.
I don't know.
The League of Legends lore here.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, well, Huge, we have to fill a lot of time, so why don't we talk to you a little bit about the scene in China in general, because I think a lot of people watching these have no idea what is going on in China, and they're often asking me. And honestly, I only know a little bit. I only know bits and pieces, usually from what I hear from you. So, you mentioned a city challenge. What is what is that like? Because we don't have city challenges. We have like the skirmishes in the West that are get you a buy, but yeah.
Lately, I haven't really gone to any city challenges. Mostly just because regionals and are busy with other stuff.
Yeah.
Also didn't get into city challenges. Once you get in, you basically have to go. It's kind of hard to fill because of the new like trust system thing, where if you sign up for an event and you don't go, then you lose a bunch of points, and it's really hard to win the lucky draw in the future.
Gotcha.
That's kind of the situation, and so basically, there's only like 10 slots or so to fill every time you do a city challenge. But generally, the city challenges, I've seen some really, really good decks. It's actually very, very healthy. All the most recent city challenges, let me check. Someone sent the list here yesterday. I think there was like literally one of every different champion in the top 8. I think.
Oh, nice.
Aurelia's, but every else was like there was a Lux, there was a Rek'Sai, there was Ornn, there was Draven. It's actually very, very healthy, because Draven's actually not that strong in best of 1. He's okay. In a best of 3, he's ridiculous. But in a best of 1, Draven becomes really, really strong if you flip Reaver's Row.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, if you flip Reavers or if you flip Targons in the right matchup, you're probably just like pretty good.
Yeah,
but
if you don't flip Reavers, it's very, very winnable for everyone else, right?
Everyone wants to see you flip Obelisk basically every time when they're going up against the Draven, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's nice. I mean, I think it's a very healthy meta in China actually, because of that. It's going to change very soon because you're allowed to sideboard in game 1 with the new rule change, and everyone's very excited for that because it makes BO1s way more playable. A lot of strategies will change, and it becomes much more strategic. We call it's 48 minus 8 now instead of 40 plus 8. So, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot more. It's gonna change. It's gonna shake up the meta a lot.
How has Best of 1 been received like generally in China as like this competitive format prior to this change? Was it?
Best of 1 was considered just pure luck. I mean, obviously there's some kind of skill, but you have to go very widespread. And certain decks like Ornn are just ridiculous in Best of 1s. Because no one's gonna run all this gear destruction in their main deck, and so stuff like Ornn just kind of runs you over. Like I played a city challenge at one of the regionals. The guy flips what is it? The temporal portal, I think. Not temporal portal. The gear that gives
anomaly. You can pay power for energy, right? That one.
Pay power for energy, yeah.
Yeah, Hextech anomaly. Yeah,
Hextech Anomaly. And then he plays like 2 seals, and literally like turn 2 or 3, he plays Ornn. And the Ornn is like 10 might. And I'm just done. It's the best in a best of 1, you're just done. You just lose the game.
Yeah. All your answers are rotting in your sideboard for the best of 3 portion.
Yeah, rotting in my sideboard. Turn 4, he plays Shirelias, and I'm just like, okay, well I can just scoop now. Yeah. And then it was just that just kind of happens, like with Ornn being very, very strong in a best of 1 because you don't have the answers to it.
Yeah. Do you think this sideboarding rule that came in for best of 1 is like from feedback from the Chinese scene then? Because it doesn't feel like best of 1 is like played very often outside of like some Nexus Knights in at least near me. Like I rarely am actually playing any best of 1. But China has had it as like a competitive staple.
It's definitely a China side thing because everyone the reason we play best of 1 is because of time constraints.
Yeah.
If you don't do best of 1, you will never finish, especially because people want to play on the weekdays. They get off work and then we go to an event. That's you start at around like 7:30. That's about the usual time, and people want to be out of there by like 10 at the latest.
Makes sense.
Like 10. Sometimes it goes to like 11, and people are just already like really they need to go home. They have work tomorrow, and so. We want to finish around 10, so we kind of do like 4 rounds of Swiss, and then it's just kind of over. Whoever, and usually that's like a 16-man tournament, and then just do best of 1. That's generally how it goes. For best of 3s though, sometimes we do have these best of 3 tournaments. Usually it's like the week leading up to a regional, is when we do those best of 3 tournaments. Every day before the regional, one of the locals likes to do one of these big best of 1 tournaments where like 200 people show up, because people are flying to the cities to compete. And you kind of can see the environment and you can see the room and the meta before we're heading into the actual event, which tends to bring a lot of people to these events. But best of 1, people don't really like it. And this change actually makes people much more willing.
Yeah, it makes sense because basically you're saying that you have to play best of 1 because it's just like this is just the way it is with time. Because like we have best of 3 Nexus Knights, but like it's 3 rounds, just kind of pack per win type thing, and sometimes they go over 3 hours, and that's a little bit much for your local Nexus Knights. Like, I don't know that I want to go to Nexus Knights for more than 3 hours, right? Like 3 hours is like that's a good chunk of my day for a Nexus Knight. I don't really necessarily want to be that much longer. So I get best of 1, and making best of 1 more competitive is really, really solid. it is cool that they're doing these like 200 player tournaments. This is something that does happen in the US as well when there's like a big event in a certain region. Usually people will have like the local shop will throw a big like event as well. I know actually there is a local shop in Vegas that is going to be running a big Riftbound tournament on like the Thursday of the event. So like for people who are flying into Vegas early for the Vegas regional, there's going to be like this big local that is happening. So it's cool that the same thing is happening in China, but it's funny that it's best of one. But I understand, I guess, if they're bringing 200 people in, they actually just don't want it to be like literally a regional as far as like how long it's taking for their day. Do they end up playing like best of 3 top 8 as well, or do they just still keep it best of 1?
No, it's just best of they just do best of 1 top 8. It's like 7 rounds of Swiss and then best of 1 top 8.
Makes sense.
And then normally the top 8 just splits and goes home because we have a big tournament the next day.
Of course, I think
it's usually something
makes
like
a lot of sense.
Because I played in one the day before the Shanghai regional and I got 4th, I think, playing Ari at that time. That was not good because it baited me into playing Ari the next day, and it was Ari did not perform very well during the Shanghai Open. Basically people end up splitting. These 200 tournaments are fun. But they also start really late. Like these tournaments will start at like 3 in the afternoon because most card stores don't actually open till like the afternoon in China. Okay. We'll go really late, but they don't open till like 2. So that kind of ends up with the kind of scenario.
I want to switch gears a little bit because you've actually been the person who has helped these Americans come play in China, right? Like it started with George, and now, well, I said Americans. Randy is French, so not quite Americans, but Westerners come play in China. What has that process been like for getting Randy in? Because I know he has not had George's miracle luck of playing in all these events, but can you like walk me through a little bit of the process of like having Randy come out and like learn how to go play in some of these events in China and navigating that? Because I think some people would probably find that kind of interesting, the fact that another Westerner is in China getting it done, and we happen to have the guy who has kind of made that possible hanging out with us right now. So might as well kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so kind of it is, getting yourself familiar with WeChat, the mini program, traveling. If you're familiar with traveling, then it's, kind of, I help you get it set up with WeChat and everything beforehand. Make sure we get the verification process on the app good to go because you need to verify your ID with your passport. Once we get that all done, I partner with a couple stores here, one of the stores here. And we work very closely with them. They're called Toujingcao. And they help us with a lot of cards as well as decks, as well and a bunch of other things that we need to get done. And so kind of when Randy decided he was going to come, I said, hey, okay, this is the hotel that I had George stay at last time. Is very close to me. This is the hotel, and then this is the location. We're gonna home base Shanghai. Because that is where all the best players in China are located, or in general, it's where all the sweats are. You can also, Shenzhen also has a very good scene, and so does Guangzhou, but a large amount of the top players do end up being in Shanghai, Aiputo, all the Sao Xias, the guy who got second on Fiora, is also from Shanghai. So we're all in this area. And so the local scene is very, very strong here, and so you can get a lot of good practice. But once we get everything organized, we get everything going. But we are hopping in a game.
Yeah, this is crazy. I never expected, for the first time in the history of the Chinese co-streams that we have done, we have a backup match in round of 64. We have a game 3. Ezreal Mirror in the top 64, and this is your boy, right? On Ezreal, on the left side here, he got the best of.
He's also from the store that I was just talking about, Taojingcao, and he is our boy who also plays Ezreal. He's the guy who developed the rat Ezreal and had Omega Zero help him with refining the deck, and so that's why you see Omega Zero in his name at one point when you look at the deck lists. However, recently they've limited the amount of sponsors and stuff and names and tags that you can put in front of your name because of the names just getting way too long.
Yeah.
And so, interesting fact though, Randy actually lost to the Ezreal on the left here. His name's Ting Ting. He lost to him in the Swiss rounds 2-1.
That's that's Randy's only loss is actually to
Yes,
our
that was Randy's only loss.
Semi-finalist Ezreal from last week. And yeah, I mean Ezreal Mirror is cool. It's double rat. We are all in on rat. We have a bingo square this week that is rat wins, and so we're guaranteed to get it because we have 2 rats on stream currently. I'm curious, have you played this mirror? I know you've played a lot of Ezreal as well, but I know you were liking, you know, like Rasa versions and just like other versions that are not on the full rat angle. But I know because you like play with this guy a bit, and like I'm sure you've played into rat. Have you played any rat mirrors, or have you at least watched some rat mirrors?
I haven't watched too much, honestly, with the rat mirrors. I've gotten a lot more busy with other things this week. But you know, I was talking a lot with him early on, and the idea with the deck was it's very easy to win to get a point lead. However, it's very hard to win the game. And the solution to that was I'm just not going to let my opponent win the game. If my opponent can't win the game, we're fine. And
Fair
that's
enough.
the whole point behind the Mind Splitter.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, Anu, welcome.
I'm late, but I'm here. This is game 3, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah, so we had a first match where Lux lost in 30 minutes, and now we're getting the first time ever a backup match. We're getting game 3 of this Ezreal mirror. We've got Yuge on the call, and Yuge is plays at locals, or like, you know, same shop as the Ezreal player from the semifinals last week, and he's on the left. And that's, you said Ting Ting? Yeah, is his name?
Yeah,
Challenger player?
Yeah, the challenger player, and he's
Whoa.
so he's on the rat Ezreal once again. This is the only guy that beat Randy yesterday. Is the semifinalist. And yeah, now we have a rat mirror on stream. Anu, are you gonna do VMix today? We gotta get your cam set up, or are we just jumping?
I'm chilling right
Chilling?
now.
All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, all good. Then let's get into this. I mean, Ezreal Mirror is fun to see. They've tied up, and final game is different battlefields. It's Veiled Temple for Ting Ting, and then on the other side we have Void Gate. Void Gate's gonna matter for both sides because they both play Void Gate, I think, in the deck for the same reason, right? This is like to activate your Bellows Breath to do additional damage, but mainly I think it is getting the Wages of Pain to a 4, which notably does kill Cull-equipped pit crew. So there's something you have to watch out for the entire game, I think, is Wages on the Void Gate when you try and go for that Conquer.
Yeah, and going to again, it's super important here. Because rat just goes in and out. The player who goes first and the player who has the lead in terms of points will just be able to go to 4 every single turn almost, and just gain 2 points every single turn, and then threaten to finish the game very quickly. So being able to deal with the rat for the left Ezreal, I think, is pretty important.
Yeah, and it's a pile of gold already for our pit crew on the right. Both rats have 2 culls available to them to make a ton of gold. However, I'm looking at the hand on the left side for Ting Ting, and I see an Ezreal available in hand, as well as Ezreal still from Champ Zone, but no way to remove the rat yet at base. And I wonder if there's sideboard options to remove the at-base Ezreals. Are you aware of any like Singularity or that kind of stuff to try and deal with the at-base Ezreals potentially being sideboarded for either of these? Well, for Ting Ting's list specifically? Huge.
Sorry. I'm like responding to a bunch of
no
WeChat
worries.
stuff because everyone's discussing Randy's Sivir.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm sure it's turning heads. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But are you aware of like Singularity in the sideboard at all for this deck to maybe deal with the mirror?
Singularity is not very common in these decks. I don't know if they've added it, but I believe Singularity is just not run in these decks.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I was thinking just trying to figure out a way that he's going to be able to deal with the rat, because he's behind in points, and it feels like if you don't have something like that, you're almost just like conceding that you will just kind of lose the rat race, as if you will, at a certain point if you don't have an immediate answer.
Yeah,
There
for
we go.
sure.
Hard Sharp gonna ready the pit crew.
So
Can
I
match
have a
at
question
3.
here.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
How is left Ezreal supposed to get back in terms of the points. I guess maybe going 3 to 5 doesn't matter as much as like 2 and 3 same diff, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying is like, I feel like you need something like Singularity or some other like backline access in order to come back in this game, right? Because you need to deal with the rat. If you don't kill the rat, like, the only other way is to look for a hold. But like, you tapping out and then trying to hold into an Ezreal is like really brutal. Like, that does not seem like a super exciting endeavor to make. So there has to be a way to stop the rat in its tracks. And my brain immediately is just thinking like over and over, like, wow, Singularity feels like a really big mirror breaker in this spot. But I don't know if there's no other matchups that this Ezreal that can afford the slots for Singularity.
That's weird because
set that up.
The biggest answer is probably going to be Watcher Bellows.
Watcher Bellows.
They both will have in their deck. That is the most likely answer. However, you have to watch out because they're both probably bringing hard bargains at this point.
All right, Splitter. And Splitter can break up Watcher Bellows.
He's gonna throw the Mind Splitter.
Yeah. They're just gonna take turns splittering each other at this point, I guess. But still, there's just the lead from the initial pit crew, and I just don't know. I don't know how you're beating it when you're behind in points. It feels like that the early point tempo is just like almost just GG from what we're seeing in this spot. Like, there's just not enough cards.
Is this a 56 card mirror?
Do you think that, are you asking if they're on the exact same cards? It's possible, right? Like, as you was telling us, Ting Ting on the left is the like originator of this deck with some help from Omega Zero, and it's very possible that other Ezreal players just like copied it after he made top 4 with this. So it very much could be like the exact same cards if Ting Ting has not made changes from last week. If he's not made any changes, it might just be the exact same cards.
So he did not. I feel like he definitely made changes, but a lot of just from the top 64, like originally the top 32 Ezreal was running the exact same copy of the deck. Ting Ting did make top 64 in Fuzhou. However, he lost out, and so the other Ezreal won, but they were also part of the same group. So, they're basically all running the same deck at this point, I feel like. There might be like 2 card differences.
This one might be over just really fast, then.
But yeah, which is, fine, because this is the backup match, so we should still be killed enough time that getting to top 32 won't be too crazy. But I'm really struggling to find a way to win, and I feel like part of that would be you'd have to cast this purple Ezreal at some point to try and find like an actual answer. But maybe just waiting until you get out this the splitter, look at the hand, know what's there. Bellows Breath makes sense, as you were saying. Bellows Breath plus Watcher seems to be like the only mirror breaker that exists if there's no Singularity. So looking for that 2-card combo, and for Ting Ting's side, he's gonna have to find it like immediately. It has to be this next turn. He finds like one half of the combo, plays Ezreal and finds the other half, and then the question is, does he have enough runes to play it at that point? Because we're on 8 runes now. You'd be at 10, so no, it would not be enough runes after playing Ezreal. So there's no way to play both halves of the combo on this next turn, and so really it's like Ting Ting is forced to look for a hold, but he just saw Frigid Touch and Rebuke in hand, so I just don't even know if a hold is possible. It just feels like this is just like GG with the point lead. Also, weirdly, that was not a Bellows Breath, that was an Ornn that was taken away, which looking at
I thought it was a Bellows Breath.
How much gold? That was actually quite a large Ornn.
Like,
yeah, that would have been a pretty large Ornn coming through.
That's 3 gold.
Yeah, yeah. I guess the Ornn still makes sense as the take, because look at the stack of gold is just getting completely unreasonable.
And I guess it's kind of crazy. Game 3 is like 10 minutes, but then the first 2 games were like over an hour. So
I mean, surely they must have found answers to the pit crews, or not found the pit crews this early. It's just both sides having the pickers and the calls ready to go. Wages is just way too late to actually really matter too much, but maybe in combination with a might reduction. I don't know if I love this view when he's drawing. I want to see what he's drawn. Let me see. Let me see.
Hard sharp.
Watcher.
It's
a turn late, right? It's not really going to be able to do anything.
I feel like it's a giggle hold strat and just pray at this point.
I mean, you have to, but you're aware of a rebuke and a frigid touch, and I don't. I just don't know that you're ever holding into that.
Yeah, but there's no way you're defending either. I mean, there's no way you're defending a double conquer either.
You are forced to hold. There is no. You don't actually have a choice, but it is just like, is this ever working? And I feel like it's pretty much like 0% to work.
我看他不打算出千尾，应该是打算出老千加这个留个痛苦之仇，因为这样痛苦之仇在这个防守虚空之门是能打4。
What readied the seal?
The Veiled Temple. It's the battlefield.
Yeah.
He summoned me.
Kuvi's favorite battlefield.
No, I mean, yeah.
He should be at 7 points. I don't know why his Poro got moved back, unless they're in the showdown and waiting. Oh, maybe he's considering casting one of these rebukes on the rat.
Those are some wrinkled gold.
That's not the right move, though. I feel like if you rebuke the rat.
Feels unnecessary, right? Feels like this next turn you can kind of just like force a win some way. Maybe not. I mean, we'll see.
What does he have in his hand? A Watcher,
Hard Sharp,
Wages, and what's the other card?
Hard Sharp. So, I mean, the most might you can present here is to play the Watcher and then hide the Wages. And that is just like, this is
probably the play.
Cards on the table. This is everything I've got.
Yeah. And you put the wages
in that case,
on the void gate.
Yeah.
So this is 15 might on Temple, 10 might on Void Gate. Wages would be hidden. I mean, it's on Void Gate because it's 4 damage, but also there's nothing that this 4 damage actually matters against versus 3 damage. Because 3 damage would kill Ezreal. I don't know that 4 is ever going to make a difference. So he could have chosen either side.
The only difference it would make is if you're going for a trade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do we know if
you draw the seal, so that's
yes, it's a dead draw. Do we know if the right Ezreal has like a Watcher or no? Just
so he had a rebuke and a frigid touch from the reveal from the Mind Splitter, and it looks like he has a second rebuke.
Yeah, double rebuke, frigid.
Yeah, which I think is enough.
Double rebuke. Yeah, I think that is enough actually.
Yeah, I mean the seal is also not a dead draw, right?
The hidden field.
Yeah, seal lets you ready the rat if it ever survives something.
Yeah, like go in, kill the Ezreal, come back, play seal, ready the pit, and then just all in.
Yeah, because we saw the rebukes, maybe we should have hidden it on the other battlefield so that this doesn't happen.
Well, you only saw one. You didn't see 2 rebukes. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and those trade.
It's still already the rat, so
and the one stronger.
The seal actually ensures the win here. It did matter because he didn't have a way to actually run into both battlefields. But the seal is going to allow it.
This player still grabbed gold. I love it. I think that's amazing. I think the fact that we went in and grabbed those 2 golds from the call, I think is a power move.
All right. And that does it. Ting Ting will not be able to repeat his success from last week, making it all the way to the semifinals and winning the best of Ezreal. But this is 3 top 64s in a row for him with this Ezreal list. So still very impressive play. And he's beaten by his own deck. His own deck is able to come back to haunt him and beats him in the mirror. The rat race not going in his favor.
That's unfortunate.
Wait a minute? Randy is playing on stream next round? Is that what? Is that real? Randy just messaged me, said he'll be on stream next round.
They prepared because they knew he was coming and they knew he made it out of Top Cut, so they prepared an English translator for him.
That's really cool. I mean, he is the one of Sivir, right? That's made it now to the top 32. his deck is really cool. I'm sure a lot of the Chinese players are going to be interested in like this deck list because it's quite different than. I mean, it's not like crazy out of nowhere, but it's a little bit different than like the average Sivir list you're seeing. Definitely different than what they're playing in China.
What in China we're seeing.
Yeah.
So it is going to make his future matchups harder because now everyone's going to see the deck.
Yeah.
But I think there's a very like. So far from what I've heard from every Chinese player that's played him, they've been very, very surprised by the deck, and they're they wanted to see it do well.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's strong. It's really cool. We're not showing anything here until it appears on stream, and then at that point, I mean, yeah, like you see the whole deck at that point. So, we'll go from there.
It's a very, very neat deck to execute. Yeah. It's very difficult to run. It requires a lot of like actual technical play, and in a long tournament, that's gonna cause a lot of issues.
I guess we can kind of continue with the topic we were talking about before we got there as well, because we were talking about Randy and the fact that he got to show up and you helped him get to play. But one of the other cool things that you had mentioned, and you mentioned just now, and I think we just didn't get to it because they jumped us into a match, which was awesome, is that Randy ended up getting like interviewed by Riot China, right? Like he was getting, talking to them, and this is all like coming from you as well. Can you talk about that process and like, the interest level from like Riot China on these Western players coming through and playing in the events?
They're actually very excited that there's international players coming. I mean, they were prepared when George came. We had the conversation. I made sure I introduced them to the event organizers and everything early on the event because I do have some connections from esports and everything. And now I know a lot more of the internal guys. So from a media standpoint, they come in. They're always very interested to see a foreigner, and I just did the brief introduction. And it does help because they do like to showcase the different kind of players coming together to play the game. I mean, the game Riftbound transcends the whole like language barrier because you can communicate with your hands. You do the gestures. Everything's kind of universal. Like when I pass your turn, you just like wave your hand and say, "Hey, it's your turn." And the Riot's been very, very, very helpful with this, as well as Shining Soul. I think they're also very some of their marketing guys are very interested in having these kind of conversations with us.
Oh, I mean that's really sweet. And like Randy, it's been fun hearing Randy say that he has felt like the level of competition in China is equal or greater than what he played against in Houston. I think a lot of the times, we hear the same from George. He felt like the players in China were really, really strong. And then, I know people will talk a lot of trash about the like Chinese players when they are seeing them just on stream. And as somebody who has played on this very stream, like, can you tell people about like the experience of like having to play on stream in China and where some of that comes from? Because I think there's a lot of stream jitters that come through, and I've been a staunch defender of like the talent in China anyways, because I think we were seeing a lot of really great plays generally on day 2. So I've never really agreed with the take, but just like I do think that there is a level that gets reduced a little bit on these stream matches, and I'm wondering if you could break down a little bit what it's like playing on stream at one of these regionals.
So playing on stream, there's a lot of the time your whole flow state, I guess, gets constantly disrupted by the judges telling you, yes, go ahead, do your turn, wait for production, etc. There's a lot of that going on. And usually people have jitters at the beginning of the game. It does get better as the game goes on. However, it also gets very exhausting because like a lot of players are just aren't used to the pressure of being on stream, getting judged, and due to the kind of the way the selection goes for the stream, I think a lot of people I think they do really want to showcase non-Draven decks, and because they're showcasing non-Draven decks, the players that decided not to bring Draven are usually a little bit less experienced. Not always the case, but in general, they're less experienced players. They want to play something fun. They want to go for the best of card. They're not expecting to win the tournament or anything.
Yeah.
So they have a little bit of mistakes on technical play, and it's very, very normal. When you add stream jitters on that, it just makes it much more difficult, and just you know, when you're not used to it, it happens. Like when I was playing on the stream, my opponent, you know, he cleaved a stunned unit and stream jitters. You've never been on stream. What do you don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. What's up, Marshall? Welcome. How's it going?
Good morning.
How's your little nap?
I did not have a nap. I tried to go to sleep, but I just don't nap. I just sleep. So it's either I closed my eyes for another 8 hours or I just stayed up. So I stayed up.
All right, fair enough. Well, now you're playing. Now you're up. Now you're up forever.
Now I'm up. That's it. That's hopefully we have more interesting games than that Lux game. I decided to rewatch it because obviously I tried to go to sleep. It just didn't work. I don't think I've ever seen like I play aggro decks. I don't finish games that fast.
Oh, yeah.
That was something.
I mean, it happens when you just can't stop your opponent from scoring, right? Like, I mean, that was just the issue with the Lux. It just, like, couldn't actually get any purchase to actually stop everything. But it was still kind of... I'm glad that they were able to sort out a backup match and get it towards the end of that that round. Yeah, I don't know. Kuvi, do we want to do any rat stuff before we get into top 32 coming up? Is there any rat chat? Do you want some rat chat?
I mean, because it was coming up, it's gonna come up for sure later on. I thought we'd do it later, but I can grab I can make a list quickly. Yep.
Yeah, because we're also gonna be able to talk about Randy's list a little bit after his game. I don't want to do any spoilers for the Randy list. I think it's cool that people will experience it for the first time on the stream as well. I think that's kind of neat for everybody. I don't want to like ruin the surprise and talk about it before. So I'd rather do rat chat now, and then we can talk about Randy's Sivir if they actually do. I mean, he said he's going to be on stream. He sent me a message. He said he will be on stream next round.
Yeah, I think he finished early, so they could actually do a lot of the setup and actually make sure that everything is good to go, which is a good thing for sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we can get a little bingo check in. Well, you know, I will have to say, Rat wins because Rat also loses. So that's like I don't know what to tell you. We got Rat wins and loses at the same time. Still got a little bit more to go here. I can tell you, I think some amount of these are probably getting checked off in the next round. Maybe not some of. Well, we could have multiple. We could have multiple checked off in the next round.
Checked off. I see one that is definitely getting checked off.
One is guaranteed checked off, and then there are more possible ones to be checked off. I will say.
You mean Kaisa vs E? That one is never gonna get checked off. Oh god.
It's so funny because there are like plenty of Kaisa Yis around, but I'm pretty sure production is dodging that one, which is pretty funny. But yeah, no, there is one on this board that will guaranteed get checked off by the Sivir deck, and then I do think there are maybe 2 others that could get checked off.
I would say, maybe 2 of them.
Yeah, probably 2 others that could get checked off in this next game from Randy's deck. It's possible maybe even a 3rd depending on what he plays against. But yeah, so that's gonna be cool. I think the fact that we can get some bingo board stuff, some bingo board action from Randy in this next game. I don't know if I like can get full confirmation from him, but he did say definitively, like the message I received from Randy was just, I'll play on stream next round. That's it. So I don't really. There wasn't like a I may be on stream. It's possible I could be on stream. He just said I'll be on stream next round. So my thought is that we're going to indeed have Randy on stream.
I guess
which is cool.
I can pre-do my graphics because we have insider information that at least we know when Aurelia got through and we know a Sivir got through. So.
Wait, why do we know when Aurelia got through? Oh, do you just mean like the one that beat the Lux?
Yeah,
like
the one
oh,
that beat the
yeah,
Lux.
okay.
Yeah. So we know of 2 legends that are getting through. Who knows? Maybe there's no Draven that makes it through. I do think it's interesting that Draven has dropped again this week in top 64. It just keeps falling.
Yeah.
Less and less people are playing Draven overall because they just don't enjoy playing the deck. And there are better options, honestly.
It feels like it's what I've been saying for Draven for a bit, is like I still do believe Draven is the best deck. Like I still think it's probably the best deck, but I don't think it is like so far beyond a lot of these other options that you can pick that there's like no other deck that is a real choice. Like I do think Ezreal's good enough. I think Fiora's good enough. I think Aurelia's good enough. I believe Randy when he says this Sivir deck is good enough. He's a very strong player, and like I've played against it a lot. I feel like the deck is really good. So we'll see if like he can prove that correct and like actually win this tournament on Sivir, because I think that'd be a pretty big upset, and that'll throw a wrench into some people's plans for Bologna maybe, because it'll just like add another deck, you know, maybe hurting himself a little bit, but he'll walk away with a medal card and maybe a regional victory in China, which is probably worth blowing up his spot for Bologna. He was a little worried about it. He was like, oh, I want to hold this for Bologna, but I think I'm glad he decided to play it, get the reps in paper. No one's going to play the deck as well as him, I don't think, when it comes to Bologna anyway, so I think it'll be fine. I don't know that there's enough time for anyone to get better than him at his own version, but maybe other people also have a similar Sivir deck that they're hiding for Bologna, right? It's very possible. A lot of times that's kind of the case in card games, is you find something that feels really good, you keep it a secret, you show up at the event, there's like 3 other teams that have found the same deck and they're playing it, so yeah.
So you're saying it's not Aurora Sivir?
No, it's not Aurora Sivir. Like I can say it is not Aurora. Like I don't mind saying that, because like you just said this is not what players in China are used to with Sivir. We have seen so much Aurora Sivir out of China so far that like I think it is very clear that it is not an Aurora Sivir list.
That game 1 is gonna be like there's gonna be a big difference in deck knowledge. Is no one's gonna know what Randy is doing in game 1, so they're gonna get really confused, and it's gonna cost them the game. And then game 2 is when there's gonna start becoming like, okay, maybe this is a lot better.
Yep. Yeah, you do start to understand a little bit more about how to play around the deck going into the second, third games, etc.
In game 1, they're probably gonna make like crucial mistakes that's gonna cost them the game.
All right, we're gonna keep hyping it up and not telling you, chat. We have to. I need the surprise to be for everyone. I do not want it to be like, oh, we just tell you all about the list and then we see it in action. I know that can be fun, but I do think that it is more fun in this case that everyone gets to see it live and gets to experience it together, as though you were just watching the stream from home, and not use the like insider information to like spoil this this deck. And I'm not trying to build it up as like, oh, this is the most brilliant thing you'll ever see. I just think it's more interesting when you get to see it for yourself and you get to like kind of guess where it's going once you see some of the early cards. From there though, we do, I believe, have the rat ready to go. Is that true? Sam, you tell me? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so Kuvi, can you tell me a little bit about this deck list? This really good Ezreal deck that I think we've seen quite a few times at this point. Yeah,
right. So
yeah,
the legend. I always like
no, not this one. Go to the other one. Let me, Kuvi, tell me about the other one first. We'll talk about this one. Kuvi, can you tell me about this Ezreal deck? Yeah, this is the Ezreal deck that I'm mostly interested about.
The legend is the legend does say when you play a gear ready,
right?
And then of course we see the the usual chosen champion, which is a 3 energy, 3 might when you play a gear ready unit. And then, of course, the core game plan of this deck is to play around the 2 top first cards that you see, which are like when you play a gear ready me. There's an issue here. We don't see a lot of gears in this deck, but it is still in the artwork of the
there's
card,
a lot of rats.
Just a bunch of rats ratting around, and you just win with that by being a rat from Ratatouille in Paris.
All right, now this less interesting Ezreal deck we can go over. I think the other deck is one that I kind of like a little bit more, but this one that you've made here, Kuvi, to kind of represent what we've seen. Right. Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about this one?
So yeah, this is using Ezreal. Ezreal Legend is you basically drawing cards when you target enemy units or gears more than twice a turn in the same turn. And you get to utilize that effect to just draw a lot throughout all the spells and cards that allow you to target in your deck. But the core difference between this version of Ezreal and other versions of Ezreal is the combo of the rat plus Cole. So the rat is when you play a gear ready me, but then it combos very well with Cole. Cole is an equipment that will, when you play it ready the rat, but also whenever you conquer, it will generate a gold. Gold comes in play and then it readies the rat, which means that you can just go in and then it's literally like a Lucian that creates gold, like an orange Lucian that creates gold. And that actually you can use multiple times because Lucian you can only ready him once. The rat you can just ready whenever you conquer when you have the Cole equipped. And then the combo gets even more ridiculous when you have the boots on the unit, because you can just go in, ready it, and then by creating the gold, and then you go to the other battlefield, conquer, and then ready it again, and then create the gold, and then go back to safety. Going back to safety is very, very good against Draven in particular, because you do not want to stay on battlefields to avoid combat. Aurelia loves coming in and chomping your rats. She's a unit eater, a rat eater, but then the little rat gets to escape because of this combo. You're just going in and out, which is pretty good. So this is the main difference.
Kuvi?
Mm-hmm.
I have a question on why there is only one Boots of Swiftness.
Because I don't think it's necessary. I don't think double drawing it is actually a problem. It's good, but you're putting slightly win more. I think going into a battlefield and going back and creating a gold is already strong, and you can already play another gear and ready it and do the same thing, essentially giving it ganking through just playing another gear. Or like playing a Wages of Pain, or like a card sharp which readies the rat. Boots are not bad. They're very good. They're nice to see. Playing it as a one-of means that you're not gonna brick on it if you double draw it. But also you're playing purple. There's triple called shot and there's triple stack deck. Again, so I was gonna talk about these next. These cards allow you to go look for your combo. Or for the key cards that you need. But most likely the combo early on. And since you have so much just card selection, you will see that one of Boots of Swiftness. So you do not need two of it, especially because it's not mandatory for the actual core combo of this deck, which is Rat plus Cole, and not necessarily Rat plus Cole plus Boots. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, you made it made sense. I never even thought about you just need to play another gear that turn just to get it back, even though that's exactly what the card does. But yeah.
Right, maybe we should go back to the screen before the deck before that deck really, this thing.
Yeah,
that image.
I don't think I quite understand what the rat does. I think that's the main issue. There we go.
But we see some like regular Ezreal. The rest of the deck is a regular Ezreal shell, somewhat. We see the interaction spells that allow you to actually trigger your legend ability. Stupefy, Frigid Touch, Gust, Rebuke. All of these are like, and then Billow's Breath, of course, are like regular spells that you'll see in almost every Ezreal list. It will just make you trigger your legend ability and then draw, and then also just interact with what the opponent is doing. We see the common combo of Billow's Breath plus Watcher, a very strong combo. You just play Watcher, reduce the might of everything -3, and then Billow's Breath twice, and you deal damage to 2, so you're basically killing everything that has 5 might or less. And then you can even kill some other bigger things if you combo this thing with a Frigid Touch or like a Stupefy or something. This is very, regular combo in Ezreal. And then we see the gold generation cards, as I've talked about. Like the card sharp and the Wages of Pain are good to generate gold to combo with the rat when you haven't seen the Cole, or when you have the Cole but don't have the boots. It's just very good. Other than that, we see the seals of Discord. So the seals here work with rat by readying it, but they also just work very well because you can just play your Ezreal from the champion zone. You can cult shot. You have a bunch of purple, and sometimes it also helps you pay for deflect against Aurelia, which is super important. We see a couple 1-0s. We see the hard bargain 1F. I think this one is just another example of a card that is good, but you really don't want to see two of it, and you will always kind of be able to find it because of the card selection that you have. And if it's in a matchup where you don't need it, you can just use this Ezreal and then discard it from your hand. Then we see the 1F Arcane Shift. This one is very good because you can use it on Thousand Tales Watcher by reactivating the -3, and you can even ready it. You can go in with Watcher, then Arcane Shift, bring it back to base, having it paying for the accelerate cost, and then push in the other battlefield, and you've effectively given -3 to everything again, or even -6. It also works with Minesplitter. Yeah, Minesplitter is another big unit here. It's just good, a very solid 7-drop, 7 energy unit. Just by look at the opponent's hand, remove the key cards, look at what you're gonna be playing around. Because this deck, Ezreal in general, is a very reactive deck. Right? There's like almost all of your deck is reactive apart from the main combo of the rats. Being able to see the opponent's hand helps you react better, right? Because you have the information. Yep. And reactive game plan depends on what you're expecting from the opponents, and just seeing their hand just helps you react better and be more precise with your cards, which is super important. Unchecked Power is another 1F. This one is, I think, here for Miracle or just Dravens that hold a lot, especially if you're ahead on points with the rats. Opponents will start to hold against you, and you don't have a super, obviously Watcher is very good, but then Unchecked Power punishes all those Miracle Dravens or those Dravens that stay on battlefields with 2 hidden cards and that are quite difficult to push, even with Watcher. Also can sometimes be good against Aurelia because it doesn't target, so you don't have to deflect, and it's not so fastable, and it will just kill her if she doesn't have a Guardian Angel. Most likely.
Yeah, Unchecked can be pretty nice in some of the spots in this meta.
In the worst case scenario, just discard it with Ezreal.
Do you two think that it's definitely a main card, a main deck inclusion, or more of a sideboard?
No, I don't think it's definitely main deck. I could see it in the board. I could also see it just not even be in the deck, but I think we have seen it in past weeks show up in these Ezreal lists.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it just seems like a good card for a sideboard. It seems a bit. Obviously, this is just off Kuvi making it on the fly, but yeah, seeing it in the main board, the main deck section seems a bit.
So here, I'll defend Kuvi's main board inclusion of this. The main decks that this would be good against are going to be like Draven and Aurelia, which are the biggest slices of the meta pie right now. So it's like that would be a reason to include it in your main board, and then you just side it out into the other matchups, especially if you're playing it as a 1-of, because in the bad matchups you just discard it with your Ezreal.
True. Yeah, I guess you do have you discard with Ezreal, and you just choose not to take it in your stack deck and cold shut.
I did put 2 Ezreals, though. In the list, I did put 2 Prodigy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Easy enough. All right. Here's a reminder of our top 64 that we had going into this round. 1 Ezreal down because they faced the mirror match out the gates. 1 Aurelia has snuck her way through, and we also know that Sivir is through because Randy has won his round. The Lux has died, and I'm wondering what other 1-ofs might have lived to continue on, but we at least know one of the singletons with the Sivir is still kicking. But once again, Fiora potentially alive and well to try and make another final 3 weeks in a row. We'll see.
I would love for Jax to get through. Jax is like just a favorite of mine. Like I'm cooking something up myself. Nothing like too serious. He's just my for fun deck. I want to see Jax do well.
Wait, Yuge, are you muted? I see you talking. I don't hear you. On Discord.
He's you probably
I'm muted.
There you go.
Jax is very, very strong, I think. It's just he needs to draw the right cards at the right time. Otherwise, he just kind of like falls over to something like Turbo Beam.
Yeah.
So it's rough.
I think you're supposed to build him like Ornn, where you just have like all of the counter spells in the deck, and you have like Jax, Camel, Lucian. I mean, Jax Unrelenting is your.
You run through Brutalizers for sure. Like Brutalizers.
Oh,
is
100%.
broken Jax.
Yeah. Brutalizer. So I was saying to someone recently, I was like, who runs Brutalizer? And I was like, it's a Jax card, and it's like an Azir card, and apart from that, there's just no one ever going to touch that card.
Yeah, but the card is insane in those two decks. Like it's really good in those two decks, and then it just like is quite bad in probably most other decks. I mean, it's still like fine when it's sitting on your board, but I just don't know of any other deck that can make like really good use of it.
There's just
Jax...
no other deck that just goes, hey, I'm just gonna give 3 mites to a unit for free. Like after you paid it, it's just bouncing around for free. It's just the unit never dies. You're always putting it on the unit you want. It's great.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Jax in the past is it does look pretty strong. I think Jax's like signature spell does a lot of heavy lifting. I think Counter Strike is just really powerful. I also think Jax Unmatched is relatively impressive, just turning all the equips into combat tricks, making them a lot less slow, and allowing you to play this like more equipment heavy deck, because we've also just seen how powerful like cascading equipment is. I think the hard thing always for Jax is it's going to be card draw, because I think Orange Jax is relatively underwhelming, even though, yes, that can give you access to like a lot of card draw. I just think that Green Jax has to be your champ zone. It's like way better. So it's kind of hard from there. And then the other side of it that we saw is just like the deck building cost of like, you want small units to be able to like cascade, but you also want a lot of equipment, and then you also want like big units to turbo stack. So it's like, how do we fit because you also want spells because you're in green, right? So you're also like, okay, we want some kind of spells like counter spells or punch first because we're orange, or discipline or whatever. Like there's all these cards that you want, and I think there's a lot of deck building tension, and it's very likely that people have not found the like best Jax list for the current meta yet because of all this deck building tension. It makes it really hard to find that like perfect mix of everything that feels really consistent and it feels really good. I'm not convinced that Jax is like better than some of these other top performing decks, but I do think Jax is like a respectable list, and it definitely is like probably like some solidly B tier soup stuff, kind of like where Rek'Sai lives, where there's like some really powerful things that you can do, and sometimes people are going to get absolutely run over when they have the right draw, and then sometimes it's just like the deck building tension gets to them and they draw the wrong half of the deck. I think Jax really runs into wrong half of the deck syndrome a lot, and that's maybe a major issue that this deck can run into.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note is like if you have a camel with a bunch of equipment standing on a battlefield, if you draw Counter Strike, that camel cannot die.
It cannot be moved. That is,
it cannot be. It literally cannot be moved. You can't target it, and then you have to ram something over his might, and then you just Counter Strike. And you can't remove the Counter Strike with the spell, so it's pretty strong. However, Jax is really, really good in draft when you have to play sealed.
Yeah, he's disgusting.
It comes with the brutalizer package. So if you do get Jackson sealed, he's very, very strong.
Oh, in the pre-riffs, he comes with the brutalizer. Yeah, I was gonna say even just like if I was playing draft, because now we have draft rules, and I saw a Jax, I would be pretty inclined to pick this. I feel like this ability is gonna be quite strong in draft. It's gonna be really nice being able to move equipment around.
Field draft is very, very good.
For the pre-rift, the fact that he just doesn't, you don't have to pay the equip cost for anything. Like you can put any equipment in. You go, I'm playing green, orange. Hey, what other color has really good equipment? I'm just slamming this in.
Yeah, you could.
This is my Jax list that I'm currently playing with. The one that there was just
the one that was shown
screen there. The one that was shown is the one that I was running, which is Camel is in the sideboard because I'm testing stuff at the moment. I think Akshan needs to swap with the Camel. But yeah, this is what I'm playing at the moment. It's very fun. The thing that I'm enjoying the most is you hold up like 3 energy, like on a turn, and you either say to your opponent, push in with all of your units and get hit with a counter strike, or send in 1 unit and get punched first. And it's like, okay, there you go. Camel has swapped.
There you go.
Thank you, production. Thank you, Jarvis. But yeah, no, this is my current list. I think it's really strong at the moment. But I'm on. So you said about green jacks being like the champ zone. I like running orange. It's really good for like later in the game. You play it, you get the card draw. You don't struggle for runes with this deck because of how Jax works and how the Bone Shiver works. Yeah, this is what I'm running. It's very fun. It's obviously not going to be every deck at the moment. I'm still iterating on it, but yeah, the Jax Unrelenting is you pay one to equip, but because later in the game you have so many runes that you can just recycle a full rune, like, and you
equip and draw.
You draw. So like if you have your like 6 equipment, I did it on a turn where I had Jax and I got rid of 6 full whole runes and then drew 6 cards, and I'm like, I kind of feel happy about that. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I mean, maybe it does work. I felt that losing the flexibility of the quick draw, because it like fixes some of that deck building tension stuff of, right, like if your hand has too many equips and you play green jack, suddenly your hand is a bunch of spells, which is better than your hand being a bunch of equips, right? But I did also mention that card draw can be an issue for this deck, right? This is a way to kind of solve your card draw issue of just like running out of threats. So maybe it is possible. I saw Major Armor say exactly what I was about to say. About the sealed in the draft is like, if you find Jax early in your draft, and then as you were saying, Marshall, like finding another color with good equips, and you see a BF sword in like your next pack, you are just like so happy, like getting a BF sword in Jax. Like I think you're just feeling so nice, because I think BF sword has just been such an impressive card, like in general, and it's crazy because it's just like vanilla 4 for +3, but just like I feel like it's hitting the breakpoints you want, cascading a BF sword and getting like multiple 3 might per turn has just been so good. And I've been surprised with how good BF sword has just been.
Get rid of the BF sword. We're going all in on Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, I mean,
like it's free. You don't have to kill a unit. You just equip.
That's true.
He's just yellow. You're playing yellow. You're playing BF sword. You're playing Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Yeah, absolutely. You get rid of the BF sword. Blade of the Ring. If you have Jax as your chosen champion, or not your chosen, sorry, you have Jax as your legend, you can just play BF sword. Or sorry, not BF sword, Blade of the Ring King. You can just get +4. You can't cascade it as easily, but it's still like this thing's chonky. This thing's,
if you're playing draft and you get a camel, you're probably just like, okay, I see one camel, and this camel just grows to like 20 might, and you're like, hello.
Also, Green Jax gives this a quick draw if you ever have that.
That's kind of funny.
So you don't have to kill a unit when you quick draw it.
Oh, true. I was gonna say, yeah, how would you'd have to like have double yellow? Because at the moment, if you're playing draft, you'd have to have at least a yellow to play this.
You'd have to have one yellow,
like,
yeah.
So like,
Jax, the advantage of Jax is you generally don't have to, but you'd still have to have the yellow if you're playing. Yeah, no matter what, if you play the Blade of the Ruin King, you have to have yellow because it has like a yellow pip just baseline. So you have to have yellow. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine. So draft Jax getting to play this is pretty good.
You also have to be super lucky with your pulls to get the epic, because Blade of the Ruin King's an epic.
Yeah, so whereas BF is just an uncommon.
You actually could just hit BF sword and be like, okay, I'm like, like the pre-rift kits. If you get the Jax, you have 5 packs. Just pray for BF sword. If you see BF sword, okay, we're playing Jax. We're playing yellow.
Yeah, Jax with yellow.
Find who else would you run? You could run Xin Zhao. You could run the dog. You could run. I'm trying to think. So like, here's the 12 cards that gets included in the Jax list. I mean, you get your 1 brutalizer. You get Casanova's favorite equipment, Hex Drinker.
God, I hate that card so much. I think it's so bad. It is so abysmal.
You get Doran's Blade. You get the shield, the tank shield, Doran shield.
Yep.
I got Jax at my pre-rift. That was what I got. So I sleeved everything. So I have everything here. I put it together, and it did feel quite fun. I mean, I did something really cheesy with my pre-rift, and I pulled the alt art purple Draven.
Nice.
So I just made a purple Draven that was absolutely huge.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I was like, I win. So this was before we figured out Draven was broken. So I got my my purple Draven Audacious with a Trinity Force and a Hex Drinker and a Brutalizer. And this was before I realized what the deck was even doing. I just was me and Jimmy Wong. That was who I was playing with. Me and Jimmy were playing. And I just was like, hey, Jimmy, come on. Push and attack me. I want to get my 3 points here. Because it was just the I'm going to steal a bunch of points that should have been there. But yeah, this is my current iteration of the Jax list. And I do think it's quite fun. And I would love to see how the best of deck runs theirs.
We'll see if it's alive. I mean, we'll find out. Find out soon
will
enough.
See. We'll definitely see.
Yeah.
But I think Apprentice Smith is one of the cards that, especially in this deck, is very risky. But like, you have to have it in, I think.
Well, I mean, we saw it happen with Jax. Was it? I don't know if it was. Yeah, I guess it was last week during day 1. We saw Jax, and he drew like 5 times off of Smith in one game, and I was like, okay, well, when the card draws 5 cards, it's a pretty good card. It kind of fixes all your problems. But then, yeah, when it misses, it's quite bad. And usually it's about a 50-50 every single time it moves, which is not the most ideal. But if you ever get more than one draw, it's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, the other option is just run some Celicorns, right? It's not as good,
or just you could just run Lonely Poro, and it would always draw 1 card, in theory. But it did feel like Jax was more willing to like stack battlefields, and then then Lonely Poro loses some value because you can never stack with it to draw. So that's where Apprentice Smith kind of gains a little bit of value there. I guess just continuing down. Well, first we'll hit this. If you haven't already, or you weren't aware. We have added international shipping to our shop. So if you did want to get one of these mats and you are anywhere that is not the US, but also if you're in the US, you can now buy these mats as well as our spinning might counters that have the plus and minus and then go up to 4 might. They come in a pack of 3. We have pre-orders available for those, pre-orders for the mats as well. It'll all ship March 1st as we got that shipment coming in. But yeah, really excited about these mats. We'll have even more coming out in Spiritforged as well, but I know people have been asking us about international shipping ever since we launched them. We finally got it sorted. I did promise y'all for the last 2 weeks that we would figure it out before the end of these 4 weeks, and we have, and so now you can get these. So thanks for all the support for people who do. This is a great way to support us outside of just subscribing to the channel and watching the content. If you want to go a step further and monetarily support us, the shop is the best way to do so. But yeah, thanks everybody. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, you've had Spiritforged out for a bit. You've been playing Spiritforged at locals. We have our pre-riffs coming up in like a week that we actually get to go play our pre-riffs in the West. Have you played did you play a decent amount of sealed, or did you just get like 1 or 2 pre-rift events?
I think I played like 3 or 4 times. I think it did not go that well. I played like Lucian once. Did not go that well, and I think other 2 times I did 2 Ezreals and 1 Jax. I did win the one I went with Jax, and I got second when I went with Ezreal.
Okay,
so
nice.
The Ezreal decks, you just don't use the Ezreal leader. You use the blue Ezreal. It's very strong in sealed because the blue Ezreal is really, really hard to kill, and you need to remember that Defy, Windwall, none of that exists. And
that's true. That's all set 1. Yeah.
They're all set 1. There's only hard bargains, so most things cannot be countered. And so working around that, it also suddenly makes your Ezreal really, really hard to kill because there's just like 1 kill spell, which is Wages. So the Ezreal is just like invincible, and you're able to stack gear on Ezreal, which normally blue and purple decks do not have. So suddenly Ezreal just becomes really, really strong.
Yeah, because at best they could stack like Cull and boots on him and then try and play with that. But now you could be like, here's a BF sword for Ezreal and and use that. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're like, okay, there's not going to be enough spells for the Ezreal legend to matter. So you can either play another legend that you find if there's one that makes sense, or you can just go no legend, draw an extra card, and then have the champ zone, right? Did you play a different legend, or did you just draw an extra card?
You draw an extra card. If you do not have a champion, or if you're not running a legend, then you draw an extra card. So the theory is, if you're not drawing more than 2 cards a game with the Ezreal legend, it's better just to have that free extra card.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. What other like did you have any color combos that you found really fun when you were playing it? Because like I don't know if you remember. I know it's been a little bit now, but it's like I think adding the third color is like really really cool. That limited
Well, I mean,
gets to do in this
purple is
game.
not that strong in sealed, just because you don't have flight or fly, you don't have rebuke, you don't have ride the wind,
Yeah.
you don't have all the good stuff.
All the stuff that became broken with Draven that was already good. Yeah.
All that stuff is not there. So what you end up doing is I think it's still like red and blue are like you always want two of red, green, blue.
Yeah.
You want two of those, and then whatever the other color is. And I think that's generally the consensus. If you get a lot of punch first or whatever, yeah, sure, throw an orange. But generally, like red, green, blue is like the go-to. You want two of those colors.
I can see it.
What I've found to have the most success with.
Yeah. I could see it. Red, green, and blue.
I do think it's kind of funny that there's no card limit for the sealed. So like if you just get lucky and pull,
they changed that.
Yeah, so you could if you're lucky, you could just like pull 4 punch firsts, 5 punch first from your packs, and put them in all in your deck, and then you say to your opponent, "Hey, surely he doesn't have punch first." And then you're like, okay, surely he doesn't have a second one. And then you play the third one. It's like, okay, all of them are done now. I can't be blown out. Oh, by the way, I got the fourth one. Unlucky, buddy.
Yeah. So what I found really good was Thwonk, because Thwonk just like blows people out because everyone has to fight you in combat. So
yeah, there's not a lot of spells.
Yeah, stun gets better.
General.
Yeah, no, I mean it is a lot about unit combat, right? Because there's just like a lot of these the buffs, the stuns, the equipment. Equipment is just like such a big part of this set, right? So there's like a little bit less removal in this set than set one. I mean, a lot because just the number of cards is less anyway, right? So there's like a lot less removal in that sense, but yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Most other card games also kind of just don't have that card limit. I think when it comes to limited, right? Like if you find that many of a card, you can do it. So it's really fun that I think Riftbound has a lot of like very similar rules to other like card games limited, but because the game is so unique with like the battlefields and everything, and then specifically like having the domain kind of limited, right? Like Magic, you would be limited in your colors because you have to have like the lands that support it. And in Riftbound, you have a similar kind of concept that you have to have the lands or the runes that support it, but not really, right? Like it can be in a different color and it not have a power cost, and then it just like doesn't really matter. And being limited to do a total of 3 domains is still cool because it's different than like normal Riftbound, right? Oh, are we back? Oh, we are back. This is
Jax
top 32. Jax is through. Only one Fiora left. If I can get that again for just a second, if you have time. I know you're probably working on it already.
Do you think we're gonna have a Sivir Jax game on?
Ooh, he played it once, right? He said the matchup was like fine, but he lost a game. I think he played a Jax in Swiss and he went 2-1.
He played a Jax.
Yeah. I kind of just hope he's against Draven, to be honest. I'm just like, I just want to like just show us the show us the like the like why you can play this deck in the Draven meta. Thanks Jarvis. We've got Fiora did lose all but one, so they've got one champion remaining, but she's no stranger to this. We've had Fiora had this happen a few times and still make finals. Both Lucians lived. We only lost the one Ezreal in the mirror. Bit of decimation on a lot of the Kaisa numbers, but still 3 remaining. And we lost 15 Dravens? Yeah, we lost 15 Dravens down to 12. Still a lot of Aurelia. Maybe it is Aurelia's week, Kuvi, because 8 Aurelia left after that first chop down is still a pretty good amount.
I told you. I'm a believer. I think Aurelia wins today.
I still just I believe in Randy, and there is our boy on the screen. I'm so excited to get Randy on the stream here, to have this Sivir deck that he's been working on basically since day one. And wow, they even kept one of the guys from round 1. This is the Aurelia player from round 1 of today that is playing against Randy. They wanted Randy on so bad that they repeated the Aurelia player. Have you played against Randy's Sivir with Aurelia, Kuvi? Because I have, but it was with an old version of Aurelia. So it's pretty different than this version. I know this is closer to what you'd been playing for a while. Have you played this matchup?
Not much, no.
Okay.
I played against, I mean, there's, I'm not sure which version it is. Is it just regular Sivir? Is it the shovel, triple shovel one?
This
I mean,
is
I'm not
the,
gonna spoil.
no. I mean, you can. This is the same thing he's been playing for months. It's more refined than it was months ago, but he's been on this for a while. And
Should be rough for Aurelia then.
yeah, I found that we had split some amount of games, but generally it felt pretty Sivir favored. And as you see the Zon Warrens, I think you can guess a little bit of what direction this is going. We are going to easily be getting one of these bingo squares.
I'm guaranteed this Aurelia player is very confused when he saw the Zon Warrens.
Yeah. Unless he's gotten some scouting from other people, right? Like, unless he kind of has friends in the area that have seen Randy playing and he has an idea. But it's possible he has no intel on this.
Yeah.
But it's the effect of our own kind of like prep group bubble, maybe. But like, I feel like to me, regular Sivir, or like the most common Sivir, should be non-Aurora, not.
Well, that's what I
Aurora.
thought too, and then everyone is telling me that Aurora Sivir is normal, and I think it is just us being in this this prep group.
It is our bubble.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Let's go, Randy.
All right. And there you
Yeah,
see,
I'm curious
this hand is very good.
That's how Stream is saying, because they're gonna be like looking at this and like, why is there 2 drops?
Yep. Yep, but Seal Ezreal found already, and he's got the Trove. Pretty nice. Start for Randy.
You gotta take all his notes already.
So, as you can see, this is the miracle shell, right? That he's sent back a merchant, got a new merchant, but this is a miracle shell for Sivir. Trove is just a very strong card in Sivir, because it replaces itself and then gives you a gold.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. Every single deck should just have this miracle package in it. If it's got purple, I don't know.
Randy is very good at piloting this though too. I fully expect him to know his stack. It comes up very frequently with the Sivir deck. You are very often actually playing towards cards that you have stacked early in the game, and you know are going to be there. So as long as Randy is locked in, he should know his stack perfectly and be able to cover it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows, like just from China, from him interacting with a lot of the Chinese players, they've been very surprised with his memory on the deck, because even when he wasn't taking notes, he was able to literally play, I think he played a challenge and then knew his next card was Fizz, and then played Fizz and challenged him again.
Yep, and as you should. Anytime you're playing a Miracle deck, this is why I think a lot of people are saying that they think Miracle is still like turbo broken, and if you're playing purple, you should be playing Miracle. If you know your stack and you are playing a deck with the way to be able to dig towards your stack, it is incredibly powerful. A lot of Flesh and Blood players have been, experimenting with different Miracle shells because they naturally are quite good at pitch stacking. You cannot take notes in Flesh and Blood, so you have to just memorize it, and so that's not really an issue here. Finds the purple on turn 2, has the Seal, so Seal and Ezreal available. Is that just stacked as the third card? It's a relatively easy turn for him then.
And he can get going very soon.
This is so cool. Hold up, Kuvi, are you seeing this? This Aurelia player was 6-0-2.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
think
6 wins, 2 losses, by the way, Anu, if you've forgotten.
Oh,
But that's what that means.
I'm a lot less interested then. Yeah, okay, never mind. But cool, game 1 sneaky deckhand. I was just risen up this card last night, and
yeah. This is the Aurelia that we saw in round 1 as well. They wanted Randy on the stream so bad that they repeating the same player. So yeah, Seal Ezreal available for this turn.
I like how he's using the new sleeves. They look really nice.
The most important cards in this matchup are... There's 4 cards, really. It's Sabotage, Man Splitter, Rebuke, and Switcher. these are the key cards in this matchup for Sivir against Aurelia in general. Everything else doesn't really matter that much. Like
So-
even a punch first, Aurelia should be able to get through.
So it looks like Randy is still holding out one more turn for Heap. Feels like it is fine to just go for the Sivir on this turn, not worrying about the accelerate on that. The tempo of the game is slow enough that just the development is fine. Get the gold and the seal established. And then
This
if he
is
finds a Heap off the top, he can just
super
Giga Dig.
For the Aurelia player, this is just a gamble. If Randy has challenged, the game is over.
And he can dig for it. If he's wanting to try and look for that answer to try and end the game, he can dig.
I don't know. I think it goes beyond Heap too. I think if you're using this as a development turn, like in a sense, Ezreal is like development / selection. I would much rather just develop with the what's it called, the more powerful, like whatever is just better for like tempo, which I think Sivir is and Ezreal is not. And then you use Ezreal to like next turn sort of like get more context on like what you should discard, what you're looking for, based on like what the Aurelia player does.
Got a very good choice here of picks. Pick from 4 cards. Choosing the charm.
Yep. Makes sense to me. You don't want to just be losing anything for free. You're often not going to be able to defend against the charm. Knowing the other info is going to allow you to play around it, but the charm itself, you just don't have recourse to. That will just happen, right? Like, it's just going to pull your guy in and it's just going to kill it. He wants to be able to pick his combats. It's not like he is, because you're running the Miracle package, you can't just have infinite combat tricks. So you need to be able to deal with some of these different options. I think Seal is going to end up being likely. Double Seal really strong for this deck. On the Hunt doesn't feel necessary yet, and I believe that was just another 2-drop.
Yeah, it was the Traveler, I think.
Seal feels easy, and he still has Ezreal to keep digging. Now he's gonna have to pass this over, shuffle it up, let the guy pick which ones, and he just has to basically remember that those are 2 cards that are together, and so he's gonna put them. You see him writing in his notes, right? He puts the slash. Those 2 are together in his stack as he's going down. You do have time, to do notes. This is untimed as well, but I think Randy is generally very quick at playing this deck. He understands his lines, so you can take notes. You don't even have to put the burden on yourself to memorize the entire line.
I like the sequencing here too. Playing the stack deck,
this-
gives you the option to play challenge if you find it. Worst case scenario, you have a 3 cost in Ezreal or whatever to play right after. So
Right.
He found the
stack.
challenge.
Sees challenge shovel. That's probably just going to the bottom. I think the other was the called shot, and he does have the Ezreal in hand. So next turn he can really start to keep digging and keep stacking for that second cycle, knowing exactly what he'll find. So the big thing is you want to get to the point where you are in that second cycle and you know exactly what cards you were drawing, or at least you have the 50-50 on what cards you're drawing, right, as you're getting through. Of course, called shot is just perfect stacking, perfect information. But the other side of it is going to be
Generating a gold here.
Oh, I think Randy has made a mistake here. He thought he had played Ezreal. Yep, this is the stream jitters. Randy thought he had played Ezreal, so he repeats his call shot, and he had only paid for 1. I'm pretty sure he thought he had an Ezreal down. I think he just kind of forgot, because usually he would, but we're gonna see what he goes.
He definitely forgot, but it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be a huge.
No, it'll be
deal
okay.
in the end.
It'll be okay because he's double seal. He'll be okay this game. Being -1 rune in this spot is certainly going to be probably annoying, especially for his next turn. You're usually pretty meticulous about how many runes you have exactly.
I have a question that you might know, or someone might know. The notes that Randy's taken down.
oh my god, yeah, it's public.
His-
Yes, opponent
his-
opponent could reach over, but like this is the I don't know if this is true or not, but Randy was like, nobody speaks English here, so it might just be fully advantageous. You get to like write in English, not think about these kind of things. I don't know. I don't know what that policy is actually like, or if Randy has like come up
He
with
does
like a
shorthand
code.
anyway.
Yeah, shorthand code, that kind of thing, so that it's like obscured.
So you saw there were 3 people on the table. Normally there's 2. The third one is acting as Randy's translator.
Mm-hmm.
They have no obligation to translate the notes though that Randy's taking, right?
I mean, if it's
No,
supposed
they
to be
don't.
public info, I mean, in theory they could, but also, yeah, I mean, they would have to reach over and look at the notes.
Because I think that'd be fucked up if like they got a translator to like reveal obfuscated data or whatever. But whatever.
So I no longer have Randy's stack because we saw the we didn't get to see either of the choices on the call shot here, but
We know he took Rebuke, right? In the
Lots
second
of draw
one.
here.
Yep, playing Stellarcorn on top of tree so that you can actually get the draw from the targeting from the right to win, and then the movement will actually, the double movements into the zone, into base will draw you to if you want to go back to base, which you should be going back to base. But that's a lot of points and a lot of draw, but that Aurelia is...
she's kind of in danger, right?
not-
I mean, it's only one rune.
I mean, we kind of need to hide the fighter fight to basically
Yeah.
put her out of range of stuff. Also, Flash is really good.
Yeah, but he doesn't have enough runes for flash, so
Yeah, just for future turns,
Next
I mean,
turn.
sorry. Because, as I said, the important cards in this matchup
on
are
guard.
Switcheroo and Rebuke, and Flash actually is a good answer to this.
I mean, Randy knows from the notes that he has a Defy and a Fight or Flight. So if a hitting card goes down,
Yeah,
gonna-
I mean, he's always going to know that this is going to be fight or flight here.
I also think knowledge of the Defy is why Randy pushed with the call shot last turn too, right? Like part
Didn't
of
want
me
to let it
says
get defied.
yeah, and I think the what's it called? It's just making sure that it resolves is way too important. You just need the
he took the Confront, not the Rebuke.
Confront is pretty useful. Honestly, if Aurelia is trapped on a battlefield at any point, that does give you a lot of opportunity to potentially run her over. You're able to drop a lot of might out of nowhere with this deck.
I'm still clueless about what this deck is. I'm ready for the big surprise that this Confront is bringing in. I'm going to assume I think I know what it is, but
It's just Rasa. We see a Rasa.
Easy enough,
Yeah.
yeah, you see Rasa in
Really
hand.
good.
Yeah, no,
say,
at this
I think
point, I think people should generally have an idea of what you're looking at. There's nothing too crazy at that point, but it's it is definitely some pilot differencing as well. I think Randy is really solid on this list. Might even just see the Confront taken away at this point. Yeah, just gonna drop it.
stack
I think
deck and
that's just
another
good.
Rasa.
Another Sabo as well.
Oh, was it Sabo?
Yeah, just keep in mind the 4 cards: Sabotage, Mind Splitter, Rebuke, and Switcher. Those are like the key cards. They're good against Aurelia.
Defies
I
this.
was so surprised by that. I'm not sure. I think you should be doing that. You need this Aurelia to not die.
Yeah, Randy
Randy
knew
is
about this,
completely
so this
fine with
is yeah. The interesting thing is Randy knew that was there, right? He saw it in his initial look, so he cast that with full knowledge.
Aurelia had On Guard in hand. If we keep On Guard, the Aurelian just never dies to challenge. But now she's just dead to severe challenging her, no matter what you do, which is very suspicious in my opinion.
I don't think he's recognized that there's a challenge in this deck. He's playing assuming there's no challenge. I feel like.
Just gonna push the own Aurelia, which makes sense. Get the draw. 2 runes up. I'm not sure exactly what Randy's going to look for here. I wonder if it's stack deck, potentially look to hide the fight or flight to save Sivir on the next turn. Basically do the same play that we saw out of the Aurelia.
Aurelia needs to die now. There's no...
well, we put the challenge at the bottom. We did not have one before, so
It's an awkward 3 cards.
Yeah, awkward look. He got rid of a redundant Ezreal earlier. He just played one, so the heap is a little bit harder to use, but it is still on Warrens, so it could be easy enough to still just get value out of that heap.
that's a good question. Is there a Downwell in this deck?
Probably not in the main board.
确实确实。
If it is down well, then based.
Yeah, and then if there is downwell, what are Aurelia's answers to it in game 1? I guess just legend ability, right? For
Yeah, in game 1 you just re-accelerate. Okay, so new look as well for the sabotage. You're gonna get the updated info. Good combat tricks available for Aurelia. So this early stages are still tough. Not fully to the pop-off potential yet for Sivir as well, right? Because double called shot already gone, a lot of the draw missing, so gonna be looking for extra copies of Fizz. One Ezreal down, doesn't have another Ezreal in hand because one just got put to the bottom. Still looking for the rest of the Rasas. Still looking for the rest of the big kind of combo pieces that can come through. I like the fight or flight draw here. It's gonna be really nice to get the Sivir back, be able to play around the Sivir on the following turn.
Yeah, nine cards in trash here also for Randy.
Yeah, that means Rasta is going to get online soon.
I mean, this Fizz dies, right? And then Ross is free. So we probably see Rasta comes down as long as we get a good draw next turn. I
Oh boy, is hydrating. Let's go.
A healthy mind. Keep hydrated.
Yep. He knows that there's no Defy unless one was drawn. Defy draw here would be pretty painful, but generally just going to be easy enough. Push this back. Save Sivir, draw a card. Aurelia gets to go to 5 on this turn, so Randy's basically got like one more turn after this to really find the stabilization on the board, which can be tough. But there is a lot of potential for this deck to just create an overwhelming amount of might, especially as he shreds the hand with the sabotages. The issue has been, I think Aurelia has done a great job on continuing to find draws off of Dreaming Tree, keep the Stellacorn around, find a lot of extra cards. Oftentimes, the sabotages are able to keep the hand in check so that Sivir can outvalue you over the course of the game, and so far, Aurelia has done a very good job keeping up in value. And in fact, being a little bit ahead in value in this game, which is not common against the Sivir list.
This card's Poro, probably.
Yeah, one of the 2 drops for sure. I think Tide Turner is much more useful. I agree with you, Kuvi. It's got to be Poro.
Yeah, I think the Ride the Wind on the Stellacorn is specifically what
was a great play.
Yeah, like is the hack here. So
okay, now you have to draw a billion cards. So you have to Elephant the Stellacorn, push her into tree, and then keep flash for double tree Stellacorn and Aurelia on tree.
Yep, I like it. I mean, just really playing around the Stellacorn and keeping resources up is super good into the spot. Often the way that Sivir is outvaluing you is actually just by destroying your hand while she's drawing a lot of cards. So
we're actually
oh my god, we're drawing. We're giga drawing.
I like also the recycle of
Drawing as much as you can with the Stellacorn.
Yeah. No, this is very smart. This is really understanding what your win con is in this deck. Picks up a not so fast, so going to be insulated from a potential challenge that Randy can look to find. Having the flash is really good. Randy did see that on the sabotage, right, and left the flash, so understanding that flash is still going to be able to pull back Aurelia on this next turn, won't be able to just go in and clear it.
And he just flashes both.
Just going to do it now. So now the Aurelia is exposed, actually, but the Stellacorn is going to be able to draw even more.
Holy.
Yeah, we're drawing.
I drew a ton this turn.
No, we didn't. We didn't draw from tree this turn. So.
Oh, this thing we missed
the
it.
on guard was on the.
Yeah.
Wait, the judges are letting that go through?
Yeah, no, that he did not draw from tree on this turn.
Three
Oh my
not
god, he's
so
got 3 not so fast? Okay, he's just never getting...
Yeah, well, see, so now it's just like an energy issue, right? Because currently it's only 1 energy, so Randy actually has 1 turn here to try and make a big punish into this single energy available for Aurelia. After this turn, I do think Randy is in serious trouble, so this has to be a big turn, and he does have the scrap heap to start this out with a draw 2 off of Zon Warrens. So he's going to be able to find a lot of potential answers, but he is going to be on a pretty low rune turn with only 6 runes. So we'll see if we can actually find enough off of this. I think it's possible. I'm curious if that rune from the earlier mistake actually hurts him. But even that mistake, he might have played it anyway due to the fact that, as we mentioned, he might have been playing around Defy. Oh, they're asking him to stack his grave.
Yeah, I just don't know if it would, repeat there if he, didn't have Ezreal.
Yeah.
I wonder why we saved the Death Runner instead of the Aurelia, right? And because you can, with Flash, you don't have to target 2 different battlefields. You can just target the same battlefield, 2 units on the same battlefield.
Here's
so
the
you can
challenge.
just brought the Aurelia back.
Is that a
Here's the
punch first?
challenge. There were infinite draws, so he has to be worried about Defy, but he ate one earlier, and I think we're going to be in a spot where he rips this Defy on this, or this challenge on this turn because he has to. So we're going to see very likely double Rasa develop. Oh, it's a hidden fighter flight, so that's going to be able to get the Aurelia away. Challenge is still likely to come down on this turn.
I do think it's interesting that because of the play last turn from the Aurelia player, all of the hand knowledge we had is just kind of non-existent anymore. So like,
yeah, there's way too many draws.
Yeah, Randy needs to find I don't know if he's running Mind Splitter. He's gonna look maybe for a Sabo would be great, just so you can having that knowledge would be amazing. Confront, and we have double Rasa in hand.
Yep. Yeah, the issue is just this fighter flight, right? It's just gonna save the Aurelia. So that's not something that you can really contend with, but you can start to develop a lot of might that maybe you can actually still get around Aurelia's high end of might. The problem is just that she drew so many cards. If you can't kill the Aurelia herself, you're probably not winning in might.
Yeah, I think the other issue here is that, like, it's a fight or flight. You can probably guess it.
Yeah.
Aurelia goes back to base. You're looking to get rid of her with base removal, so that's a challenge. Now the question is are you legally allowed to cast this challenge with just your Rasas, or do you have to like do crazy shit like preemptively play punch first and then challenge because you're that afraid of drawing into like a bunch of the Defiant Dances and things like that, right? So it's with closed information.
What?
Just accepting the trick. Okay, like Randy has to be incredibly happy about this. He gets a kill onto the Rasa, or onto the Aurelia, and now he gets to just redevelop all this this might with the Rasas.
Maybe the opponent just thinks the Sivir is important to his game plan.
No, they must. They must think it's important.
Yeah. Like, there's literally no other reason why you would do that.
Yeah, I still think that the Aurelia is in a fine spot. I think all the drawing they've done has been incredibly impactful for their game.
They can win next turn, right? They have Draven.
Yes, but they don't have runes for that. They only have 4 runes. Draven is 6 runes to even play. So they're not going to be able to really do anything there. But I do think that the ability to just get a bunch of might on the board for Randy and still hold up double punch first, because he now has double punch first in hand, is really difficult for the Aurelia to play around, especially because 2 fighter flights are gone. And it's not with the Aurelia Chosen Champion that's getting extra bonuses from all of these buffs. This is just going to be on a Stellacorn or an Elephant, and I think the amount of might that Randy is going to be able to put down, plus, okay, not even going to worry about the... I like this as well. Not even worry about the punch first. Kill the Stellacorn. Deny this, cut off this draw engine and try and prevent anything more from coming through.
Yep, this guy doesn't know. This guy's like asking what Sivir does. Why is she standing up? Why is he making gold?
So is that gold that's under his... It is readied, right?
Yeah, there is a readied gold right now.
Yeah. Can you just explain why he didn't use that gold that is readied?
Randy stood it up because he's like, that died, but he didn't... It didn't resolve yet.
Oh, waiting for it to resolve. Generally, you're saving you're just making an additional gold here, trying to get value out of Sivir. I'm trying to remember the exact heuristics. Randy's talked to me about this on like why you generally would make the gold over not over saving the rune. We are at the point in the game where he probably has enough runes to play everything he's ever going to want in his hand. So the additional gold is going to prevent him from deramping those future turns. Because we're on double punch first. We're on, like, really it's going to be the future deramps that are the problem, not just going down one here. And you're going to play it all in like a single turn. And so actually getting an additional gold now is going to give you the ability to do that without completely nuking your entire rune base. I think that's probably the likely decision as to why he decided to go for it, because I think he's going to be on 7. He's going to be on 8 runes. I don't think he needs to be on 9 runes instead. I don't think 9 runes is doing anything for him. So it makes a little bit more sense to actually just make the gold now for this like double punch first massive turn. So he's not completely out.
I'm just still so confused about the
not pushing. Yeah, I'm also confused. I think, I mean, this is what Yuj was saying. A lot of players just do not understand. Like, no Sivir players are playing this deck. This is like, at least not in China, right? So
yeah, at this point, he's just gonna get blown out. Like the Aurelia player's done for the rest of this game. I think he doesn't have the units. He doesn't have the runes.
No, but that doesn't like. Does that explain why we didn't fight or flight the?
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
this explains him thinking that the Sivir was an important part of the game plan. So thinking trading was good for him when trading was not good for him.
He was not expecting the confront Rasa followed by a challenge. Like that was just not something he foresaw coming, and that's just gonna cost him the first game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's quite funny that the Aurelia player just let their Aurelia die when the card was there. Like, they had a card that was like, hey, draw a card, save your Aurelia. And they were like, no, I will kill this Sivir. Which, you know what? Surprised. I did say yesterday, right? Like, I think any legend can get to top 64 as long as you're a good player.
Darren?
So, and you gotta go for surprise factor for that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a certain point where now after this game, you should understand that Randy is like a miracle deck. Like, think about this like Miracle Draven. It's a bit different though. It has orange cards as well, right? They're doing some things that are different than what Draven Miracle does, but it is playing a lot of these miracle cards that you're seeing as we go through, and then leveraging some of the power in orange and the gold generation of Sivir to help pay, especially when you don't find seals. This game he found seals. It's very, very... It's not often I see Randy lose on this deck when he finds the early seals. But even when you don't, you still are able to make gold with Sivir, which allows you to still play this game plan, even when you are not finding the seals early.
So Randy is going to be Randy gets across to the Storm Warrens. It's going to be 6-6. Aurelia does have the Draven, so just going to be careful.
Yep. Well, he spent a rune on the on guard, so the Draven can't come down this turn.
Yeah, I think he's really gonna rely on Draven to win the next turn with the combat. Otherwise, it's gonna be very hard.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering the like equip and ready and then trade into a Rasa, but I do not think that's going to work out because I think losing that many runes is going to actually just put Aurelia in a hole that she cannot claw out of. Because her only other unit is either another Tide Turner or it would be to play the Draven. So just double develop makes a lot more sense here.
I think
and you need to expect that by this point in the game, Randy is going to have 2 punch firsts in his hand. So that's going to completely blow the Draven out of the water.
Yeah, let's see if he has any way to pivot though. The on the hunts are all on the bottom of the deck. Now the first on the hunt we saw was in one of his first looks, and so depending on if he has a lot of card draw in hand, he might be able to actually get to. He might be able to get to on the hunt. So we'll see if how deep we are as far as the actual looks. It looks like there's still a decent amount of cards there. I know we haven't seen the full cycle. There's gonna be a scrap heap. That can be another draw.
How are we getting these units across? Do we?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's looking for on the hunt right now. That's what it's saying.
He knows where it is. He knows where it is. He's just trying to find it.
Yeah, there's the call shot. So now he can keep digging. He knows how many he is off of off the card right now. The question is just like, can he get there? Because if the call shot gets him there on 4 digs, then he can pivot and he can kill the Tide Turner, get the Conquer, go even more. He knew he needed to dig with the scrap heap. I'm wondering, this is 3rd and final call shot, so we're not to the stack yet. It was one of the first looks that found the on the hunt. It was either first or second look that saw on the hunt. So it depends if 4 looks are getting us closer. Also, if he has another stack deck, 4 looks can get us to a stack deck, which can get us 3 more looks. I'm not sure on our count here.
You're definitely getting down there.
If it's not Draven from Aurelia's side, what else could possibly come back from the scenario?
Yeah. Also,
Fizz.
We get the fizz, so we get the
Nope,
guaranteed.
not Fizz.
yep, there's the
Well,
next
there's the
look.
stack deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Notably, who thought notes were public, by the way? Who was calling that? Who was telling us that? Because
What's
I
up?
do?
Me.
Anna, you're just wrong. Everybody in chat is saying you're wrong. I was just
Oh,
letting
really?
you know so you don't spread that more.
Oh yeah. No, I mean I would have just showed my notes.
They
to,
are not public. All right. Anyways, we'll keep
There
going.
it is.
He found
We
the
got
on the hunt, right? So he knew. So
Yep.
that's the thing I'm saying with this deck is like you find your count. You know within 1 or 2 cards. If it's in a stack deck, you know it's one of 2 cards. So you know at least how far you have to dig. If you can only dig to 1 above it, you can't quite dig there. But now he finds the on the hunt. He can pivot the Rossas and get around to the other side.
I just think it's crazy what I've just seen him do. He literally has just gone, okay, I have my deck now. I scribble out this line. These 2 cards are my top cards.
Yeah.
he knows what he's getting.
No, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. This was the thing that we were a lot of players, myself included, were a little worried about with Spiritforged when we saw this set. I've always been trying to stack my deck in Riftbound already, and now the fact is that you can just do so. But Randy, interestingly enough, he's just going to keep the Rossas there, not going to pivot them, knowing that if he pivots them, he's fully tapped out. This is still keeping a punch first, and I believe he has either a fight or flight or a rebuke available in the hand afterwards.
The Aurelia player has just thrown his card onto the floor.
All right, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go really quick.
All right, see you, huge.
Hope Randy pulls through this. I think he's in a really good spot. But yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
See you later, huge.
All right.
I cannot believe the I just the idea that he just has literally everything now. Like he just knows what he's getting. It's okay, Draven.
Yep. Draven, but
Here
this
we
is
go.
very expensive, right? So even though you have the really nice thing with Draven, which is the boots equipped to ready him, there's Defiant Dance. This is generally quite good to try and push over, but you're pushing over 12 might of units with the double Rasa here, right? This is pretty difficult to be able to get over. Randy not going to 6 does give Aurelia a turn to try and chill, but Randy can continue to find more of his cards. I think he has another challenge in his stack. So unless the Aurelia is playing to keep the not so fast up, he can still get to that challenge. In fact, it's in his hand, so he grabbed it in the last look.
I mean, if he has a punch first in hand, this is Randy by the way. Rasa goes to hold 6, move all of these Rasas across using the thing. How are you dealing with 18 might on a battlefield?
No, it's going to be a struggle. He's going to go in 7 and look for hold with punch first. Like, that is absolutely the play. I think that was shovel off the top, which he knew is in the stack, so that can get him even deeper into this deck now. He can go shovel onto Rasa, and he can find... he can either play Fizz to look for a double challenge, play through not so fast, and kill off the Draven or kill off one of the other units. Or he can even just look for stack to find another card, or he can just play Ezreal to dig 2 more. There's a lot of options if he decides to go for shovel. The question will just come down to runes. He has 1 gold now. He can potentially spend a purple. It won't come up in time. So he's going to be stuck on single punch first. He's a little bit gated by orange in this spot. So he's going to have to watch out for that.
I mean, fortunately, he has enough to cast both challenge and punch first right now.
He does. He's exact for that.
Yeah, so, and I think you just have to hope to, or you need to like sculpt the rest of your plan to not require more than that. So that means we're looking for more purple cards off of any of our selection right now. So we already have 1 fight or flight. I will assume that there are. Well, I guess fight or flight's not even a card you really want to be spending energy on. You just want to like burn power on it instead.
Yep, he will just be hiding fight or flight, most likely. This is probably going to be a full hold. He actually can't pivot. If he wants to conquer to 7, he can't pivot.
I do think it's interesting that I mean, this Aurelia player should just be taking like as many notes as he can here. He's just seen his entire deck. We know what he's playing.
That's hot.
Yeah, put double cold shot on the bottom. lets you continue to dig. Once you've recycled more cards with shovel, if we end up in that game state, but I think we're going to end this first game pretty soon here.
Just putting the fist to the top, being like, "Hey, this is what I'm gonna. This is the unit I'm pulling out."
Yeah, I mean the question is like, can he play something with shovel, go down to 1 rune, and just play around punch first as the only protection? I think that's his worry at this point. He can fizz sabotage, so he at least like knows what he's looking at and what he has to consider.
Yeah, I like this move. I don't actually think getting something back with the shovel is better than just stacking 18 points.
Yep, so full
just
stack,
splitting
and then
his
if he has
here.
the on the hunt to pivot, then he still can play around Aurelia just playing to the other side.
Yep, splitting just puts you into Draven lethal, which you just should never do. This is the only way to beat Draven in this spot.
So they're gonna get 2 draws here as the Aurelia player.
Another
One-
Draven.
One from the Zorn Warrens, one from the fake 8th points because they can't get the 8th points, so they'll get the extra draw.
Yeah, I mean, 1 Defiant Dance, a couple not so fast, into 4 runes up. Punch first, ready for Randy to be able to push through. I'm pretty sure Randy's just got it. I mean, this is a really tough situation to push through. Rasa just showing its power in the spot. 18 might, even more than that, 20 might on board with the +2 from the shovel.
And the hidden card, like you more likely than not think it's going to be fight or flight. You know they run 1 in the deck, so you can't even like try and cheese a Draven win, like by pushing off the Rasas, because your Draven's just going to get pushed off. Oh, he's thinking about challenge. I mean, if they're the only 2 cards in hand, then
Yeah, no big deal. He's gonna get one more card off this as well. I don't think there's actually any cards that he can draw that are gonna be really valuable here, but he is still gonna get that draw, and then he still has the punch first, which is important.
interesting to why we didn't use Not So Fast here.
You absolutely do not. You just want to discard 1 and then use the other one for a treat. You want to not. You don't need to. You just push the. You have another Tide Turner, so you just can push it for the draw. Same thing. If you had 1 Tide Turner, though, you definitely use Not So Fast here. I don't think you need to.
Yeah, I do think it's his decisions on when to use a rune rather than using a gold is quite interesting. Obviously, I don't play Sivir, so
I mean, at minimum, you can probably surmise the general heuristic is like to use Sivir at least once a turn. Otherwise, like, you know, like baseline, and then you find the utility scenarios where you probably shouldn't use her, and then you find the scenarios where you should use her more than once. So, I think I would rather focus personally, like when I'm watching Randy, is just like, why is it bad to use Sivir here? And I think we should probably do this like during Kuvi's corner, but like if we can do an analysis of like what the ramp, like what the rune curve is while you're using Sivir every turn, and what that implies for like Sivir's deck construction too, I think would be pretty interesting. So
I don't think it's a general rule, though. I think you absolutely
not.
adapt if you want to recycle or not, depending on the exact spot where you are.
yeah, I mean, like for sure. Like obviously, like everything is case by case, but like to shortcut because this is like a 36-minute game, right? And we'll have to have some sort of like mental notes on like how to do things here and there. Wait, does this? No, never mind.
I mean, he has to die in combat, doesn't he? But he can't die now because he's got GA. So
He goes for stack. Where is his on the hunt now? It's not in the bin, right? He just rebottomed it, and he's just gonna find it again.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it'd be nice to know how many cards are in his deck.
Because he is stacked in hand, he can play Fizz off of the the hold with the shovel, and he can draw even more. So if it's in the stack, he's fine. I think he always gets there. He also has the fight or flight to help pivot as well, but I think he needs the on the hunt pivot here to be able to send everything in.
I'm just thinking because on the hunt has 2 power, like it can't even be defied. So like Randy knows that he can play this without it being punished. I guess
like 7 or 8 cards in the deck.
I'm just thinking, I guess you would just have to play around Ride the Wind so that you don't lose if you bring everything back.
If you bring everything back and send it in, Ride the Wind doesn't beat you. Because like your showdown resolves first. Like it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, it's not the same turn.
Playing Defiant Dance in response to the Sabotage so it doesn't get taken. Because Randy is going to see that there's nothing here. And if he's taking Sabotage, that must mean he knows his count to be able to go find... I mean, he must be finding on the hunt here with this look. Because he also has Punch First, so... just assigning damage to Draven, he just needs enough damage to kill Draven. So actually, he might not even need the on the hunt. If he has the punch first still in hand, he actually just fight or flights one of these back. Draven is currently 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, but Draven actually has the Guardian Angel, so you can't win with combat damage into Guardian Angel Draven. You actually do have to go for the Conquer. Yeah. So there's the channel. This is just the ordering for the... and there it is. Yeah, there's the on the hunt in hand now. I think I saw him flick past it. Yeah.
Deck. Yeah.
Yes,
And he has stacked deck, so
Yeah, so it was, yeah, he knew he's always finding it, which is why he goes for Sabotage to see the hand, make sure he knows what he's going into. You just go back, you're able to go conquer everything. He's going to draw one more card here.
Wait, is that on the hunt?
I thought I saw it in hand.
I thought it was a seal.
If not, he's going to find it. Well, there is a seal as well in the hand. I'm pretty sure there's one on the hunt.
Oh, well,
If not, he's going to find it. I mean,
no, he just found it then. He just pulled it off then.
No, that was an Ezreal. But I think he had it in hand already. Or he just needed the fizz. One or the other. It's either in the bin or he has it. I know he has it. I know that's what he's playing towards. This is something we talk about all the time with this deck. This is like a very normal play pattern for the deck. I can't see it. It's there somewhere.
There it is. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. So he didn't have it, but he was finding it. Yeah. So he knows it's there. This is exactly what we're looking for. You get the on the hunt. You play it. Ready everything. Send it all in. Beautiful. Well done, Randy. I executed perfectly. This is exactly what his deck is supposed to do. This is exactly how it's been drawn up. This is exactly what Sivir wants to do. You draw through your entire deck. You stack exactly what you need for this situation. You develop a bunch of might. You win the game. Easy peasy. And that's game one going over to Randy. Only
Easy
takes
peasy.
a little bit of brain power, but...
Oh god, I am never touching this deck because that was.
No,
like...
I mean this deck is fun as hell. It's really strong. It is quite difficult to play, and if you're not fast enough, you'll always go to time. Randy only had a single draw in Swiss. He didn't go to time in any of his matches. This is the top cut, so of course he's going to take more time on his turns and play a little bit longer. But yeah, he usually does not go to time on this deck, anyways. So if you want to pick this up, you need to play fast. That's it, because you need to not go to time during your Swiss rounds. Randy doesn't. Of course he's gonna, but yeah, of course we're gonna have some long games in the top 64 for him. But even funny enough, he finished his game in the round of 64 before that Lux lost to Aurelia. By the way,
yeah, I was
just as a note to people.
Round one he did. He finished it in like 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, he finished in 30 minutes. So. You can play this deck pretty fast if you get used to it and you know the time. A lot of it is just figuring out what you how your plans go. But you have to be making the right choices. You have to remember your stack, and by making the right choices, I mean in your searches. You have to know exactly what you're grabbing, and then you have to know your stack, be able to get back to it. Really cool list. Love playing with Randy. This is a very fun deck. My only claim to fame on this deck is I forced him to put on the hunt in his deck, and he said, thank God someone else told me I should do this, because I kept thinking it's a bad card, even though I wanted to put it in. And I'm very glad that you know, I think he always would have done it. To be honest, it's a little bit of a meme claim to fame here.
It's a 2 of, right?
Should be 1.
Okay, so he literally is just looking for that 1 when he
Yeah, you just
doing his stack
but
deck.
you just put it to the bottom when you, and then you just know where it is, and then you go find it later. And it's exactly what we did, right? You're the beast.
Yeah, he's kind of a monster. We'll see. We'll see how he does in game 2. But if he plays like he did then, it's very likely he moves on to the top 16.
Yeah, I
Wait a
mean
minute,
this.
Kubi, if I'm playing the Miracle Shell in Irelia, should I also add Fizz to this engine?
What do you mean, Miracle? What are you playing in Aurelia?
Oh, well, I've been playing Ezreal, Seal, and Call Shot in Aurelia. And that makes me wonder, like, does the full package include Fizz for?
Well, what do you want Fizz for in Aurelia? Let's work your question. Let's have you answer your own question before Kuvi just tells you. What do you want to play with Fizz?
I'm trying to think like what the good targets are to buy back, and it's like Defiant Dance. Okay, that's like fine.
Okay, but that's slow speed Defiant Dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
expensive rune-wise.
Yeah.
Fizz is not bad. On like,
No, Kuvi, wait. Let Anu figure it out. Let Anu figure it out. What do you?
Okay.
Yeah. What else do you want to? I'm not even telling you that Fizz is bad in Aurelia. By the way, that's not what my intent here. I want you to tell me what target are you? What do you want to play with Fizz?
Pull out the list of cards here. All right.
Like, what do you want to play with Fizz in Aurelia right now? Like, what are the cards you're looking for? Because if you watch Randy's game, what did he Fizz most of the time? Is Sabotage. He's trying to play 6 copies of Sabotage and shred your hand and know exactly what you have, because his might totals are relatively fixed values, right? He's playing 18 might out on these Rosses, and then he's got like punch first type stuff. So he just has to kind of know where he needs to establish that might, and then shred you of like your combat tricks and your removal with these Sabotages. So what do you want to play in Aurelia with the Fizz? And this is, to be clear, you're also playing stack deck. He's also playing called shot, right? Those kind of things are being played off of Fizz as well to help him dig through his stack and make sure he's getting to his stack. So there's like other reasons. It's not just the Sabotage, but Sabotage is like a big, that's a big plus that you get to play that off of Fizz.
Yeah, I would say like the initial draw for me is like I want to get through my whole deck, and then I want to start looping my cards so I get exactly what I want when I want.
Okay.
Which means I would want to loop called shots.
Okay.
But
expensive, but okay. Yeah, that can work.
Yeah, which is also like already like very tough to do because Randy has Sivir. I do not. I think the other thing that I'm wondering is how you could even loop something like Defiant Dance if I really wanted to. Is that's not even... Oh, Shovel. Shovel was the other card that Randy was using to recycle. Okay. No, I feel like Sorcery Speed Defiant Dance is not it. So I think it would literally just be called shots, which doesn't sound exciting.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not even... I tried Fizz in Aurelia. I played this entire deck in Aurelia, by the way. When Randy was first working on it, I basically put the entire thing in Aurelia. And honestly, the deck's pretty good. But I don't know that it's the best Aurelia build. I think there's probably better Aurelia builds than playing the full, like, because I was playing like Rossa's too, because I was doing Rassa plus the boots. Because it's like pretty powerful to play Rassa for free and then boots and then have all your energy up for combat tricks. But it felt that often you were too power hungry in Aurelia to kind of make it work, whereas Sivir has this gold generation thing that it can do.
Yeah, I think that's my big issue. Although Ezreal decreases the cost, does that make it easier to do? I don't know. I also feel like already Aurelia struggles when she goes to like 4 runes or less.
Here we go, game 2, double obelisk for this one. Be Randy going second with 5 runes. Let's see if the Aurelia is able to adapt to this, because now, I mean, he's seen the entire deck. That is the other thing after game 1. You know every single card in Randy's deck, pretty much, at this point, because he went through all of them.
In a weird way, going second, having Obelisk, maybe knowing that Irelia will play Obelisk going first is a great little like I mean, it's probably already been discussed, but a nice little slip up to like the expected rune curve.
Yeah.
Wait, what if
Having
you
more
just like
runes lets you go off earlier, right? You can start actually digging a lot faster.
Yeah, but I think for Aurelia specifically, 3 to 5 is much more important than 4 to 6, right?
Yeah,
because the break point of just playing the Aurelia.
This can give you turn 1 Stellacorn. That's pretty good.
That turn 1 is insane, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
Not found. It is just going to be the little bit of a deck hand coming through. Go ahead and score. I think generally the Sivir deck is fast enough to not be too worried about that.
Sivir can and probably should be excited.
Wait, the new rules. It's fine. You can do it.
Yeah,
you're fine.
The same thing.
Ukshan is... So, one thing we found with Ukshan, not super amazing on this list. You don't love it, but against Aurelia, stealing Guardian Angels is really good. It's a very good thing to do. Because they never get it back. When they kill your Ukshan, he just comes back to life, and they don't get... And then your Guardian Angel dies, so... He basically gets to kill Guardian Angel. In these colors, that doesn't often just have the gear destruction you normally want. And with 5 runes, why not cast the Sabotage on the first turn of the game? Go ahead and just make your gold.
Interesting. I think it depends on the hand, but I do think accelerated Sivir could actually be
that's true.
Yeah, I don't mind accelerated Sivir here either, Kuvi. I think it's a pretty reasonable idea.
It only gets punished by Aurelia plus on guard, realistically, because then the Aurelia can be accelerated, but then it depends on your hand, can you punish that or not? But I do think
Defiant Dance also would trade, which is...
yeah, but then you make them de-ramp quite a bit.
Yeah. There's a few reasons to not, but also I don't hate it as an idea. Probably depends on Randy's hand as well. I'm trying to catch a little bit of a glimpse. It looks like he does have a called shot at the very least, and then we knew about the Ukshan. It looks like he must not have anything really good, so he just goes with the Ukshan, not worried about stealing a Guardian Angel with this one, just going to use it as an early game beat stick for 4. I mean, I told y'all at the start of the day Randy's winning this tournament, and I believe in him, and we'll see if he can actually make it happen.
I think I like playing the Akshan here over Sivir, just solely based off the fact that you're not wasting the legend ability.
It had already been used on that turn anyway.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I mean, yeah. So I would rather play Akshan, yeah.
Akshan is crucial, actually, to remove the Guardian Angel. I think it's... When I said top 5, okay. When I said the most important cards, it was, in my opinion, Sabotage, Mindspitter, Rebuke, and Switcheroo. I think the 5th card is Akshan because it eats the Guardian Angels. So I personally would have kept it. I think Akshan is really important in this matchup.
Yep, love the Sabotage here. He knows the Defy is there, but he's just trying to shred even more cards. Because Aurelia is like very low on resources, so you just go Sabo, you say, okay, like, go ahead. You can defy this, or I'll just take like an even better card and strand you with some defies. Now, it looks like the hand's probably just a little bit weak after that from Randy. I know he has a Fizz, so I think 3rd Sabo is very likely to happen at some point here. But he also has On the Hunt, which he's not going to want. It's possible he just discards that later with an Ezreal or something of that nature to potentially play off of an endgame Fizz. Ends up finding, I think that's double heap, and if he has an Ezreal, I think this is a pretty decent spot to start really ramping through this game and start digging through the deck a lot quicker. It's possible the On the Hunt can still end up just staying in the hand for a while, but we'll see where it goes. There's a stack deck.
I think it was stack deck and heap off of the call shot.
Another call shot there. He's definitely wants an Ezreal, so if he doesn't have the Ezreal yet, this is what he is looking for, and so it's possible he ends up just going called shot again, and he won't be able to play it until next turn, though, if he does. It'll be wanting to be played with the gold and then one more rune, and it looks like that is what the take was. Probably not happy with this overall early game with the draws. Not been fantastic. A little bit slow, but that's the benefit of this deck, is you're going to see most of your deck, so slow start doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. You can kind of start to find the rest of the pieces as you go. It will just be a Fizz. I think this might just be stack deck Fizz. I don't think he's very happy with the hand, so instead of Sabo, it's probably stacked. Yeah, makes sense.
There's a lot
Still
of
no
D-ramp
Ezreal.
and no steal though.
Yep.
Lots of D-ramp.
Well, that's what Obelisk buys you, right? So he's deramped a ton, but he's still on 3 runes. He'll still be going back up to 5. And this deck operates on probably like 5 to 8 runes is generally the spot that you're sitting in. You want to be on the top end of that, right? You want to be sitting around 7 or 8 runes for as much as the game as you can, but you don't need to ever really go much higher than that, and you can still operate most of your curve, most of your cards at 5 runes and still play pretty meaningful turns, especially as the trash gets filled. We're not at that point yet, especially with Fizz having to, you know, kind of decrease that trash size by getting rid of that stack deck and putting it at the bottom, but it still can kind of get there slowly.
I assume this, well, I mean, we know the Axon got sideboarded in. So what we're trying to hit with that, with the GA from Aurelia, I guess?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Yeah, it's for the GA. Yeah,
Okay.
as was mentioned, the
Aurelia
interaction
hands
with the GA is that when your Uxtron dies, it just comes back to life, and then the GA disappears. They don't actually even get their GA back, so it's essentially just destroying their Guardian Angel on the other side.
I mean, the early hand is full. It's like double discipline and then defy and then a fight or flight. So we kind of do have ways to make sure this Aurelia doesn't die, really. But I actually like this TH. I think going... I was thinking of discipline on Aurelia and going back with her just to draw and cycle and everything, but I think it's better to actually use your runes during the opponent's turn here. If you manage to go to 6 by holding, probably that deckhand is probably dead.
Yeah.
Your priority should be to protect Aurelia. If you use anything on deckhand, then it's a problem. Deckhand can just go. It has served its purpose. It literally got you 3 points. One of the most important things in Aurelia is knowing how to sacrifice your little minions, and your minions are the small units, because the queen is the one that needs to be alive. So you need to just keep your stuff for Aurelia, basically.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is I'm looking at the hand for Randy, and it's kind of like a go game 3 hand, but we'll see if this this called shot can completely turn it around or not. The Defy is going to hurt quite a bit. There's hard bargain, but I don't know that you can hard bargain the Defy here. It's going to just get paid through.
I mean, the good thing here is that there's no more green runes for Aurelia, so you know there's no not so fast, you know there's nothing, I mean, it's mainly not so fast and no other Defy. So that's somewhat of good news. So, like, challenge for sure cannot get not so fasted, cannot get defied, but we don't have any of those in hand anyway. I'm still a huge believer in, I think, Civil Accelerated turn 1 to deal with that deckhand that got the Aurelia player 3 points. But,
yeah, it might have been the line, because even the trade, right, you're denying the points. So even if the Divine Dance was the play, it'd be a decent spot. I think still for Randy. May have been the mistake in this game, especially with the hand being a little bit tough to work with. A lot of looks already, right? Double the called shot looks, 2 stacked decks. So we've seen 10 additional cards and not found an Ezreal, which is certainly what Randy was hoping to find to keep accelerating through this deck. A little bit low on the variance in this spot, but we'll see. You can keep playing through it.
Also going
third Defy.
Which won't be used. Can't be used here because of the Nora green. But yeah, third Defy. Going second in Riftbound, whenever you're going second, a general rule is that you have to play riskier. Because going second is significantly worse than going first. Especially this set. So whenever you're going second, you have to get in the mindset to play slightly riskier. Because inherently you have a lower chance of winning the game. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think it does. I mean, I was going to ask, is there any deck apart from Darius that actually likes going second?
Does Darius even actually like it? I know he can do some like cool stuff, but I don't think there's anyone that should like going second. I know there's some.
No, as in, like,
yeah.
I say like it is in the sense of like I don't hate it. As in like
Aggro
you
each
always
other.
want to go first.
You don't hate
But,
it as
like-
much as this Aurelia player doesn't hates this their Aurelia, or
The
Is it
answer is
really?
aggro Teemo, for the record.
Sure.
Aggro Teemo so that you can sneaky deckhand onto a site
And
first
then hide something. Sure.
and then load it.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So fighter flight as well. Just gonna hold on to this. Go to 6 points. Yeah, I think. I mean, Randy still has one floating here, so he can accelerate the Sivir out. And wait, does Randy know this hand? Does he know the rest of this hand? Is he missing any of the cards?
one discipline.
So you know the discipline's there, which means the Sivir only is a 6. So
Yeah,
it will
we
just
have-
trade the discipline, but I guess you don't really have that much of a choice. Okay,
Whoa.
this is an idea. This is kill Aurelia. This is saying, yeah, this just kills Aurelia, right?
I mean it's
Does it?
oh
I mean-
yeah, I guess it's both. You can kill. Oh no
This is game
you
two
know
of-
Oh yeah.
he. As I say, you can't.
Yeah, well, because we just said that he knows that there's a discipline here, right? So this
Yeah,
you have to do all this to send this all in.
This is literally game 2 of going on the quest of how do I kill my Aurelia? I really want to really maximize the chances of my Aurelia dying. And this is the
So
second
Kuvi,
time.
you telling me that you don't like the Aurelia player losing their Aurelia in the Protect the President
Why
style
did we
deck?
fight or flight that action? Like wait, what did I say about the important things? We don't care about the small units. Deckhand doesn't matter. Your small units don't matter. Protect your queen. Why did we spend 2 to protect Deckhand? Deckhand was trading into Akshan anyway. We don't care that it trades into the Fizz. You actually want Akshan to
So
die.
this is actually given an opening where Randy maybe can come back in this game, and I know that's funny to say when we're looking at 1 rune on his side. But Aurelia is down to just a deckhand and only some defensive spells. And Randy has this Sivir available that can get ganking, it can run over. The big issue is that the Defiant Dance was such a phenomenal draw here that will allow the deckhand to get over the top. So it comes down to, does Randy have a way to actually kill this deckhand on the next maybe turn or two? And I think that will be a struggle. Our grave count is at 7, it will be going up to 8. So Rasa can come down, but it'll still be for 2 runes if it's found. So Rasa challenge is not quite getting there, not enough runes. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. It looks like we may be stuck where this is just going to have to be a pivot. Yeah, 6 points is going to be really tough. Actually, I take it back. 6 points with the discipline. I think we're 1 rune short of having any out. Because now this deckhand will be able to go double conquer on the next turn. So I think we are at that stage where this is going to be it. There's the challenge, but he's not going to be able to find the Rasa and have the ability to actually play both out. So it's just going to be look for 1 more card, and then I think we'll probably see a scoop out of Randy as soon as he sees the discipline shown. Yeah. Confront Rasa would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Confront would be the 9th card in bin, and then Rasa would be able to be played. So Confront Rasa would have gotten there, but we are going to go game 3. And if he did have Confront Rasa, Randy might just win the game, because it'd be pretty stable with no units available for the Aurelia player. So a little bit closer than it looked, but this was definitely a rough early start. And I think, Kuvi, you might be right. The risk maybe was needed, especially because the hand wasn't looking as amazing, but seeing as how Randy had 10 looks to go through, it's a little hard to say. I mean, he was hoping that he would see an Ezreal and could play a little bit of a longer game. But now he gets to go first in the final game of the match.
That's the same sneaky deckhand that got played on turn 1, right?
Yes, it is, yeah. So that's the one he could have tried to trade into. And trade only would have been Defiant Dance. He eats it in a lot of circumstances, but into Defiant Dance he would trade.
Very interesting. I mean, he's got game 3. Reset mental, go in. Bad hands. We just win.
Well, I mean, this is the thing with the like miracle shell, the draw shell, right? Like it is possible to miss. It's unlikely to miss. So when you go through 3 games, it is more likely than not that in 2 of them you're going to be able to find the draws. And then it comes down to, can your opponent actually beat you drawing through most of your deck? And sometimes they can. I think Aurelia is one of the decks that can. I think Draven's a deck that can. Ezreal's a deck that can, right? Because they can kind of keep up when it comes to a lot of the drawing, being in purple. But it can be really tough to deal with it when you're not keeping up in drawing, because you'll get sabotaged like 3 times while they draw their whole deck, and then that becomes pretty sad when you don't also have good ways to refill your hand.
I'm hoping for a game 1 style game for game 3. I want a big control plan from Randy, like getting those Rasses out, making sure you can control the board state. I would love another play where we just start killing Aurelias with Sivers. I think that's an excellent choice.
It's gonna make Kuvi crash out if another Aurelia dies to just like
it's
normal
like,
unit combat.
I can tell you now, Kuvi's already done. Kuvi is.
Wait, can I tell you my theory where I'm at with Aurelia right now?
Sure.
Yeah, there's another thought. So let's work backwards. Current Aurelia, Protect the President, loses to Draven because Bryn here, Thundersong is really good. We lose because we're behind on points, which means we have to overcommit, and on the turn that we try to hold, Draven probably has 6 points, and then they're able to beat us. Which means, in order to stop that from happening, we need to get to 6 points first, or stop them from getting to 6 points. Those 2 are kind of tied together. To get to 6 points first, we must play more units, like the shitters, and where am I going with this? If we play the shitters, like Sneaky Deckhand, I feel like Aurelia herself is more of like a end game finisher. Like maybe you play her when you've got 4 points, you go 4 to 5 to 6, and then to 7 to 8. But you don't actually like. I feel like this deck doesn't like this specific build might not need Aurelia as much. So I wonder. Is my heuristic that Aurelia is the most important unit? Is that completely true, or is that a holdover from more traditional Protect the President builds? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
I mean, kind of, yeah, but I think it has to be true in the context of the matchup. You saw every unit that Sivir plays. It's so much easier for Sivir to deal with every other unit in your deck except for Aurelia. And I feel like you are basically hamstringing yourself by ever letting Aurelia die to Sivir. Because that is like your tool, especially if you are ahead in points. If you're behind in points, maybe you can consider like looking for a trade. But if you're ahead in points, you need to be using this this tool to continue to not allow Sivir to outmight you. Because Sivir's might cap is going to be around like 25, and you have to be able to try and find a way to beat that. And often cascading through a Guardian Angel is going to be like one of your better ways to do that on an Aurelia. It's like I don't know how else you're beating 25 as Aurelia.
I do have a lot of faith in Aurelia decks. I do think they're quite strong. I think I agree with Kuvi. Like we should be seeing an Aurelia win at some point in these regionals. I don't know if it's going to be with this version of the deck though. I think the Protect the President personally is a bit better when you can keep your very strong unit alive with all the stuff that the colours have, where you Defiage, you're not so fast, you Defiant down, you're on guard. So seeing her in a deck like this, where she's just literally being thrown to the wayside, it's certainly a way to play the deck. But hey, they managed to get to top 32, so they're clearly doing something.
Well, I also think what you just said about this is really important. Like, most players in China have never seen a Sivir deck like this. The WeChat was blowing up with people talking about this deck, and every single time they are trying to figure out on the fly what their game plan is supposed to be into this Sivir deck. He's made the decision that he didn't need to hold on to more for the Aurelia. He's been put in an uncomfortable spot, and he ended up losing it. We are going to go into game 3. This is going to be Sunken Temple from Aurelia, and it is Sigil of the Storm for Sivir, which I think some people will tend to be a little confused about, but really it is just, you are still a late game deck. You are playing a slower controlled game. forcing your opponent to recycle runes. When you actually conquer it, you just kind of make a gold, is completely fine.
Yeah, you don't lose anything really. You just get a. I mean, I guess you lose.
Yeah, you still lose a rune. Like you still
energy.
lose something,
Yeah,
but you get a rebate.
Yeah.
All right, this time we do have a Guardian Angel start with the Stellacorn. I think the Stellacorn was really important in game 1 for the Aurelia staying up in cards. And if it hadn't been for the draw, not finding an Ezreal for Randy, I actually think game 2 would have been pretty dire for the Aurelia. They were pretty low on resources, but Randy just did not present enough for it to matter. And I think that the Aurelia was able to just kind of dominate the game from there.
My friend tested Sigil and really did not like it in the server build, which is interesting. So I'm hoping that Randy can show me the actual power of this card, because I feel like it does have potential. Like logically, it makes sense that it would be good in this deck.
Defiant Dance, Draven, Stellacorn, Poro, Guardian Angel, quite a lot of cards.
Oh.
Oh,
Billy
Billy
Buffering?
died? Oh no.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
We got it. Poro comes down. Always a good turn 1 play. We got triple
We're
back deck
a
in hand?
couple. We're just a couple card selection here.
Yeah, just a little bit of card selection.
A little bit.
Time. Oh, wait,
Not bad.
I guess you can't take notes, but you can in the sense of like, hey, these two cards are together. I need to write down that they're together. When
You can.
Oh, we got the Ezreal.
Yeah, he found Ezreal in his triple stack. This hand is incredible, by the way.
We need to find a seal as soon as possible for Seal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I would not mind discarding one of these stack decks to Ezreal.
Yeah.
I would start with stack though, because you can still find heap, and then you're just gonna discard that to Ezreal and just have infinity cards in your hand.
If you find Seal, the game is over.
Shovel, challenge. Challenge is still probably good. On the hunt to the bottomless shovel makes the most sense. Those are your late game cards.
I assume both the Sivir signature spell and the shovel are 1-ups.
Yeah, it should be.
So you just
Honestly, I would pick challenge too, based on how much I've seen the Aurelias just abandon their champion.
Give you free
Honestly,
challenges.
I'm gonna pick every challenge I see.
Yeah, I mean, it also makes sense because it's next to your 2 late game cards that you want at the bottom of your stack anyway. But now that he didn't see the heap on him, I think we may end up seeing that Ezreal on a stack deck. But the other option is to literally just play all of the stack decks and wait on your Ezreal for another turn. There's the heap. And now, I mean, it's always just heap because you have Ezreal in hand. And so now Ezreal Punch First. So Punch First gets to be kind of a third. Punch First is also a late game card. This is like you want it for the final fight. So that's also going to go to the bottom here. I'm going to see Randy go for it.
The engine is going. We need 1 seal, and it's the whole Exodia is here, but we need seal. From this,
we're just gonna find it now. Ready? Seal, seal, seal off the top deck.
Okay, Trove.
It was treasure trove, treasure trove.
Part of me, I want to say it's bargain. Yeah, I was gonna say I want to say it's bargain because I could see Trove in a lot of spots, but you have Ezreal Heap as your next turn. So really, all you wanted was a seal. But other than that, I think the bargain is fine. You can still find some good opportunities.
No one's gonna
for
talk
that.
about the that slick fan out the cards motion when the judge asked.
Look,
"Show me your
Randy's a
cards
gamer,
next."
dude. Randy's a guardian.
Oh yeah, I'm shouting it out. I think that's pretty rizzy. That's pretty drippy right there. You know, like only other person I've seen it done like spectacularly well is Carmen. She is very good at the. I like to call it the Yu-Gi-Oh slide, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, Randy was a Yu-Gi-Oh player, so there you go.
Okay, Defy picked up from the top
Telecorn
deck.
here is really good. Just Telecorn pass. If we play Aurelia, we're deciding to lose the game.
Okay, Kuvi, are you ready for a Sivir into challenge?
This is gonna be the fastest Sivir into challenge. I swear to God, Randy. You're not. You don't even.
To Mars.
Don't even
I'm
think,
literally
Randy. Randy, do not
teleporting.
even. Yeah.
that's the Sivir.
Don't even. Thank you for not considering another option. There is no other. Just you win the game right
I don't
here.
understand. I
Just
don't
win the game.
understand.
Just win the game right now.
Like, do
Yeah.
you not like Aurelia?
Thank
We should
you,
switch
Randy.
to Yasuo. I am dead ass. We should switch. We just switch Legends and play Yasuo.
Thank you, Randy. Win
I'm
the game.
serious.
Oh
Clip it and
my
ship
God.
it. What? I mean, you know what? This Aurelia player must just be playing Aurelia because they hate her. And they're like, I want to see as many Aurelias die as possible.
No, it truly is not knowing what the hell you're supposed to do in this matchup. It really is. Like, he just genuinely doesn't know. I know, Kuvi, some people do not adapt that quickly into the games. It is possible that he just still is not understanding how to play into this matchup. It's not like challenges come out. It was in one of the games. Most of the time he was losing the Aurelia in combat. Sometimes you also just have to risk it, but after 3 card selections, I would have been a bit worried about leaving anything exposed to challenge. And he does have a Draven follow-up, so this could have been entirely intended as just saying, I'll play Ezreal now Aurelia now. If you have the challenge, then that sucks. But if you do, I'll just play Draven. So I do think there's like
that a lot.
I think there's like pretty. This was the most reasonable like Aurelia sacrifice we've seen so far. I think, because there's like an immediate game plan behind it of I'll just play Draven next turn. Finally a seal for Randy. Billy.
Hey, we found it.
You can say for what it is. It's just inting. I'm down for it though. Tactical inting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it is like I think the risk was thought about. I don't think it was just like well, I'll just play this Aurelia and who cares. Like, I think he knew that he could die to challenge, and then he has the Draven in the back.
I do think it's quite interesting that if you're a player and you see your opponent like going really slow, then you play a card and you're just like, oh, they took their turn in like 5 seconds. You know you messed up. Like, you know that they were very happy with what you just did.
Yeah.
Like.
Defy gonna come out.
Yeah, Taxon.
Love the hard bargain. Just continue to stack. Protect this. You eat a rune anyways, and you continue to stack with the cold shot.
Oh my god, Randy is popping off this game. Come on, show me the Rosses. I need the Rosses now.
I will highlight this as a very important play. I think the cult shot is worth defying much more than the average person thinks.
Yep. I think defy always, it's a little bit harder if you're like a Fiora and you have Riposte, or you're like trying to look to like maybe hard bargain it. I think hard bargain you can kind of get away with doing it too, but defy I think you can almost always feel comfortable firing away at a cult shot. Very few circumstances where I wouldn't want to defy cult shot. Maybe if you need to hold it up for like challenge or something, then maybe you could.
There's one more thing I'll say about like running the Aurelia down is if you have a plan, then it's certainly much more justifiable. Yep. And I think Draven was the plan. What I am saying right now, I'm going on record saying I do not think playing the Aurelia out was actually bad, knowing that there was a Draven in the hand. I think it was fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Kuvi may disagree. It's still an engine. I don't love losing your Aurelia, but I think when you have the backup Draven, if the other option of your turn was essentially like passing because you don't have a unit, then yeah, I kind of like the Aurelia. But I do think you have time in this matchup, and that's something that maybe could have been recognized, and you could have just gone for something like the Guardian Angel that's been in the hand and just waited. But I think maybe he got scared seeing the Akshan in the previous game and didn't want to just like play that into an Akshan, and then that's like his whole turn. I just got blocked by Kuvi on Twitter.
Yeah.
I take I'm joking.
I'm not on Twitter.
I mean, based.
I'm not.
Triple Defiant Dance, by the way. Combats are going to be pretty hard for Randy. And this Draven can start to farm a lot of points if there's not a good answer to it in that case, especially with a Guardian Angel being able to be equipped. Game is definitely not over yet. I think the Draven being a follow-up and a really insane Aurelia hand, Triple Defiant Dance is just absolutely cooked when it comes to combats.
And there's
triple sabotage this hand. Easy.
And realistically, I've seen it done many times from this deck, so I don't. It's definitely not out of the realm. We did see a Sabo get bottomed, but also you could grab the 2 more plus a Fizz, and that's going to be your triple Sabos coming through.
The Defy is a problem for the first Sabo, I think. But yeah, still very easily doable.
That Rebuke is pretty nice.
Yeah, I'd say the Rebuke is very nice.
Because if he can combine it with a Sabotage, he can actually just get through some amount of this, because he just needs to know there's not a not so fast, and then he's good in that spot. He's got the repeat with the Ezreal there. trying to see if there is a defy.
5 cards in hand.
I think we're at the stage where we just also want to find punch firsts now. I know we bottomed at least one. And precisely speaking, do we know if Randy's on 2 or 3 punch first?
I don't know his like exact current build. It's probably 2.
I don't think we saw 3 in the
You don't
first
play
game.
that many 3-ofs outside of the searchers in this deck. There's not really a reason to, because you just like always find it.
Yeah.
You always find it, and then Fizz can always bring it back. So you have more than...
All right, I want to see Randy's reaction in real time to the
To the
sabotage.
triple defiant dance. Yeah,
Let's
it's
get
not
the
gonna
face
be.
come up.
Yeah,
There's no defy. Oh,
Yeah,
that's much
there's
better.
no defy.
but it doesn't
And he's
matter.
like, no, my cards is...
Oh,
he wants
ooh.
to draw.
I don't like this.
You could draw defy here, maybe.
I think that's what he wants. He doesn't want Randy to see the hands. He's trying to find defy. Doesn't get it.
He is so upset about what's about to happen.
This is
I need Randy's... I need to see Randy's face.
Wow.
yeah, stone cold. He does not care.
Stone fucking
Yeah.
cold.
He just has
Mad
to figure out how to
response.
beat it, right? Because triple defiant dance is pretty tough. There's the fight or flight as well. He has to consider, but the triple defiant dance is going to be really annoying.
Okay, I'm gonna make I'll make a wager right here. After this match, no matter what, Randy's gonna message you, Cass, and be like triple fucking defiant dance or whatever. I bet.
To be
I
honest,
bet.
knowing Randy, I do not think he cares that much. But I don't think this is really mattering to him. Like, if he loses because of it, then I will receive the message.
I love how he's just like, yeah, you are not having that. You can have those 3 defined.
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I also was thinking this might just be a fight or flight take, right? Because that is the
he has
one.
Rebuke, right?
Yes, he
So,
does.
like, he's like, okay, you use defiant dance. Like, he could just bait them and be like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
you use 2, and then I'll just rebuke. I don't care.
Exactly.
I
He
know
now
you don't
knows
have anything
rebuke is
else.
guaranteed, right? So he knows rebuke is guaranteed.
So,
But yeah, I do
It's,
believe if he were to lose because of triple defiant dance, then maybe I'd receive that message on you. But other than that, no, I don't think he cares. And it's really as Marshall brought up, it's you can play through it not too horribly, right? You know the hand, you know it's triple defiant dance. You have a very great answer in hand already with just the rebuke.
it sets them back so much as well. Like, 5 energy, another recycle to get the Draven out. Like, it takes a turn to think, oh, we're just drawing. How many cards in? Wait, do we have?
Yeah, this might just be
Online
current front Rasa. I think they could be online. It looks like we might be a little short for free. And he needs 2 up for rebuke.
You can pay for if. How many cards have we played?
Depends. If it's free right now, he can just go for the Rasas here.
I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Why do we need to hold up rebuke? Can we just develop this turn? It's only 1/1.
Yeah, no, he's. I'm not saying hold up rebuke right now. He can just develop and then just wait. Like the other option would be like if he wants to go with the confront, because he played the confront, right? So that is meaning that everything's entering ready. So if he wants to go on this turn, then he needs to hold up rebuke to play around this. But if he doesn't want to go, he could just develop and then decide to hold from there.
Okay, so it looks like 10 because it
They are
is.
free. Yeah, he's got 10.
Yeah, I think it was 12 from when I was doing very, very quick counting. Well, I probably am very wrong. So
Well, we know he's above 10.
yeah, that's all that matters.
Yep, just
Oh,
go
you
ahead and
just,
pass. Yep, makes sense.
So I guess we were just using confront to just get the card draw, like use the energy.
It also could have been
Charm
the
is
10th
a
card.
nasty draw though. This Charm with Draven is really, really good. Because you get the points. And you can kill like a Rasa if you want, but it is risky.
Yeah, you can
I mean, we
repeat
know
hard
that
bargain
hand now,
here,
right?
but
Because the problem is
I mean-
Rebuke just gives severe points during the opponent's turn.
Yep.
And then now
and Charm was the new card. Randy knows the full hand.
He's not scared of anything. So Yeah, he can just slum rebuke and say, okay.
It's very weak to fight or flight as well.
See if Randy goes for the rebuke. I think he probably do. Because it's 2 points for the Aurelia. Or sorry, it's not 2 points, but you get a point for the Aurelia if you let this through.
You recycle 3 though, which is
It is a lot, yeah.
It is worth it for sure. Because you now have gotten point tempo. Because you go to 2 now and then you can go to 4 next turn and then Draven is
then you're
playing
ahead.
from the back foot kind of.
Nice Defiant Dance. Please select a target that's on this board.
So,
Like,
interesting. Draven can be replayed and readied
true.
and sent back in. But you would be completely tapping out and allowing the ability for a crackback. So I think you just can't do that, which means that, as Kuvi said, point tempo starts to go in the favor of Randy. It does mean that there is like this slight concern of Draven catching back up on the point tempo, but
Right away, I mean, because you can replay Draven and then go in and go to 4 right now. By
Wait,
just
is killing the Sivir that important?
Sivir.
To this Aurelia player, yes.
well, so I think if you do that though, you are likely gonna lose your Draven. But I guess you have the Guardian Angel, right? So
Like you're not even scoring, so it's not even like
They scored with the Draven, right? Like,
already exactly. So killing the like you're only getting rid of the Sivir, and
you're right. Yeah, you'd only go to 3 because you scored that battlefield this turn.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, one of those weird spots where you've lost control of it, but you have scored it, so you actually still can't. Yeah, you can't just rescore it.
Yep. This is fair. The biggest problem for Aurelia this game is going to be runes. We will recycle too much with the battlefield, and we need a lot of runes to actually beat this rebuke by going back into the board. So we lost a lot of tempo, and you can make up for tempo by redeveloping board, but the redeveloping board needs runes, and we won't have that many.
yeah, the way I see this game right now is just that so few points have been gained that even though Randy's at 2 runes, so much time to build back up, and then has already generated a massive hand advantage thanks to like multiple call shots. So I think Aurelia's cooked this game, and this is kind of like, it's nice to see the difference between like what the games look like when it's like turn 1 deckhand versus not. Oh no, this is fascinating.
Interesting.
Red the Wind's an interesting draw.
I don't think you G-ramp here. I don't think you G-ramp.
No, you would lose way too much. You lose 2 runes for the Red the Wind.
Two runes to get a point. Oh.
Wow. No, I'm with you, Kuvi. I don't agree with this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I feel. I just said the problem for Aurelia is going to be runes, and then
the Draven is not going to be playable for the rest of this game, right? Like we're just not going to be able to ever play it.
Yeah.
I wonder if he forgot about this or what? Because already just even casting the Red the Wind is still -1 rune, which feels a bit tough.
Okay,
He found another Stellacorn though, so even if he can't play the Draven, he's still got some play that he can do, right? He still has some other units that can be played, but yeah, going down to 3 runes, 5 on the next turn. He's gone down to Randy's level, and guess what? This Sivir deck plays way better on low econ. This Sivir deck does not care. We are at the point where we have 10 runes in the bin. You don't need that many runes. 5, 6 runes, that's going to be plenty for Sivir at this point.
I mean, we have a second roster in hand anyway. We can play for free, so we're at least nearly. We're going up. Trying to think of what the math is on it. Like 33% in my. No, it's 66.
So as you see right now what Randy's doing, he counted his grave, and so now he's counting all the cards that he has, cards in hand, just so that he knows exactly how many cards are left in his deck. He knows how many cards are in the stack, so this is him just refreshing his memory on the stack where he is in the deck, so that he knows what's coming up next. Because he should be at stack very soon.
Can you not just count your deck? Is there something against that?
No, you can pick up your deck and count it. Usually it's faster to count the other zones.
Okay.
Usually. At a certain point, your deck will be smaller than the other zones, but...
可以。那现在刚好这个天角木者他也没穿复活甲嘛。是的，赶紧找决斗。
Either way would work on it. You could count either side.
有一张决斗。对，所以
But it's like when people count their full deck instead of counting their sideboard to find out how many cards they have in their deck, right? You can either count your full deck, or you could count the sideboard, and then that should inform you how many cards are in your deck.
Yeah.
Can you not just like pick up your deck and just like
对的。
count the cards?
That's what we were just talking about. Where is Marshall been? Is Marshall, how cooked is Marshall at this moment?
I am done. I am done.
The game is over on the spot right now.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the next game. I'm thinking like, what's going on?
可以这么做。
Yep, great challenge from Randy.
刀妹这边是很难冲上来。
You know, to stay on point tempo, he is going to have to go back down to 2 runes back to the gulag, but you do it, right?
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Randy crossed off a card from the notes list, so
Yep,
we
so he's
are
back to the top.
Yeah, we're back on top.
Yep, which means from now on, Randy knows exactly what card he has on the top of the deck within a degree of 1 card, because stack deck is 2 cards, right? So it's one or the other. So within accuracy of a 50-50, if it's just the single top deck, you know exactly what's there. Generally, you even just know because of call shot, but and at this point, you're often drawing more than 1 card on each turn because you still have a bunch of card draw engines in your hand. So even if one is like in a 50-50, you can probably dig and find it if you need to.
掌控的特别特别好。因为你看，这个西边选手就是
We have Aurelia main deck
回合只打一个打杀，然后
on top of that. And then, I mean, maybe that's why we like are not as scared to throw, you know, to like sacrifice her kind of maybe. But
术问题，我想起了
runes are gonna be the problem.
说的一句话，就是有的时候
Yeah, it should be done. I think that rebuke was way too backbreaking. I think deramping after that fact
这些牌刚好能
just kind of put the nail in the coffin. Though I'm not convinced that Aurelia really had much way back in regardless, but certainly deramping 2 more runes did not help. I think being on 7 runes here is a reasonable difference.
What are the odds? Aurelia player plays Aurelia, targets with GA, deramps again, then deramps again, and then goes to Sigil
Sigil?
Storm and deramps again.
0%. 0% that they'll do that. I think it's actually 0. There's no way.
但我觉得从他们俩选出一个人
Actually 0%.
大魔王，我觉得也有机会哦。
If this happens now, this is just a great way to end.
都有资格去跟我们曾经的几届冠军去过手。
Oh my god, the part that I'm most excited about is Randy winning, but then also after that, like no break until for the
Oh,
next
yeah.
round.
I mean, yeah, it should be relatively short. Yeah.
Randy understands the assignment. Nice.
，Yep.
那也说不准。还好吧，就刀妹。
And the odds are the production love him so much
而这个西威尔
that they bring him back for next set, and we just watch Randy climb.
Now, this deck from Randy, I've probably played against like 100 reps against Randy, I swear to God. This broke me from playing like a bunch of other decks.
There is no way.
I don't think he's going to Sigil, right? This is
He paid the wrong rune. You need to pay a green, buddy. You played a purple.
Well, you could pay purple for the for Aurelia, right?
No,
Did he pay double
GA.
purple?
Yeah. So he
okay.
did it.
Just did it in backwards order.
Cass, you know what was that percentage you just said?
I said 0 that he's going to Sigil.
Oh no. Wait, what?
Oh, the order
He's making sure
needs
that
to be
the-
in yeah, it needs to be in the other order.
Hey, respect. I respect that. Okay.
There's no way he's going to Sigil.
No, I
Okay.
agree.
I told
agree.
you, 0%. 0% he's going to Sigil.
Bro, he's not playing around.
Punch first? Yeah, this is a 7 into 6. Why would we ever run at the Ezreal? The punch first always kills us.
Okay.
Yeah, but this server deck definitely put me off of a couple other lists that I was trying, because when I look over at Randy and he's got his entire deck in his hands, and I'm like 10 cards deep in mine, I'm like, what are we doing here? You know, what are we? Why? We are playing different games at this point.
I actually just think it's really funny that Randy is on 1 rune at that
Yeah,
turn.
well, you don't. That's all you need. You don't really need runes at a certain point in the game in this deck. You know, just keep digging through.
Oh, Sabo? Go on, use the Sabo. What are we pulling out? Challenge? Just kill the Aurelia? Oh
Absolutely.
my god. If this wasn't brutal enough, he just takes it. He's like, yep.
This challenge is really, really good. Get to move everything home. And now next turn it's done. I mean, there's nothing Aurelia can do. That's going to be it. Randy making the top 16. I told y'all he's winning this tournament. I told y'all he's winning. I think Randy's very, very strong on this deck. I think the deck is strong. I don't think it's the best deck in the game, but I do think Randy pilots it, like, you know, pretty much to the degree that you can pilot this deck. I think, you know, we can argue in that second game. I think Kuvi and I probably both feel that maybe Silver Accelerate was correct. I'll probably ask him about it. Like, because I'm sure it went through his thought process on, like, whether or not he can play this. But he decided against it, and, yeah, it's, this deck is quite powerful when you're playing it, near perfection, and if people don't know what you're doing or don't play around things properly, yep, they get smashed.
Fight top flight as well. Sabo, he's just...
Also, sometimes you just can't play around things in this deck. Like, they Sabo you, like, four times, and then they're challenging your stuff, and you just, like, don't have enough resources left to deal with it, so. Sorry, Randy, you've successfully blown up your spot for Bologna, but he knew that by bringing it to the event. He wanted to win, and he's already got his best of Sivir in his pocket from this event. Not literally, but he's the last Sivir standing, and he could definitely take this thing down.
I heard that it takes 2 months to collect the best of cards, apparently.
In China?
No.
I don't know if that's
in
true.
China?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they had them on site for Houston. I would have been.
Yeah, they did. They have not
they,
had them on site for China historically.
Ah,
Not for the first one.
I asked a couple of people that I know there, and they're like, "Nope, you have to wait a month to get it mailed." And I was like, "What the? That's so much."
I wonder if they'll ship it out.
I mean, they better.
They're like, sorry, no, you have to send it to a Chinese address.
He said, "I have taken all of your spells."
Yep.
There you go, Randy.
GG's Randy.
Good work, brother. Good work. Get it done. I'm glad we got him on stream. Now you can all see the power of Sivir. Now I don't have to hold my tongue when people ask about Sivir. Because I've had to look, Randy came up with this deck. I've been testing with him for a while for Bologna, and like he's like, "Hey, can we keep this a secret? I think I found something really good." And like, I mean, yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Like, looks pretty good to me.
Imagine that metal card going through customs. I don't think it'd be an issue. Someone's saying in chat.
Well done, Randy.
And thank you, Randy, for making it a short break time.
Well, why do we keep trying to jinx this? I mean, it's very likely we're good.
Yeah, thank you, Randy, for making this exactly a 3.5 minute break time. Yes. Not me jinxing it. Oh, nice. You can see Randy, like, floating over the screen in the with the text on Bilibili.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Oh yeah, give me the bingo. We promised that Randy was gonna check off some amount. I don't know that he ever triple rossed though, so I don't know that we got like 20 might printed at any point. It may have just been Miracle, but that is it. That is a good one. We got the Miracle Shell and a non-Draven deck. It's funny because I confidently wrote this week 1 expecting other people to potentially play this, and it took Randy being on stream to play it because I've been so confident in the shell being quite good.
Right, so we just need Camel is unstoppable.
Yeah, we could get one. Did he triple Ross a game 1 on one turn?
We do have a Yi, right? Yeah. We have a Yi in top 32.
Yeah, there's a Yi. We could get Yi versus Kaisa.
Okay. No. As in, like, we could have like unstoppable Camel in Yi. Like, I would imagine that's how they're playing the Yi. We can only pray. I hope the Jacks made it through. I'm still praying.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, I'm just hoping we see more Dravens Fallout. Oh, they put like the like that translation thing back on. Let's just see what they were saying.
Kuvi, do you got a little Kuvi's corner? I know we don't have to just whatever you saw. I mean, you saw most of the deck there. I don't know exactly what Randy's playing right this current second in China, but we saw pretty much all of it.
Do I grab the actual list or?
I can ask Randy because he probably has a link somewhere. But I think you can also just slap together what we saw. I mean, like I said, we saw most of it. We can just recreate it.
I think we saw all of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did see the entire list. But yeah, this was nice to see Randy doing well. My prediction was Sivir is going to win the tournament today. That's just because I think Randy's going to win the tournament. We'll see if that actually happens. As he's still going to have a couple more games to go as we get into the top 16 coming up in just a second. Charmer, you've been lurking. Did you want a camera link as well, or no? Are you vibing?
I really can't do the camera thing right now. My internet has been wonky, so I'm actually connected to my phone using that as a Wi-Fi hotspot at the moment, and I'm trying to just go bare bones.
That's kind of hype. Okay. Sounds good.
I just didn't want to miss it.
Didn't want to miss Randy on camera playing the Sivir.
Yeah, the power of purple.
I'm proud of him. I'm glad he's popping off. He's doing really well.
I would really like for Randy to win, just because then we get another. The Chinese are going to give him a new nickname. We have George as the ghost of Chongqing.
Yeah, true. We might get a new nickname for Randy. We already got. So Huge told me there's actually already a Billy Chat nickname called the French God of Gambling. Is what they've been calling him. Though it's really funny to call it gambling because I feel like this deck is like the most consistent deck. Because it just they really just draw everything.
It should be something to do with like knowing your entire. Like he's the. Is it omnipotent? Like you know everything.
Yes, that's omnipotence.
Yeah, so like I feel like it's gonna have to be a play on like omnipotence because you just know your deck. You know what you're playing. You know the order of your deck. So, I mean, we're going into top 16. What's everyone's predictions on Dravens?
We're gonna still cut down on Dravens. I think we're always cutting down on Dravens. We had 12 after 64. 64 was 25, then we went down to 12. Down to 16. I think they'll be a little bit more resilient this round. We'll probably still see something like 7 or 8 Dravens. I don't think we're gonna lose that many. Still keep about half the field. That's generally been the trajectory we see, and then gets cut down again once we get to the top.
Yeah, do we have? Oh no, they're just on the ads at the moment. I thought we were going to show the decks. Yeah, I think I am gonna put a take out there that I think the Fiora has been taken down. I don't think we're gonna see any more Fiora today.
That's probably
There was only one. Let me pull up the.
Yeah, do you want to give us the breakdown from 32?
It was
if we can,
32...
Jarvis.
Oh yeah, Jarvis might be able to just pull it up. That's a good point.
Yeah, Jarvis could probably just grab us the 32.
Draven was at 12. If I'm gonna take a guess.
Well, there's Jarvis. Well, that's not even Jarvis. That's Iron Man. Jarvis is somewhere in there.
He's somewhere. Yeah, he's on the right hand side, right?
Yeah. There we go.
Oh,
all right, thanks, Jarvis. All right, so Sivir's through. You're saying Fiora's out. I mean, my bet is probably Jax is out. I don't know that Jax is going to make it much further. I like Jax, but it's probably out. Yi's probably out, but and I think we're likely to like Sivir, Ezreal. Yeah, Sivir, Ezreal, Aurelia, and Draven are going to be the main things remaining because we know Sivir's there. I'm curious if we get even a copy of Kaisa or Lucian left, but it's possible. It just depends on matchups as well, right? If Lucian is like fighting Jax or something, then we're guaranteed to keep one of them.
That's a good point. Like Sivir
Yep.
beats Aurelia, so Sivir gets through. Jax could beat an Ezreal, maybe. I mean, I would love for all of these one-offs to keep making it through, but like I just don't think they can. I think some decks like I think Aurelia. I think I'm gonna say it. I think Aurelia is gonna win this today.
Yeah, that's what Kuvi said too.
Wait, why are you copying me? Hello?
No, I've always been saying that I think Aurelia is good, but I think today is fair. It's a fair chance. We tried with Fiora. Fiora couldn't do it. We got to try and let an Aurelia try and beat him in the final now.
I think we just need to
Keep Aurelia alive.
You said it. I didn't say anything. But yeah, I sent the deck list. We can put it up right now, if possible.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna step away to take a quick break. We're also gonna grab Stuart in a second. He's gonna come join us. He's a Wild Rift and TFT caster. That's gonna come hang out for a little bit. He's been casting a little bit of Riftbound as well. Gonna hang out for the next few games. And we'll pass it off to Kuvi's corner to break down the Sivir list a little bit, let you know a little bit about the deck construction, how this works. As you got to see the entire deck on stream already, but now we can talk a little bit further about it. So I will be right back. Kuvi, take it away.
Okay, so Sivir, there's generally two ways you can play Sivir. I think it's either Aura or non-Aura. We've seen the non-Aura, the Aura Sivir decks multiple times on stream. But the first iterations of Sivir that we tried in the Scrim group, they were just non-Aura Sivir. They were very similar to this. I think this is very close to day one list. The only difference is the shovel, the last rites, and the on the hunt. I think everything else is pretty much day one. In the main deck, at least, it plays very much like Ezreal. So the legend ability is, when you recycle a rune, you may exhaust me to play a gold gear token exhausted. When one or more enemy units die, ready me. Sivir as a deck, as a legend, really depends on your skill level and understanding of one fundamental of Riftbound specifically, which is the fundamental of runes. You need to know exactly when to recycle a rune, when to spend the gold instead of recycling a rune, when to recycle 2 runes during the turn. You have to master your usage of runes to be able to play Sivir cleanly, or like as effectively as possible. Her chosen champion, of course, the orange Sivir, purple Sivir is really broken. You always have access to a 6-might unit accelerated, and then she will get her effect right away. So that's pretty cool. And she gets to live, and she has ganking, which is not as common in this list, I don't think. I think as soon as you send Sivir, usually she will die. But having access to something accelerated is just always very, very good. So how does the deck actually play? It plays like again, Miracle list or Miracle Draven, but really, really, really similar to Ezreal playstyle. But instead of having blue, obviously you have the orange, which allows you to get a little bit more hand selection with the Sabotage. Most of the list is purple, right? The only orange cards are Challenge, which is a premium backline removal card. Sabotage, which is a premium, just I think the best orange card, period. You just look at the opponent's hand and remove an important spell, and you also get to see their whole hand, which is very good. These are the only real orange cards. I mean, obviously we have Confront, and Confront is here specifically only for the Rasas, because Rasas are 0 might, 0 energy very easily. So just playing one Confront into 2 Rasas, or even 1 Rasa is very good, right? Because you have a 6 might accelerated unit for 2, which is at least, which is very good. The rest of the deck is literally just purple Azrael Shell, right? We have the Azrael Prodigy with the seals, with the cult shot. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm stupid. Forgot the Punch First, of course. Punch First is very, very good. The second best orange card, in my opinion. Sabotage and Punch First are just the best orange cards. We were playing the best orange cards, and then the rest is just purple slap, purple broken slap, which is Ezreal into Scrap Heap, very strong. We're playing obviously the stack deck and cult shots, all the deck selection. You basically go through your whole deck in every single game, almost guaranteed, and you start to know exactly what you're gonna draw. It's like pitch stacking in Flesh and Blood, and then you can just play your turns around your draw because you've noted down everything. And then we have the Travel Immersion, just more filtering and hand selection, deck, like card selection. We have the Fight or Flights, we have the Rebukes, just very good interaction spells. And then you may be wondering why the Last Rites. I mean, it's just to get the Rasas back. Oh, I forgot to add Fizz in the main list. There was a Fizz for sure. I mean, this I don't know how I forgot Fizz, sorry. Fizz is very, very good because I think it's the only card actually missing here. So basically, if you want to recreate this and you're like, okay, what do I cut for Fizz? Just cut a... I think, I mean, we've seen double Treasure Trove. I would personally cut the Treasure Trove, and I don't think there's a Rebuke main deck. I think the Rebuke was game 2, if I remember correctly. So you could cut one Fight or Flight, one Rebuke, and then you add the double Fizz, if you want to just recreate that. Or you could just cut a Treasure Trove and Rebuke and add a double Fizz. Yeah, final answer, -1 Trove, -1 Rebuke, and then put Rebuke inside deck, and then play Fizz in the main deck. Fizz is really good because you get to replay all the spells that you need, because you just throw away your whole hand with all the discard and also just playing cards. You can just replay a Sabotage when you need it, you can replay a Punch First when you need it, you can replay a Fight or Flight when you need it, etc, etc. You just have, it's basically a third or fourth copy of every spell in your deck, right? Because of the versatility. Last Rites are good because of the Rasas. You can just get back Rasas and then you get back to Fizz. Getting back a Fizz also gets back a spell, and you can just chain them with the Fizz or chain them with the Rasas. What card have I not talked about? Treasure Trove is really particularly good in Sivir again. We do see it in the Aura versions. Treasure Trove, you basically recycle a card, recycle a rune to kill the gear, and then you get another rune and you draw. But since you're recycling the rune, so effectively in a regular deck that's not Sivir, you don't ramp, but you spend 2 to draw, right? In that interaction. But in Sivir specifically, because you recycle a rune, you will get a gold. So it's very good. So it's draw 1 for 2, you draw 1 and then you get a gold, which is pretty good. The one of Hard Bargain, you have so much card selection as we've seen. You will always find that one-ofs are very good in a list like this because you see your whole deck, so you will see the one-ofs that you need. On the Hunt are there specifically for the Rasas, very similar to Confront. You either have all your Rasas on one battlefield and then you give them ganking. I mean, you ready them because you just send them back and then on the Hunt send them to the other battlefield, or you just play all the Rasas base when you don't have Confronts, and then on the Hunt and ready them and then go in. That's why we have on the Hunt there. I think I talked about every other card. We can talk about the battlefields. It's okay, Kuvi, forgive you. Yeah. So the battlefields, we've seen all 3 of them. We have Zone Warren. Zone Warren makes sense because of the scrap heaps, and then because you want to fill up your grave for the Fizz, and you want to fill up your grave for the Rasa. Makes sense. Very good battlefield. Can backfire sometimes against the Miracle Draven, of course. This deck should do pretty good against Miracle because of the Punch First and all the Sabotages. So you just remove their Fight or Flight and their Punch Firsts, not punch first. Desabotage and no, sorry. Use sabotage to remove fight or flight and to remove rebuke, so that your punch first are not vulnerable to those, and then you just beat them up.
Sorry, I've put it in the job.
Okay. So we've seen Obelisk of Power Game 2. Obelisk of Power is okay. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of this battlefield. I think it backfires way too much, in my opinion. But the actual MVP is Sigil of the Storm. Sigil of the Storm is broken in Severe because you will be recycling runes and getting gold, and then you can just do that easily if you don't want to use an actual rune, or if you don't want to play many spells that have many spells or units that have like a power cost. And we've seen Sigil of the Storm actually be MVP against Aurelia because it's good against decks that really want runes, right? Most likely in this set, decks will have a lot of cards. We have a lot of draw in purple. There's just too much draw everywhere. So the issue is not card advantage. The issue usually is runes, is how much energy do you have. And making the opponent recycle a rune can actually hinder them quite heavily, especially because Draven draws a lot, right? And when you draw a lot, you want energy to actually spend on the things that you draw. And you cannot actually spend the gold for the effect of Sigil. You have to recycle a rune, which makes it very good.
All right, and here we go. We are back. They are back to casters. We should have games soon. Draven has dropped from 12 to 3 for the top 16. The king is dying in this spot. Doesn't mean he will completely lose, but both Lucians are alive. The Fiora has survived. 2 out of 3 Kaisas, 2 out of 3 Ezreals. Jax has made it to the top 16 to debut in the top 16 alongside Sivir. Neither of them had made a top 16 just yet. And Aurelia is still on top of the tables. 4 out of the 16 are going to be Aurelia. And welcome, Stuart, to the co-stream. What's up, buddy? How's it going?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, excited to watch some Riftbound for sure. I've been watching over the last few weekends. I tried to stay up for the first weekend in the crazy British time that is available, but I wasn't able to. But yeah, thanks for having me, and excited to see some action. But yeah, Draven going down to 3, but you never know. I mean, there is still possibility that we do get 3 weekends in a row, but I think we're all cheering for everyone to take down Draven at this point, so we'll have to see.
Absolutely, and we got our international squad to help welcome international shipping on our shop at shop.turnhamsideways.gg. We finally have it. I know the first 2 weeks I was promising that we were working on it and we'd get it done, but now we do. So if you missed out on the mats earlier on because you were not in the US, now you can order them. They are pre-order. They will ship out March 1st. And outside of just subscribing and watching our channel, the best way to support is, of course, through the shop. But we are going to jump right into game. We have seen this man before. There is a pretty famous clip of a Kaisa player misplaying into his Yi and him popping off, so he is no stranger to this top 16, the player on the left here. We'll see what deck he's been playing now, but formerly a Yi player, he's going to be on Draven, so continuing with playing a top deck of the format. Now the question is are they giving us the Jax? I feel like they have to give us the Jax, right? Like, where else would we go if not to the Jax after seeing the Sivir as the last surviving one-ofs? And it is. We do get him. There we go. It is going to be Green Jax in the champ zone.
I am
looking to play around those quick draws.
For this, I'm sorry, I just was plugging so hard that I was like, okay, this graphic. I'm making the graphic so that people can follow along. They can't watch. I'm gobsmacked. So, number one, Jax got through. Fiora's through. There is less Dravens than Aurelia's. Like, what is going on?
And one of these Dravens that has made it through is Miracle. Look at this, Zon Warrens. So it's going to be Zon Warrens and then Monastery for Jax to look for the card draw.
Could this be the weekend? That is the question.
Not a single Draven top 8. It actually is super possible here, right? Unless 2 of the Dravens are paired against each other, this is 1 of 3. So we could potentially, if we see Jax win here, see 0 Dravens top 8.
You know what's really interesting, also thinking about the first set of regionals that we had back in September, October? The third sub-regional is when we saw the biggest shift, or was it the fourth one? Where like Yi finally started to kind of like penetrate the Kai'Sa dominance. So same kind of deal here. Although this feels like completely like different in the sense that like Draven is just going away.
I believe the third is where we saw Yi win, and then after that, Yi looked laughable into Kai'Sa after that fact. After that one. But yes, it was the third one that we did see that happen. You're absolutely right. That he snuck through, started beating the Kaisas. It's possible that people have started to figure it out. Trying to take a glance here. We see first mate, that makes sense. Warmogs for game 1 going into Monastery, so that's a good draw to have. You definitely want to be seeing the Warmogs. Is that Sea Monkey? Is that other 2 that's in hand? It is.
Sea Monkey Brutalizer, I think is.
Yeah, pretty good hand for playing on your Monastery game, right? Multiple ways to get the early buffs. And on either side, of course, we saw Zon Warren, so it is going to be Miracle Draven. We've got a Battering Ram in the opener. Looks like a Seal on the left side there. That's a really nice pickup. That's exactly what you want to see when you're playing the Miracle deck. You want to find those seals as early as possible.
Putting back one of the Rams, I'm assuming you don't really want it too early on because you don't have enough cards to be able to build that up early on and be able to play it for as cheap as possible. So makes sense. I think I actually kept the Rebuke in hand as well, which is also quite interesting.
Yeah, I can see Rebuke against Jax. Often the Jax decks are on this like turbo stack strategy, right? Just get a bunch of gear onto one unit. So especially in Miracle, where Rebuke is likely a 1 of, at most a 2 of in the deck, right? If it is a 1, you're always keeping it here because it is one of your more useful tools in the mid to late game against Jax. And, you know, you're often going to be drawing enough cards that it's not a big deal to keep a card like this in the opener. And just going to be starting off with the Sea Monkey for Jax, getting things rolling. As Rico on EDG is going to have 2-drop just to kick things off as well. And looks like we also have Hopeful in hand, so some early play is going to be available over the next 2 turns. If there's another 2-drop, can go 2-drop Hopeful. If not, Draven going to be available. Yep. Warmogs.
I love the Warmogs interaction with the Monastery.
Mm-hmm.
Such a nice,
Yep. Not going to go for the draw on this turn, though. Instead, wanting to filter. What card do we want to get rid of? Poro, yeah, don't really need this 2-drop. Looks like that's another Warmogs. Probably going to want that as the potential next usage of the Zon Warrens. I don't think you really want multiple copies of Warmogs, and I think you'd rather have a different card. So if that was second Warmogs draw, probably going to try and get rid of that via Zon Warrens. Easy Draven pass. Often this is Miracle's playline. Play 2-drop, play Draven, and then combo off. So we'll see how much of a combo is able to be pieced together on this third turn of the game once Jax is able to put a couple of points on the board.
It'll be interesting to see he can play the green Jack, get those quick draw equipment. Probably will bamboozle the Draven starting from.
It's Aphelios!
Oh,
it's Aphelios! Aikato vindicated! Aikato vindicated! He's been saying he thinks Aphelios would be really good in Jax. He's like, this has to be the way that you play this deck. And the highest placing Jax we have ever seen, at a record of 7-1-1, is an Aphelios Jax. I love to see it.
He's cooked. What can I say? He's cooked.
Yeah. If you can, if we can pop up Aphelios on the screen, that would be great. If not, I'm gonna just quickly go grab the text on that so I can let everyone know all the modes.
It readies up 2 runes. You channel a rune, or you can buff any friendly unit when you equip him with a card. I actually tested Aphelios in my Jax list, so I know how he works. He has a very, very stupid interaction with Spellsonger, which if we see it in this deck list, I would be absolutely
does he
amazed.
trigger? So he triggers twice? You get to choose...
You get to choose, but because of the way the wording is, you open up, like, imagine you have, like, your list of options on...
Yeah, you can choose the same, right?
You have your, you can have your list of options too. You move your way down.
Yeah, so you can choose the same. So that makes, so with Spellsonger, you could ready 4 runes. You could channel 2 runes exhausted. You could buff 2 friendly units. And also, when we think about Monastery for game 1, I mean, this Aphelios makes even more sense. You're just getting additional avenues to get those buffs and draw extra cards. Card draw being one of the pillars we said seemed a little bit weak in general for Jax, and this is a way to get around that. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, this is just going to be turn 3 instead of comboing off. This is just still more big development, double hopeful, cosplaying kind of a more standard Draven.
There he is.
Yep, this would be my reaction too. Look, you playing Aphelios, I'm reading it. I haven't seen this card probably in weeks, and I wanna know exactly what this thing is doing. Snap picks it up to read it.
Yeah, first time I've seen Jax play the Felios as well, so it's quite interesting to see that interaction as well. When you play at Marshall, what do you normally prioritize then? Do you prioritize the channeling, the buff? I guess in this instance, the buffing makes most sense because you have the monastery, but I guess there is a world where you rather channel more runes as well to try and, get some more board out a bit later on.
Personally, for me, I was a big fan of readying up runes. Like you see, he has Defy in hand, so you get to have more cards for reaction. Help with the quick draw from the Jack. So yeah, we see here everybody runes.
So he channeled one for the first equipped and then he ready 2 runes.
Yeah.
Seems to be his play so far.
Yeah. Not willing to commit any resources to the monastery, so don't need to buff yet, right? Considering just playing around, I guess in theory you could be thinking there could be something like a falling star. I might have liked to see the buff anyway instead of readying the runes, because there's not likely a lot of backline access when you're playing against Miracle. So you could have like greeted for a buff on this turn. The other option though is if you had another equipment, like readying 2 more runes here, like you do have green Jacks out, so you could at reaction speed play an equipment from hand, because you've readied these runes.
You can push something in and piercing light as well. I guess that is another option because you can pierce light your own unit. So I guess you can try and stop that as a possibility for readying the runes. But I'm not too sure what else is in the Jax's hand that you would want to ready the runes. I guess it's just the Defy, as you mentioned, is the only thing that you'd leave open.
Right, so just gonna go into Warrens. Ezreal's been found, so this is gonna unlock the Draven deck as well. Gonna be able to start digging through a ton of this list. I do love that this list does also have the weapons. We see Draven Spinning Axe. I've seen like a lot of Miracle decks omit that, and I think it is a mistake to admit it. I think it is a very, very powerful card that should be in your deck, help you win these combats. He's got 2 copies in hand now.
I mean, I think everyone's going to be rooting for the Jax, but just especially because I play the guy. I want to see him absolutely blow this Draven out. Take the Draven out. We go down to 2 Dravens in the top 8. Would be incredible.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but it is just this big might stacking game. A lot of this might come down to a singular combat, because currently neither player is really that willing to commit. And I think for Miracle, I mean, you're more likely to be able to play every point of might in your deck than Jax is gonna be able to do. So you are more on a clock as Jax, I think.
I guess it's very difficult for Jax to hold, especially against the Draven. You don't want him to draw cards as well. But then, and as you mentioned, I think when Draven starts stacking, it does get a little bit scary as well, because then it becomes more difficult for the Jax to push in.
Yep. I like the Counter-Strike, going to be able to help out a lot, but for now, just going to move Helios in, get the Conquer.
Yep.
I think there's a Rebuke in hand, and the thought is if you Rebuke now, try and buy a lot of time, but you'd be losing that Rebuke for a later time, which it's a very powerful spell in the matchup. He does have 2 copies.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has 2 rebukes. Ezreal. So he's going to buff the Aphelios with 1, and then spend the buff to draw a card.
And rebuff.
Rebuff him a second time.
Double Warmog's interaction. Usually I don't like having 2 of them, but if you've got enough ways to draw cards here, it can work out. Because that double interaction is quite nice.
I will say the hand of the Jax doesn't look amazing.
A lot of goobers.
Monkey.
This is goober number 1.
Discipline in hand.
Discipline, yeah. How do you push this other battlefield though? How do you push Zorn? I mean, it doesn't have enough might on board at the moment, I don't think, but...
We still have our
really...
Jax legend, so technically we have 1 might extra as well. But yeah, obviously not worth risking anything right now.
Yep.
Just
Currently Jax is ahead on points, so you can theoretically sit at Monastery the entire game and win, right? That is a technical possibility, right? It does mean that Draven will be the one who's forced to move. Now, whether Jax can actually afford to play that game plan, I'm not really convinced. I know Counter-Strike does help you kind of go in that direction. I'm curious if Trinity Force is in this deck, right? If that's another way that you're going to try and like avoid combat with Draven, is you play Trinity Force and then you do like turbo stack one side.
Draven is not that good at pushing like a huge hold, right? Because there's no Watcher, there's nothing. I mean, he doesn't get that high in terms of might compared to like an Aurelia or something. So like, are there any cards really that help push a big huge board?
It depends on how you're stacking. If you're stacking wide, Rebuke is not that good, right? If you're tall, Rebuke is very good.
Yeah.
So into potentially Ezreal just to try and get some more draw. Could be a possibility.
Like he's just
you are also
playing the app.
Oh, okay.
I do think it's very funny that Draven's signature spell is equivalent of a brutalizer for us. It's actually cheaper right now.
Works on defense though.
On board.
Spinning Axe versus Brutalizer. Spinning Axe works on defense versus Brutalizer. It can from hand on defense with Green Jack's out, but it loses its luster after that first turn.
I do see a Counter-Strike in hand.
Yeah, there is the Counter-Strike.
So, as the people that were in here before, Counter-Strike is a 2 energy, 1 power, a unit. Just basically, you just say this unit doesn't take its next point of damage. So we might potentially, depends on how much they want to save the Aphelios here. We could see it come out. It also draws a card. So
yeah, I like this from Draven. You've basically gotten to this point where you're now going to force the a little bit more commitment out of the side of Jax. Brutalizer here, great, right? Like you mentioned, it's the same as a Spinning Axe, at least when it's played right away. And you've got the combination of having Aphelios on board with Green Jax really strong, right? You're going to be able to play these equips from hand and then trigger Aphelios when it happens, right? So you get the full refund. That was a free Brutalizer that came from hand in this spot. The problem for Aphelios is that Rebuke is going to be a blowout, and it's just about spending as few resources as possible before you get rebuked. And currently, I think the Aphelios is winning this, right? This is 10 going up against... what is that? 5
yeah, it's 10.
Plus
it's 10 currently for Aphelios.
10. Yeah, so trading the Aphelios currently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're okay to take the trade though.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you're too.
Jack's side, I don't know how happy I am about this trade actually, because normally trading when you kill the Spinning Axes, like trading when you're offense into the Spinning Axes, that's good because your opponent can't re-equip them. But here, Draven gets to just cascade these. You can just re-equip the axes.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean for Draven's side, I think you're okay with trading. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, for Draven's side,
I agree with you, Story. Yeah.
I don't think as the Jax player, you're... How do I phrase this? I don't think you're supposed to keep Aphelios alive. Like, I don't think he's vital to the deck. Like, he's nice if you can get him out, but from what I have played, he's nice, but I think you've kind of got the value that you want from him, so you're happy to see him die. You're obviously Draven's gonna kill this monkey and get a draw from the thing. See, discipline.
Yep, that's good. that doesn't currently win. This monkey is just
Trades.
a 2. No, it doesn't even trade. It actually just dies.
Nope. The monkey's a 3.
Why is the monkey a 3?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, monkey's just a 2 with the, and then it
Oh
became
yeah,
a
of course
4.
he's a 2. Oh yeah, he was a 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a...
I don't know why, but I was reading that as a 3. And then
Monkey is a 3 if you pay 3 for him and he's got a buff
The
on him.
extra.
But yeah, this was just a... Yeah, the discipline needed something more behind it. I think the reason I don't like losing the Aphelios is just the fact that we're resource light against a Miracle deck. So they're just going to draw infinite. I mean, even this is worst case, right? Of course, Scrap Heap is there with the Ezreal. We're going to draw 3 more cards. We just saw a Call Shot drawn, so we're just going to draw 2 more cards. Like,
stack deck as well.
how does Jax ever keep up, right? How do you ever catch up if not for the Aphelios? Now, I will say, if he tried to keep this Aphelios alive further, he was going to get murdered by Rebuke. Rebuke was going to eat every single spell that he had just cast and send the Aphelios back to hand. So I'm not saying, like, you know, results-wise, I think the Aphelios trading is probably okay, but realistically, that's pretty tough, not being able to keep that alive. You really need to be able to hold on.
I mean, if you know that the discipline's not going to keep your Sea Monkey alive, I mean, you could have disciplined the Aphelios the previous combat. But then, as you said, it could get rebuked. But would you rather your Aphelios get rebuked and use one of the rebukes early on and get rid of one early on and still like keep the Aphelios in hand? Because obviously you still keep the equips all the same, but then the Noxus Hopeful stays alive on that battlefield as well. So interesting decision for sure.
Specifically for this deck, I really hope that... I mean, into the meta, you should be mainboarding Camel. So I think you're just trying to hope that... I mean, I hope it's in the deck, and you're just praying that you can find it, and then you're just going to win from just being so much incredibly bigger. Like, we've got First Mate as well in the deck.
I think it takes a lot for Camel to still reach a might that is going to be bigger than what Miracle can place on the board.
True, but you have your backups of other units as well, right? So, like, you've got these monkeys, you've got your First Mates. I don't think this Jax is ever going to be sitting anywhere that's not base, unless he's gets played to the battlefield to, like...
His quick draw has used a lot of its usefulness at this point because there's no equipment in hand, so it's probably time that he can be deployed offensively. It just depends. I think there still are... The First Mate is still maybe a big enough unit that you don't have to deploy him offensively just yet. So you may be right, he can still kind of like back row it for a little bit longer, but yeah, I mean, deciding maybe the deflect unit is still worthwhile, especially now that Draven is down on just 4 runes. Gonna send this in, get to deal with an axe.
So, I have a question here.
Yes?
Did you just
What?
pay for the buff from the unit in the back?
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. 100%.
Oh, I've learned something new today. I have read that card. I've read that battlefield as you have to have the unit at the battlefield.
No.
Have you never watched Sithri of Cloudfield played with a monastery in set?
Literally, how have I never realized this?
I like this. Kill both axes on this turn, by the way. Sorry, Kuvi, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. No, it's really good. I agree completely. This was neat. Dealing with the axes here in this turn, I think, is super crucial.
Still can go to 4, but you do have to give Draven a card and a unit. Like sacrifice blood for the blood god in order to get that done. But it will be on Warrens, so you can ditch your worst card in order to do it. I'm not sure what bad cards are left in hand at this point.
Define are not so fast.
2-drop.
I guess rid of Pick Rocky.
Yeah, that makes sense. 2-drop is great to be able to get rid of.
Ooh,
GA is quite nice.
Off the top. Nice.
Yeah, I love the GA pickup. That's going to be good to, you know, Marshall, you were talking about this Jax and really wanting to keep it safe. And I think being able to react in this this GA is going to be really nice when Rico tries to push on the Jax, especially with the risk of the combat tricks up.
Did he just pass?
Side to pass.
Interesting.
Yeah. Quick draw GA is pretty good. The only scary thing would be like Bryn here, but it's not even scary because then you just play the GA. Its reactions great. So.
So we did lose an energy by passing. So we had to float one to equip the brutalizer.
That's true. Yeah.
Which does make me question. I guess they wanted to wait to see what they drew off the top, but they could have just used the Jax Legend to like not waste an energy or a rune. So we would be one extra rune next turn. I don't think it's gonna matter, but there could be a world where it does.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. The Jax Legend went untapped for that turn, so
yeah. Like we could have equipped a Warmogs to someone.
Well, in a Warmogs did get equipped, so right, you could have spent one energy, one power to equip the one green power to equip the brutalizer, and then just use that green energy that you had used right to equip the Warmogs afterwards, because two things got equipped, right? So
you don't. It's like the Teemo thing where Teemo players forget that they can hide cards by just paying the power. Like, you can still utilize your power to actually do the thing.
Yeah, of course. It's just because Jax is still untapped. It's kind of questionable, right? Because there was two equips on the turn, so that does work perfectly, right? One single rune that is recycled allows you to equip one weapon via the power cost, and then one weapon via Jax's ability.
I wonder if he thinks his hand is good enough to kind of keep the Jax or the first or the ready mate alive, because he has Counter-Strike Defy not so fast, so he could not so fast the Rebuke, which we can see in Draven's hand, but of course him not knowing that there is also a second Rebuke in hand, which is also pretty frustrating. But yeah, I mean, I would assume you would want to try and GA something this turn, or last turn, sorry, which would have made sense. But yeah, maybe just realizing that he has options in his hand that he can try and, you know, keep these units alive. But
I actually like hiding the info personally. I know that he had the the runes to do it, but he's on 8 runes. Like, he's not playing all of these cards realistically, and even if he is, he actually cannot still afford that with 8 runes. So I'm a pretty big fan of just hiding all the info. Let Draven kind of make this attack up front, and then from there you kind of got, like, I have 8 runes to play with. It makes it really hard for Draven to even want to swing in, because he also just wants you to, like, waste 8 runes. But the secret is that Jax doesn't care if he wastes 8 runes here, because he didn't have a development anyway. It was just like a bunch of tricks in his hand. So the Counter-Strike is also going to be really powerful. And it ends up just going ahead and doing the GA here. Does that make this even? So this is, it goes up to 6 might, which is now contesting the Draven. And I think as the Jax player, you're happy to lose the GA to kill the Draven here if that's what this comes to. So you now get to react to whatever happens on the backside of this, and it is going to be a Rebuke. I think Not So Fast going to get jammed. And the thing with playing second Rebuke here, by the way, would put Draven to 1 rune. So it's really hard to actually cast the second Rebuke here. We'll see if he ends up doing it. If the tempo play is worthwhile. Yeah, there he goes.
He's going for it. Wow.
it's kind of what we expected to happen did happen, but yeah, I mean, the Draven going down, but I think you're okay with it though.
I'm gonna say, as the Jax player, to have a first mate that you can replay, I don't think that's bad.
Fine.
I think you're quite happy with that. Like, you saved your GA, you've got all of these equipment, you have a first mate you can replay. I probably would thank him for that. Hey, thank you for getting down to 1 rune. I would,
look, this Jax is not movable on 1 rune from Draven, right? So you've got a handful of tricks still. You're gonna be able to protect this Jax. Now you can pivot him with the first mate and get him over to the other side to try and conquer if you want. Now, you might have to give a card draw over to Draven by shipping your monkey in to deal with the overzealous fan. But when Draven's at 1 rune, I actually don't know how much you care about him drawing at this moment. Like, I think it's kind of okay, and you can, like, let that happen and then pivot this Jax over, score to 6. I actually think the position for Jax is great. I mean, this rune advantage is massive.
Imagine. I mean, we know that Jax has Deflect. So we're going to get to the point where he just won't be able to answer this Jax because he will just be having no runes.
That's the problem with using both Rebukes now, right? Is you don't have a lot of other options to try and deal with combat compared to, you know, what you had before.
Yeah, possible there's a world that like allowing the Draven to trade was maybe correct in the spot.
I just thought of something. If you push up with this Jax, you can actually make him pay the deflect cost and go down to 0 runes.
They can deny the. They don't have to pay the deflect.
They don't
right?
have to pay the deflect, but you can you can just go in with this Jax and say, hey, I either kill you with this Jax or you are down to nothing.
Yeah. Of
0
course.
runes, yeah.
Like, it's a
Wait,
play.
I remember there was a change about this, right? Where you,
Yeah, you
now
can choose not to do it. But...
Yeah. I meant after. Didn't they change it back? I think there was like a.
You're saying there's
Change, right?
another change now, where now.
I need to go check.
Oh my god, kill me if that's the case. Like I, just kill me.
No. I think it is. They changed it to. They changed it so many times, but I think it is now on the iteration of you have the choice to pay the deflect. Like if you pay the card, and you can't afford or don't want to pay the deflect cost.
Yeah, you just decline it, and then
the
card
card
doesn't
just doesn't
work.
do anything. But like you still played the card.
Are they telling him his count wasn't high enough for him to play Ram?
He didn't have Ram. He didn't have enough for Ram. This is what I'm very confused about. Ram has a minimum of 1, so.
Well, yeah, but he has
can't
one.
be
He has one rune.
free-cast. No. I don't think he does. That's the thing.
He does. He has this red rune sitting right there. It's ready. So his count just must not have been high enough.
Maybe he didn't play enough cards. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. It's not yeah. Okay, I got confused of like. Okay.
Yep.
Also, you have to decide as well if this Jax does move into the Zorn Wardens, if you do want to play that one rune to even buff up the Draven as well. You also got to think about that. Like, I mean, that's also another possibility.
His count was short because of the countered spell. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's why he thought he had enough, but he didn't. Yep. So his count was 1 short. I think Jax is like very favored from the spot.
I am very impressed with this Jax player right now. He has kind of showed everyone the power of equipment. God, I know it's not the correct play. I really want him to push this Jax in. I want him to make him incredibly big and say, I want you to have no runes. If you're going to send me back, you will have no runes. And I think even funnier, if he does it, he has to choose push the Jax back or trigger the Draven.
How big can this Jax get then?
He's currently 6 with the Brutalizer on him. He'd go to 7, 8, 9 if he equipped all the equipments. Plus any equipments in hand.
There's none in hand, it looks like.
I think he drew a Lonely Poro, which is unfortunately not that useful.
Which is the discard for once you conquer the Zon Warrens.
I think here there's a way. Okay. You kind of want to push. Usually, you don't want to push 1 by 1 into Draven because Draven can get like the +2 and then the +2 and the +2. But then here, Draven doesn't have runes, so you can actually definitely push multiple times into this Draven. You're not afraid to just because now your Jax got pushed back, right?
He paid the
He's got nothing.
Yeah,
deflect.
I think this spot is one where maybe the monkey is supposed to just go in and kill the.
Because we guarantee pushing. It doesn't matter that the deflect happens.
Well, and you also just have counter strike, so you're not trading your Jax. You can just kill the Draven after the fact after he grows.
Yeah, there's the Brutalizer coming over. Monkey is now at 5.
Well,
so we just need one.
Also, maybe use the Jax to. Maybe he did it the other way around. Yeah, I guess he did it the other way around, where you just go in with the Jax, and then now you can kill the rest with Sea Monkey.
Well, he can go up to 7 on the monkey.
Yeah. He just wins.
And
he just
wins.
Yeah.
Wait, are any of these gold ready, or are these gold not ready?
No, none of them are.
No.
Oh, okay, then he does win. No, then this is enough.
It's literally Lipo on his Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I thought so I was looking at the top left and I saw the 2 gold and I thought, oh, okay, he can still pay for Draven, but he can't pay for Draven at all. Not a single rune.
Yeah. Double equip, give me my energy.
Yep.
7
is enough. He doesn't even need 7. He needs exactly 7.
Yeah.
7 to push over.
And then you can, and I'm thinking like ahead of the turn, you conquer the Zone Warrens, you get rid of this Lonely Poro. Or you could play it for the 2 energy if you wanted. If you wanted to actually use your energy.
No, you need the discard fodder because you want to hold counter strike. So
Oh, true. Counter-Strike's
Yeah.
card. Yeah, true.
yeah, you want to discard the Poro.
I mean, that was actually really smart to do it that way as well, because you get the extra
Yeah.
might from the Brutalizer as well, so you actually was able to win the combat. So instead of just pushing the Sea Monkey first, you pushing the Jax, proc the Overzealous, and then...
I always forget about
Sea
Jax
Monkey.
Legend, because moving the Brutalizer unlocks
Yeah.
this line. This line doesn't exist without Jax Legend because you can't move the weapon. But that was really smart, and as you were saying, right, like since the gold is unready, the deflect means you can never pay for Draven. Yeah, really solid.
So Jax is on 6. It's extremely unlikely with his 2 runes that the Draven is going to be able to deal with the monkey, which means that all they're going to have to do is move the Brutalizer over to the Jax and just push in, and he'll get his 8 points.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Miracle's a really messed up deck, because in this spot, he could absolutely bushwhack out 12 Might. He doesn't have the bushwhack in hand, so it's not going to happen, but he has double Rasa in hand. He could bushwhack out 12 Might. Still does not deal with the monkey because Counter-Strike's in hand. Counter-Strike just beats it. So, really good spot. I mean, this is just going to be a win for Jax.
I love Counter-Strike. The fact that Counter-Strike and you could you're holding up punch first as well. It's just never, like, it's just a coin flip of, alright, which one do they have? Do I have to push one by one and get punished by punch first? Or do I go on all at once and Counter-Strike just wins the game on the spot? I am so happy I managed to see a Jax win on stream.
Yeah, we'll see if he can take the whole series, because that would be a Jax top 8 if that happens.
And another
I mean,
Draven
already
down.
top 16 was a first, but
Okay, interesting that they didn't try and stack this. So they're holding up 2 energy. So you're playing around fight or flight.
The Brutalizer
we
moves
have-
over. It's...
oh,
We
new
have the
Brutalizer
defy.
from hand.
Oh, it's
That's big.
over. We have the defy.
Yep.
It's game over.
So
You're not
move
even worried about
Brutalizer,
anything.
another
Brutalizer.
Brutalizer from hand, and you can cascade these if you need to as well.
Does he have another
Huge.
Brutalizer in hand? Oh, he does. Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't see that. Yeah.
So there's 9 Might that can go onto this first mate, 9 Might on the Monastery. You can just kind of ship 9 Might there if you want. Or send it all. You have Counter-Strike, and you have the Brutalizer here to make it happen. I'm trying to think whether cascading is safer or not, but it feels like he has every single tool he needs to win that game. And so he's going to get game 1 over the Miracle Draven. I mean, this was just like a masterclass from Jax. Shows that it really is, in Riftbound, a lot of the time, there is a lot of value that can be gained with mastery over your hero, more so than which deck that you pick. Not to say that which deck you pick doesn't matter, it absolutely does, but I think mastering your hero is a very high degree of importance in this game. And this would always remind me of Flesh and Blood with this game when I first started picking it up, because, like, yes, there is meta, yes, there is heroes who are going to be way stronger, yes, there are legends that are going to be way stronger, but mastery over your legend is really important because this game has so many decision points. It is so complicated that if you know exactly what you're doing at every moment, you're way more likely to just completely blow out your opponent in certain spots. And we've seen it with Fiora, and we've seen it with Jax. We even see it with Sivir, with Randy, right? The mastery over that list. So, very cool.
I mean, I agree. I think Cass, you literally can like top 4, top 2 with like Garen or like Lux.
No.
Wait, why the silence?
No,
I
probably not.
I think we could all agree that you could get to top 64 with any legend, but maybe not. Maybe not. We're not going that high.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not fully on the win with any legend train. I think that any, decent legend, you can probably win. And I think this is the thing, Kuvi, is just because any player is really good doesn't mean they can win on any legend. Because guess what? There's other good players out there. Not each individual person is the main character of the world. There's this like concept called Sonder, where you recognize that other people have lives and are leading their own kind of like thing as well, right? So other people are also good at the game, and if they pick a deck that's better than you and they know the matchup, then they'll beat you.
Absolutely.
But you can still do really well, because if you're better than other players, the matchup's a lot better. then you can win those games and you can get pretty far. But it's really hard to win a tournament, a full tournament, like a big tournament, on a deck that is bad. You can make a deep run, but to be fair, like Jax is not like a bad deck. Like I think a lot of these B tier decks, a lot more likely to make a top 8 or maybe even win if you're running into opponents that did not have the testing into it.
I just think it would be really funny if we go to top 8 and there is 2 or less Dravens. Like there is a non-zero chance now.
Yeah.
That we go to a top 4 and there is no Draven. People are like, oh yeah, you know that boogeyman that everyone's been talking about? Yeah, he just didn't even make it to top 4.
Look, zero Draven would be very funny. Zero Draven would be great.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is we know Fiora has beat Draven in the past, and there is a Fiora left. We know that Aurelia has beat Draven in the past, and there are 4 Aurelias in. All we need is bad matchups for Draven. Like there is a non-zero chance that we go into top 8, and there is no Draven.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because right now, I mean, there was a total of 3, so we're already getting the least amount of Dravens that have ever made a top 8 so far in this set. With 3, even if all 3 make it, we are at the lowest number. Right now, Jax is up a game, right? So if Jax wins this one, we're down to 2 Dravens, and then out of any of the other matches, you just need, you know, a Draven or 2 to lose, and that's not surprising, right? We see plenty of these decks, plenty of people who are making it this far in the tournament. We talked about this before. The people who are making it this far, guess what? They've beat a lot of Dravens to get here. They know how to play the matchup. They've targeted the deck. But also generally the Dravens that have made it this far are quite good at Draven, and they know their matchups and they know what they're doing. So it kind of enters this part where the matchup can kind of go either way. And we've said it before, while Draven is very likely the best deck in the game, I still think it probably is. There are plenty of decks that can still play against it. It's not like it is this unbeatable demon. Pretty difficult to play against, though. It is hard to play against.
Low key though, like even if Draven wins this event, I think this is still I think this is a phenomenal success, just given how much of these other decks that we're seeing and how played the games are and how close they are against Draven. Like I don't even care at this point if Draven still wins. Obviously, it would be great if Draven loses, but for all intents and purposes, going into Bologna, which is like the first event that I care about the most, it's fantastic to see that there's game.
Yeah. What I've been saying, people keep getting mad at me for saying it. I say people, it's really like YouTube comments on like the podcast. I'll randomly see something where someone's like, y'all are just glazing riot and saying that the design isn't bad. Draven is going to be 100% of the decks. I'm like, that's just not what I believe. It's good though. It is good. I'm not trying to say Draven's not good.
I will say I am very
me.
excited to see the first EU regional. So Bologna is 1 week after release. There'll be one meta defined. Then we have the second EU one, which is 2 months after. We are going to see 2 completely different fields, I think. They'll be wildly different.
Yeah, we'll see. Because there's just like a lot of game to be played, a lot more to be figured out. Game 2 though, we are gonna get, is that Vilema's out of Draven himself? That's mirror tech, I guess, is the idea.
Yes.
Because you're the one, you're purple, you're pushing. Now you have turned off your fans, you have turned off your fighter flights. I mean, look, he's made top 16. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, this is...
I was going to say, I assume we're seeing all the big units come in. So Jax, Ferris Runner? Can't think of the full name.
Ferris Runner and...
Forerunner, there you go. Mind Splitters. What was the other cards that we see subbed in for Draven? I think it's just those 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if this is like a switchboard. I mean, we still see Ezreal. It certainly doesn't feel very Miracle-esque if you're playing Forerunner, Mind Splitter, and then setting up with just this Vilema's. Still has fan in the... So not siding fan out, just going to always send fan to the other side.
Slams the monkey, gets the ball.
What this doesn't allow also, which is kind of neat, is if Draven is just holding the other battlefield, this is your go first battlefield, right? So you're just going to go to the other side. It does mean your opponent will struggle to pivot, right? If they decide to take Vilema's and have to try and hold there, they can't pivot back and try and get to the other side. So that's kind of neat as well. That's fair. It's an interesting tech choice to go for Vamos.
Is there a possibility that the Draven has enough in his sideboard to be able to change from Miracle to like mid Draven? Like
you could play
the
like kind of an
mid-range
in-between
Draven,
list,
like,
right? Yeah.
I
you
wonder
can
if that's
tell
what
this
he was
Jax
going
player is
for.
this Jax player is comfortable in his plays. He is like, yep, I'm doing this, summon this, next card, motions go in. He knows what he needs to do now. He is comfortable. I'm very excited to see how this game plays out. I feel like he might make a mistake if he's playing so fast, but hey, I'm hyped.
Well, I think the early plays are pretty simple, right? Your game plan is to avoid combat, right? So because you've conquered with Monkey, you have first mate in hand, you just retreat. I think there's probably not much else that he has that's like playable on the turn unless he wants to sacrifice the Monkey. So the other option would be to like develop Jax and then no conquer, which is also like, to be fair, like a reasonable idea.
It's an idea, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we saw in game 1, right? He played the Jax out, he waited a turn. All right, now everything's ready. I have several cards in hand. I have my quick draws, equipment. But once we see the Mind Splitter from the side of Draven, I do think the Jax player is going to have to start thinking about using the cards more proactively. Just
Double seal
to-
after you played your Ezreal is bummer.
Yikes.
It's still good though. He's gonna be happy to see those seals, especially because next turn he can play seal splitter if he wants. Splitter is gonna be quite rough for this match. Double splitter hand. I think if Jax is not able to kind of turn the jets on, I mean that's half his hand just gone to these splitters over the next few turns.
I think he kept both the splitters in hand. Was it in his opening hand as well?
Yeah.
He kept them both as well. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, if you sideboarded them in and maybe should have shuffled the deck a bit better if I was the Jax player. But yeah, Jax comes down, so we're gonna have 2 runes available. Maybe a Brutalizer comes down if we have one. But nope. The first mate is now sitting there for the remainder of the game until his
until
death.
he's collected for a card from Draven. Yeah.
Yep.
You're gonna go collect
Well,
the card over there. Have fun.
I guess it just forced him to do something because currently he's not going to trade the Ezreal for it.
No, probably
I
not.
mean, and the Ezreal doesn't even like get the conquer. He just takes the trade. So
Yeah, but I don't think he has to deal with it on this turn. I think he can let that
definitely.
point come through. It feels like Splitter is likely the turn to start looking through here. Like, it could just be Seal Called Shot, though, but I think Seal, Splitter... Yeah. I was wondering if it'd be Call Shot and, like, try and play some other things, but I feel like Splitter now, see the hand, and then you can decide if you're gonna do, like, second Splitter next turn, like, what your game plan from there becomes. Responding with Brutalizer is good. You can swap it around, just getting this. But I'm wondering if that would even be the take from the Mind Splitter. Yeah, it would probably be the take from the Mind Splitter. Looking at this hand, I think this is looking like a go game 3 to me. Is what I'm seeing from this spot. With this hand just being a bunch of counter spells.
I mean, I questioned the Brutalizer on the Monkey. I feel like it was just always correct to play it on first mate. But apart from that, I don't think it's that bad. Like, you're gonna try to cascade the Brutalizer. You have first mate in hand, so you can like send it in. He gets pushed back. You first mate it, send it in, kill the Draven. Because now you can't activate the Brutalizer on this Monkey. Like, I feel like next turn you should have
being
equipped
able
it
to
onto
move
the
it
first
with
mate.
Jax would have been better.
Yeah. Like, I feel like you have to push onto this battlefield next turn. You can't let them start gaining more points than you. Especially with this hand. Like, you need to get cards out. So I feel the small misplay there, because now I guess you can push it in and then they
Marshall,
have to push it back.
What if you just move it to the Jax, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm honestly thinking that Rico might retreat. I think he might move back, because if Jax comes in and he pays 1 rune to deflect to push him back, he pays a rune for Draven to get him ready, trying to play around first mate, because he, so like, what are you? Well, I guess he's taking the first mate, right? With the Mind Splitter. taking the first mate from hand. You're always taking the first mate. So you're actually not worried about this first mate. The first mate's not the problem. But if you have to push the jacks back and pay deflect, and then you're trying to pay for Draven, then the second splitter in hand is going to have trouble coming down. But if you back up, your next turn, you're still able to splitter if you want. I don't know that, like, when I look at this hand, though, I don't know that I'm, like, that pressed to play the second splitter. Because I'm like, okay, you're sitting on not so fast, defy. Like, I don't know that I need to play splitter.
Yeah,
and the Draven could still pave the 2 runes. I mean, it might be kind of the same as the previous game where he might be very low on runes, but and if you push him with jacks, you pay for the Draven, it gets pushed back, and then you can pay for, you know, Draven. But yeah, looks like she's gonna move back.
Yeah, I like the retreat. Could always not so fast the fan. Usually that feels pretty bad, but if you have no other game actions, like no other plays, plus the not so fast, I mean, you often want to save it for...
And another line here that, I mean, you can't defy, you've got nothing else.
Well, yeah, that's why he's casting this, by the way. He's playing around defy. Can grab axe. So because he moved back, it makes sense to like leaving the first mate is fine because he moved back. You don't have to worry about the fan doing anything. Taking the not so fast opens up rebuke later. Also means that the fan will go through when you actually want it to.
So another reason why I don't like this going on the monkey is, okay, he's doing it with the jacks. He's going to trigger the Sunken Temple. I just don't like jacks sitting there. So unless he's got protection for the jacks, I can see a Brutalizer in hand. I can see a GA in hand. Okay, we're fine. Okay, it's fine.
He can first mate it back as well, right? Like if he really wants to, he just plays another first mate and brings the jacks back.
Yeah, he's pretty ahead. I don't mind the first mate play. You know, you're up 4 to 4 to 2.
Yeah.
But he has Guardian Angel, so it's safe, right?
Yeah. Guardian Angel, it's safe. Brutalizer, it gets plus.
Actually, no, it is safe. It can't actually even be a splitter turn, by the way. Just because he deramped to the called shot so that he wouldn't get it defied later. He is safe to Mind Splitter.
I mean, the good
Plus
thing
G
now
is
is that
always
he
safe
has
to splitter. You can just respond. Yeah.
I mean, the bad thing the previous game was that he didn't have any seals to actually pay for this rebuke, but now you do have double seals, so the rebuke's actually not that bad now.
He had one, right? He had
not available when
one.
he cast it, yeah.
Okay,
but he did have it on the board, yeah.
Now he has 2 seals up and ready, so he would only have to play 1 for the deflect, which doesn't feel that bad if he needs to, but might not even need to.
So what are we leaving over at this battlefield? That is the Draven he has in hand. Not. You know, I thought he would leave over there.
Yeah, it depends on like copies of Ride the Wind as well, because sometimes you're not even staying in Valmaz, but also like as Draven, you're fine to look for the holds.
Is that a Ride the Wind, the 3rd card in hand?
No, it's another called shot.
Cool shot, yeah.
Okay. Couldn't quite tell.
The only thing I can think of is moving into this battlefield first, just to try and maybe force out some of the cards from the jacks, so he doesn't actually use it on the jacks the next combat. So like, you move the Brutalizer. Oh, he has another Brutalizer in hand. Like you have
a
GA, a Brutalizer, and
a bit of the downside of leaving the jacks up there instead of like bringing it home is now if you want to go for the Guardian Angel play here. Because we're going to see Spinning Axe hit the board, right? So if you want to play Guardian Angel to now trade this, now your Jax is basically forfeit to the Mind Splitter and the rest of that coming through, which is kind of not ideal. And you're still looking at 4 runes from Jax, so or from the Draven. So I think just having to let it go, get blown out a little bit by this the Spinning Axe. It's not horrible, though. You've still developed this Brutalizer. You just don't get to use it as a combat trick anymore, and I think you might have liked to be able to slam this on the Jax, on the bigger push from the Draven side, to allow you to kill off the Mind Splitter, because just playing the Guardian Angel is going to just be at 6, right? That won't be able to kill the Splitter.
So bringing in the Splitter and the Ezreal over to the Sunken Temple, it looks like. Just playing around, getting another quick draw onto the Jax. So
Still think about his options. I mean, I don't think he
yeah,
has
I don't
too
think
much else in hand.
obviously
to-
because we got double seals down. I don't think we really care about this Ezreal now because like it's only gonna work for the cold shot.
Yep, keep the Jax alive.
Pretty good. 2 energy, keep a unit alive.
Yeah, this is that
Do we
bummer about that
see-
brutalizer,
So-
but end of the day, it's not going to matter too much because this spinning axe would have been able to come down anyway and protect the mind splitter. So you were never actually getting like a favorable trade in this spot.
Mm-hmm. And if he rebukes, Draven will go down to 4 runes.
Mhm.
But don't know, just lets it go
Kills
through.
the Ezreal,
Ezreal
yeah.
dies.
Yeah, it's wholly unnecessary to rebuke here because of the fact that you've already played most of the call shots. The Ezreal is a little bit less useful. In this combat, I actually would have liked to see this last call shot played. And I'm wondering why not, because there is the seal available, and you could have played the repeat cost for free with your Ezreal there by just playing it. And I think that would have been a slight optimization, but I'm curious if there is a big reason not to. There's potential that there is another power cost that he's looking to pay on this turn. And if that's the case, then maybe I can understand it. But if there's no other power cost that he's playing on this turn, then it's like just kind of strictly a mistake, right? But maybe there's also the idea of wanting to hold up Rebuke on defense and wanting to have a seal available so you don't fall too far behind. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. It's just going to be Merchant at
Traveling
home,
Merchant.
and then 2 runes up for Rebuke. So it might be the Rebuke consideration here. That you want to keep a seal up for the Rebuke.
Yep. Be ideal
guess
if we could top deck a not so fast, but I don't think we did. We have the... Is that an Elder?
Elder, yeah.
Oh my god.
It's the withered. I forgot what the card name is. I haven't seen it in so long, to be
Elder,
fair.
Elder Monk,
Oh,
when you buff it,
Wizened
it
Elder.
gets... Yeah, Wizened Elder.
Why
It's
isn't
the,
That's the one, yeah.
It's a 4 energy, and it goes to 6 might if it's buffed.
So if it has a buff, it gets
Yeah,
+1.
that card is actually
Yeah.
quite broken. We kind of forget about it.
Broken.
We are running... We are
what?
running a
Broken,
Helios.
guys.
We're running a Helios for buff. We're running Warmugs for buff. We're running...
4 for
good
6.
card.
Broken.
I mean, would you rather
okay.
pay 4 for 6 or 0 for 6? You know.
Well, it's 4 for 6 conditional. Let's you know, let's you know, you need another thing to make it a 6.
Brutalizer.
I don't hate the card. It doesn't cost power. It's you just need some vehicles for your weapons anyway, and it doesn't cost power, so it's kind of fun.
Bounce back. We know that we have first mate in hand anyway,
mate,
so
yep.
I think this is going straight back in.
Yeah, and we'll see if it
And
eats the
then-
rebuke or not. Kind of feels a little not that fun to rebuke this when the Jax is just gonna then re-equip everything and go from there. But also this works, right? This is 8 on this turn,
Yep.
so you actually don't need to first mate here. You can just go with the Jax.
I also don't mind the idea of putting this guy back down to no runes at all. Okay, he's ending both in.
I think one
Why
unit
though?
wouldn't have been enough against the Mind Splitter because the Sea Monkey was 3, 4, 5. It was only 6, and then the Jaxes also would have only traded. So I think you have to push both in to be able to kill the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, so Rebuke actually...
Well, so Jax is 8 here. The monkey
Yeah.
is 6. If you rebuke Jax, the monkey can die. This is
Oh, yeah.
questionable to me.
Yeah, I mean...
Is there another
yeah, it doesn't
trick in
quite-
hand? Am I
No,
just
I don't
missing a
think there
trick?
is. It's double defy and a brick, I think.
Okay.
So if you get rebuked, I'm pretty sure you just lose this.
Yeah, I don't think I've screwed up any math here.
Unless there is a card in hand that specifically
That I
helps,
haven't
but
seen.
I know it's
that we
double
haven't seen.
defy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah, because
it depends on that third card.
So, I mean, this can be a bluff as well, right? There's only 2 runes on the other side. So if he goes for a rebuke and just gets blown out, that feels pretty terrible going into this next turn. So this could just be a bluff from Jax.
Huge bluff if he does this.
Because rebuke is just kind of a full blowout. like
What is your-
giga blowout, by the way. Like Draven goes to 6 points, holds with Mind Splitter and Draven, and then there's like nothing on board for the Jax. I mean, the game is over if he
knows
doesn't
he has double Defy in
fight.
hand. Because he might.
Yeah, he knows Defy, and then it's 2 mystery cards, right?
No. So he knows double Defy is in hand because he saw it with the Mind Splitter. It was double Defy and the Not So Fast he saw, and he chose the Not So Fast. So he knows he has 2 Defy.
So it's
and
only
yeah.
1 mystery card then. Yeah, if it was 1 mystery card, this seems pretty rough. Yeah. I'm also trying to think about what other potential lines could be the reasoning here.
So I don't
Like
think
thinking about-
was the Sea Monkey enough to push into. Oh, okay,
Nope,
just
just goes-
concedes. It seems
No,
like, yeah.
this is definitely a scoop. You're not winning here.
Yeah. Was the
So
Sea Monkey enough
against-
to be able to win combat against Mind Spirit? I don't think it was because it was
With
No,
the
no.
Brutalizer, it would. Before
Recent-
moving the Brutalizer, it would have won. Yeah.
Yes, it would have traded. Because it wasn't. It was equipped from the previous round, wasn't it?
It was
Okay, so
yeah,
it's
it
only
wasn't only
7.
six. Wasn't Sea Monkey only 6 because it's 3 plus 1 from the Brutalizer and plus 2 from the Brutalizer?
Correct.
Am I
Correct.
crazy? Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're saying is, so he moved a Brutalizer from the Sea Monkey to the Jax.
Yeah.
So Marshall, you're saying that Brutalizer was from the previous turn, which meant the monkey was
I
at
think-
7.
Yeah. The monkey
So the
was
monkey-
at 7. It was going to lose to anything that.
Yeah, it would lose to Spinning Axe.
Yeah,
it would lose to.
Okay.
I mean, that's it, really. I mean, it loses to Spinning Axe with the 2 energy left.
I mean,
the range there is really rough, right? Like, you're losing to Spinning Axe, you're losing to.
Fight off
You're
light.
losing to Switcheroo, you're losing to.
Yeah, fight or flight as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you lose to Fight or Flight with the way he pushed. The way he
But
pushed
you
beats
you
Axe.
didn't lose. You don't lose to fight or flight because you had Defy. So you're literally only playing
That's right.
around
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah, true,
Rebuke
yeah.
and Spinning Axe. They're the only 2
Yeah.
cards you're playing.
Okay,
around.
so he picked Spinning Axe. That's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, he picked Spinning Axe to
So-
play around, and then he lost to Rebuke. The spot was pretty. It was really tough anyway. He only had 3 cards left. Board was not in his favor. So it seems like it's the choice between two options here, right? Like, you're playing around Rebuke, you're playing around Spinning Axe. Both of them require you to do different things, and he ends up just losing to the Rebuke. Understandable.
So we get the game 3. It's
I mean, we saw
I
Jax's
hope-
hand. It wasn't the best, was it? Was it 2
True,
defies and 1 not so fast? Like, it's pretty
all
rough
I'm gonna
on that
say
spot.
is 100% of the games we played at Phelios, we won.
That's true.
There
Well,
is a trend-
Aphelios looked very impressive when it was played.
Oh
to be
no,
honest,
I
I
think Phelios
actually.
did wonders game 1.
I
we
liked it.
need to find it for game 2.
Yeah. I wonder if it is a
Switcheroo as
monastery
well?
tech though. I wonder if it comes out. I don't know if this matchup, but like it felt impressive to me. Like more impressive than I expected. When I look at the modes for Aphelios, I'm just like, okay, so first equip you get your rune back that you had to recycle for playing Aphelios. From there you kind of get the Targon's trigger, which is really nice. Like you just kind of always have your runes up, which I think is a really powerful thing to do in green orange. Is just like always have these runes. Kind of gets that like pseudo Sona effect. It's a little bit softer, not quite as good, but it's still pretty strong. And then the buffs are just like the gravy from there, right? It's just like a couple +1s that you get to kind of speckle around your board and be a little bit stronger. So it's nothing that's like insanely like broken that you're doing with the modes, but there's still just like this incremental value the longer you get to keep the Aphelios equipping weapons, which felt good in that first game when they had this like standoff and nobody was pushing in. So this Aphelios just gets to come down and it's just like churning value.
What other cards does the Jax play normally that you can buff? I mean, you have Punch First, you have Discipline. Is there anything else outside of that I'm trying to think of?
For the pumps, I mean, because you're playing Green Jax, it's all of your weapons. Every
course,
weapon
yeah,
is,
yeah.
So
every
it's
weapon as well.
You're looking
There
at
is a
like
world. There is a world where it's because of the deck he's specifically playing. Sona is not bad in that deck. Like you are full reaction. So if you think Sona's good, there's a chance that he's running it in the deck.
Aphelios
true.
just sounds like better Sona for this deck, right? Though, right? Because
I mean, probably
Sona's
yeah.
Sona's only good if Green Jax is on board. And Aphelios still kind of gets to do stuff even if Green Jax is not on the board. Because most of your hand is going to be like equips, so Green Jax has to enable it.
What did we have in hand?
Oh, is that the Elder?
So challenge is nice in this
know.
matchup. I kind of expect challenge to be kept. It looked like a Counter-Strike. Defy, and then I didn't see the last card.
Elder apparently. So
Elder, yeah. The Withered Elder.
I mean,
Wizened.
I just wanna see this Jax win. Jax top 8 would be crazy.
Okay. Obelisk. So turn 2 green Jacks available on this game. Warmogs start. So Warmogs doesn't come out after the Monastery game. That is
I
shocking
think you
to me.
keep it, right? If you have Wizened Elder,
Wizened Elder, yeah.
Oh,
like
yeah, I guess that's fair.
you're wanting it on.
Okay. Sure. And this is the start you
a
would
big
want
unit,
is
yeah.
Wizened Elder plus the Warmogs going into this this turn 2.
So just for clarification, I think I missed it. Dreaming Tree is for the Jacks, correct?
Correct. Green Cheese Jacks.
So we're triggering that with
Counter-Strike, Discipline,
Counter-Strike.
Challenge.
Yeah. So we got about 9 cards, I'd probably say there.
Potentially Punch First. We haven't seen one, but I
Rebuke,
would not be
Fizz,
surprised
and
if Punch First is
Ezreal.
there.
Is the stack deck. Rebuke, Ezreal, Fizz. We take the Ezreal, Rebuke, and Fizz goes back to the bottom of the deck.
I think he has a scrap heap in hand as well, so it's pretty good. Yeah, you just play the Ezreal now and discard the scrap heap.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
Double Mind Splitter and a Titan.
He just, yeah, that is so many cards. He has so
Yeah.
many cards.
Turn 2 as well. Crazy.
Okay. This
The
Elder
Mind
gets
Splitters, though, that's
pushed.
slow. That's a lot of time to play.
This Elder is getting the buff here. So
It'll be a 7.
it's a pretty big unit.
Mm-hmm.
Probably depending on the hand. We have challenge.
Yeah, you're challenging
They
the
tap
Draven,
out.
right?
Yeah, you're. He's just like, yep, get the thing off the board. Goodbye.
Don't forget to trigger Dreaming Tree. Yep. Discipline as well.
Yep, discipline's great. We have first mates. Oh, okay. Just not even holding up any.
Not huge reason to, right? This is a
Yep.
7 on the board right now. You killed the main threat, which is the Draven. You know, Spinning Axe can exist, but it would have to still be sacrificing the Ezreal in order to do so, right? You can Spinning Axe Ezreal and send in this this little guy
plus
with him to
it's
make
just
8.
an elder as well. It's not an important card really. He's just a big unit.
Yeah. It is important. I do think that you're not allowed to just like lose units for free, but I think this is pretty safe for Jax. I just don't think there's that many ways that he's going to be looking to conquer over a 7 with the board of Ezreal and Overzealous Fan.
Double Mind Splitter, double Tide Turner, and Ezreal, Cold Shots.
A Rebuke, was it? I think lost cards.
Yeah, I think
He does
that
have a
was there
Rebuke,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the Rebuke has been pretty essential in these previous 2 games. In the first game, it ended up not working out, the double Rebuke, because it was just too much like bleed on runes. But in the second game, right, it became an obstacle that Jax could not overcome, and I think it is a critical card in the matchup, and he has that piece. I believe, did we have second Ezreal in this?
Oh, double Ram.
Yeah, double Ram is found. I think he had second Ezreal, and that was a heap grab. So this is going to be just a full
Oh my
hand
god.
of
Ezreal
cards.
again.
Yeah, that is Ezreal
Yep.
right in the middle there, so...
So we played
Should
one
be-
card. We play an Ezreal, draw 2. I'm just thinking, do we get this Ram? How do we get this Ram down? We can afford it this turn, right?
I mean, almost certainly. Like, this is... The count is just 2 so far.
Yeah.
But I think the odds, once you start
Oh,
drawing
got
through
the
here, there's a
axe.
stack deck that's 3, axe is 4, then you can just kind of play the Ram, it's fine.
So big turn for the Draven.
How many cards does he have in hand? Jeez.
All of them. Yeah, he's got all of them.
Crazy, yeah.
You're just not playing around cards at this point.
Yeah.
Go to
So
the
this
axe.
is a kind of a mini go off for the Miracle
Oh.
deck. He is going to use the axe. So
He-
this is what I was saying
I
about
guess he-
the axe being just enough. This is 8 might into 7. So axe was the risk of staying. And the nice thing about doing it in this way is Draven can save this axe if he wants. It will cost a rune, but it's not free.
Draven deramping twice here is kind of bad. When you have a hand that has 700 cards, again, runes are so important when you have the big hand.
Yeah, don't really need the axe then because you have so many cards, right? You can kind of get away with leaving it, with just dropping it here.
So yeah, he can play the seal, and then use the seal to equip. So
yeah,
it's not
tough.
It's not great, but it's better than not having.
I could have seen seal potentially used on the next turn instead to try and stay a little bit more up in runes. Looks like he's gonna grab a new axe. And I mean, now his count is high enough that he can play the one ram.
So we probably won't be seeing the 2 rams. They both got 2 of them got recycled. So unless we start going through the deck, is he gonna go down to 2?
Yeah, I mean, you usually can reach your second cycle just like the Sivir list. You just have to play to it. It's one thing that we had seen often from the other Miracle players in China. We had not seen a lot of them cycling through the entire deck. But like when you watched Randy play, for instance, it's generally not that difficult. I mean, we were on turn 4 or 5 oftentimes when he's starting to get towards the stack, or at least, you know, it's not that late in the game that he's starting to find the stack. And with how many cards that have been drawn already, I think these rams are going to be findable before the end of the game. We're only at 2 points total for the Jack side.
So holding up 6.
Does Jax have any units in hand? I don't think he has any units in hand.
He had a first mate, I think.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, he has the first mate. Yeah, but he has just a lot of spells. Like he has a GA, Counter Strike. I think Discipline.
Yeah, it's a bit of ways. It's just always great.
It's the main struggle we talked about with this Jax list when we were talking about it earlier. With the deck building tension of needing a certain amount of gear, a certain amount of units to equip the gear to, a certain amount of spells, right? Because the combat tricks are quite good. And Jax does have this like draw the wrong half of your deck syndrome as like a thing that happens to it, and it's been one of the things that holds it back. And clearly this player has found a decent enough balance that like he's made top 16, so it has some degree of consistency that he's been able to work with. And in the first 2 games, I don't know that he necessarily had a draw the wrong half of the deck issue. He drew 1 too many counter spells, I'd say, in the previous game, for sure. But more it was just hand getting shredded and not enough card draw coming through were the problems that we ended up seeing. This time around, though, if you can't find another unit, the game started with enough units, right? The Wizened, but losing it, that's the problem with potentially risking the 7 might. I felt like 7 might was relatively safe, but because of how many cards the Draven
just
drew,
going for the draw 2 here.
Because of how many cards the Draven drew, it ended up making the axe play make sense.
Nice.
When if you didn't have enough draw, the axe play wouldn't make sense, right?
Yeah. So just going up for the trigger from the Tide Turner, playing Discipline on the Jax, so you can trigger the Dreaming Tree and draw 2. We got a Brutalizer and a GA, I believe. So yeah, we got double GA in hand now. So this Jax is pretty safe right now. Obviously, we know that they've got a Rebuke in the side of the Draven, so that's a bit of a counter to us there. We don't have a Not So Fast yet, but hopefully we can find one.
Yeah, double GA is going to help a lot, right? So the unit issue that was there, now the card issue is no more, right? This double draw from the Discipline really heads up to go for it. And now you can kind of do this thing where you're just passing with a bunch of extra runes. Because you have green Jax out, all of these equips are actually combat tricks. And double GA, each GA is basically a unit, right? They're not actually, like, don't consider the Guardian Angels gear in this deck, right? Consider them a unit, because they're just going to be replacing that same Jax that you had and keeping him alive, right?
So
Splitter's scary, but remember, these are all reaction speeds, so anything you don't want to get splittered, you can just play now.
I think he also has 2 Brutalizers in hand as well, so that's going to be 2 Brutalizers, 2 GAs.
I mean, he's tapped out of Rebuke, so you're just quite happy to like slam a GA, slam a Brutalizer, get these down so that you're not losing them. So yeah, second Brutalizer comes down onto the Jax. Oh, sorry, that's a Warmugs on him, not a Brutalizer already.
Yeah.
So
I think he has another brutalizer in hand. I think.
Yeah.
Or unless
Ooh, he's got the
that's another
Counter-Strike.
warm box. That's another one.
Yeah, playing the Counter Strike to draw 2 here with the targeting of the Jacks.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean the draw 2 is nice. And there's not a really wimpy unit that can go in and just break this before going from there. So it's pretty nice overall.
He has the hidden card, the Azir hidden card.
Desert
makes
Call.
sense. You want to be able
To move back.
it wasn't
Quick and
Desert Call, right?
everything.
It was Emperor's Divide, right?
I don't know the name of the card off the top of my head. It's a hidden card.
Yeah, it's
and you
Emperor's
can
Divide.
move any number of friendly units at a battlefield to back to base.
Back to base.
I really like the card.
Yeah,
Isn't it
it's Emperor's
Desert's Call?
Divide. No, Desert's Call is the one that summons Sand Soldiers. It's Emperor's Divide is the movement one. The Counter-Strike is good. So there's the Counter-Strike would not work if there's just like the Tide Turner at home. Because if you have enough might on the Draven side to push over and the Tide Turner at home, you just send the Tide Turner in, let it lose combat, and break the Counter-Strike. And then you can send the rest in. But because like at home there's not enough like might to be able to push through this, the Counter-Strike just means you just can't walk in here. It's just not going to happen. And because it draws 2, that's really nice. There's like this potential that you didn't need the Counter-Strike to be able to hold here, especially with all of the different equips that you're playing down. But the Counter-Strike drawing 2 in this spot when it would have been the choice for the Mind Splitter feels totally reasonable to play out here, guaranteeing that Draven is never being able to break this. And this is not a card you would have had in your hand anyways, because it's the obvious choice for Draven from the Splitter.
So I am a big fan of, you don't want him to get the draw from this, and he can send the Jacks over to the other battlefield.
Yep.
So you probably want to get rid of that card. You know he's got double Defy in hand, which isn't going to do anything if you just don't play the cards that can do anything. So just build up a big board. Know that he's got 2 Defies in hand. So wait for him to tap out maybe, but he's never going to do that.
Well, he's tapped out now, so this is the time for your call shot if you've got it, right? Like you got to kind of evade the Defy still. The Emperor's Divide, great choice, right? Don't let the Jacks pivot on the next turn, and potentially you can look to hold over the Pit Rookie here. You know that the double GA is not going to be able to push this Pit Rookie over.
We do have a Brutalizer though.
Yep, I was about to say the Jacks can pivot the Brutalizer though and make it 5 and then a 6 with the GA. So this is actually not enough to defend this from the Pit Rookie just face up, and this might just be inexperience against Jax, forgetting that this Brutalizer is just going to be able to be moved, because just face up, Pit Rookie is conquering this and killing everything.
Oh, we got a Discipline as well. That's
Another Discipline.
That's crazy. The Discipline is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have another draw too, please, sir. Thank you. I'll take that.
I think Jax might... I mean, they don't have it. There's still a lot of cards for the Miracle Draven, but this is going to be a really nice tempo swing. I do think it's just move Brutalizer, equip a Guardian Angel, and then you just get this for free, right? This is just 6 over 5, 0 runes. Right?
Yeah, you just stun the other Brutalizer.
Yeah, you slam the other Brutalizer. Oh, okay, or GA.
Well,
Okay. I mean,
this is exactly over. You can save that Brutalizer. I think the Brutalizer is better served later. Right?
Yeah,
the Guardian Angel, yes. And there's redundancy too, right? It's not like this GA on the Pit Rookie means you won't have a Guardian Angel on the Jax. You still have the runes to be able to put a Guardian Angel on the Jax, so you're completely fine in that regard.
Not gonna lie, this is looking pretty damn good for the Jax. This is looking pretty good.
Okay,
yeah,
this
is solid.
Brings the Jacks back. Got no cards, spells that target in hand. So I guess there's no reason to be the tree. Like, bring him back, keep him safe. You can spend the 2 just to give the Pit Rookie a +3 with another Brutalizer. You have the Elder in hand. I want to say there's a Pit Rookie in hand as well, so you can buff the Wizened Elder.
For the Jax, I'm not too sure. I think he played the Pit Rookie that he had in hand, the one that's on the battlefield. I think.
Did he not throw a second one?
I don't
no,
think
yeah,
so,
we know he's
but-
hand. Yeah, we know he's hand. It's double Defy.
But you also,
thing.
if you need to, you can Jax ability the Warmogs over to the Wizened, but I'm not sure that the Wizened really is going to matter in this spot. I think it is an extra body that can cascade the equipment for the win towards the end, and this was a good turn to develop. I think bringing Jax home on this turn, pretty reasonable, not a huge reason to stay. This is just going to allow the Guardian Angel to pop, not even worrying about the Brutalizer. I'm curious what exactly is being played around, what wants to be kept up, but maybe it is just, I want to hold up Defy. So I'm just not going to play out the Brutalizer so that I can keep Defy for called shot or whatever is potentially going to come through.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a bit strange not casting the Brutalizer, but yeah, just holding Defy up makes sense. We see third seal come out for Draven. So game 1, we had no runes, barely any seals. Now we have a lot of runes, lots of seals. But will it be enough to take down the behemoth that is this Jax?
So
yeah,
Draven
I'm not
just
really
has Rebuke Draven has Rebuke and Spinning Axe in hand at the moment, right? That he can deal with the Jax potentially pushing in. Yeah, that's the only 2 cards he has right now.
Yeah, it almost feels like this just has to be a splitter, and it just feels a bit slow. Because you splitter, Jax goes to 7, and then you're losing to Counter-Strike a million different ways. I mean, I guess not quite because you have the Rebuke. So you're not guaranteed to lose to the Counter-Strike if that were to happen. And splitter is going to let you see the hand anyway, so it'd have to be a top deck on one of the next few turns. So, but also that's just like not enough might, really. Like you jam the splitter at 7 might. I mean, it's kind of like you really want a miracle turn here, and there's just not. This is, I guess, the problem from being this like halfway version, where you're not guaranteed to dig through the whole deck. You're not exactly just playing all those cards. Like you're playing Mind Splitters. Like sometimes you're just going to take your turn and you're going to Mind Splitter. You're not just digging every single turn.
I mean, even to a Mind Splitter, now the Jax goes, okay, which one of these equipments do I want to save? Which one would you say? The pair of yours. Which one are you saving? The Brutalizer or the GA?
Well, if it's the last GA, you might just need to plop that onto your Jax and just ensure that he can stick around. Because I think does he currently? Is that a
I think he already has
GA
the
on Jax
GA.
currently, or is that a
Yeah.
Brutalizer? If that's a GA, then you don't have to save the GA.
I think the lost
If he's
equip
on
on the
0
Jax, the
GA,
bottom
I would
one.
play 1 GA on Jax. If it's 0, maybe it's the Brutalizer that gets saved.
Unless you GA the Elder or you GA the Pit Rookie and maybe move over with the Brutalizer next turn as well. That could be a possibility.
Yeah. The weird thing is, yeah, as you're saying, Stuart, because he already has a Brutalizer, second Brutalizer is actually really low value because you can only move one of them. Right?
True.
So it might just be second Guardian Angel because that's still valuable. I mean, second Guardian Angel is another life.
I am just amazed that this guy has the Elder in his deck. He's just like, hey, I need a big might unit. This guy's coming in.
I think he's deciding where to play this Mind Splitter, whether he wants to try and hold or whether he just wants to play it in base. Okay. Time to play it in base.
Oh,
he does
playing
equip
the
the
Brutalizer.
Okay.
Interesting.
But playing it to base, as you said, I mean, instead of equipping it with Quick Draw, that means that +3 is still available on the next turn, right? So you can move the one that's on the Pit Rookie, and then you can use the +3, or +2, sorry. I mean, it's +3 because it's 1 for itself, but if you're going to play the Brutalizer, this makes a lot more sense. Play to base, don't equip it.
Yep.
You don't need to utilize the Quick Draw. You have enough like you have infinite runes, right? Like you're going to 12 runes. Who cares?
I was just gonna say, we need to see your hand, buddy. we need to get rid of a card. Like he's just like, yeah, I played my card. Yeah, we're done here. There we go.
Yep.
I'll take rid of your equipment. So yeah, he still
These
has the
defies are
information
looking
that...
so bad so far, but maybe he's just never had the ability to defy the called shot in this game. I don't know. I feel like there had to have been a spot where we could have defied a called shot. Maybe not. Maybe just never had him during that time because he drew a lot of cards.
Maybe
in
I'm
different
crazy.
bursts.
I just thought
they just could have not lined up.
I just thought of something. I might be crazy, but you have to equip this Brutalizer this turn, right?
Yeah. I think the judges just
you
told
can't
him.
just naked play it because Jax
Oh,
gives
quick
you
draw
quick draw.
specifically
Yes, you
means?
have to. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think quick draw means you have to equip it when you play it. Like you can't just leave it out and then equip it this turn to give the +2.
Yeah.
I
If
might
it
be
doesn't
wrong.
just give it reaction, if it quick draw specifically is reaction, you may equip it to somebody.
Yeah.
Then then yeah, you're absolutely right. So, and it looks like that is what happened. So it looks like quick draw does mean that you cannot do that. Not an interaction I've run into because I have not played much Jax myself. So that's not as or against Jax. Like I would be in the seat on the other side. Like damn, I'm going to misplay into this Jax because I have not played into it enough. So after this guy top 8ing, I may have to test into Jax to make sure I'm prepared for Bologna. So in case I get I run into a Jax, I know what I'm doing. So
yeah, quick draws text is when you play me, attach me to a unit. There's no may, so it's a conditional line of text.
I think the Jax player was trying to just play the brutalizer, but I think the judge came in and said, no, you have to equip it because of quick draw.
Interesting.
I like this getting the Wisendelda with its buff. You gotta try and push both of these units off. I mean, we know they have a rebuke. We can pay all of the deflects costs with our seals, so we're not struggling for runes.
Okay, so Wizened is currently at 8. The other side, the Jax is on what? 1 GA has
Also 8? Right?
Yeah, you're right. 8. So 8 on each side. Wizen's just gonna die. These equips will be ready for the next turn. First mate available as well. So you can Guardian Angel Cascade potentially, but that is if Jax is gonna have to be moved here in order to not lose the game on the side of Rico.
It's just you have to rebuke it, right? I mean, that's I think it's the only option.
And now there's a 10 might hold on the Dreaming Tree, so it's not fully out of the woods yet for Jax. The pickup off the top of the deck was a first mate for Jax, so it does mean that if this is rebuked, you're still going to be able to play it, equip it, first mate it. This is going to be use every single rune, equip all the weapon, and just potentially just cascade for a win.
What's the line on just equipping and going for hold with the hit rookie? We've got a brutalizer, so we can get +3. We have.
I don't think you need to. I think you could. Could you Jax first mate next turn and equip like Cass said and try and double push next turn? I think that's.
Yeah, I think you can look for it.
I think that's a possibility.
Rasta's in hand.
Another Mind Splitter.
Okay, that's good.
You can get rid of the Jax.
Look, Jack's not out of the woods, or not out of the woods yet. The first mate is such a good take.
The first mate as well, yeah. It still might be Jax though, right? Because even if you take the first mate, then I mean, either way, it's good. I'm thinking if you draw another first mate, then well, I guess it's just unlucky at that point for the
Yeah,
Draven,
no, I mean, I think the first mate is a really good take because the Jax cannot like enter ready, does not have any way to actually deal with this board. But Rico only goes to 6 here, so he has to hold both sides if he wants to win. At least win straight up.
I mean, when you make a decision like this, you don't just play around the hand, you also play around the deck. And if there's like a unit top deck, then the first mate is a lot more dangerous than the Jax, I think.
Yeah. And we've seen... Have we seen a first mate this game already?
Sure,
So-
but also Jax
Can't
will draw
remember.
2 because we'll draw one from the regular draw and then one from maybe conquering one side, so...
Okay, first mate.
Oh, true. Yeah, we get the draw from the conquer. So... Alright, playing Rasa. Big holds this turn. We have no runes up as the Draven player, so it comes down to...
I don't think Jax has it.
Don't say that.
Like I said, I think the only way is he draws another first mate here from.
And that's 16 on one side, 14 on the other. I mean, I don't even know Jax takes one side. Right? This is just.
He's got nothing up.
True. I mean,
Top
Jack
deck.
would be.
He's praying. He's praying.
5,
Come
6,
on.
7, 8,
I
9.
believe.
Yeah.
I believe.
Part of the cards. What do you find?
Pit
Rookie?
Pit rookie.
Yeah, a pit rookie. Oh, so close.
Scoops it up.
Damn, so close.
Damn. Our hero
Wow.
Jax cannot quite get it done at the end. Little too much
Rebuke, yeah.
It's not the rebuke
from the
that saved
Draven.
you there,
And the
buddy.
rebuke, I mean, well, look, we set it up at the start. He's keeping the rebukes and mulligans. He's trying to find the rebukes as much as possible in this matchup. In game 1, the deflect, the double rebuke, 8 too many runes. In game 2, the rebuke wins the game. In game 3, rebuke again, the critical piece that is needed to get the job done.
Wait, hold
And
on.
we are going to have one Draven in the top 8 alongside Randy on Sivir,
Oh, he made
Oh,
Chat
he
it.
made it.
who's made it.
Why is Chinese chat spamming? Where's the referee? Something's not right. Something's wrong.
Let's see. Looks like
9 runes.
Prison
plays
our
axe.
chat said that he had 9 runes up, played Axe Rebuke and Mind Splitter. That would be 11 runes. I'm gonna rewind my VOD real quick. Let me look. I didn't catch it in the moment, but
Yeah, they're spamming cheating.
let me have a look.
Rewind it.
Yeah,
If we
I'm
make
taking a
it,
look.
I
I
would
did not see that
love-
either.
If Jax goes through due to
I think
Oh,
that's
boy.
might get a,
oh
might get
boy.
a,
oh
yeah,
Cass,
how
don't
do
give me
we
that
get the
face.
rune?
Does it not
Yeah,
look good?
no. Let me just make sure.
Because we didn't pay for the
Yeah.
mind
Yeah.
splitter.
We go to this other view, which is how I missed it, I think.
What was it? Draven's last turn, right? His last turn that he.
Yeah.
How many runes does he have up? He has.
Start of turn, he is. It looks like 9 runes.
Okay, so then the next question is, if he has
Let
done
me
this,
make sure.
what-
Let me make sure. Let me make sure.
Yeah.
Let me make sure. Sorry, guys. I usually don't do this, but that series is over anyways, and we'll be
Yeah.
waiting. So let me scrub.
We could have a very interesting.
Yeah, that's. Let me see the start of turn.
I'm more curious to know what the ruling is on this now. Like, how does
He,
everything?
start of turn, he has 9 runes.
Mhm.
First thing he does is play a spinning axe from hand.
Yeah.
Then the splitter tap 2 seals, pays deflect, doesn't pay energy, then plays the splitter. Yep. He did not pay for one of these spells.
Okay,
He didn't pay
So-
for rebuke then.
Yeah. He did. Well, he did not. He did not pay for the rebuke. Yeah, he did not pay for the rebuke.
I think they. What are they gonna
So-
do? Like
Um,
the game loss or?
I don't
mean,
know. I don't know.
you
There's table
can't
judges. They
push
missed
off-
it too.
Yeah, you can't pay the deflect. You can't push the Jax off. So Jax wins the thing, and then he wins on the hold, right?
Yeah.
So he would have won next turn. So the judges, if they look at the game state, if Cass is looking at the game, he should be able to just confirm the board state. It should be
Yeah.
that Jax
Let me see.
doesn't get pushed off and he wins on the hold. So
me
they
just
should just
read-
be able to go.
Re-pull up the spot. Oh, we got it. We
But the
got
Jack
it.
still gets rebuked, right? I mean, it was the mind splitter afterwards that he
no.
shouldn't have paid, that he couldn't play.
Well, right. He can still play the rebuke. He just
He can
can't
still
play the splitter.
rebuke, yeah.
Yeah. He just can't play their splitter.
How interesting! Spicing up the top
Yeah.
16.
I think the rebuke was fine. He didn't play for the rebuke, so he had the extra energy for the mind splitter, but he shouldn't have been able to play that mind splitter, which I guess is still a pretty big deal because that second mind splitter wouldn't have been on that battlefield, so that battlefield would have only been 7. That mind splitter getting rid of the first mate is pretty big because you can also see Jack's first mate, which is what we was talking about, as Jax's next turn. So you could have pushed in potentially with Pit Rookie and Jax the next turn. So I think it's not
Yeah.
just the extra card that he got. It's not just the card that he
No,
got
it
rid
matters
of
a
in
lot.
hand.
It
but it's also
matters a
the
ton.
might, the extra might on the battlefield, which is pretty important as well to take into account.
The splitter might is actually what matters, like
More.
even potentially the most. Because this pit rookie could have been pumped above a single mine splitter and pushed over, and then you play for the hold, right? Like there's ways. It's not guaranteed Jax wins. Like Draven can find outs off the top, but
Of course.
and in fact, there's like a tide turner in hand, so a 10 might mine splitter is going to be able to like pivot. But it is game changing. Like it's actually hard to say who would win. It's like relatively close. If he doesn't play this, yeah.
So how does he just
But like regardless, like he paid the power cost with the 2 seals and then paid the deflect but he just never paid the energy on the rebuke.
So what's the 2 runes that he played before that?
Yeah, well he played Axe. He played Axe.
Was that. Oh, okay, yeah. So he played Axe, he played the
Yeah.
pushed in with Axe, and he just never played any. Wow, that's crazy actually. Yeah, he didn't pay for the rebuke.
Yeah, I wonder because it was all caught on stream, I wonder what the rules is for that, because what happened would amount to a game loss. Probably because of the splitter gaining a bunch of information, it completely kind of breaks the game in theory from there. Even like rewind is like almost not possible, right? So I wonder if they catch it retroactively, they just give the game to Jax and he advances. I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do, right? I'm sure that they are going to be aware of this. I feel like there's no way that this is going to get, they're going to know that this happened.
I am looking at the tournament rules, the English ones, which I assume they just have the English ones in Chinese, right? 702.9 is mispayments of cost, which I think is what this would come under. A player paying a cost, underpaying its power or energy cost, or uses the incorrect domain to pay the power cost, they class this as a warning. So errors of this sort are...
This does not work exactly like that, though, because he then plays Mind Splitter, he sees his opponent's hand. Like, there's a lot of other things here than just a miss of paying costs, right?
I think that's if the judge sees it when he actually plays the card and realizes that he doesn't have enough mana. He just gets a warning then, but because he's played the card and the card has actually gone through and the player's actually gone through and the judge of course has missed it at that point, then I think it's probably a bigger deal, to be fair. But it'd be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's anything in the rules that I can just like refer to, but I mean, he loses the game without doing it. So
yeah, no, it completely shatters the game state. Yeah, it is not like as Tiari is saying in chat, like it shatters the game state. It can't be a warning in that case because
of course,
the game state is unrepairable. Too much information has been given.
So if I go to game loss, let me just see what gives the game loss.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it also looks like in the moment they ask him about the rebuke and like the paid spot, and he points at the seals.
Yeah, I was wondering, someone in chat said that as well. I was just going back just to see if the judge actually points out the rebuke or not, to see if they've...
Well, it's on the weird camera view, so we can't tell exactly, but it looks like he points at his seals. And... yeah.
Oh yeah, it looks like he does talk to the judge afterwards, yeah. We'll have to see, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in that instance, if the judges miss it as well, like, is there ever a way to just go back? I mean, I'm not too sure what the ruling... Yeah, I guess the ruling's a bit weird, but is there ever a way that you can still go back to it if the judges miss it as well at the moment?
I would also like to know... I would also like to know if it falls under lying to a judge. Because the judge asked him, how did you pay? And he pointed.
I guess the judge can also say, did you pay for deflect cost? Like he could have been asking
that. Yeah, he could have been asking if he paid for deflect, and he says
that's
that
why he pointed to the seals, for the... A lot of questions.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure.
under the line of lying, I just searched lying in the tournament thing. Lying to a tournament organizer, a tournament official is classed as cheating, which goes to a disqualification.
Yeah.
So if they asked him specifically,
that was what happened.
Yeah.
That is if, because we don't know. We know that yes, it looked like someone asked him a question there, and he pointed at his seals. So that could be a number of things. In the world that he like, they asked him, did you pay for that? And he says yes, and the runes are just under because I recycled them or whatever power. Then yeah, that would be lying. And then if they were asking him if he paid for deflect, and he was just like, yeah, I did these seals and then this rune, and that was deflect, and there's that. But yeah. As for what else happened, Randy sent a message, said top 8 secured, but he didn't say what he played against.
So
I'm gonna ask Randy what he beat, because we have Sivir in top 8.
I think 2 Lucians is the most surprising thing to me. The top, I mean, of course, Draven as well, but 2 Lucians as well in the top, the top 16, not the top 8, of course, but in the top 16 is kind of surprising to see. Interesting to see if there's Lucian still in the top 8.
Yeah, I like Lucian. I think this is another kind of one of those like mid-tier decks that does some really powerful stuff, and I've been impressed whenever we've seen Lucian on stream previously. And yeah, just big agree with the chatters. Like, I don't want to just call this cheating yet. Like, I'm not. I personally, I never will call it cheating until, like, let the people on the floor do the investigation, figure out if it was cheating. Mistakes happen all the time. Like, it is entirely possible that he thought he paid, he didn't, and it was an honest mistake. The footage looks bad, but it's not the first time I've seen footage look real bad and it be an honest mistake. It would not be the first time. So we'll see. We'll see how the judges handle it there. Yep. We may never know exactly how they handle it. Well, I'll say I won't say never know. We'll probably get a news story out of it at some point. I'll probably get the info from Huge and maybe Randy, who are there at the event. They can probably mention.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. But what we do know, the facts are, is he spent 11 energy on that turn when he only had 9.
Yep.
And it likely led to winning the game over the Jax there. There was a small chance that it was still winnable for Draven even without playing the Mind Splitter on that turn. I actually think it was not just all set and done. Yeah.
You'd probably have to go back and watch it out. I guess we'll know who is in the top 8 anyway, because when we see the top 8 graphic, we'll see we'll see if the Jax is there or not, basically. So we'll know what the decision. I guess we'll know what the decision is, but there might be more story afterwards.
Yeah.
I would
get there.
I'm very impressed with Jax. I mean, that's the first time myself that I've seen Jax, kind of play out against a Miracle Draven, and just to seeing all the little tools that you have with these equips, which obviously not a lot of other legends have the possibilities of, but being able to, equip a Brutalizer to another unit, being able to give that the +3 instead of the +1, moving so many units around as well. We also saw the Elder, which is a cool interaction with the Warmog. So I think that, yeah, like I said, first time for me watching the Jax, and I must say I'm very impressed as well. I think the player also played very well. I mean, going basically the distance against Draven and going down to basically the last turn, it being, was it 7-7 basically at the end, is I think just proves that the Jax player and also the deck as well has some strings for sure.
Well, Stuart, if you want to know even more about Jax, have I got news for you. We've got Kuvi's Corner ready with Jax. Kuvi, why don't you take it away? I'm going to just take a minute and take a quick break while we wait for the next round, while Kuvi gets to regale you all on the tales of this Jax deck and how Jax made it all the way to the top 16 and nearly even made it to the top 8. Go ahead, Kuvi.
I mean, made it to top 8.
Yeah,
if Rebuke wasn't buffed into 0 energy. So Jax is pretty cool. I think actually Jax might be the best orange-green legend. So let's start with his legend ability. So he's like the Teemo of equipment. You can pay 1 to attach an equipment that is on the board, that is unattached on the board, to a unit. And you tap Jax, of course. Or you can just tap Jax without paying 1 to move an equipment from a unit to another. Then for the champion, we do see green Jax, which is I think significantly better than the orange one. Green Jax, because it has deflect. And we did see that deflect come up multiple times during those games. So it's a 5/5 and you pay 1 calm power. And then it says each equipment in your hand has quick draw. Quick draw is basically your equipments have reaction, but then when you play the equipment, you have to attach them to a unit. You cannot just play them to base. So let's talk about like the core of the deck. This deck will play around equipments. So obviously you need equipments. I would say there's no like golden ratio of equipments, but I would advise you to like run at least 9, I would say on average, like 8 to 9 at least. And here the 9 equipments are Brutalizer. This one's absolutely broken because you can move it from one unit to another and then gain the +2 again. I mean, it maintains the +2 or gains it back. The Guardian Angel is just insane. Guardian Angel gives you the +1 might and actually allows you to save your units. Very valuable. Especially if you have key units like Jax or like the Wizened Elder, which is pretty big. You need to keep it alive. So Guardian Angel is pretty important for that. Warmog's armor is pretty good in general. It's good with Wizened Elder. It's good specifically on Monastery of Herona because you can draw, obviously. And if your unit is already buffed, you can spend the buff to draw, then gain the buff back from Warmog, which is very good. We see the regular green good cards, the Discipline and the Defy, just good cards in general, also the Not So Fast. So these are like combat tricks that are not equipments because you still need some of those, right? And these are like the best ones. Not So Fast is important in this meta against purple. Defy is just generally a very good card. Discipline is also very good because it also draws. In terms of units, we see Sea Monkey, which honestly is one of the best early units because it's very versatile. If you play it on turn 1, you go in first. It's a 2 for 2. If you play it on when you go in second, then you have a 3 unit, which is pretty good, especially with the buff if you're on Monastery. And then you have Piruki. This one again is for the buff. Your buff, you're gonna either spend it on Monastery or you're gonna put it on Wizened Elder to get the +2 on the Wizened Elder. First Mate is just absolutely insanely broken unit. Just always play a lot of it when you're playing orange. Probably the best orange unit, I would say. Aphelios is the new one here. Usually most Jaxes actually play Stellacorn as a 4-drop, not Aphelios. But here we saw the Aphelios. Aphelios is pretty good. So it does allow you to either ready to... So when you equip Aphelios with an equipment, you either ready 2 runes, channel 1 rune, or buff a friendly unit. It could be the Aphelios himself. You can only do once per turn. Every effect once per turn. It's pretty good in Jax because you can move equipments around from one unit to another. So the Aphelios is always going to get a lot of value. In terms of removal, we do have the challenges. Challenge is very good, especially if you have big units. Here we have the Wizened Elder, which can get pretty big. The Aphelios and the Jax also can get pretty big. So challenge is very good. Counter-Strike, insane signature Jax spell. It's like a stun, but a little bit more versatile. It's very good. It's just a very, very good card, especially because it draws, so it doesn't brick you really. And then the last card is Emperor's Divide. This one just allows you to get ganking. It's like your 4th and 5th first mate in a way. Yeah, because you're relying on one big unit. Usually, because you're gonna all in on 1 to 2 big units. So it is important to be able to move them around, because the opponent, if they're ahead on points, they can just dodge your big units by just moving to the other battlefield. Yeah, I think that's it for the main deck.
So, Kuvi, I have a question. What is your opinion on taking out the Wizened Elder and putting in the Camel?
I think it would be a very, very different list. I think this list is... So Jax, Green Jax allows you to keep your equipment and your reactive spells So you want to play very reactive. You want to play like a couple cheap units and then keep a lot of energy up. Camel is quite expensive. And the turn where you play Camel, you don't have a lot of energy, and I think that could be very punishing. We saw Lonely Poro. Wait, did we see Lonely Poro?
Oh, we did see a Lonely Poro. That is correct.
Yeah, I think that's the spot of the Emperor's Divide, basically. I think Emperor's Divide was a sideboard card, not a main board card, I would assume. So yeah, just take out the two Emperor's Divide and put in probably one Aphelios, and then you can put in 3 Poros. I would say. Or, yeah, that would be the correct ratio. For sideboards, the cards that you see in the sideboard, they're not sideboard cards, they're just like cards that I wanted to talk about, like tech cards. So if we go from left to right, there's Charm. Charm is also another very good removal card. You already have the challenges, but Challenge and Charm are some of the best removal cards in the game, so you can mix and match depending on the matchup and the meta where you are playing. Wallop is one of my favorites and most underrated cards in my opinion in Orange, especially in this meta. And this deck has a lot of buffs. There's buffs from Pit Rookie, there's buffs from the Monkey, from the Warmog. You have like buffs all around, even Aphelios buffs, right? So you do have a lot of buffs. So being able to ready a unit by spending the buff and you pay 0 energy is actually very good. I think it does a similar thing. It could be comparable to Emperor's Divide, right? That it doesn't cost the energy, which actually could be very important in a lot of spots. Sabotage is just the best orange spell. And then I put in Stellacorn because I said, yeah, some Jax lists play Stellacorn. I don't think Stellacorn is bad at all. I think Stellacorn is absolutely broken, especially in Jax. Actually, the version of Jax that I'm playing has Stellacorn and has Wallop in it. And you actually use Wallop. So you buff the Stellacorn, right? You move in, and then you draw from the move. And then you use Wallop for free, bring her back, draw again, and you can do a lot of shenanigans. It's quite broken. Then I put Doran's Blade. Doran's Blade is another equipment that we see in regular Jax lists. We didn't see it here because I think we're focusing a little bit more on unit. And Doran's Blade is not as good as Brutalizer. It's not as good as Guardian Angel, and it's not as good as Warmog. So it makes sense. But you could add it if you've seen that you lack equipment. I don't think this deck lacks equipment though. Well, yeah, another card that we usually see in Jax list is Lucian. We haven't seen Lucian. But I think this deck doesn't want to go in and out. This deck wants to go in and then hold, as we've seen. And it's very good at holding. Because of the Counter-Strike and because of the all the tricks that you can have, the quick draw on the equipment if you have a Jax on the board. The two other cards that I want to talk about are Punch First, very good card. I mean, I think you should always run one of as a surprise factor and the opponent has to always play around it. And Action. Action is really, really good against Draven because you can steal the axe, or against Guardian Angel, so Aurelia. Oh yeah, battlefields. I haven't talked about battlefields. So we saw all three. Obviously, you start with your strongest battlefield, Monastery of Hirona. This one is the best battlefield for this deck. Absolutely insane. I think this deck is incredibly hard to beat on Hirona, especially if it goes first. You have infinite buffs, you will have infinite draw. It's very, 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 very good. The opponent will most likely not be able to use it. You only use it and it's very strong. The second battlefield that we saw was Sunken Temple. It's very good because, again, you are relying on big units like the Wizened Temple, that is not Wizened Temple, Wizened Elder. Yeah, it's 6 might already if you buff it, so you can just buff it, move in, pay 1, and then draw. pretty good. You can also move in with jacks and draw. But this one is not as good because the opponents can also use it. Draven can use it, Aurelia can use it very well. Fiora can use it very well. So obviously much worse than your Monastery game. And the same for Dreaming Tree. Dreaming Tree is good, but a lot of decks can use it. And you only have Discipline and Challenge and Counter-Strike as actual triggers. Yeah, that's about it, unless you guys have any questions.
No, that's good. I actually just wanted to throw something out that I was so this is people are going to immediately try and I can't leak this tool yet, but I have a friend who's been working on a tool that compiles a lot of the data of all the tournaments, and then it like spits out stats on like how often cards are used. And it only looks at the decks from the top 30% of placements. And only 2 Jaxes in the last regionals have made it in the top 30%. And neither of them had Aphelios in the deck. They actually look pretty significantly different as far as usages compared to what we're seeing out of this. It looks like primarily they were Ruin Runner Trinity Force decks that had previously placed well. And this is quite different than that. And then even if we go last 8 weeks and we don't even care about regionals, we go all events in China. This is, like city challenges. There's even some like little tiny tournaments included. There's 15 Jaxes in that top 30% and a total of 3 Aphelioses. 3 of those players playing Aphelios. So this card has been pretty underused, I guess, for Jax, especially because we're seeing now the best Jax performer that we've so far seen in any of these events. Kind of having Aphelios as a reasonable part of this deck. The consideration though is it's possible that it was only in for Hirana as another way to get buffs, and we don't know because we never saw it in the rest of the games. So I'm curious, at what frequency we'll actually have that, and this is going to be the best of Jax, so this list will be published probably in the next few days, and we'll get to really see exactly what the ratios are of the cards, because I think Kuvi captured the essence of this list. So we get like the main idea of what it was doing and why some of these things are strong. But I am quite curious of the exact ratios that are being played in this version. I also wanted to note, I did ask Randy what he beat. Did get an answer back. He beat a Lucian. So one of the Lucians died to Randy in top 16. And Randy has made top 8 on Sivir. We don't have any other updates on anything that's happening there. Billy Chat is going crazy. And I do think it is probably why there is still delay, because that was a pretty long match, and we know some amount of matches are already done, because of course, like Randy's match is already done. He said it looks like there's a lot of judges that were hovering around the stage at that point, so I think they're having a conversation about it, and I'm pretty confident that we are going to have a bit of a delay due to that. And we'll see exactly how long that delay ends up being. But
yeah.
You just want to make sure that they're doing a thorough investigation, making sure they're being fair. That's all you can ask for. Yes, we've done our quick chat and talked about it, but you don't want to rush to an answer. You'd rather wait an extra 30 minutes to know that everyone's happy with the decision that's being made
outcome
before anything happens. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's it's just gonna be interesting to see what they say. I would imagine I'm going to keep an eye on the social media. Sometimes in the past, not even sometimes, in the past, when we had the Chinese Teemo player that cheated, they put out a comment and said that this was the action that happened, and they explained their decision. So maybe they put that up at the same time. If not, it'll get posted later, and it'll get posted. So yeah, we're just gotta wait and see what they decide. But from my point of view, I think we should be seeing this Jax if they're gonna delay it. But I'm not a judge, so we'll see.
Yep, we will find out. I also wanted to
go on.
I have one more Jax stat, and then you go. Okay, sorry. Out of those 15 players, Orange Jax only appeared 5 times. So 1/3 of the players, but the average quantity was a single copy. So, and the Aphelios average copy, I think it was even lower. I think it was still just. Let me find that again. Let me find the Aphelios. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Yeah, average was 1.5 copies. So it's like between 1 and 2 copies that were being played by the 3 players that were playing Aphelios. Yeah, cool. Those are my Jack stats for now. Stuart, take it away. I have no idea what you were going to say. It might have been like the smallest fucking thing.
No, I was more like just. I was more thinking out in the open because obviously you know that Randy beat Lucian. We know the Draven obviously faced against the Jack. So I was just looking at like the different decks that were in the top 16 as well to see what the kind of possibilities were. Of course, there were like 4 Irelias still, 2 Dravens, 2 Kai'Sa, 2
Let's grab our let's grab our top 16 back on when we can and.
We can kind of figure out what the we don't know what the matchups. Yeah, we don't know what the matchups were, but I guess we can kind of see what the possibilities could have been for the other matchups and like who we could actually see in the top 8.
Yeah. So there was 3 Draven for Aurelia. We know potentially one of those Dravens is up in the air.
Yeah.
So there's 2 Dravens that will have had to win their matchups. I mean, I can just pull mine up.
Yeah, we had a change of the Jarvis. Just give it a sec.
Yeah. We did have 2 Kai'Sa. What is your opinion on a Kai'Sa making it through into top 8?
It's going to depend on the matchup. I think Aurelia is like kind of a horror for Kai'Sa oftentimes. So I think... Sorry, go ahead, Kuvi.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there we go.
No, I just think like the Draven matchup is probably what you're looking for with the Kai'Sa, but also I feel like any of the random stuff maybe you can get there. I think like Lucian is probably a reasonable matchup. Maybe game 2 you have to be a little careful if they're like on unyielding, but I think overall it's maybe a better spot to be. But we know Sivir beat Lucian, and either Draven beat Jax or it's going to be a DQ or a Draven.
Yeah, I think Kuvi was a reaction to the way that you said horror.
Oh.
It definitely did not sound like horror, but I managed to figure out what the word was from your from your wording.
It's a horror.
But yeah, so we know a Sivir, potentially a Jax. I think it's guaranteed that an Aurelia can get through, as long as they didn't mirror match.
Yeah, I guess at least one Aurelia goes through.
So
yeah, it's not top 8. So there's no guarantee on anything making it through. We got,
I guess,
and one of our 1-ofs is in already, but we know that means -1 Lucian. I mean, the only things we know is -1 Lucian and then either -1 Jax, and -1 Draven, which is usually we would know a little bit more information, but because we're waiting on this ruling. But yes, 0 Draven top 8 is still a possibility if the Draven player is DQ'd. If the Draven player is not DQ'd, then we have a Draven player in the top 8.
Interesting to see what the Ezreal decks are to see if it's the I guess the I mean the popularity now is the pit crew one, but
usually pit crew.
I don't know if the other Ezreal deck is even really played that much in China anymore, just with the discards and going for like the I guess quote unquote miracle Ezreal in a way, but I don't think we see that much too often.
Yeah, I mean,
have to wait and see.
Yeah, we know there's potentially 1 Lucian left. Fiora, I mean, Fiora's done well for the last 2 tournaments. It's I wouldn't be surprised to see her into the top 8. If she falls, then it is going to be very interesting considering Draven has fallen, Fiora has fallen. It seems this tournament. I mean, Randy's managed to be pretty confident on his Sivir deck. Did Randy talk about how quick he finished his game? Did he have a quick game, or did he have quite a long game compared to like what we saw on stream? Okay,
it didn't seem like. I mean, wait. Let me see. Let me make sure. That might have been an earlier message. It was an earlier message. Okay. 2 on Lucian, but he finished a while ago. It was in the middle of the other game, so relatively quick.
Yeah, so he's probably quite confident into that matchup. So, yeah, no, it was It's gonna be interesting to see what makes it through. It would be nice to know if all the Dravens are out at top 8, then we would have, it would be the first time that a non-Draven legend wins one of these Spiritforged Opens, which is always nice to have.
Yeah, I still think Randy's gonna get there. I know Kuvi was expecting an Aurelia winner today. We'll see if we get that, but I know there's a question about, is Fiora on hook again? We do not know. We have not seen this Fiora yet. We're not sure if Fiora has made top 8 or not. Let's see if Fiora can continue the run of making those top 8s.
I think it's quite nice to see like week over week there's been a bit of a difference now. I mean, you compare like week 1 to, you know, this week as well, you can see there's quite a difference with like obviously Aurelia being the having the most now in the top 16. I think is already a big deal, but like to see Ezreal here, even Kai'Sa still being it here as well in the top 16, I think is still a pretty big deal, which most people thought that Kai'Sa would still be strong coming into set 2, but I think maybe being a bit overshadowed with Draven, and then 2 Lucians as well, I think is the, like I said, the kind of the main surprise. We know obviously 1 Lucian is out, but having 2 Lucians as well in the top 16 is quite cool as well. And I think it'd be interesting to see, I guess, next week as well, to see, you know, for the final Chinese regionals, to see like the difference between the first week and the 4th week, because I think week after week players will start to practice different decks, learn more about how to beat Draven. You know, is the, I guess, the main important thing in this set 2 regionals at the moment for China, but just to see the difference in the decks and to see how the sets evolving overall. Yeah,
no, I mean this is a great top 16 split. This is a really fun top 16 split, right? We have the representation of 8 different decks in the top 16. I don't know, that is this is what looks like a healthy meta, and we'll see if we continue to live in this world or if we go back to Draven land, right? Like I'm not gonna like look at this and be like, yes, we have the healthiest meta ever in Spiritforged. But at least for this tournament, like we ended up with a really good spot, and that's a lot of fun. I'm glad that this can happen. I'm really hoping that we see something like this for like Bologna, Vegas, that kind of spot as well, because you know, in China it tends to be the worst offender if we base it off of set 1 of just kind of like narrowing in on those like best 1 or 2 decks. And even if you're just looking at like the way that it's worked this time around with the cycle of regionals, we've just gone down in Draven representation every single week. It was like 39% to 29%, and then this is 25% this time.
Yeah.
So just like this constant downtrend of the Dravens over the course, and the uptick on Aurelia hasn't even been sharp. In fact, it's been like pretty stable as to how many Aurelias, and it's more just diffusing the amount of players onto more and more decks. And we're not seeing just Draven rise to the top of that, even with less Draven players. We're not seeing like, oh, all the best players are just staying on Draven. We're actually hearing of people pivoting around. We had some Ezreal players that are quite strong. Huge was on earlier telling us that Ipatu or Ace, his team, was starting to pivot towards Aurelia, it looked like a lot of them. And that I would consider generally the best players in China. I mean, Ace has made multiple top 8s. He won one of these already on Draven, and so it's neat to see that there's like more kind of movement that we're getting this time around.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with the representation at the moment. I mean, I'm the fact that we potentially have a Jax and a Sivir in the top 8.
Yeah.
Very nice to see. I think everyone else I'm not kind of surprised about. Maybe the Lucian, if the Lucian gets through. But as in for the top 16, I don't think I could be happier with the.
Yeah, I mean, I think the surprises for a top 8 would be Lucian or Jax, really. And then I think for a lot of people, it's Sivir. I think just because I've been testing with Randy and kind of seeing like how many of these decks play into Randy's Sivir, it's not surprising for me to see Randy like climbing towards the top 8. But I think the rest of the decks that we're seeing like listed here are not like top 8 surprises. If we remove Sivir, like Sivir, Jax, and Lucian are the ones that are like top 8 for that. That's kind of strange. That's like, you know, it's like a lower tier deck moving in. And then for the rest, it's like these are the most repped characters that are at the event, right? Aurelia, Draven, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, and Fiora. These are your expected outcomes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Randy one of the only ones that have brought over this kind of Rasa version of the Severe deck? Because every time that I've seen over the,
it's usually Aurora in China.
Yeah, exactly. Every time I see the best of decks, and every time I see it on stream, it's always the Aurora. But I think Randy might be one of the first people that's actually brought over the Rasa deck over to China as well. So to see that do well and is also quite nice to see that there are decks outside of China that maybe they don't know too much about or they don't have much practice on, that Randy can go there and still have an incredible performance.
Yeah, and for the question of you guys know the Sivir player personally, yes, the Sivir player is Randy. He's a friend player. Kuvi and I are both playing on a team with Randy for Bologna, and we've been prepping together. So we've talked to Randy quite a bit, and this deck has been something he's been working on for a while. Honestly, I think he came up with the like V1 of this deck like week 1, maybe even day 1 of the Spiritforged reveals all being out, and then there's been a lot of working on it since then to get it to a state where he feels really good in his matchups. And I mean, you can see in the footage, we were privileged enough to see a game there of it, and you can just see the mastery of the deck. He definitely understands his outs, his win cons, exactly what he's supposed to be doing, and memorizing the deck is quite nice.
Yeah. Guess we are still just waiting on what we think is the judges to make the decision, because the game was quite long and we have been on quite a long break.
Yep.
So the speculation right now is we are just waiting to find out what is going on between the Draven and the Jax player, and what the head judge decides to do. Until then, we are waiting.
Yep. Quite nice to see. I think you mentioned earlier, Cass, about like how it's possible for these players can bring up these different legends, like the Jax, for example, or like the Sivir. Like if you master a legend and if you understand the legend and its capacity and what it's able to do, then I think understanding and mastering a legend is sometimes even better than playing like quote unquote the best deck, because it's not like anyone can pilot a Draven and do incredibly well with a Draven, but to see like Jax do well, Sivir do well, and just players understanding the limits of these decks is also quite fun to see.
Yeah. A quick note, just seeing a message from Randy that it looks like there is an investigation on the Draven going on, which is what we expected, just kind of confirming this is happening. Either game loss or DQ, it seems, which would mean either way he would be out.
Yeah. If one's the same, right? Yeah, I mean, game loss or DQ would both be lost.
What I will say, this is, it seems, and remember that this is a French guy standing in the middle of a convention hall in China. So when he says it seems, Randy has been very definite with me when he knew exactly what was happening, and it seems makes me feel like he doesn't quite know, but it's like kind of the vibe he's getting of the general what's happening. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. But that is what this delay is. We are on a delay basically because I'm pretty sure all the rounds are done. They're just figuring out how to proceed with top 8, and they have to make a decision on this before they can continue the tournament because of that. So it looks like that's where we're at, and it will just be whenever that gets figured out. Just kind of respond to some of the questions here. It's similar to the Runes and Rift build. I remember seeing that because we were testing, and Randy was worried that everyone was going to catch on to the deck. So I think the Runes and Rift version was had some similar ideas. I think it was missing a lot of the same cards though, and it had a if I remember, that one didn't even like have seals, if I was remembering correctly, about the Runes and Rift build. But it was the similar idea. They were playing like the Rossas and trying to dig through the deck. It was a long time ago, that was like one of the early events that Runes and Rift did for it. And then is Cass a player or a caster for Spiritforged tournaments? I mean, usually I prefer to be a caster, but I also love playing the game, so just depends if I get asked to be a caster, realistically. If I'm asked to be a caster, I'm a caster. If I'm not asked to be a caster, then I'll play it. Sounds good. I win either way, right? I win both ways. I either get to cast or I get to play, so I stay winning. Would we consider enabling paid subs on Twitch? Much prefer watching live streams there. I think they will get enabled once we have affiliate on Twitch. I think we just made that Twitch account like relatively recently. I sometimes forget we're streaming on Twitch. I'm sorry if anyone is chatting in Twitch. I forgore. I don't. Hi Twitch chatters. But I just, I've got it now. If you're watching on Twitch, hi. I love you too. Please subscribe to the YouTube as well. Because that's where we post most content. But now is a good time that we can talk to you all while we waiting. I do see been asking so many questions here. My fault. Sometimes I forget. But I am paying attention to you now, Twitch chat. I am paying attention to you now. Yeah, because YouTube's the general focus. We got most of the people hanging out here, and we just launched the Twitch channel. But yeah, whenever subs are enabled there, I'm sure that'll be a way that you can do it. So, and I appreciate any of the support. But I don't think I'm getting the Twitch chat rewind, so I don't know if there's any any questions I missed. I'm sorry. You can re-ask them. I am here now. I am watching while we got this little wait time as we go through, kind of do our little impromptu Q&A. You can ask me stuff. You can ask Marshall stuff, Stort stuff, Kuvi stuff, whatever. We'll kind of chill for a little bit. Yep. Yeah, Lothar, there was 0 Garens, and now we have 16, but I did not hear about there being a Garen player missing registration. That is he would have just been handed the medal. That is a bummer for that guy. That is wild. The Spotify chat meme is so funny, because there's been, Naga Strike is there's this, basically, we've been releasing the podcast on Spotify forever, and we were at the Vegas event, and we met some people who were like podcast listeners, but they listened exclusively on Spotify, and apparently they had left comments, and none of us had known that you could have comments on Spotify. We didn't know that was a thing. So there are comments on Spotify. Currently, we're not live streaming this to Spotify, so I don't have to check that chat too. That'll be okay.
It's like I assume you have it when you can listen to like sport radio here in the UK. It's like they'll commentate like the football games. So like I know my dad, when he's driving, he'll be like, "Oh, I'll put on the radio and listen to them commentating over the football. All right, let's commentate over the Riftbound game for all those people driving."
I'm looking.
Good old radio.
Post.
Asking about Control/Miracle Ezreal versus Rat Ezreal. I prefer the non-Rat version, but I think they're both pretty strong. Have we seen any Aurelia deck lists yet? I mean, yeah, there's been plenty that we've seen here and there. It looks like a pretty popular tech right now is the Deckhand in China, as like a new way to try and get the early point tempo. And then how many of us are going to Bologna? Stuart, are you going?
Yes, I'll be there.
Okay.
Yep.
So 3 of us. Kuvi, have you decided if you're going to go or not?
Decided. As if
I know you don't have a ticket. Yes, but are you going to go to play sides?
No.
Okay. No Kuvi. 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4.
That only means that all the knowledge that I've accumulated that I would have used to win Bologna, I'm just gonna give it to my students, and I'll put it on the guides and everything that I'm gonna post.
There you go. Has Kuvi done a corner on Lucian? You did one, what, week 1?
Yeah.
You did a Kuvi's corner on Lucian?
Week 1 or 2, I think.
One of the two. One of the 2 weeks we did have a Kuvi's corner on Lucian. Putting them on shorts? I can see about that. We can ask, there's so much footage to go through. I can see if we can get an editor on it. But we are only a small team and only so powerful. But maybe, yeah, we'll take a look. That's something we'll talk about. Thoughts on the draft rules we got? I'm actually super excited. Because sealed is amazing. The three colors is super fun. The like any champion and champ zone that's within your colors is super fun. Drawing an extra card on your first turn if you don't have a legend is also cool, but I generally think having a legend is normally better, but sometimes not, and it's cool that you have the option to play between those two. And then other than that, the draft rules are like very standard for like a draft. It's just like normal drafting. I think the 20 card deck is an interesting thing. I'm gonna have to play with that to see, like, does that feel like too consistent? Is that like a problem? but I think baseline, like I'm very excited to play draft. I think limited in Riftbound, and I know a lot of people have not gotten a chance to play limited in Riftbound, but I promise you it is awesome. It is really fun. So you have to go for that for sure. Give it a chance. And yes, Flux, that is what is happening right now. It is, there's an investigation going. That is what the delay is. So we'll see. Currently, what we got is, it seems like, no confirmation, but seems like either game loss or DQ going towards the Draven for it. So we'll see what's going to happen. But the delay has already been quite long for this, because that might have even been the last game that was going on. It went pretty long, so we'll see what happens there.
Billy chat is there's nothing in there either at the moment.
Someone asking on Twitch if we'll be using Chinese cards in Bologna, and what do we think of the change in general. I will not be using Chinese cards in Bologna, but I know a lot of my teammates and friends are using Chinese cards. I'm just fortunate enough to know people that work at shops that are going to be able to like lend me whatever cards I need for like that first tournament, and then from there I'll just start building my English collection. The change in general is probably good. I just think that you're gonna have to probably double sleeve because the cards are gonna be pretty easy. Like you'll still get deck checked, and if they can cut to every specific thing, like you're still gonna get, you're gonna run into issues. So I would not try to mix the languages in your deck unless you are like double or triple sleeving, because the card stock is like slightly different, right?
I think something that me and someone else and one of my friends were talking about with the Chinese cards, when you look at the stream as well, on the Chinese streams, like most of the cards are like very like bent compared to like the English cards in general. So like trying to mix the two cards, I mean, I don't know if that's like a common thing, but every time I see it on stream, it's just like the cards are bent when they're played on the I mean, even the legends and the champion units as well, right? So I guess it'd be quite difficult to have that not be called over by a judge or something,
Someone's asking, is there any chance that there will be late evening tickets for main event and other competitive events? Check in on Friday. Leftover spaces can be bought. I'm not sure about that, actually, when it comes to like Bologna. Do you know about Houston, Marshall, if there was any like last minute people getting into the event because of no shows or anything like that? I was not aware of that happening, but I
was not aware of any like no show tickets, but I was aware of people like canceling tickets with them like, hey, I wanted to go, and then something came up and they couldn't, so then people were getting like into the waitlist a week before.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again. Like people get a notification like a week beforehand that someone has refunded their ticket. I got a message yesterday talking about like a registration thing, but that was like, make sure that you've got your registration finalized. So I know they're doing checks. Like
I didn't get my email yet, so I actually need to. I might need to go ask somebody something, because I did see other people like, hey, everybody check your email, I got this thing, and I was like, I don't have mine, but I did buy a ticket, so I probably need to go look into that. But
I tried to buy a ticket and I couldn't, so I reached out and was able to happily.
Termund is saying didn't let on-site main event for Houston, didn't let people buy on-site.
Okay, I mean, I think that makes sense. There was no card readers, I think, at the ticket thing either, so but just a reminder, do not buy second-hand tickets. Something tells me that this time there's going to be a lot of ID checks. So please do not buy a second-hand ticket. And if you have, well, good luck.
Good luck.
So it's like the way that they I mean, they ID checked at Houston, but something tells me there's going to be a stronger,
even strict
presence.
Okay.
Especially with how everything went.
Comment in chat that says they have a full CN Aurelia and the CN and English cards are different, but double sleeved makes it not noticeable. That was my assumption. So I think if you decide to have a mixed collection, double sleeving, you should be okay. But you are probably gonna have to double sleeve if you do.
So if you buy Chinese card now and then add English cards later, you won't have like a problem of like Pringle cards or whatever for the Chinese ones more than the English ones.
So that's where the double sleeving is supposed to. It should be able to help you. You're probably gonna have to double sleeve your deck. And there's a world that if they're really Pringling and it's causing a problem, you might have to triple sleeve. Like you're gonna have to really, you have to find a way.
Okay. Possible.
We change and we just go to slabs.
Yeah, just deck full of slaps. But you'll have to do you have to do some of the tricks to like unpringle. What is it? It's the like Cilia packs, and then like putting like a book on the whole stack of them with the Cilia pack there, and then just like trying to unpringle them before an event. It's gonna that would be a pain, but like there's a certain point where if your card is so pringled it's unplayable, you're just gonna have to find a way.
Know if dehumidifiers work? Like if you just put it in a small room with a dehumidifier with a book on top? I assume that would work.
I don't know. Look, end of the day, I'm still technically newer to physical card games because a lot of people have been playing Magic for like 20 plus years. My first physical TCG was Flesh and Blood. Like I started like 2-3 years ago. Or 3 years ago. This is my first physical. I've done digital stuff for a while, but
ago.
Yeah, 4 months. Yeah, Riftbound, your first physical. Yeah.
Riftbound is my first physical TCG. So
Same here.
It's all new to me. I mean, I've been quite good with my storage. I think everything's like tightly packed together, like hidden away, not near moisture. So I can only pray that my cards stay in a good condition.
Yeah, they're a little Pringle prone is what we've seen so far, but hopefully
I mean, the Chinese ones are very.
Yeah,
I mean, you see them while we're playing, right? We can see the arch, we can see the tunnels they're making.
All right. I am surprised by how long this is actually. I mean, it is a tough decision, but that is. Sorry for the delay, everybody. That's just is what it is.
It'd be interesting to see if it's
we thought we were making good time. That's the problem, right? We were making good time. Sorry, go ahead,
I guess the only interesting thing is like if they're deciding. I mean, if that's the case, we don't know if it is the case or not. But if they're deciding whether it's a DQ or a game loss, either way, we know that the Jacks would win anyway. So is there a world that they can carry on with the tournament and then just not decide afterwards, but they can? I mean, I don't know how that works. Like. I don't know how.
So that's my thing, Stuart, is I think you're right. I think if that was exactly what the situation was, like if because Randy is like a vibe, that's the vibe of what's going on. But if that was the exact thing, then wouldn't they would just push the Jacks forward and they would just start playing, and then they would decide the Draven's fate, right? Because either a game loss or unless the game loss was going to be applied in the top 8, because that is also possible. But they don't retroactively give the game loss, and instead he gets a game loss in the top 8.
In top 8, okay.
Which is a possibility in this spot, right? So there is a world that is the world, like that is what we're living in, and the Draven is made top 8, but he will be starting down a game in whatever matchup he's playing.
Yeah.
I'm just oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was saying like I was saying before, like it's very difficult to know whether Jax was actually going to win that game or not. Either way, like we don't know if that actually made a.
Yeah, it was likely.
Like, we're not 100% sure yet, but yeah.
I'm just going to like rewatch the thing just because I am curious. Just Cass was the only one that went back and looked at it, and I never did. So, well, we've got the time. I want to go back and just see the play, just for the people that don't know. I can kind of go through. Jax is on the board here. So we paid 2. So we started off the turn. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runes. We paid 2 for something.
That was the axe, I think.
Oh, it was the spinning axe.
2 for the axe.
And we paid the seal to equip it onto the unit, which then pushed over. We then gained the point, and we started making a note. I'm just making sure the
Yeah, I mean, from there he just pays the 2 seals for the rebuke, doesn't tap the energy, and then afterwards he ends up playing a Mind Splitter, It is hard to tell whether it was intentional or not, but the footage looks bad, so we're just trying to see what goes from there.
So yeah, the camera pan comes in, like they do like the player
The zoom in one, yeah.
So you don't see exactly what he's pointing at, but you see him pointing to something, and then the camera opens back up, and he's still got the two runes tapped from the axe, and then the 7 cards for the mind splitter. So going into the next turn, we know he had jacks in hand, which he then gets rid of with mind splitter. So he probably would have done the play that we said, where we do the jacks into first mate.
Yeah.
Jacks comes down, he's at 5. He weapon masters the brutalizer. He would be at 8, which would be taller than the
Mind
it
splitter.
would be taller than the mind splitter, but he still would have had energy to play the Rasa, because the Rasa was free.
Yeah, the Rasa
He
is
could
free.
have played the Rasa, so he still had the
He'd have 10 on one side. If he wanted to just maximize the spread, he'd be 10 on one
Yeah.
side, 13 on the other.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It was possible that the Draven can still win from that
wins,
spot
yeah.
without it, but it's not like guaranteed. There's a lot of equipment. It's a lot of math. But yeah, it's really tough to say. And yeah, I mean, man, they were making such good time. I was so proud of them, but this is not really within the production team's control here. This is just a call has to be made, and then they move on. I can check in with Randy, see if it looks like he's lining up to play or not.
I was hoping I could cover 2 series, maybe even 3, but now it's looking like
yeah, just the one and done.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty big decision, right? So it's expected that they're taking this long to decide what's going to happen.
How you doing, Kuvi? How's it going?
I think you know exactly how it's going.
You hanging in there? You staying alive? I think Kuvi's falling asleep.
No, I'm drinking this like very high caffeine energy drink thing, and it doesn't work on me. It doesn't make me less sleepy. It just makes my heart beat a little bit too fast.
Maybe don't drink that then. That just sounds really bad.
That sounds worrying.
Yeah, but then I need to watch this epic. It's important.
Just to think, we have got top 8, top 4 finals. We've still got a minimum of like, even if they do it an hour long, right? That's still 3 hours of stuff to go through yet, minimum.
And I'm gonna do it.
You're probably here for the next 4 to 6 hours.
What do you mean 6 hours?
Oh,
you don't
are you not ready? Are you not ready for the
I don't know about
the next investigation that happens?
that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, don't bring that curse upon my family.
I'm touching wood. I'm touching wood.
I mean, respect for staying up for that. I mean, actually, like I said, I tried in the first week to stay up, and my body was like, nope, I cannot stay up. These times are kind of crazy because they're over in China, but
yeah, this is my 8th one.
for doing it. Yeah, respect for staying up every single week for these.
This is my 16th day of this.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Jarvis does not like hearing 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jarvis.
Okay, here's a real question. What's an order of like colors from best to worst dispatch? This set. Yes.
This patch. Oh, it's
You know
so
what I'm saying.
lore brained. Okay.
Alright.
Purple.
Okay,
purple.
yeah, we agree.
Purple.
We agree.
Purple.
agree.
And then purple, I think. Yeah. No,
Think
it's like what?
purple,
Purple.
red?
Purple.
Yeah. Is it purple, orange, red?
Wait, orange stuff too?
I think orange is really good. And maybe
I think
I
orange
mean
is
maybe
third. I think red is
Green.
before.
I think green is tough too.
maybe so
Green.
green's higher than red. It's purple. It's either purple, green, orange, or purple, orange, green, and then
Yeah,
red, and then what? Blue after that.
Yellow and then blue.
You think yellow then blue? Yeah, I could see it.
I'm surprised red's not that high up on both your lists.
I think red is higher personally.
Yeah, I would probably put red a bit higher.
I think red's really good, but I just think green in this meta is really important because of the counter spells. I think green is like quite strong because of that.
Yeah.
But I don't know that green has like that many decks that are just like insane. It's like Aurelia is the main one. And Aurelia is like insane because she's got like those two colors. And I think red is still pretty crazy, but I don't know.
I mean,
I feel
honestly,
like red pairs the best with purple is the big thing. I think like as a duo, they pair really, really well.
But like by itself, you don't think it's as strong compared to like...
Yeah, I don't know that it's... Yeah, I think it... Yeah, I could be wrong though. I mean, red is good. Like, red is very, very good.
I just think blue is just not doing anything this set.
Yeah, maybe blue's near the bottom. Blue and yellow are probably near the bottom for sure.
Arguably, it's just does your colors do well into combat? And yellow counters that because of hook. So yellow should actually be on top.
Yeah, yellow's number one. I say that like I put yellow pretty low, and I'm probably playing a yellow deck at Bologna, right? Like I'm playing.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I'm playing Fiora most likely, so like it's not a secret anymore. I think I'm probably just playing Fiora.
I was gonna say, have you both decided what you're playing? Like,
fully
decided, committed?
Marshall's been locked on Darius for like 4 months. For the better part of the year, he's been locked on Darius.
When did I lock mine in? I'm gonna see. I think I sent. There was someone who. Is it this?
Wait, didn't you want to play? Didn't you want
to? 16th of December was when I found the deck. And I probably committed to it like 2 weeks after.
He's acting like it's a relationship. But you said
he is in a relationship with his Darius deck. I don't know, like yeah. This is
you will be hearing sounds in Bologna across the hall. You're like,
I don't want to hear him. I don't want to hear him.
Down.
Marshall is not waiting for elites. He's playing elites. I don't know. Like I don't know.
Just put
I don't know what we're talking about
table
here.
next to each other. Like
Marshall, you wanted to scrim. You wanted to scrim earlier, right? Let's just do it with your secret deck in front of 800 people, you know?
In front of everyone? Hell. Oh,
did you say 100 people?
The back.
No, I said
hold
800.
On.
Oh, yeah. I was like,
they are back.
I was like, you're baiting him. Okay, nice.
Back.
Nice.
Hi.
Getting ready to make my graphic. It's gonna have
I'm
zero.
ready to see Jackson instead of Draven.
Yeah, we're gonna see this top 8 pop up in a second here. I'm sure they are giving the statement and the update right now. It looks like she is reading a prepared statement that is quite common in these kind of circumstances. As a caster, you don't want anyone looking at you in this moment. All you want to do is get the information out and be done with it. This is not fun.
Just move on to the next game. Yep.
I have had to do these, but no, seriously, like this is like one of the least fun things. Like, Stuart, you've been here, right? You've done this. Yeah. This is not fun.
You're just like, I want to get this over and done with, and then just move on to the next one. Like, I don't want to talk about the situations or anything.
This is so base, by the way, that she has been given a piece of paper and is purely reading it too. Yeah. I love this. I hate when I have to look at the camera and deliver some copy. Nah, give me a piece of paper. Let me read that shit. I am done with it.
They actually do this in China a lot, because when I watch other like broadcasts in China as well, especially when they're reading, because like in China they have a lot more ads and they have a lot more promotion and sponsors and everything. They just read from a paper, cast. Like they just read the promotion, they read the sponsor from a paper.
What the
and they don't even
world
look
could
up
be?
at the camera, which is crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's
Why do I have to memorize all these ad reads? Why do I have to have them in my brain?
Just look down next time, Cash.
Let me just read it.
I think they're banning
okay.
I think they're banning them, by the way. They're banning them.
Jax is
in.
Jax is there.
Jax is in. Fiora survived. I mean, look at this. Draven did make it with 2 copies, but this is still the lowest amount of Draven in the finals. The only one that missed is the one that DQ'd. It almost was 3 for 3, but we are going to get 1 Fiora, 1 Aurelia, 1 Kai'Sa, 1 Ezreal, 1 Jax, and 1 Sivir. 7 different legends in the top 8 of this regional open. That is gotta be what you love to see in these spots. And one of them is Randy. Let's go, Randy, on the Sivir. Let's see if he can make it all the way on this run. But Jax continuing to be able to fight more. Fiora could continue her streak of making finals. We could somehow end up with a Fiora versus Draven final again. We could oops into that. But yeah, at least the Aurelia is still alive for Kuvi and Marshall, who said they might be able to get it, get the win this time around. And the fact that only one survived that top 16, a little surprising to me. I actually thought Aurelia would do a little bit better there from 4 copies. But...
Maybe if we learn how to not throw away our Aurelias. I still believe Aurelia will win though. If I had to bet, I would say Aurelia wins 2 tournaments. My bet is still on Aurelia.
Yeah. I'm still just believing in Randy, but for anyone who missed it, this is kind of the last time we'll probably talk about it now, because we've been talking about it forever. Basically, in the matchup, there were 9 runes available. The Draven player spent 2 for a spinning axe, then did not actually tap any runes to play a rebuke, and then played a mind splitter. That was a total of 11 energy. It was not caught during the game. It led to the win of the game going to Draven. It looks like the officials of the tournament reviewed it, and there has either been a DQ, a game loss, something that has occurred from the decision from the judges. We are not able to get that official like full language yet, but I'm sure there will be a post soon enough and we can get that out to everybody. But that has caused the Jax to advance instead, which means they are overturning the result of that match because of the infraction that happened at the end. So Jax has advanced, and now we have our top 8, and this is where we are gonna get to go from there. And yeah, now we get to move on and see what decks they're gonna actually show us for top 8, because they have a plethora of options at this point with 7 different legends. Usually we can kind of predict what top 8 match they're gonna give us, but I mean, maybe they don't show Randy because they already did, and logistically it's a little harder because he is French and not Chinese, right? They have to get the translator up there. So maybe we eliminate there. We just saw the Jax, so maybe the Jax is eliminated from the broadcast choices. We have not seen a Fiora today, so maybe it's the Fiora. We saw Ezreal, but only briefly as the final game of that match. But yeah, I wonder if it's going to be the Ezreal, the Fiora that gets targeted in the spot, or maybe even the Kai'Sa, because we have not seen Kai'Sa for a little while.
Yeah, I'm assuming they don't show Randy or the Jax again because they've already been on broadcast, so it'd probably be one of the others to see what it could be.
I'm sorry, Cass, would you happen to know, is this the most legends that we have ever had at a top 8 in a tournament?
I can just like, I don't even have to look. I can just safely say that is true.
I just want to double check before I put it in my post and someone corrects me.
I can safely say that is just true. There's because last meta was like primarily Kai'Sa. There's a world that there's like some smaller event somewhere that like did it, but out of the events that are like major, like scale, a regional open, that kind of thing of this scale, yeah, it's for sure the only time we've had it. So they've read their statement, they've showed the top 8 breakdown. Game imminent is the comms I would expecting to be hearing in my ears from my Jarvis if I was sitting in their desk right now. And now they just have to set the stakes. Now they have to like wipe the serious face off of this like annoying thing that happened and be like, damn, this is the coolest top 8 we've ever had for a regional open. This is amazing. This is exactly what we want to see. All right, this is our last chance, everyone, to place their bet on what legend is winning. We have 7 different legends. I'm saying Sivir. Kuvi, you said Aurelia? Marshall? Yep. Lock it in. What do you got?
Okay. Sorry. Purely because Kuvi's taking Aurelia, I'm taking Jax.
Okay. Stuart?
I'm taking the Ezreal if it's a rat.
It should be a rat. Yeah. It should be a rat. Yeah. Okay. All right.
We'll go rat Ezreal.
All right.
The rat will come out on top. XDD.
Nobody taking the safe bet of Draven. Everyone saying Draven is dying here on this day.
I mean, that's
as I have not seen either of these players today, so I get the feeling maybe Fiora.
Cookie. Sorry.
My man Cookie. That is a good name. Love it.
Cookie.
Cookie versus Karma. I don't know if that's a team name or if that is his name and then the store afterwards, but I see English words, so we have names to call the players. Fiora from Cookie. That's my boy right there. That's my boy Cookie.
It'd be really cool to actually see Fiora. Well, I guess it won't be as cool, but if we see Fiora Draven now, then we can,
Yeah.
Then hopefully this won't be the fight. Well, I guess there is another Draven, right? But I was thinking, like, if it's Fiora Draven now, hopefully we don't see in the final. But I realized that there's also still another Draven. There's another Draven left, but
yeah. I mean, we will get to see pretty quickly whether this is Hook or more standard Fiora as soon as the battlefield is flipped. I would say Hook. A lot of Hook players are starting with Warcamp, but this is going to be starting with Candlelit, but this is more of a Hook battlefield than it is a kind of standard Fiora battlefield. So I like Hook. I'm very happy with Hook right now in Fiora. I think it's slightly better, but they're both pretty good variations, whether you're playing Hook or you're playing around the Lucian. And Candlelit, pretty strong battlefield, neutral start. Every legend kind of likes Candlelit, but for you, it lets you kind of filter towards your Hook if you want to have it for a matchup. And against Draven, you do want to find Hook. It's very nice in the matchup against Draven.
I really hope Fiora wins, and then hopefully the other Draven gets knocked out as well. It'd be interesting who Randy is against as well. I guess it's kind of hard from the.
He'll give us an update. It'll happen.
It's kind of difficult to see from the names. Would be nice to see on the bracket, like if they showed what legend everyone was playing. That'd be kind of cool, I think, for production.
Yeah. And they're rolling the die in top cut. No seeing. We have a brain. Amazing.
Kuvi, you're not winning this one. Most people are against you here. We don't need to keep bringing this one up over and over again.
I agree.
All right. Looking at this hand.
Wait, we're mulligan away. Wait, wow.
Getting rid of Hopeful with multiple 2-drop hand, but Switcheroo as a keep, pretty powerful in the matchup against Fiora.
Beats Buntress pretty well.
Yeah, it's annoying to play around Switcheroo. You really have to hope that you have riposts. There's not a lot of good answers. The way that you tend to try and play around Switcheroo is you try and beat the might by like the minimum amount. And then when they, make Switcheroo really unattractive, where it's like just a +1, -1, and then you can play the combat trick afterwards.
Double Switcheroo hand is something that I don't think you want to see.
Set Brawler in hand, Punch First in hand. So fortunately for the Draven, it's a pretty good double Switcheroo to have. We'll see how it actually impacts the game.
Here we go.
All right, Draven is going to play first. And yep, just has the 2. We saw the Overzealous fan in the initial keep. I haven't really seen much of the Fiora hand. I saw Set Brawler. I'm not sure how much of the rest of it we caught, if there was a Hook out the gates. But generally, you don't want to play Hook on like turn 1 anyway. You just want to be playing it the turn that you're actually going to start activating it. But the really nice thing about the Hook version is this play is a lot more unlocked. In Standard Fiora, you kind of have to be a little bit more careful with the Worthy and wait for your moment to play it. But in Hook, because you're playing the Spectral Matrons, you can kind of just say, well, all right, 3 runes, turn 1, here's Worthy. Don't care about a turn 1 play. Which is really, really nice.
Yep.
We drew a Harness Dragon on the side of Fiora for our turn. We have a Pit Rookie in hand.
Is there Hook or no Hook yet?
Can't see.
Not in hand.
Hard, yeah.
Can't see. I saw a comment saying that this player is known for playing Hook. So
well, we know this is Hook because of Candlelit. Like this is very confidently Hook. It would be very unorthodox if this had been Candlelit and not Hook, right? Like this is a very clear indication. So on 5 runes, the Set Brawler can come down. Not a big reason to look for like an accelerated Set Brawler. You tend to often want to leave it in hand and kind of save it for that surprise factor if you have other development options. However, if there's not really much else to do, you can just jam the Brawler here. He refunds his own rune, and then on the next turn, you can actually get even more value out of your Fiora Legend instead of out of Fiora Worthy by generating a rune by activating Set Brawler to go down to 4 might and then back up to 8.
Riposte in hand is really important as well for the Fiora to try and deal with some of these spells that the Draven is most likely going to play. But yeah, I think this turn you just put the Set Brawler down and you try and... Oh, interesting, actually going in for combat first. But yeah, I think Set Brawler going down just means that you can build up your base and try and maybe deal with this Draven next turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Reaver's Row. This is accepting that you're going to give a draw to Draven for a point here. You are trading 1 point for 1 card against Draven, and then going to play the Set Brawler at base, as we talked about. You get the trigger from Grand Duelist, and the next turn, when you go offensive with the Set Brawler, you'll get another trigger from Grand Duelist when you pop this Might.
We know from the previous games from last week that if you get the hook on the board, it does very well into this Draven deck, but it does just depend on if we can find that hook.
We win a combat, we get a gold.
Yep, gold and draw for Draven. This is the advantage of Hook. If people are curious why Hook Fiora, generally what you want is you push in, you get your points, you hook the unit so you don't give Draven combats. So he doesn't get value out of his legend. This was a very clear choice to use the Worthy to just trade a point for a card. You saw Cookie tank on it for a while before going for that play and then playing the Set Brawler, accepting that that is part of it. Reavers is a very hard game for Fiora to win against Draven, especially if you are going second. Draven ends up with a point lead, and it becomes very difficult to find opportunities to create a winning spot. Cookie will have to play for a big hold at some point, and that punch first in hand could end up being crucial if he is able to evade getting pushed or rebuked when he plays it. And the other big card we're going to be looking for Cookie in this matchup, especially being on the Reaver's Row and needing to set up a hold, being behind on points, is going to be the Riposte. And even potentially needing multiple copies during this game. Looks like he does have one. It looked like there's a Riposte and a punch.
Yeah, he does have one in hand, yep. And the Draven putting down the Noxus Hopeful for 4 makes you think as a Fiora player that they actually don't have that many units to put down and to try and build up their base. So you're just thinking of all the spells that the Draven could possibly have in hand, and if you can try and take down this Draven or try and force a Reaver's Row back, but you do have to be careful with how much Draven has. We know Draven has a Fight or Flight in hand as a possibility to try and win a combat. So you do have to think of some of these possibilities.
There we go. Trigger the set, push in, candle it, just to refresh the buff.
Get the Fiora trigger. You're not going to trigger it else with anything else this turn. Might as well. There's no harm. Do we find the
trigger
hook?
sees BF sword.
BF sword and a hidden blade.
Yeah. I wonder if he has a BF already. BF to the bottom is a really interesting choice to me. Generally, BF is a very important card for this deck, and I even see an unsung hero in hand. So not going for a BF sword is...
If you were really digging for that hook in this matchup.
Oh, the hidden blade being left on top, I guess, still works. Oh, yeah, okay, he has a BF. This makes a lot more sense to me, right? If you already have the BF, you don't need the second one. Just one is enough. 2 is not bad, but reasonably, there's not a big reason to keep it when you are still digging for hook in this game. And I was going to ask about the hidden blade Kuvi in that same vein where you're digging, and yes, hidden blade does dig 2 cards, but you could have still, by putting the hidden blade to the bottom, you would also be digging, for that. But with the sword, you can now set up the hidden blade to kill your own unsung hero as a potential way to draw 4 cards and keep getting towards that hook. The later the game, the worse the hook is, but it's never bad. You can still find a spot to play it, because the turn you play it, you're still going to get value from it. And often you're not playing it, like, there hasn't been a turn so far where you would have played hook even if you had it. This would have been the first turn, but it's probably the next turn that you would actually play the hook if you had the hook.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what he plays. We did see a riposte in the hand of the Fiora. So their hand consists of a Pit Rookie, a Hidden Blade. Sorry, Hidden Blade's on the top.
Hidden Blade's top, right?
Yeah. Sorry. So they will have a Hidden Blade next turn. They have a Dragon. They have a Pit Rookie. They have a riposte.
And a punch first is the other card.
And a punch first. That's the other one. So we know the Fiora's hand completely. Can't quite see the Draven's.
I think Draven definitely has 2 switcheroos from the first hand. Has Fight or Flight. I can't remember the other cards that he has, but I know he has 2 switcheroos from the start.
Yeah. Switcher is really dangerous here, right? Because we are on 1 rune, which means we're representing punch first to potentially look for the hold. However, punch first is decimated by switcheroo, right? So this is a really scary spot for Cookie if Karma can push in. But if Karma can't push in on this turn, I really like the position for our Fiora player. You're able to retreat with Set. You can activate him to then re-ready him with Worthy. So his pivoting potential is really good if he ever gets to like start a turn on a battlefield. And then from there, you actually are going to have a lot of freedom with these runes going forward to hold on to Riposte, to hold on to some of these additional combat tricks. And Harness Dragon, even just hard cast in this matchup, can find its spots where it's really good, but it's a lot better when you are ahead in the point tempo to be able to hard cast the dragon. It's a lot worse when you're kind of behind and starting to try and claw back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not too sure if the Draven's... Is the Draven thinking about something, or he just has his hand on
They ideally want to get to 4 first, so they're thinking about how can I actually do this. Pass punch first. I think
maybe an audio issue.
Go to the bathroom or something.
I was thinking because his hand was just face down on the thing. Oh yeah, it looks like an issue or something.
Gotta go to the little Draven's room.
Draven's fans room.
Draven's fans room? Little Draven's fans room?
Oh
yeah, maybe.
That's starting to get a little bit weird. I don't know what we're doing there. No, I don't know. I don't know enough of the Draven's hand to really speculate on the turn, but we do know Switcheroo is a potential issue. It comes down to, can you force the punch first when you move in to allow the switcheroo to be the blowout, right? That's really what would have to happen, and you need some amount of acceleration to really make that work, because currently a spinning axe, just a single spinning axe, would result in being down by 1 might in that combat currently. So it would not force a spinning axe out of Fiora, or sorry, it would not force a punch first out of Fiora. So it would need to be multiple axes, or axe plus cleave, or something of that nature, to potentially force the punch first, and then the switcheroo would gain the full value, and be the blowout in the spot that could pretty much, I don't want to say end the game, but you know, essentially end the game for Draven, right? Like you would be in such an ahead position.
Because Fiora on that battlefield is currently 10, if I'm not mistaken. 5 from Set, 5 from Unsung.
Correct. Yeah, 5 from Set.
Yeah. And then you only have Noxus Hopeful and Overzealous. Yeah.
So currently it's 6. And that's where Axe is not getting you the tie. And I'm even wondering if you did just Axe, like what does Fiora do? That's a really hard spot. Sorry, if Axe was a tie. Like if they're able to tie it, it becomes a difficult spot for Fiora where, like say it's a Blood Rush plus 4, push in with the 10 into 10. Like playing punch first in that spot feels like a no-win scenario. So you almost just have to let the trade happen. So you would still draw 2 though. That's the big thing, right? End of the day, you're drawing 2 off of the Unsung. So I think you probably do just take that trade if something like that were to come through.
I think either way, like the Draven's still in a pretty good spot, but I feel like when you play a Noxus Hopeful for 4 in a turn, it makes you think when you're playing against Draven. It's like this guy doesn't really have that many units left to play, or doesn't really have anything to play. So if you're thinking of that as a Fiora player, if they're going in for the trade, then I think you're probably okay with taking the trade.
Yeah, you
even
just
though
take the
it's
trade.
like, yeah, like if you're playing an Noxus Hopeful for 4, then you know you have nothing else. So all you have to do is try and kill this Draven, which if you get like a challenge or something, you can always kill that Draven, and then Fiora's always in a pretty good spot.
Well, I tell you what, buddy, we got a Harness Dragon in that hand, and that thing...
That is true as well. Yeah, we also have Harness Dragon. That is true.
That thing will go ahead and just clear a Draven. That sure does the job.
That's true.
But no, I agree with you. I think I actually didn't clock the Hopeful play for 4, and that's a good call out. Like, if you play Hopeful for 4, the odds of you having another unit in your hand are actually incredibly low, unless the unit is like Mind Splitter, right? Or it's Pharaoh's Forerunner, like one of those. Like maybe that's where that kind of play comes through. So
true.
Could actually be that you're clocking just infinite spells, and if you're ever offered a trade, you're just going to take it. And then especially like doubling down, the Unsung is just going to draw you 2 cards anyway. So if a trade happens, you're just getting cards back, and you still have the long sword, the BF sword at home, which BF sword with Worthy in this deck is just so incredible because basically every unit that you have in your deck, except for specifically the Harness Dragon, is going to be able to be accelerated when you have the BF sword in play, which is why I was so shocked when it got bottomed, and it makes sense that we already had one.
Already had one, yeah. How much is Riposte again? Riposte is
2 and 2 power.
2 and 2. Okay, so he doesn't have enough for Riposte. Because he had 1 rune left open for Punch First, yeah. I was thinking maybe he might have had enough for Riposte. Oh, there we go, we're back. So yeah, he only had 1 rune open.
Yeah, and I mean, as the Draven player, right? Like this is your, you just put the Fiora on Punch First, and you say, okay, what can I do if it is that? And
what does he have?
It's gonna send 4 in. Oh, okay, against the odds in the main deck. So this is +4. This goes up to 8. It's still currently losing. So as Fiora, I will say okay. You just, like, yeah, set dies. That's not ideal, but is what it is. Cleave.
And also Clave. Okay.
That's 11. That is where it is tough. It's like, okay, if I punch first, am I winning into your 5 runes? Or do you just let this go, draw your cards, and then retake? This is so many runes open to play punch first into. It feels really risky. We know this gets blown out, but it's like, how do you decide in this spot where you're going to end up going with this? It is just going to be a punch first. Switcheroo is actually not as much of a blowout now that he's already pumped to 11 though, right? So you can't actually switcheroo in this spot. So it has to be Rebuke now. That actually makes it happen. Because he didn't send multiple units, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah. So he Fireflights the Unsung instead.
Yep. Yeah. So that's fine. Still saving a unit for the side of Cookie. That's actually a great point. Actually, I like the punch first more because there's no switcheroo blowout. So the only thing that beats you now is forcing Rebuke or Fight or Flight. It's a little bit tough. Yeah, I guess the Fight or Flight's a little scary. It's really hard to say. The more I'm thinking about it, I'm going back and forth on if I like the punch first or not. Considering if you just pass and let the Unsung die, you're gonna draw. You're gonna have a lot of answers. That's tough.
I mean, also you have to think about as well, I guess, that the Unsung kind of needs to be on one of the battlefields this turn anyway, because we know that the Hidden Blade is coming up from the top deck, which was Fiora's play in the next turn. So Unsung, you kind of wanted to kill this turn anyway. So Fight or Flying the Unsung back doesn't seem that bad, because you see, as a Draven, you kill the set, which is, so important to kill because you can ready it so many times with Worthy. But also, if you do want to kill the Unsung this turn, then it becomes quite difficult, because then you're not going to have that many units to try and push on through. And we already know that Draven's up to 4 points now, like Kuvi was saying earlier, with trying to get to 4 points as quick as possible, really.
Yeah, so this next turn, for Fiora, He's gonna have 7 runes. Dragon is not gonna be playable for some time. It feels like it's gonna need to be, and likely you're gonna get more cards out of this this unsung. So Dragon may just never be played. But you can push the unsung back into Candlelit as your first kind of action. See if there's anything that comes from the Draven, since you're gonna be +1. Hidden card, maybe likely a switcheroo. You have riposte, you have answers to make sure that you can always get through.
Do you hidden blade the unsung though if you don't have any other units? I think that's the question now.
The positioning you want here is you want unsung on Candlelit with hidden blade. Is the positioning you want from this turn.
Yeah, I think you're quite happy to riposte the switcheroo just to get the Candlelit trigger. Try and hunt for the hook.
It feels like you're using a lot.
I don't want to riposte here.
Yeah, it feels like you're using a lot just to draw 2 cards from this unsung, right? Like,
yeah.
It's like you're using a lot of your tools as a Fiora that you have to try and kind of win the game, really.
The more I'm looking at the game state, the more I wish we didn't punch first on the last turn. The more I'm like considering, I think letting everything die, drawing 2, you still have the ability, like you would be on 9 runes, you still have the ability to kind of accelerate things with Fiora Worthy. You'd still have this punch first as another tool that can be used. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm happy with the punch. It's a really hard decision to make. It's one of those issues with Draven where it just becomes very difficult. Double push in. This is to play around just hidden fighter flights.
Sacrificing the Fiora?
It's fine in Hook. It's really not a big deal in Hook. A switcheroo does mean that Unsung is going to be a 4 instead of a 5, so you'll lose the draw.
You need to draw from this Unsung. You absolutely cannot.
I don't think you're allowed to riposte this, though.
Yeah,
really?
Riposte feels really...
You don't win, though, I think, if you don't draw from this.
You can draw from the Hidden Blade still.
Well, what are you killing?
You would just kill Worthy. You would just hide it next to Worthy.
Yeah, okay.
Thinking back to the punch first turn as well, is that he actually recycled too many runes, he can play Harness Dragon. I guess another play would have been Harness Dragon this turn, but because he recycled the 2 other runes from punch first, he couldn't kill, like, I don't know, he could have killed Noxus Hopeful, right, to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, to get rid of the hidden card.
Yeah.
There's options there.
The Unsung dies and he doesn't get the draw.
Yeah. But he can go to 4 and keep up in tempo if he equips the sword and then readies the Pit Rookie. It does cost 2 runes to do, which is not amazing because then you're stuck at 7. And I think, oh, actually no, you'd still go up to 8 next turn because you get the Grand Duelist proc. So I think it's probably okay to keep the point tempo.
Costs 1 rune.
You could pick up another Unsung here if you want to draw here. I mean, pick up as in like put it at the top, but it might come in a little too late.
I think I like bottom, hide Hidden Blade.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to think if Hook is still any good here. It's a little bit late.
Really good.
I think he is going bottom.
He's putting
yeah.
both bottom, yeah.
Yeah. I think bottom makes sense. You need like better units. I think actually like even just vanilla Matron is fine instead of Hook, because you're probably losing Fiora Worthy, and then just like being able to replay her is gonna be really nice. So I think hiding the Hidden Blade, readying this Pit Rookie. He's thinking on the trigger. Yeah, he's thinking on the trigger right now. Yeah. Okay, so he's staying on point tempo. I think it makes a lot of sense. And then you hide the Hidden Blade, and you're potentially just like you're just digging 2 more cards.
Yep.
Hiding Hidden Blade, the only downside of hiding Hidden Blade is you also take yourself
Can't
off the
drag
dragon next turn. Yeah.
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 So you're gonna have to rely on whatever you draw to be like a real play.
Oh boy.
I mean,
and I do think Matron ends up being one of the better draws just because the Worthy is going to die. This is like the way you get the most might on the board, but that's also going to be really high power cost and it's going to keep you off of Dragon even further. Yeah, this Dragon is just going to be really tough to actually play because you can't fall too far behind in point tempo. You can't fall. It's going to be a struggle. And Draven's going to get a bunch of cards.
Spinning axe and a switch through.
Yes.
No other units for the Draven.
Draven's got the stuff to help him win the combats to draw, so it's just depending on.
Oh wow!
Oh, he does that during the. Oh, they're still on the battle showdown. Damn.
Yeah. They were waiting for his decision on his.
On his action. Wow.
So he's setting him back on points.
Denying point tempo is interesting. I'm wondering if now Cookie looks at card advantage and just hard cast this Hidden Blade instead of hiding it onto Fiora right now.
But it's still Jerom's run, right? And it doesn't work with this Dragon.
Yeah, it still wouldn't work with Dragon. I'm just saying, like, you deny a card from Draven, and then you are drawing your own cards. But getting off, like, I think this is where the Cookie is deciding he wants to potentially play Dragon next turn. Like, he wants Dragon to be a real play that he can make next turn.
This Mind Split is going to be painful.
Yeah, my sweater is huge here.
Yeah.
Because you can see the hand and then walk in with Draven kind of freely.
Yeah. Need some Mind Splitter plus Spinning Axe or something to try and. He has quite a lot of runes, yeah.
Yeah, feels really tough for Fiora to get back. I think the Mind Splitter is going to kind of close things up a little bit, especially. You can't necessarily know this would happen. The hidden blade would help a little bit with not allowing this all to go through, but this is just far too many runes on the Draven side. 10 runes up is just way too much. Yep.
What does this card do? That's great. I love it when they have to read the cards. Yeah.
It's always funny to see him do it. Mind Splitter being a clear favorite for like purple cards at the moment. I think every single purple deck is running one.
What do you take here? Is it just always riposte, or is it? Oh.
I mean, there's consideration to Dragon. Like you're just if you take Dragon, what does Cookie's play on the next turn, right?
Exactly.
Like, they just have riposte Hidden Blade in hand.
Yeah.
Hidden Blade does deny draws, so you're basically saying, okay, it's fine if you play Hardened Dragon as your whole turn next turn. Like that's not good enough. You're not winning with that. So like, no worries there, and then you're just stranded with a riposte, which I think is true. I don't think Fiora is winning by just casting Harness Dragon next turn, right? Like in this spot, Draven can just burn a rune and then kills Worthy.
Oh yeah.
Yes, if you look on the other side, you can go ahead and play Harness Dragon, kill the Mind Splitter, and then push in Pit Rookie at the Reaver's Row, and you deny the win from happening like instantly, but you're probably not winning the game from this spot. So it feels like this is just going to be a Draven victory on game 1.
Yep. Also taking Hidden Blade stops them from even Hidden Blading your Draven as well. Like it allows you to just win that combat and not have to worry about anything else.
Yeah,
which, yeah. puts the Draven up to 6, and I think it's going to be pretty difficult for this Fiora to come back now.
Yep, that's another consideration. Fiora could have just hardcasted the Hidden Blade.
Yeah.
Would be off of Dragon for the next turn, but could deny Draven going to 6 and maybe extend the game by a turn and find a way back in that way.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what he took from Candidate. Not took, but I wonder what he did with Candidate.
Yeah.
I mean, what could you even draw here as Fiora to try and take both these battlefields, or at least take one? I don't even know what you can draw at this point.
I don't think you
can. Oh no,
draw...
I mean this game's pretty cooked.
Yeah, I don't think you can draw anything.
This game is likely quite done.
It's actually quite sad to see Fiora perform like this, because it's like they've done really well to get to the top 8. We've seen what Hook can do, and then every single time that we have seen Fiora recently, there wasn't the Hook game. You get games like this, and they just don't find Hook, and then they go into situations like this, and you're like, oh, this deck doesn't look strong, but it's done well. We've seen it do well with the Hook.
When did we see like another Hook version outside of that final? Because even when it missed Hook, it still looked good in the final. And then we only saw standard Fiora on this stream. We saw Hook twice last week, right? We saw it in the run-up games, and then in the final. And in the final, it didn't draw Hook. And in the but it still was like had winning positions in the final. Yeah,
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dragon comes down, kills the Draven.
Yeah. You just deny one side, so the game isn't instantly over, but you have no runes up to a full untap from Draven. That's gonna be next.
We know that there is we know there's a spinning axe in hand. We know there's I think there was only I think even spinning axe is enough, right? Yeah, there's spinning axe in hand. Push in spinning axe, game 1.
Yep. There you go. Yeah. I mean, this is like this weird spot where that punch first kind of, I think it took a lot of the wind out of the sails of Cookie in an okay early start, right? Worthy has sword, would have been a draw 2 if he let everything die and then look to kind of re-go from there. But it's hard to say whether that punch first is correct or not. There's just so many blowouts in that position. You get around Switcheroo because he had to be buffed up already, but then Fight or Flight and Rebuke both kind of just answer you in that moment. And I do wonder if just kind of letting it go, drawing 2 cards, and would have ended up in a very different game state. It does feel like Draven did have kind of full control of the game, though, and certainly the Mind Splitter is a really good add.
Yep.
In between games, I am going to swap out for the one, the only, the Blevins. So
shit!
I'm gonna rest up, grab some food, and swap Blevins in. So maybe I'll be back in a bit, but if not, thanks for having me on the cast.
Thanks for showing up as always, Marshall. It's good to have you. I appreciate you wrecking your sleep schedule for the sake of yapping about children's card games. We'll see you next time, buddy.
See you later.
Hey.
We've got half of Blevin's face. There it is.
I'll fix it. Maybe.
Move your head to the right a little bit and you're good. Oh.
Oh no, wait. Oh no.
Well, now we actually have half of your face there. There we go.
Maybe. I have the technology. Wait, how is this getting worse? There we go. What's up? I woke up late. How many? We've got to have what? 5, 6, 7 Dravens in top 8?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, only 2. 7 different.
What?
7 different legends in our top 8, including a Jax.
What are people going to complain about this week then?
Draven, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Draven.
It's almost like we predicted this exactly would happen. Like Draven would be the like unrivaled top deck in the first week or two. People, it like would be massively punishing to people who don't know how to play around it or into it, or just are playing somewhat sloppily in general. And then as people hone and refine other decks and understand the play pattern versus Draven, other decks would slowly rise.
Yeah. I mean, I still think Draven's kind of broken. Like, it's probably still the best deck, but
yeah.
But I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been saying. Yeah, there's other stuff that's also kind of broken in this set. So there's some other things you can do.
It's the thing is it's not binary. It's not like, oh, well, if you can beat Draven, therefore Draven's not really good. It's like, that's not the case at all.
I can't believe you're saying Draven is bad, Blevins. I just don't understand why.
Draven is bad. Clip it. Post it.
Yeah.
I'm saying it here. Draven's
trash.
awful.
Yeah.
Such trash tier.
Yeah.
I was watching when I went to sleep last night. I was watching Prismat, rewatching the Chinese broadcast and also some of the other broadcasts, and we go through players' lines of play and then point out where we may disagree or think that there's a misplay. Prismat just goes through with a hammer and and is just thrashing every play, and I'm here for it, honestly.
Look. You need some of that as well, right? Like we strive to be a bit more respectful for this co-stream.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'm not. However, for some people,
we're respectful.
Stuff,
we just don't agree with everything.
No, I love Priz. I think Priz doesn't want to stay up all night, but he's always welcome on the co-stream too. We love Prismat.
I think I don't know what. He was up late night for me, which actually wasn't late night. So it wasn't late night for everyone else. That's not in the UK.
They've got sideboarding now. I'm trying to think about hook deck. We've seen Cannon Barrage in the past in the standard version, but it tends to
saw it in the sideboard
flat
and then not get brought in.
Not get boarded in. I generally have found that hook is often enough on the Draven tech in that vein, but you may have like an extra copy of Riposte, you may have like Sabotage, you may have an extra copy of Challenge. Some of these cards are really, really nice for the matchup. So, especially because on your go first game as well, sometimes, and I don't know if this could ever really get super punished, but you can also trim some of your 2-drops, especially like the Honest Broker, because Draven tends to pick Obelisk for this game, where Draven is going second. So you can trim some 2-drops to fit some of these other important pieces, and then you just, being the hook deck, you can just play Worthy turn 1, not worry about it.
Yep.
But we've also seen other Fiora players take the Obelisk game and go second with Victorious Champ Zone, and we've literally never see it look good.
It looks horrible every single time.
It has looked actively bad. So I'm hoping that Cookie does not go in that direction with his game 2 choices. But that was Candlelit on game 1.
Yeah.
Which means game 2, you potentially get Drefarian Warcamp, which is also decent. It's a better battlefield for you into one of Draven's lesser battlefields. That would set you up, if you win that, for a game 3 that's still on a difficult Draven battlefield with Draven going first, but maybe there's some game to that, right?
Yeah.
So
it happened, Warcamp and Obelisk.
And it's Victorious, and they're probably just gonna go second and play this Victorious turn 1, and I just don't agree. I don't agree.
I think I know where this originated. There was a mysterious player that came through all of the stores in China and was talking about this tech and how good it was into Draven. And then when you unmasked that person afterwards, it was just Draven himself.
It was actually Draven.
Yeah, board out your best card. Take your chosen champ card and put it in your deck. Put it right on the bottom.
Yeah. Yep,
we've seen it look so bad that we've seen players not even play the Fiora Victorious on turn 1.
I know, we've seen people skip playing Victorious on the turn 1.
And Fiora chose to go second. Sorry.
Where have you been, Kuvi? Welcome back, Kuvi. Yeah.
Wait, the stream was lucky for me then.
Okay,
I don't see
okay.
what you're talking about.
Refresh.
Yeah. Oh
Okay,
god.
let's see if it
I mean,
happens.
even if you have Worthy in your champion zone, you can still go first and just put Worthy turn 1, which isn't that just better? You go
Yes.
first and you get Worthy
Never.
turn
Yay,
1.
they did it.
Never do this.
Yes.
They did
That is
it.
what I have. Look, I've been playing this matchup too, and that is what I've been doing on this turn. As I've been siding out some 2s, and I've just been playing Worthy on my first turn,
Right.
and it feels
you can still do
very
the cute
good.
thing.
It feels really strong when I do that.
Especially in this version where you're playing the ability to actually bring back the Worthy if it gets falling start or something. Like it's not just gone forever.
Yep.
Crazy.
That is true.
You've got matrons, and like you don't need Worthy to do the Worthy thing on the first few turns. Like you're fine if if she trades for a falling star, you're happy. Interesting.
Yeah,
So
means that,
I don't
like,
know.
your
We'll see if
set doesn't
Cookie
get fallen
can
start
prove
or
us
something.
wrong. Yeah. See if Cookie can prove us wrong, and for the first time ever, us see this like victorious go second angle
Look
do
playable.
something. Yeah.
Come on.
Because I mean, at least he played the victorious
something.
on the turn,
Right.
right? Like we have seen players just not even play it. At least he just played it.
This will be the classic old math class followed through with error, like made error but followed through properly. You're getting partial credit here. Also, I'm really excited to have this Fiora player absolutely prove us completely wrong and have this look amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm always for that, right? Like, I have my belief off of like my testing, but like I think initially I didn't think that the hook version was like the best version of Fiora, and I think I've changed my mind. They're pretty close. They're both quite good versions of the deck, but
Both
I've been liking Hook a lot. I think the Hook is really strong. So I like to have my thoughts tested in the game and see what can happen. I think this is omega bad. I think this is really, really bad to go second, because I think that you're just sacrificing like potential point tempo. You're just sacrificing so much into Draven, giving him a lot of agency. And yeah, like, did he want to play Draven turn 1? I guess, but like if he plays Overzealous Fan and then Draven turn 2, going first, that's even better. That's like even more what he wants to be doing. So
yeah,
I thought you said you were nice, Cass.
We'll see. Yeah, well, I'm generally respectful.
Generally, you were.
Yeah.
And then
I think
sometimes I'm not, you know.
at the very least, this
No, I mean,
kind of
what you're saying makes sense though. Okay.
this scenario for them kind of makes sense, where it's like, you know, you
God,
get
you
to
didn't get
start
orange.
doing stuff with Warcamp and Fiora, which is pretty good, except the fact that you're facing down a Draven, which just pound for pound does not face up well, or Fiora does not face up well against Draven in this scenario. I guess with a buff, she still
She goes
this is the
even
first
with
time I've
sacrificing
seen-
a rune.
yeah.
It's the first time I've seen them sticking the little thingies together, the little tokens together.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's,
yeah,
it's new patch.
fruit. It's the fruit chew gum stick.
First time I've
Yeah.
seen that. I know that
like
like
those,
players are struggling to move it around.
So
It's like those worms with the colors.
BF Sword was found, which is really good. So this Fiora is effectively going to be a 9 on defense here. Baseline 5 plus 3 is 8 plus the shield is going to be 9. Completely tapped out means switcheroo on a fan is just going to kill her immediately, but it will come at the cost of 3 runes.
Yeah.
Pretty scary card at this point, but not the end of the world if Draven has to sacrifice 3 runes for it, as you do get to, you know, bring back that BF Sword anyways.
It was actually really unlucky that the Fiora didn't get another orange rune. Probably hoping, I mean, probably didn't need to play this BF sword. You know, if he had another orange rune, because then he could play the punch first.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is a pretty annoying tech card.
recall.
I have to deal
No
with.
need to deflect here because you're targeting the equipment, not the Fiora.
Yeah, that's good.
That's so
And then
annoying
just pay
because
for
Fiora
Draven,
has to
yeah.
repay. Fiora has to repay for the 4 energy, which is really, really annoying.
Oh wait, did they miscount?
Notably,
Did they miscount?
he forgot about the buff.
Uh-oh.
And might end up trading.
Pit Pookie.
Literally every person forgets about the defender.
Yep.
The shield,
Every
yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Does he
Yeah,
not
shield
have an
work.
answer here? He's got to have something extra, right? Like, this is a full Draven hand. He probably
Please,
does.
right?
Spinning axe, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine, honestly.
Still had all D's. Okay,
It was
so,
a close
I mean,
one. It was a close one.
It was close to close for half a second. But I guess
Wonder what, we didn't get the point though. But
spent a rune. Oh, they got it. Spent a rune for no reason, but that's small price to pay.
Yeah. It could end up mattering. I
another
think
fan.
the rune race can be an issue
Absolutely.
overall, and it looks like he maybe wanted to accelerate Kaisen's score on this turn, and is not able to do that now because I see the Kaisen hand. Because going to 2 means just like putting this fan on War Camp, and that's not the most exciting. But you could play fan and then play something else.
We weren't going to be able to accelerate Kaisa anyway, right?
Yeah, he wouldn't have had to play Axe. He thought he didn't have to play Axe, basically. Like, in his mind, his play was like,
I see.
Go in and eat this, and then like maybe accelerate Kaisa, right?
Right. Okay. I thought you meant that spending the rune or the power prevented that. That makes sense. Still in a decent spot, but yeah, no, it is a different. The turn may have played out differently. Like you may have found a different line here. If he had factored in that cheeky shield for Fiora.
Yeah.
I think it's quite difficult for Draven to leave open the Trifarian War Camp because you always have to be careful of like baited hook into Pit Rookie next turn with War Camp, which could be a little bit scary. You kind of want to play the fan to protect the Draven, but I mean, as we mentioned, we do have another one in hand, so maybe he just plays the other fan towards the Draven to try and protect that as well.
I tell you what, it's a hell of a lot scarier when you have a Fiora Worthy on board and that hook pulls out a set brawler when you do that play. No, I'll let you know that, but
is there not a Victorious on the board? Oh wait, it's in the trash. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Victorious, I think presenting a defender for 9 was pretty good here. Worthy is not saving you from this factory recall bouncing your BF sword in this spot. Like that doesn't really change much. Pretty annoying. The
it doesn't
factory
stop
recall
from rebuke or fight or flight or any of the other things that Draven has access to either. But it stopped against just Draven with nothing. That it did do that kind of.
Yeah, and this matron ends up being dead because it's the Worthy. It's Fiora Victorious in the bin instead of Worthy in the bin. You wouldn't play it this turn, but like you could just be turning it. I don't want to get too hung up on it, but it does make me a bit miffed.
Makes this turn pretty hard actually as well. Like you don't really have that
it's really
much
hard
to
to play
do this
now.
turn.
Yeah, you can just play set and pass.
But then you're just so far behind on points already against the Draven.
Yeah, and if they falling star, just
GG.
try to change your train back home.
Yeah, you could often like replay. I mean, you wouldn't be at 8 runes here, but like you could replay sword and then play matron, but there's nothing in the bin.
Yeah, I think overall, like it's a completely different game plan, right? Like it's really hard to even evaluate how different the game would be because we would have gone first, blah, 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 all those things. But given this scenario, this is not a point in favor of Victorious for sure.
And the thing is this must be working. Why are people doing this?
It made
if this is not working.
Yeah,
exactly. Like this must be working. Or these Fiora players are just never losing game 1 against Draven until we see them in top 8.
Right.
So like we're not having to worry.
They're
just like 2-0ing Dravens on their way up, and then we never have to see this like atrocious Victorious strat.
Making a choice that makes you go second 3 games out of 3, I think is like like you just get minus 30% debuff. It's like a darkest dungeon debuff on top of your head on that best of 3, like for no reason.
It's like if you were playing Dunebreaker in your Draven deck for some reason.
Yeah.
It's just minus a card.
I haven't like heard of anyone who even wants to defend this strategy. that's my other thing here is like and now we're just gonna play Matron to get a pit rookie. That'll trigger Fiora.
Yeah.
So at least you get a little rebate on this.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Fun little trick that you can do.
I think we needed to play the set, in my opinion, because we could have set into. Oh, but we need to push the fan, so it just makes sense as well.
Yeah, I think we needed to push the fan. I don't know that we. I guess with the sword, this line makes sense to me, where it's like, okay, I want to at least threaten pressure on both battlefields here. I need to push the fan. I'm going to want to get the rookie back at some point anyway. This is the way to develop sword and have 2 units in play. I understand the line of reasoning at the very least.
Oh, I think this might have been the best line, personally, that was available. Because the problem with the set play is that is all you get. You're just set pass. This allows you to establish the BF, which I think is pretty important. I really wanted to establish the BF on this turn. Is Pit Rookie the favorite thing you get to bring back from Matron? No, but it refunds one of the runes you're spending on Matron, so it lessens the blow of the double power cost. And then it gives you the ability to start using this BF sword. I think this is pretty dire straits, especially seeing this Mind Splitter just continuing to shred the hand. Probably, well, is it set or is it punch first that gets taken here? Because double riposte feels redundant, not letting the Fiora have options.
Yeah, I think it's either set or punch first. I would say probably set, to be fair, just to get rid of another unit.
Just molasses when you don't have worthy. Such a slow card. Draven doesn't care that much because he often can just push set. But the issue with pushing set is now going to be those ripostes. I wonder if you even just do take one riposte because it's the hardest card to actually deal with. Like punch first and set are a lot easier to manage as Draven very frequently.
I think it depends on how many spells are in hand too.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the Draven's hand, and we don't know it currently. So
I think I saw a cleave.
Yep. Is it enough to... If this Draven stays on this battlefield, do you... Yeah, I was thinking it's probably best to move back, because next turn you can pick Rookie, push in, kill the Overzealous, and then punch first with the Spectral Matron to kill Draven. So I think it's a correct play for Draven to move back here.
Don't even need to punch... Oh, wait, no, you might have to punch first because of the Spinning Axe, right? Yeah,
because you have Spinning Axe, and then we also have the Draven trigger as well, so you'd have to... First.
Yeah, because I was gonna say just the sword should be enough, but yeah, the Spinning Axe is gonna give you an issue. But you're right, sir. The punch.
You're ahead of turn. You're ahead of turn. Like you want your opponent to be stranded on these battlefields.
Yep. No, for sure. Yeah. Especially because he knows now that the Fiora has potentially no units in hand as well. So these are the only 2 units that he can play around. Which he also drew a Call to Glory, so he has literally no other units, which is pretty painful.
Hook would have been the best draw here. Would allow you to start recurring some value and still catch up in points.
And I feel like this is the same series as last week, if I remember correctly, when we were seeing Hook Fiora against Draven, and the Fiora just never drew Hook in the entire series.
Yeah, the difference though is I felt like the Fiora last time actually had some positions that were quite a bit more winning than this. This has been kind of a slaughter, and I don't know whether it is just the shape of the Draven decks changing a little bit, or whether it is some of the decisions throughout the game. I do think, for instance, this game was pretty... The factory recall was pretty brutal. Just the tempo loss, the ability to completely blow out the Victorious. I also think that, I mean, I mentioned it, I'll keep harping on it, like this Matron would be a lot better if it was a worthy that had been blown out and killed. You don't really care, right? Like they use these resources, kill the worthy, and then you just play the matron, you get the worthy back, and it's no big deal. Right?
Oh, we got 2.5 points. Oh, okay. Moved back.
It kind of was. When you're on the way to moving your Spectral Matron to the other battlefield, that's 2.5 points. Yeah, I think in previous weeks, the matchup has been, it's tit for tat the first few turns. Draven, or Fiora actually starts off about a half a turn ahead, and then Draven has a pivotal turn and is also developing Mind Splitters and Ferris Forerunners, and it just slowly chips away at Fiora until a crucial either misstep or a rebuke or something turns the tide, and then Draven clears the board once and it's unrecoverable.
But if I remember correctly, like it was a hookless game that had that Fiora with like 25 might on a battlefield getting matched exactly in the final, right?
Would have benefited from the hook, but
yeah, it would have been great, but
you wouldn't have looked at that board state and been like, man, this is a hookless hook deck right now.
It's just what I'm saying with this build. Like, when we look at like the Darius decks, I do think that deck was significantly worse when it was missing hook, and I do think that the way that most of these hook Fioras have been constructed is like the deck is good without hook. It's just better when you do see the hook is like you're often winning when you see the hook in the Draven matchup, and then when you don't see the hook, like you're still very powerful in the matchup. It's just like you can't deny as many combats, so Draven gets to kind of have a little bit more room. They get to play a little bit.
There's a reason we didn't really see the like Darius token deck without hook do much of anything, because it was just like a C+ deck. And then sometimes when if you played the hook version, if you had hook in the the seal combo, it looked like an A+ deck on certain turns of the game. But Fiora just is a solid deck all around, and then hook allows it to do a thing that is quite good against Draven.
Yeah, it's my combat dodger. That's what it's really about.
Yeah. It's BYOL, build your own Lucian.
Yeah. It's fun. I have been saying they are the same card when talking about deck building Fiora. You decide either the Lucian path or the hook path. They are the same card. Yeah. Which I know is stupid as hell, but like,
well, I mean, they're all pit crew. I mean, let's be honest.
They're all really, when you think about it, they're all rats.
All rats.
How can you? That's in the center of Kuvi's power triangle is the rat. It's just it does all of the things.
Kind of a bummer of a series. We'll see if Fiora can bring it back at all. This combat's all the information except for the Call to Glory is there for the Draven, so he knows exactly kind of what he's attacking into. The question is can he get blown out by the Call to Glory in this fall? Like, is it even possible?
It's 10. This Draven
even
is
if
12.
you punch first Call to Glory, it's still going to trade, right? Because it will go up to 10 and then
5.
It'll get -1 but +2.
Well, I mean, you can just pay for Call to Glory. Just go to 13.
You could pay for it as well.
Yeah.
You got a million runes right now.
It'll be at 13 to 12 if my quick maths is right, which it probably isn't.
Yeah, 13. Yeah. So we'll make, so we're going to punch first and then Call to Glory, yep. But we still don't know what Draven has in hand.
The rest of the hand is double repose. Does Draven have enough to get through that? Like, I guess maybe he's found a way to kind of throw here a little bit.
Well, throw, I guess it could be. I guess it depends on if you maybe should have just push the Mind Splitter as well. Maybe it's greedy to not push that, because it's like you knew the hand -1 card. I don't know that it's always correct to play around every single other card that your opponent could have drawn in one draw step. But if you can safely hedge against the majority of cards they could draw by pushing in one other unit, it's probably worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's probably just considering he needs to send the splitter into war camp, so it is possible that he can't actually afford to play around
Right.
specifically Call to
right, 'cause
Glory
there's a sword
or
there. Yeah, no.
or like second punch first
Okay.
here. Damn, okay, not even having to commit a riposte yet. And
No.
this matron is going to be unmovable now, right? Like, if Draven didn't move it, I think it is not being moved on this turn. So maybe there's a world, right? Maybe there's a world where we can...
Mindsplitter would...
I mean, you can
Not
still
trade
put the
'cause
Axe of
it
Mind
had-
Splitter over to Pit Rookie, right? Or you can even...
Yeah, this
Well, you can
just-
also do that.
This just trades.
This is fine. This works.
Yeah. And you know
But-
that the only 2 cards left in hand are both riposte, so I
Right.
think he's okay with like forcing the punch first and the Call to Glory this turn, and then playing around something else next turn.
That is against all
Still
odds.
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, Draven just develops and then it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's just completely fine.
You know the hand is double riposte for Fiora. What are they
Yeah,
actually
right.
doing here?
Exactly.
But notably, Fiora entering the turn with a unit is quite relevant because it opens up like hook into stuff to maybe put you only mildly behind instead of massively behind.
Yeah, I mean, best case, what? You draw like hook the matron, find dragon kills, mind splitter, Draven goes to 6 points.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Even if you hook, like, and you don't
You
hold,
can't do
then
better
Draven's
than
going
that.
up.
So that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
That is the problem if you hook, because you can't hold the battlefield. So, yeah, Draven just gets to hold for free, and I think Fiora can't really push in after that.
And generally, that's the point. Is you don't want to hold the battlefield.
true,
But
yeah.
no, yeah, you're just too behind because we went second. So you're always behind in points when you go second. I just don't get it, guys. I just don't get it. I don't get the idea. It's not that going first would have won this game. It's just different, and it's just I don't understand. And end of the day, like, this guy made top 8, right? Like, I really want it to work one time so I can understand. That's
Yeah,
what
I wanna
that's what I
understand.
want. That is what I
And
want.
the top deck is...
I seek knowledge. I seek understanding.
Oh,
It's
it's
another
It's gonna
sword.
work. It's gonna work
And-
game 3.
It's a
Yep.
scoop angle. I don't like. What are we?
Yeah, we can't do
We've
anything.
got
It's over.
Are you saying that because Fiora's French and you're talking about surrendering, or
Yes,
Wow.
Kuvi. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
That is.
we get to suit up the matron here,
Yeah.
and it slows down the point. It slows down the points a bit potentially. Like, we still lose to everything. We're not playing around anything we can't. Although, actually, no. I guess we have riposte, so we're not dead to everything. We're slowing down. We bought
You can
another
still hold
turn.
this, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, playing
Need
off top
someone
deck with
to-
Fiora is pretty tough, I think, because there's not really much you can
Definitely.
top deck to really
Yeah,
help.
no, that's not good.
11.
I need someone to write me a dissertation on why you should play if you're victorious and go second on the Obelisk game that
Yep.
does bring up the points of where Worthy would be better and explains why those benefits are not actually worth it over the benefits that you get of playing if you're Worthy. Like, somebody needs like a doctorate thesis that they can send over to me. Like, I'll take a PDF,
Do
I'll
they-
read it.
You are going. Your
'cause I need
DMs
to
are going to
understand.
get flooded with Metafy accounts right
No,
now.
I need to understand. I
Hold
need
on,
to know.
And then the
I don't get it.
Dissertation gets a discount on the playmats.
Yeah, I will find a way to give someone a discount. I'm sure that I can sort a discount to a playmat if someone can genuinely make me understand why this would be better. Because I don't. I do not
There's
get it.
definitely someone in chat right now that's opening a Word document and is currently writing down notes.
Somebody sends me like a 6,000 word essay on the potential reason. Like, I feel like I would read that and still just like not agree that it's better. And I don't know if this is me being stubborn, but I don't get it. I don't see it. My eyes have never perceived it look even remotely good. I don't know.
I know we don't usually bring up chat here, but a chatter just
No, I know,
explained
it's
it.
fine.
It says, when this leaves the board, draw 1 and channel 1 rune exhausted, pay 1 purple power and exhaust it, kill this. That's the answer.
For anyone who hasn't been watching since the beginning, they're gonna have no idea what they meant, but the knowers know. The knowers know.
Got him!
We got a hook.
All right,
but we
there's our
just lose.
hook.
We got a hook, but we just lose if we hook.
Um.
Well, we don't lose, but I'm pretty sure we just lose if we hook.
Well, we just don't have any other plays, so what do we want to do? Yeah, might as well.
Oh,
we might
just
as well.
hooking another one, yeah.
We might as well. Like, you either get a new matron and then you get 2 units at home, which is better, or you just get a dragon and just upgrade.
Dragon.
So there's dragon.
Unsung.
Another dragon.
Dragon's just an upgrade. You get to kill something.
It's just a dragon.
Is he thinking about unsung? Because, like, I just don't know that the draw is actually going to ever get you anywhere.
But, I mean, Draven goes up to 7 next turn, which is... Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can push in with the unsung, though, next turn. That's the problem. To even, like, draw and make any use out of the draw.
Yeah, if they just push up with a unit that's... Like, if they just push up with Fan and go to 6, like, that plays around the unsung play, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's too late to worry about draw.
I don't know if he has an answer to Fan in the deck. We'll have to see, because, like, you know, Cannon Barrage Challenge.
Is an answer.
Another dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
You equip one so that you don't just get Falling Starred, and you at least, like, get to play a turn. Actually, you don't need to do that. You have double riposte. Like, you actually don't have this equip. I mean, it's superfluous. It doesn't really matter.
It's funsies.
Yeah, it's for fun.
Oh,
so if we draw Matron and bring back something,
don't make me say it.
And then hook.
Don't make me say it.
Into Fiora Worthy.
Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. Yeah.
Does it work?
If we had Fiora Worthy in our bin because we started the game going first and had Fiora Worthy in Champ Zone and played and died.
I'm not even. I'm past that. I'm
then
like,
Matron would be a phenomenal out here. Yes, Matron would be a great out.
And then get Pit Rookie and then Pit Rookie into Fiora Worthy.
Yeah.
Then we can start doing shenanigans.
Yes. Then you can start playing the game.
Yeah.
Yes. Then the engine of your deck has arrived and you can start playing the game. I said I didn't want to keep bitching about it, and I just cannot get away from it. I can't. It doesn't matter at this point in the game. This one might have been doomed. This one might have been cooked from the get-go. I don't know, but it's so hard to say because we didn't go first. We didn't, you know.
Hey, unsung.
I mean, yeah, you can play unsung. You play unsung. You equip the BF sword. You hook it, and then you already are through 2 dragons. So unless this is 3 of dragon, which some people play, I've tried 3 of dragon. I don't mind it.
Could be.
You could find dragon. You can find unsung. Or sorry, not unsung. You can find matron. Matron doesn't really work because you don't have a first mate either. So you would actually do you just want to find worthy because that can actually come in ready, and nothing else is coming in ready. Or you draw a first mate alongside whatever you pull. You draw a first mate with like a set, but I don't know if set's doing anything here either.
Worthy is only going to get so many activations at this point. Oh, okay.
No. Worthy's probably not even the best. I think first mate in the hand is going to be the ideal thing you find here. Like, I think you want to draw a first mate off of this unsung.
Right.
Is like more likely to do something than finding Worthy.
How does this work, by the way? Do you draw? Can you decide whether you draw first or hook first? Or
oh, this is a pending question that I had sent somebody. I'm pretty sure that you are supposed to resolve all of hook first. But I just yeah. This is one where I just like am messed up my reading comprehension. I just want someone to tell me, but I'm pretty sure it's hook first and then you draw.
It actually is weird because of how hook is worded, because the destroying is not part of the cost.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of the actual resolving of the text. So I think you have to finish resolving the card.
I actually do agree that it should be you resolve all of hook first and then draw 2.
Draw 2.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I believe is how it works.
I'm not 100% sure.
People can yell at me. This is one that I was actually just I have like a pending question to somebody who knows the rules way better than me that I was waiting on. That I asked like over the weekend. So I'm just.
I guess it looks like the judges are confirming this as well.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to resolve hook first and then you draw. Like, I'm pretty confident that's what's supposed to happen.
The general heuristic is you don't resolve triggers in the middle of resolving an ability, and because the destruction happens as a part of the resolution of the ability, not the cost of the ability, you have to follow through with all of hook, and then on top of that, or I guess underneath it, however you want to think of it, the draw 2 happens.
Yeah. Calling the judges. I got it. Yeah, there we go. Hey, judges, we have to resolve the hook, and then from there. Yeah.
Yes, this is the judge line. How can I help you?
I didn't know Belvins was part of the judge.
Yeah, so technically, because it's not part of the activation cost, because it's on the other side of the colon, you actually have to resolve the full ability before you get any triggers to happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say thanks Belvins, but I would never thank Belvins. So,
No, don't thank Belvins.
Nobody likes Belvins.
He's hooking first.
Correct. Yeah, which is the right thing to do.
This is what we thought. I saw a first mate and a bunch of spells and a pit rookie.
But none of these we can ready, so I think it's just yeah.
And if first mate could, what if first mate could ready anything? Like if it could ready the hook and you could just keep chaining them.
Sucks. Okay, so the way that you probably have to do this is you probably just have to take set, and you're sad that you saw first mate in this look, because you really want to just draw first mate.
Wait, there's a set?
Yeah, there's a set.
There's a
It's
set,
in the middle. Yeah.
Oh.
So you probably just have to take set, and then hope that you draw first mate to ready it.
Oh, I thought it was a riposte. That's why.
Yeah.
It's like the same exact colors as riposte.
That is pretty painful.
Alright, so now you draw two.
Draw is...
Okay, so there was sabotage on the board,
sabotage.
And... what was that?
I think it was worthy. I think it was worthy.
Worthy, which does mean set can get ready. Set, when you spend the buff with set, you can write. Fiora Worthy is coming to save the day. I don't know that it's going to be enough, but it's attempting to rescue this all.
So you're going to have 8 plus 9, so 17 into 13 into 17.
Yeah.
And so Draven only has 500 cards in hand and 5 runes.
I was about to say, the problem here is that you have to play into Draven actually having interaction.
You do have 2 ripostes,
We have only one. You can only use one, right? If you play
you have to play Worthy, so you only have access to one riposte.
There's no shot.
There's you can sabotage and then riposte and then Fiora Worthy, and you have enough for all of them, which is pretty good. Right?
True.
You can
sabotage first. Okay, that's possibility. It's possibility.
That looked like 2 fighter flights. All right, it's cooked.
Yep, it's cooked. It's GG. Yep.
2 fighter fights.
If it was 2 spells, it would have been enough, right? Because you can repost one, remove the other. Correct. 3 spells is a little bit too annoying.
Oh, maybe it's not cooked. Okay, wait, maybe let's before it's cooked.
It's fine.
This angle is frying me, by the way. I need.
I think it.
You take fighter flight.
That it ends up being you definitely take.
Both fighter fights. I mean, one fighter fight needs to go, and the other one needs to get reposted.
Needs to get reposted, yeah.
So then the question becomes, what's the hidden card? Is it 3rd fighter flight?
Wait, where's the...
Oh, true.
There's no hidden
card. I mean, that hidden card is
there's a
not
hidden
even on
card?
the board.
Oh,
yeah, the top.
It's on
this
the
is
second
cooked.
zone.
This is cooked. This is so cooked. I was wondering why they didn't hide one of those fighter flights, but it makes sense.
Yeah. I think, it's like nearly beatable because of the Worthy draw.
Almost, yeah.
I mean, the problem is you have to push both battlefields as well. Like, otherwise, like, you still have to...
Yeah, well, you would be able to, actually, funny enough.
I guess you could BF sword, like...
Yeah, you'd cascade the BFs down, and then... and you'll be able to send Worthy to the other one.
Yep. Makes sense.
So this is 12.
Oh, there's 2 BF swords on there.
13. Yeah, 13 because of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he put the second one on there. Yeah.
My math was not factoring in the second BF sword, so I think actually we have the math.
Oh yeah, you win on the math if you didn't have to deal with potentially 3 fighter flights here. The math is here. Like you actually can. Like,
This
is why I'm sitting here like. Oh my god, the only card that bails you out is a card that could have been sitting in your champion zone. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah.
This Harness Dragon's a 12, is it? Right?
No, 13 with camp, so you can kill my Spitter and Kaisa.
Yeah.
Killing my Spitter and Kaisa is pretty good, but we don't know what the hidden card is. The only thing that could be good here is if the hidden card is Death Turner or an Edge of Night. The other two are kind
Tide
of
Turner is
horrible.
hilarious with Fan.
That's true though.
Tide Turner fan is
Tide Turner Fan is
it sure is something.
Move.
Sure
Let's move
is
on
something.
to top 4.
Yeah, do you want me to
What
start
hidden
with
card
this
could it be
corner,
that
or-
it is beatable?
No.
Edge of Night?
Yes. Actually, yes. Edge of Night is the
Edge of
only one.
Night. Which would make sense that they hide that and not the fighter flights that they can cast from hand.
Edge of Night is... There is a world that is beatable, but also it had to make... was the rune count correct? Because I felt like I saw 4 runes in the top after seeing the Sabotage, which I thought that there was a total of 6 runes on that were remaining.
Fiora's side?
Because that's what they're checking right now.
Well,
On Fiora's or
I've
on
just
Draven's?
I just translated the text at the bottom and it says
Wait, Jarvis, wait a minute, Jarvis, it's not over. It's not, it's
wait,
not
wait,
over.
it's
Jarvis,
it's not over. It's not over.
Jarvis. It's a judge call.
He hacked into the mainframe.
I mean,
text at the
you're
bottom says
probably
that
not wrong, Jarvis. You're probably
Wait, it's
not wrong.
Fiora
but, like,
has not won a game.
no,
We're still
Jarvis.
in game 2.
Jarvis is tripping right now.
one step ahead.
We're in a judge call right now. It's still 1-0. It's still 1-0.
Someone needs to work on the broadcast AI.
It's a judge call right now. We are 1-0. Oh, good. Jarvis, eliminate the Draven.
Yeah, Jarvis, make that hidden card an Edge Knight, please. Thank you. We need this to go. We need to extend this round.
Oh God.
That's Maximilian Pegasus level right there. Just Millennium eyeing into the opponent's hands.
Oh my God.
I actually don't know what the
funny.
referee was talking about though. I don't know what the
I'm guessing just clarifying.
yeah, I don't know what the
Yeah, I'm not
clarity
sure.
was though. Yeah.
All right, so let's see if the
So he
cascade
kills two,
can work. Because in theory you can give one sword.
And he still has a rune floating.
Oh,
as
he had
well,
a
so he can
floating
still
rune. He had a
repose.
floating rune. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. We still have our
Spend a buff. Offset.
Ready Fiora. Ooh.
So we don't have-
Wait,
We're going in with
Yeah.
set?
it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
No, we don't have enough to equip
Yep.
and worthy.
Yep, we are short a yellow rune. Actually, the only way this works is from the riposte.
Yeah.
You riposte, give +2 might to the Fiora, and then ready her with the last yellow rune.
Yeah.
And then push her into Obelisk.
Oh, true.
It's actually this funny spot where if Draven recognizes this, if he just doesn't play a spell,
Yeah, it just says okay.
he actually just wins the game. If he just says okay.
Yeah, and they have 100% of the information. Oh no! Oh no!
It is possible that this
Wait,
can...
no, because they just play another fighter flight here and then they
yeah,
don't
I mean,
win
whatever's
this one?
hidden is probably winning the game. I'm
Oh,
just
they-
saying
oh, no,
that,
no.
like...
Oh, that's right. Oh, it's a third
Yeah,
fighter flight.
It's
Okay.
third fighter
Oh,
flight.
it's
Yeah,
the
it doesn't
third
matter.
firefly, yeah,
It doesn't
okay.
matter.
EG's.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The Fiora thought that they had a glimpse of a hope of a chance for
Yeah.
a second, and they're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
third
I
fighter
mean-
flight.
Yeah. That's rough to deal with.
Is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the Draven played well, piloted well, really good spot. I mean, triple fighter flight. It's crazy that actually Fiora probably wins if it's not 3 fighter flights. Which is really crazy
Well-
because if you actually clear the board, you still have the
Yeah.
2 mechs, but you're actually kind of ahead in that spot. You're going up to 7 points. The 2 mechs can't clear both battlefields. It depends on
No,
Draven's
we-
hand, right? There could be a lot of other stuff there.
I think
but-
that like two fight like I think given that many spells, like it doesn't matter if it's a third fighter flight or not, right? Because like the hidden card ends up getting played, and unless it's Edge of Night, like if it's like we said, if it's Tide Turner, it still works. If that fighter flight is hidden, like instead of the riposte hitting a fight or flight, it hits a against the odds, which would still force the riposte, right? And then the fight or flight still happens.
Yeah, Fiora's short a couple order runes on this turn to really make it happen. So just is what it is.
That's why I think my mono yellow hook deck. I think there's something there.
Blev,
but there's something there.
I'm not cutting set and punch first. I'm sorry. I'm just it's not happening.
I think punch first you can get away with cutting. I don't think you. I think that there's an angle there. The set is a bit unique and a bit too powerful and like structural. Like if I had the ability to play set in my chosen champion zone, I would, and I would not side him out randomly on game 2 and choose to go second just to not play my most powerful card.
Yeah, of course.
GG's.
Yeah. GG's. That's gonna do
Draven
it
in
for
top 4 then. Interested to see if it's 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and Fiora, after 2 weeks in a row of making finals, Fiora is going to be out in top 8. Her lowest finish, which is crazy. That's unexpected.
Oh yeah,
I agree, broadcast. This was the key card of the match. I agree. This completely won it.
As a potential Ornn player, I don't really want this card to be played. So this is actually a really bad card. Really
this card was terrible in this matchup. No one should play
horrific. It did not completely. It was not, as they say, backbreaking in this match at all.
No, it didn't do anything. I don't.
So you're telling me purple has another broken card? Wow, crazy.
No, I'm actually fine with that. Like a card like that. That's fine. I think one of the biggest things for me that is quite different to other games is that like there's a little bit of what they would call, in Magic, the color pie, and like, green has access to counter spells and red is about buffing might in combat, kind of. But if you ask someone like, what does orange like specifically do better or uniquely compared to the other colors, it's not novel. It's not like as concrete as I would like it to be in a first set, but it's a small nitpick. It's like, oh yeah, purple kind of does everything. Red kind of has access to a lot of different things. Green has counter spells and also access to a lot of different things. Yeah. Anyway. So what else do we think top 8 or is in the top 4? We've got a Draven.
Sivir. I think Randy's gonna make it.
We got a Randy update?
Not yet. Which means
Randy
this
top
match
8
must be going long. Yeah, Randy
I wasn't
top 8.
kidding when I said when I slept in. I did actually see the top 8 breakdown, but
yeah, the Sivir is Randy.
I'm not fully up to date. Okay.
The Sivir is Randy. We got to see him on stream.
Nice.
He played really well. It was really good.
So George is no longer
about my Fiora deck for Bologna. Yeah, it's actually mono victorious, noteworthy in my deck actually. That's why I'm hiding the.
No, this is why Cass is slamming down on my mono yellows because I'm leaking their tech.
Yeah,
here.
don't tell anybody.
Yellow.
Yeah, don't tell anybody. I'm actually mono orange and I'm playing orange Fiora only. Yeah, don't tell anybody my deck.
I mean, actually, if you think about it, like that 9 Might Fiora would have been really difficult to break through if it wasn't for factory reset. If you really think about it,
it would have been hard to break through if it doubled its might when the Draven swung into it. And it was an 18 Might Fiora. Yeah, it would have been better. Yeah.
Except the fact that you can swing in. It's not when it defends or attacks alone. It's when it defends or attacks 1v1. So the defender gets to choose when that happens just as much as the attacker.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Of course.
Well, I mean, at the very least, though, you get a decent 3 might unit that doesn't cost a power, right? Right? Orange Fiora doesn't cost a power because it's the worst one, right?
Of course.
It can't possibly be the only Fiora that has a power cost being the worst one objectively, right?
Yeah.
Right? So bad. It's so bad.
All right, so that was a 2-0, but the set did go kind of like long enough that maybe it won't be too killer of hanging out forever. But I think we have a little bit of time for for some Kuvi's corner. What do we got this time around? What you got prep for me? All right, good talk, Kuvi. I think Kuvi fell asleep in her chair.
I was muted. Sorry. I wanted to do the Fiora.
All right, Kuvi, why don't you tell me about Fiora and break down your 6,000-word dissertation on why I should be putting Fiora Victorious in my champ zone and going second on Obelisk. Woohoo! Thank you for Kuvi's corner. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in just a moment. But enjoy Kuvi's breakdown of Fiora.
Period. Okay, before I start, and before Cass comes back, okay? Don't tell them. I've actually been surgically avoiding doing a Kuvi's corner on a Draven list since the start of these tournaments. We haven't had a single Draven breakdown, I think, if I remember correctly. And I would really appreciate it if we keep it a secret between me and the 785 people that are listening to me right now. Anyway, yeah, Fiora's pretty good. This list unfortunately flops a little bit, but it's a hook list and it depends on draws a little bit more than a regular Fiora. Y'all know what the legend ability does. When a unit becomes meta, you get a ramp, you get a rune. The difference between this list and a regular list is the baited hook. Baited hook is pretty good against Draven, again, because you go in with a unit and then you to a battlefield and then you kill it so that the Draven doesn't get a draw when he pushes you during his turn. When it doesn't brick like we saw, it actually is really, really good against Draven. I think what we did wrong, honestly, is the I don't understand going second. I really, really don't. I think I don't think there's a case where you want to go for second, like almost ever, really. Because again, it's not turn 1 that you're giving up turn 0, and it's just, it's really, really bad. Yeah, so hook list, 3F hook, right? We don't need seals because we get the Fiora legend ability. In terms of units, we have Honest Broker, pretty good unit to hook into and gives you a gold so that you can use the gold again on the hook. There's the Unsung Hero plus the BF Sword combo. Just very good. You can attach and then go in and then, because most people just avoid killing the Unsung Hero, but if you use hook on it, then you will kill the Unsung Hero and draw 2 instantly. That's pretty good. First mate is just insane. First mate is good off of hook. It's good off of Spectral Matron that will come out of the hook. Then you have just classic cards like the Pit Rookie. Set is pretty good to get out of hook because he is 4 might, not 3, not 5. Sorry. So if you hook a 3 might unit, you can just get Set, which is pretty good. You can also get the Fiora or the action. So those are like your important breakpoints. The important breakpoints are killing the 3 might units or killing a 5 might unit. Killing the 5 might unit gives you access to Harness Dragon, which is very good to get off of hook because you can just get 6 might and kill something. That's pretty good. We have the regular little combat tricks, the reposts, the punch first, the call to glory, and the hidden blade. All of these are just like combat tricks that are pretty broken. A unique combat trick that we see in hook lists more than regular lists is Death Grip. This is really, really good, especially if you're playing hook, because you can, for example, hook a unit into another one. The one that's buffed now pushes into a battlefield, right? Conquers it, and then you can hook it. It will maintain the might. And then you draw 1 from the Death Grip, and then you get you still maintain the might and get whatever you want from the hook, usually. you're not seeing BF Sword every time. Even if you're not seeing BF Sword every time, you still have Punch First. Punch First with Unsung Hero is pretty good, right? You can Punch First on the Unsung Hero, conquer a battlefield, right? You push in and you have 7, you kill, trade something, whatever, like a Draven, and then you hook the Unsung Hero, right? That will allow you to actually draw 2 and still hook and get something off of hook. And by something, I mean anything. Yeah. The thing that you shouldn't do, though, is swap out Fiora Victorious with Fiora Worthy. Please keep your Fiora Worthy in the champion slot. She is absolutely insane. She's absolutely broken. Do not rely on drawing her. Do not do that. And do not go second, if you want advice on this list. Then, in terms of sideboard, we see the triple salvage. Salvage is just really good against decks that run a lot of gears. It would have been good against jacks. It's pretty good against Dravens that have a lot of... If you see like a longsword, then they probably have longsword and axe, which means that the salvage is pretty good. It's really good against Aurelia because you can kill a Guardian Angel. You can also kill Boots, which is pretty good. Any more Fiora in the top cut? No, that was the last one. I think. Yeah, that's the last one. For sure. Challenge on the sideboard. I think it's criminal to not run challenge in the main board if you're playing orange on any deck. Period. Or strike down. Any form of removal, really. Unless you're a very specific combo deck that, like Lucian. I think Lucian can get away with no challenge or strike down. And then for the other cards in the sideboard, we see Sabotage. Sabotage is really, really good in certain matchups where you need to take out key cards, specifically key spells or key equipments. And then, we saw Fiora just bring it in after game 1 because it's pretty good against Draven, right? You get to see their hand, you get to see their whole... Because usually Draven has a lot of tricks. You can take out a Rebuke, you can take out a Fight or Flight, you can take out a Switcheroo, you know, bunch of stuff. So you can even take out a an axe. Hi Kuvi, I didn't understand what you meant with keeping the might with Death Grip and Hook. Okay, so imagine you equip a BF sword, okay, to a unit. You push with that unit into the right battlefield. You conquer and you get the point. Then you have another unit in base. What you do is you can death grip the unit that just conquered, that is equipped with like BF sword, for example. You get that total might, you get the 3 of the BF sword plus the might of the unit into the unit that's in the back. And then you use that unit in the back to push into the other battlefield, the left battlefield. You conquer that one, okay? And then after you've conquered that one, you can hook the unit. Now it will still have that might that you've given it from the death grip. If you hook it, you can generally get any unit. Like you can grab any unit that you see from the five cards, right? Most likely. And the end result is that you left no units on battlefields because that's pretty good against Draven. You don't want to let him get combat draw. And yeah, you hooked something and you got something in the back. Challenge versus blue decks though. What blue decks? I'm passing you the mic. Wait, hold on. Let me find a mic. Okay. Tell me what blue deck. I'm listening. Right. So, in terms of battlefields, we have Candlelight Sanctum. This one's very good with Hook because you can look at the top 2 cards, and then if you find a unit that you want, like a dragon or something, then you keep it at the top, and you know that you're gonna hook it. If you don't see anything that you want, or like any unit, you can just put them at the bottom, and then dig deeper so that the hook doesn't whiff, right? It's just a good hook battlefield, period. Trifarian Warcamp is very, very good because the might that it gives your unit will count for hook and stacking on it gives you a lot of value, which is something that hook decks do a lot. Also, it works really well with Fiora Victorious because you can push in and get the +1 and then trigger your legend ability. And you get the deflect, and you get the defender, the shield, and you get the ganking. There you go. And then the last battlefield is Dream Tree. This one is a little suspicious. I think you should always play Dream Tree when you bring in Challenge from the sideboard, because Challenge is a card that will target. If you use Challenge on one of your units that is on Dream Tree, you will draw. So play Dream Tree, post sideboard when you bring in Challenge. And then it works with Death Grip really well, because you draw 2 from Death Grip. It works with Call to Glory. It works with Punch First. So you have tools to make Dream Tree work. But just keep in mind that other decks will take advantage of it. So against Aurelia, maybe you could, for example, not play in the first 2 games, right? You start with Candlelit and then Warcamp, so that you make sure that you're not giving Aurelia value. Like, there's a chance that you just 2-0 the Aurelia because you've not given her the Dreaming Tree. Any might decks that could react to Challenge Strike Down? Wait, I didn't get that. Ezreal, Teemo, Kai'Sa. Okay, Teemo doesn't exist, first of all. Ezreal, sure, Ezreal, yeah. Ezreal can deal with Challenge pretty well. And Kai'Sa doesn't really have might reduction apart from Smokescreen. I don't think she plays Frigid Touch. So yeah, I mean she plays Super Fire, of course, but that doesn't matter. What decks are left in top 4? I don't think we know, but there's a Draven, that's for sure.
We know a little bit more, baby. Randy update. Randy in the top 4.
Hey, let's go.
Silver top 4.
USA.
He's literally French.
Well, I'm from I guess I just don't know Randy.
What's your opinion on the best aggro deck in the format? It's either Lucian or Rek'Sai, probably.
But
probably
what's
Lucian.
more American than thinking that someone else is American and rooting for them because they're American?
Yeah,
from the UK, no less.
from Scotland, chanting USA for a Frenchman. Yeah, this is a.
I do that every morning before I go into work.
Absolutely insane. Stuart, are we outroing you? Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. I've got family stuff today, but yeah. I was just wondering who Randy beat, if you got the info on who.
He did not say.
Did he say what deck he beat?
Bad habit of not saying what deck he's playing against.
Please be Draven, please be Draven, please be Draven, please be Draven, please be Draven.
It looks like they tried to like judge call him and accuse him of some stuff, and then there was like a Randy was able to explain and show his entire deck in order because he had full cycled already at that point, and explain how each and every single card got there to the judge, and the judge was like, bet. It's like, okay.
The judge was like, damn, I just asked if we spelled your name right on the deck red sheet.
Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, it looks like he made it through. It looks like you just asked him what he played against, and so we'll see if we get that.
That's hilarious, actually.
But yeah, Stuart, thanks for coming through, hanging out on the Coast stream. If you got any shout outs, anything that you want to plug before you go. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the future.
Yeah, you can just follow me on socials below if you're into any other content that I do and everything. And yeah, keep on crushing it on the Coast streams. Loving it.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Stuart. We'll see you later.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Catching up. Somebody asking, is it Sivir Aurora? It is not. And if there's a little time right now, you can rewind the VOD to top, was it 16 that we saw, Randy, or top 32? 32? 32. Yeah, 32, right? Yeah, top 32. we saw Randy play on the stream, and you can watch the game, or skim through the game. So based on what you just seeing initially, not 100% guarantee, Ezreal, Draven, Kai'Sa, Sivir as that top 4.
Ooh.
We did see the Draven make it through. We have heard of the Sivir making it through with Randy. Aurelia enjoyers in shambles, if that is the case.
It would really, and as much as I don't really want this to be the case, it would be absolutely hilarious if everyone is complaining about Draven for many weeks and then Kai'Sa comes back and wins again.
I'm still literally Morgana stunned. Morgana queued from that Aurelia earlier at CBH. Like, I'm still mentally...
What is the TLDR of the Aurelia? Did they misplay or something?
Just playing into Randy, they gave a lot of opportunities for Randy to get free kills on Aurelia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh.
I like it. Wow.
Yep. If we were to
Ezreal, Draven,
describe
Kai'Sa, Sivir would
the
be sick.
Randy Sivir deck for people, it is, I mean, we can just say Miracle, right, as the Miracle Shell. It is going to draw the entire deck, and he is going to know the order of his deck in second cycle, and he's going to utilize that to find specific one-ofs to help win in whatever situation the end game requires.
Deck 'em down, Sivir.
Yeah.
I'm anti-Miracle. I think that is the worst name for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It seems to be what the community is leaning towards, so... I know we can try and take a stand and change it. If we have like a real I can't say deck 'em down on the official on any official broadcast.
No.
It is fun. It's a funny little bit, but it is not. That is not a real name.
Yeah.
We did just get the top 4. Hello, I'm back. I missed it. I was too busy doing something else. I look over. I see Draven.
Oh
no, one.
Oh
and
yeah,
then
let's wait. Get us out of cams. Take us to the casters.
Is there any way to go back on Billy Billy?
Not for us, but we'll see if we had it.
Oh no, I'm hiding. I'm hiding down here.
But I know. So what you just said is it was looking like Ezreal, Draven, Kai'Sa, Sivir. I think we can go with that for now. I mean, Medic, look. Okay, what's your professional opinion? Can I call it deck 'em down Draven on an official Riot broadcast? I respect your opinion as a fellow caster, as someone who has been on many Riot broadcasts.
Yeah.
Can I say deck 'em down Draven?
Can we make the name official? Deck 'em down.
Like, is that okay?
Sivir, deck 'em down Draven.
I would argue I probably can't, and I'm gonna get people mad at me.
Stack, deck, and what cards are in the package? You can definitely do it once.
Thank you, Medic. Thank you. Okay, that's what I needed to know. That's what I needed to know. Is that I can do it one time. And then whether I just get beaten behind the pipe and drape, or if I get fired forever, that is the response that happens after that. You know, one of the two.
I mean, if all I do is get beaten, but I still get to come back, I'm in. I'm doing it.
Yeah. Did Marshall join and immediately his keyboard's coming through again? Marshall, you got to figure out this mic thing. What is? Was it not you this time? Was it someone else?
Maybe it was me. Was it this sound?
Okay.
Oh no, is it Blevins?
Sound?
Was it Blevins' fault this time?
It's card ASMR.
It's Vero, apparently. It's not me.
Oh,
I'm
it was
getting flamed.
Vero.
I
can't
Okay, wait. It's not. Wait, Marshall. It's not a reason. It's always Marshall. It's every time it's been Marshall.
All right, no. It has been me. I got a new mic. I'm trying to sort the settings out on it, but this time it was not me.
Oh, let me say sorry. What did I do?
All my noises are intentional.
It's just your keyboard, I guess, was coming through pretty hard. But
okay, yeah, that's my bad. I had it on like a webcam mic or something. Okay, sorry.
Nah, yeah. Your mic in Discord sounds good now. Are we good on his vmix as well? Sounds good.
No, my problem with Miracle is not that people don't understand what it is. It's that the name, the origin of the name Miracle was a dumb one in the first place with Hearthstone like 10 years ago or whenever they came up with it, because it doesn't have like. And people are like, oh no, it's like Miracle from Magic. It's nothing like Miracle from Magic. If you think that it's like Miracle from Magic, you don't know what the Miracle ability is in Magic.
Well, it's funny because it is, calling it Miracle is like such a misnomer because it is just like one of the most consistent decks in how it works. Like you are just seeing your whole deck pretty much every game.
Miracle Rogue was a dumb name when they came up with it 10 years ago, whenever it was. It made no sense. And now we're just rehashing it, and it makes less sense. Like each generation of using it makes less and less sense.
Okay, I don't want to post this without actually double checking that they were the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can't find a way to like look back.
Yeah, they caught us at the shift change. We have night shift Jarvis taking over, so we were in between Jarvises when they came back to live.
I'm like looking in the Billy chat to like see if anyone was like, "Oh my god, X got through." Like they showed the bracket.
Yeah.
Stack Deck actually is a way better name. It's just confusing.
But every purple deck is like playing Stack.
But it's like, if you're the stacked deck version, you're actually stacking your deck with the card stack deck. Like it's perfect.
Yeah.
I think Stack Deck is a way better name than Miracle.
Someone screenshot it. It is a Draven, a Kai'Sa, an Ezreal, and a Sivir. There is no Aurelia left in this tournament.
Yep, so Huge nailed it. You had it for us.
Nice.
He said he wasn't sure, so it's good you double checked here. I don't know if we've got it, Jarvis. It would have been the top 4 breakdown. They would have shown it, but they showed it on the stream while we were not on it. So I don't know if you can wind it back or not. And it's all good if not. We got the confirmation. It is Ezreal, Sivir, Draven, and
Kai'Sa.
I have my graphic done. We're chilling.
R.I.P. Lucian.
R.I.P. Jax. That guy deserved to win after what happened to him.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Fill me in. It's funny because I will like wake up in the morning when my first alarm goes off and I'm still not fully awake. I'll put on the stream, so I just like hear things while I'm like half awake, half asleep, and I don't know which ones are real and which ones I'm fabricating in my mind. It's a really interesting. Thing every morning on these Chinese broadcasts.
Yeah, I can briefly break it down for you, Blev.
I heard Jax in the top 8, and I thought it was just a dream, literally.
Well, it wasn't. We had top 16 Jax versus Draven. Jax wins game 1, pretty comfortably. Game 2 goes to Draven. Not quite close, so kind of just stomp into stomp. Game 3 coming down to the wire at the end of the game. 9 runes for the Draven. They play a spinning axe and conquer with the spinning axe onto a mind splitter. Then they rebuke the Jax, sending it back to hand, and then they play a mind splitter at the second location. At that point, notably that would be 11 runes, and they were only on 9. And the rebuke they paid the power cost for, but not actually paying for the energy. And then it looked like on the stream, and we can't confirm this 100% or not, that the judge had asked them about the paying for the rebuke, and they pointed to the seals like, oh, I paid the power and I paid the deflect, because they paid the power and the deflect. They just didn't pay any energy, and they moved on. It got moved on from game ends, Draven wins, and then there's this long pause as they caught this on the stream and end up either with a DQ or a game loss or something, but it led to the Jax making the top 8.
Interesting.
I wanted the Jax personally to try and make it through. I like Jax as a deck, so he was my favorite.
I still think
even
though. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Oh no, go. You can go in.
No, I like. I'm fine with these new decks top 8ing. Like, I think that's like a big success for these decks and people seeing these decks and people seeing decks that aren't just Draven. But let's do it.
Randy back on stream. He's got his translator with him. He is the Sivir going up. I'm wondering what the matchup is. I think I saw somewhere someone saying that Sivir Kaisa was the matchup, but we'll see if that ends up being the case in just a moment. Randy played out of his mind in that first game, or the first set, is playing really, really well. He's no mistakes when it came to the deck count. It's
Kaisa.
a lot easier in untimed rounds. You can just kind of write it down, and it's not a problem.
Oh.
But I know Randy can do it without the notes as well. I've seen him do it in testing games plenty of times. So
might as well.
And obviously during the timed rounds, I don't know how much he's actually writing. I think he's probably often doing it off the top of his head. It takes up too much time. But here we go.
Now the question is, which version of Kaisa do you think we're going to see? Because I know there's some decks people have been trialing. Do you think it's just like generic Kaisa with like set 2 cards? Like
that's really all I've seen. I guess
I've seen like a really
Mech
dumb,
Kaisa.
I was gonna say I've seen a really dumb Mech Kaisa that I kind of would love to just see do well.
I think the Mech Kaisa has been pretty out of verdict. I think that was like week 1 of set 2 Kaisa, and I don't think we've really seen that much of it since. Like
Kaisa.
Unless we're calling Mech Kaisa any Kaisa deck with Pharaoh's Forerunner, then that's like all Kaisa lists. But yeah, most of them are still playing
true, so we can call it Mech Kaisa if we'd like. Thank you.
Belvin's approval means it's not the name of the deck by any stretch.
All right, so starting out, of course, this on Warrens for the side of Sivir, and we've got the Void Gate coming through for Kaisa. I'm wondering what Void Gate is going to be able to hit in this matchup. If Sivir is ever on the Void Gate, that does kind of open up the ability for the Ray to get there, and then there's nothing that's going to really affect the Rosses too much. I don't know that Void Gate is going to find a ton of value in this spot, but we'll see if it ends up coming up throughout this game.
I mean, I'm sorry, I was going to make a dumb comment, so go ahead, Marshall.
I'm just thinking Void Gate wise, like if he's running Rain, he can get like good Rain value from like 2 targets of Rain on a Rasa, but that's like the only thing I can think of that's like that feels good into the Rasa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I really like Void Gate right now in the current meta, but I don't know that it's going to do much in this current matchup here. Looks like the Warp is going to get sent home.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much at this point the Kaisa is aware of the deck, right? At top 4, at a certain point, you have to kind of know what is going to be happening from Randy. He had a streamed match as well, so little cat's out of the bag here on what's happening, because a lot of it, Yude was talking about, in China, they just have literally 0 players playing Sivir like this. It's all Aurora.
Right.
So a lot of players have been talking about it. They had the WeChat was blowing up about Randy's Sivir deck and what's been happening, and people have been very, very interested in this list. And a lot of players seem to be pretty caught off guard with what it's doing.
Mm. Well, we've seen like the stacked deck package in other decks, like with Draven and with some of the other decks, but it's not had great showings on the streams. Like it has been very like it was like the first time I played the deck, and I'm like, this deck is cute but quite lackluster. When in reality, if a master is playing it, it is unbelievable what it can do.
And we were able to get some good vision of that with Randy in the previous game. Just going to start out with a little bit of a treasure trove.
Oh, okay.
You do actually get to find some gold with the treasure trove when playing Sivir, and still going to be able to follow it up with a seal to crack this. Gonna help out quite a bit.
Seems good.
Sarah, how you been feeling about this version of Sivir? Because I know you're an Aurora enjoyer. But people have been trying versions of this for a while. I think Randy has put a ton of work into it and found a very good version, but I know other people have done it, so I know you've seen a similar version of this list before.
Yes, I played against this list quite a bit. I played with it, against it on both sides. I do think it is a very good way to play Sivir. I think playing Sivir Aurora is also just the best Aurora deck, but that's not to say like that you shouldn't play mid-range Sivir or anything. I've been telling people for a while you should probably play mid-range Sivir if you want to not play Draven. I think it does all the silly things that are in the format at once, which is Seal Abusal, does Gold Abusal better than anybody else. I mean, Ezreal Treasure Trove is a very good like portion of this deck, because essentially, as everybody knows from probably playing this format, you don't really want to do anything on turn 2, or excuse me, on turn 1 when you have 2 mana. Like if you're on Reaver's Row game, you don't really want to play into that. You don't want to just play a random unit to get died. Things like Kaisa, Victor, all this stuff. So being able to play Treasure Trove on turn 1, see an extra card, and make your first gold, which is like almost like playing a seal and getting a card deeper and all these things. Then later on in the game, you can use it for ramp, is actually the most broken part of the Sivir deck. There's other things that are good about it as well. But compared to all the other decks who are trying to do like fake Draven, you know, like Jinx is trying to do it, this deck's trying to do it, all these decks are trying to be fake Draven, a fake Miracle deck. This one I think does it the best because it actually plays into all the strengths, both on like a non-game axis where you don't really interact with your opponent, and then also it just does very powerful things itself.
Yep. I agree. I think a lot of the one-ofs are just super powerful in orange as well, right? Like well, Punch First is probably a 2, but like it's your one of Punch First that you've got for your end game to try and win that final combat. Challenge being a pretty strong ability in this format. Yes. I think the Chosen Champion is quite good, right? So that's also just kind of a benefit for Sivir. I think it having ganking rarely comes up, but it can exist, and then also just the fact that it is like a 6 accelerate from the champ zone is powerful. It's a really good thing to be doing. And then even from there, like On the Hunt, while that signature spell is like, it's like low key, it's not the most exciting signature spell. In a deck like this, it becomes very good as a one-of that you kind of just like find exactly on the turn that it wins you the game, and it's not ever clogging up your hand or ever being an issue.
Did the Kaisa miss trigger on the gold? Where's the gold?
Yes, they did. They missed it.
Okay. It's going to be Warren's still digging a bit deeper. Second Ezreal in hand. Having 1 seal already is great for Randy. And it looks like there was a call shot as well. So he's just going to be churning through this entire deck very quickly. We're going to be at the second cycle, probably like turn 5, I would suppose, at this point. So he's going to know every card in his deck at that point.
Bit of a offer on the...
Come on, Billy. Come on, Billy.
Jarvis, fix the stream, please. Thank you.
Jarvis, save Billy. I just refreshed Billy on my end. It is working.
Oh no, it is on the Billy. You can see the little scroller on the top, like it's on there.
Yeah, no, but Jarvis probably just has to hit a refresh.
Oh, okay.
Because it's working on my end now on the normal Billy.
Yeah, I didn't.
So we'll see if we can get it.
Randy was too powerful. He was the processing power of this deck destroyed the stream.
Yep. All good. So didn't get to see the search with the buffering, so we don't know exactly what's going to be on the bottom for the stack. But
I saw a seal go on the bottom right when we came back.
Okay. Now we start the sabotage train. Really tough for Kaisa as you start to tear through some of this hand, but being able to get the extra draws from her Champ Zone signature champion helps out a little bit to keep up. There's currently 7 cards. Sabotage is not completely shredding everything out of the hand yet.
Out the choice here, what are you guys picking? You can see Void Seekers, Hextech Ray, 2 Fallen Stars. The Singularity.
What is our board? An Ezreal, and we're going to develop another unit. Oh, they took the Singularity.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, if there was only 1 Falling Star, it's possible that Falling Star can be the take, but when you're thinking long term, the Singularity is more threatening into the Rassas and actually killing Sivir. So kind of makes sense to deal with the Singularity first. But in this case, actually, we're going to see maybe some relevance from this Void Gate with Sivir sitting there into Falling Star.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I wonder how well equipped, and I'm sure Randy plays a bunch and has played Kaisa a bunch in set 1. I wonder how well equipped both his game plan and this deck is to play into Kaisa, because Kaisa in this set is kind of going for a little bit of what they did in set 1, but also playing a little bit more heavier into something like Victor type of style. You're casting a lot of spells, avoiding combat in your own way. Obviously, Falling Star is still amazing. Acathian Rain, less so, as we see a lot more people move to Singularity in this type of format. You kind of just want big damage on 1 or 2 units, as opposed to set 1, where spreading it out was, a little bit better. So we're going to see Randy's board most likely get wiped here from this Falling Star.
Yeah. So I wonder if it is a game 2, game 3 strategy. I think he has room for Unyielding. I know it's been in the board multiple times. I don't know if it currently is in the board. I think it is. My assumption is that he's going to have it in the board.
Generally,
because I think he has room for it.
Yeah, with a deck like this, you would generally kind of smorgasbord your sideboard, because you are just seeing your whole deck.
Yeah, exactly.
No one card that is good in this meta wouldn't already be in your main deck because you are in a little bit of insular meta where it's like you got to target Draven, Aurelia, and like pick one other random deck. So you have like a splattering of things in your sideboard. You'd expect to see one unyielding, and you churn through the deck very quickly, as usual with most of the silver bullet cards in Riftbound. It's just going to be a matter of if they line up properly. They do cost yet again another power, which this deck doesn't necessarily struggle with, but sometimes they can get very low. So it'll be interesting to see in the sideboard games. But yeah, I don't know how much you were expecting a Kai'Sa in top 4 if you're Randy at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not like, this is not something he's super excited about having to play Kai'Sa in top 4. Like, I think he'd rather it just be a Draven, right? Like, he would just be happier if it's just a Draven that he has to deal with. But I know he does have reps into Kai'Sa. This is not like something he doesn't have reps into. And as you pointed out, like Randy was like set one Kai'Sa guy as far as guide. Like there's a couple of Kai'Sa guides out there. Randy's was one of the most popular. He played a ton of Kai'Sa over the course of that set. So of course he's very familiar with what this deck is going to look like. He, updated it for Spiritforged, if I remember correctly. And like I know he put a bunch of reps into Kai'Sa at the start of Spiritforged as well, trying to recognize what he thinks this deck would be. So he certainly has a game plan. I just personally have not watched him play this matchup because I'm not a Kai'Sa player. So when I've been testing with him, it's not a matchup I've been playing. So I don't know his 100% strategy into this. When I see how like the spells line up against his units, he has like a lot of 3s, a lot of 6s. So the spells kind of can get there. And really, it feels like for Randy, he's never going to get like fatigued on units. It's a shovel deck. Like he's always just going to be able to bring stuff back. But the issue would be if he cannot keep the units off the board. And right now, like this is just 400 little guys that have been played by the Kai'Sa, and that is something that can be difficult for this deck to kind of manage. You don't have ways to kind of like street sweep and deal with all these little things.
Yep. We've essentially played 4.5 2 to 3 mana recruits as if we were Victor in this game, and have lost close to nothing for it. We've either got a card back in the Yordles or will eventually get a card back in the Sentry. And then the one unit that didn't like produce this outcome was a Plundering Poro, who will give us a gold, which we can use for another type of advantage in our economy advantage. So it's kind of like playing against Control Victor, but as you've stated, Randy still knows there's going to be things like Kai'Sa coming out accelerated, potentially Darius. Watchers always, was the bread and butter of set 1, less good in set 2, but still potent when you are essentially a few unit deck. As you mentioned, you're probably never getting fatigued in the theory of like, oh, I'm just going to run out of units. But you also can't necessarily splurge the board well on non-miracle turns. When you throw out 3 Rosses, you throw out 3 Rosses. It's amazing. But on most of your other turns, you're like 1 unit, some draw, combat spell, your turn. And Kai'Sa's like, oh, here's 2 units and a Falling Star. And you're like, that does what I'm trying to do, but a lot more effectively.
Yeah.
So playing up Fizz, looking for the cold shot. Guessing it's repeated because of the Ezreal.
Yeah.
You see a stack deck and punch first. I think that is.
Yep.
Feels like he's gonna have to just dump a million might on one turn. I think he's trying to find all the Rosses, and that's like how he's gonna try and claw this back a little bit. Another cold shot, so that can help him dig even deeper. He is, I believe, is that 10? I think he's got 10 in the bin, or is at least very close to 10 in the bin, to be able to start just jamming these Rosses.
Yeah, Jarvis, can we get trash counter on stream? Thank you.
Storm count, please.
Yes, storm count.
Yeah. It's interesting. We're going to see probably the one matchup, and as we see the shovel here, which is very important if you're worried about the fatigue aspect. And you see Randy kind of going over because he's kind of like, how much do I need punch first? All of your units are 2s. All of your units are 1s. But he does know there will be a big turn that eventually comes, most likely revolving around Watcher, maybe Darius Cleave, depending on what this deck plays. So I had to be a little disciplined there to realize I'm probably not getting fatigued. I'm just going to lose on tempo. So I need something in the immediate. Whereas in most other control variant matchups with a deck like this, you would take the shovel. But Kai'Sa just does it in a very interesting way.
Yeah.
9 cards in trash, I believe. 2, 4, 5, 6,
yeah,
7.
Looks like 9.
8, 9. Yeah.
Didn't see all the Rosses just yet. The stack deck makes it 10. I think there was just 1 Rossa in hand, if I'm remembering correctly.
1 in hand, what we saw.
We can only blind 2 purple.
I never saw one get bottomed. I don't know if
there may actually have been.
the stacked earlier, or not the stacked, but the called shot earlier that we missed. It's possible that we lost one
possible there. Most likely they're still in the ghost stack, or just your natty stack as your deck would sit, and you've really had no manipulation on it. We didn't catch that stack deck, and I assume Randy would have took it if it was there. So if there is 2 in hand, the other one is probably floating somewhere. But through really just being able to track your whole deck in this game, which I personally hate, it's probably coming up soon.
No, I also don't love the writing down everything being like allowed. What I do know is that at least even if they got rid of it, Randy would be fine because I have played with him when it's not doing it. But like we also know that Vero because we play Fab, right? Like you have to be able to do this.
Seize my opponent. I write down 3 or 4 cards. I move on. I'm playing at Houston, and some opponent tries to write down 17 of my Aurora revealed cards, and I'm just like, "Can we hurry up, please?" And it's and like I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be rude. It's just that I think there's a skill test to memory. Some people agree, some people don't. It's completely fair. But I also think there's a time portion of this game which already gets stretched 100%. To the nth degree. And writing down things for some people can be very slow. And you can't really penalize people for having like slow dexterity or writing, both from depending on the country and a legality standpoint, and also just it would be like it would be unfair, right? Just like, so it's a very contentious thing, and with the time rules and Riftbound, it could be a little worse. But like I said, I agree. Randy probably doesn't need it once you play this deck enough. You can kind of calculate that the Rosses are coming up in the next few turns, and we'll see. I don't know if there's like the confront bushwhack type strategies can bring it back in this game, because at this point we could just full pull back at this point and have access to Singularity, Watcher, and all these things. And I don't mean to write Randy out so quickly, but I'm very interested to see the sideboarding strategies from him more so than the Kaisa.
I have the same opinion here. I actually think Randy might be writing Randy out of this particular game and thinking about his sideboard in his game 2 and 3. I don't think I don't think he's probably like too worried matchup wise that this is like over, but this certainly was not a good start. Like this was all of the low cost units for Kaisa. That is not what you want to see on the Sivir side of things. That's way too much stuff happening early. And if we look at the rest of the hand, this was all just low cost and then like removal that is quite good against the deck, right? The Falling Stars being able to answer Fizz and Ezreal, the Singularities being locked and loaded, ready to go against the Rosses. Saboed one away and then another one was drawn. So a lot of the stuff that you wanted to avoid, and it does feel like actually Kaisa has some good ways to line up into this, because this is a meta where of course you're playing 3 Falling Star, but you also may be playing 3 Singularity in these Kaisa decks, and that starts to cause some potential issues. And I do think, I'm wondering if this is something that got accounted for in his deck building for this event, knowing that Kaisa was relatively highly represented, if he ended up indexing even further into those unyieldings, because it's possible he can play even more than one. The sideboard is not incredibly tight because, as you mentioned, the main deck is to play against Draven, right? Like you don't necessarily need a lot of sideboard slots. So from there, it's like sideboard slots potentially for Aurelia or for things like Kaisa and Victor and Ornn, like these weird decks that you can run into, and you need to have specific tools to deal with. So we'll see if that ends up happening.
The one downside is just Kaisa's control is so very specific. Like if you think about it, even in set 1, there was like some use for unyielding. Not like there was bullet time coverage against MF. There was Stormbringer, Volibear. There was some other decks like Jinx maybe throwing in some red. And even Annie was playing some damage at a point. They were playing some other Void Seekers. Not that you would necessarily bring that in. But in this particular meta, there's not a lot of damage, like backline damage. It is Kaisa, and it's really it. Like Ezreal,
Draven has some Falling Stars, right? But you don't want to bring you don't want to bring Unyielding into Draven, right? Like that's not
right. You might see some Singularities from Ezreal, but generally they're doing like a combat tricky minusing damage, like a -2, -1 repeat Frigid Winds. They do have the Ethereal Shift. I think that's what it's called. Does the 3 damage. So there's that
Arcane
once again.
Shift.
Arcane Shift. You wouldn't necessarily, again, as you mentioned, bring in the Unyieldings for those. So I would expect to see one, and it's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
All right. Looks like Randy's trying to solve the puzzle if there's actually anything to do here. This may just be... Did he play Confront on this turn already? I think he did.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So now this is look for the last Rasa. This is Confront into triple Rasa.
This is essentially our
seen that
Bushwhack
Animation,
turn where we get to take a card for free thanks to Sabo. So this is the interesting part. If 2 to 3 Rasas were to come down here, they would be representing somewhere between 12 and 18 and theoretically 15 or 21 with this Fizz. And as we're slowly eating away on things like smoke screens, Singularities, as you mentioned before, these are just tiny units. They don't really have much. You may not expect a Watcher in this meta. And so Randy still definitely has a full hold strategy. The hard part is going to be we're going to have to kind of spread it out through multiple battlefields. Because there is a worry that they could just full stack and say, do you play a main deck on the hunt? Do you have a way to gank? And usually Boots of Swiftness and On the Hunt aren't always in the main deck. They sometimes are as a one-up again.
We know Hunt's in the main for this. We saw it in the first set that he was playing, but yeah, we know he's got the On the Hunt. It looks like he was missing some of the rosters, so he's still looking. I don't know if he found the third one was the exact thing that he just immediately took on that last. There's the On the Hunt actually just getting drawn.
So we have our macro strategy, which is hold these battlefields, let our opponent either have to draw the nuts or overcommit, and potentially full retreat, full swarm, and end the game.
Yeah. Punch first can potentially prevent this game from ending. He didn't find the third Rasa. I think... Is that... Ooh, that is a called shot. I think he's considering if his Rasa is in the next two. He's just going to play it.
The problem is he can only call shot for one correctly, or for non-repeat.
Okay, so he is doing repeats, saying this is better. If he finds the Rasa, it's better than punch first, and there is the Rasa. I mean, exactly.
But he can't take it because he can't play it. He's got no
because
purple.
there's no purple.
Yeah,
oh, no purple. You're right, no purple.
Yeah. You shouldn't have repeated, probably.
Yeah, there was either a non-repeat or maybe they are looking for something like this sabotage. Because again, taking the sabotage that eats the smoke screen and et cetera, will really eat into what this Kaisa can do on their turn, as I assume smoke screen would come here. Maybe piercing light. Can piercing light work well with this setup? Oh yeah, they would be able to double on the right side.
I mean, he must have calced this, right? Is this beating what's currently in hand? Because the Ray is just killing Fizz. The smoke screen is -4, so one of these Ross is a 2, and then there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 mites. It's currently not winning. Hidden card, but that's probably just a fighter flight.
The FOF is going to be... I think we're going for... I think we're on board dead if our opponent thinks it through, but there's a world where our opponent goes for a clear and a hold, and I think Randy's playing to that out with having seen the On the Hunt.
Make him do it. 100%.
Double Ray.
Right, because at this point, you could double Ray the Rasa on the left side, and then maybe you just full hold there and think, oh, I have this.
Yep.
And maybe that's the mistake
that's
your
where
opponent
Randy,
can make.
in theory, can actually win the game.
And in top 4, play to the out. In Swiss, maybe, okay, I need to actually get to a game 3, so let's scoop this up and win game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Here, make your opponent do it. We've seen enough times on stream, a small punt can open up the door for a win for the other player.
Yep. So unfortunately for Randy, we did draw extra Dimaggio in the hand, so we are going to see a lot of units probably die pre-combat, which does make the FOF interesting. As again, we all kind of are watching at home thinking, oh, well, they just cast their spells and jam it in, but we see the opponent taking a time to think, what does this FOF do? What math does this change? And this is what, as you were just discussing, is what we're kind of playing for here. I think if we think this through, we can probably win the game on this turn, because these Hex Rays are going to be for 4s on the left side. So you can Hex Ray for 1, throw in, Plundering Poro maybe, then that side's cleared up. Then you can throw in a Watchful Sentry if you want to draw a card off the top. And we will see how this kind of maths out for the Kaisa player, because they technically have 2 draws in them.
4,
they can throw the Sentry away for a free draw, and then get a Conquer with essentially a Poro and a Yordle alongside 1 Hex Ray, can get you a draw on the left side. And then the Watcher Suicide on the right side would, unless Randy were to throw his FOF at it, would draw you another card. So I think they're just thinking to their outs.
I don't even think you need anything else.
I don't believe you do.
1 Ray and first unit on. Okay.
I like this one. I like this attack.
I think there's no wrong way to eat this Reese's. If you just put your resources in an efficient way, I think you're going to get there.
Yep. We're either trading up with the Sentry and a Hex Ray to the Fizz after the FOF assumedly comes in. If it doesn't, then you just eat the Fizz, and now it's double Hex Ray, you lose your FOF, or you can use it defensively, which increases what we're trying to do this turn. We get our drawback. So let's see.
It gives another draw. Actually, it's a retreat. So if you wanted to retreat a Yordle and replay it, you get another draw.
Right. I assume we're going to see double Hex here. The question becomes we can't technically recycle a blue, but it's, we just use Kaisa.
Yeah,
We're doing this.
Use Kaisa.
Cool. Smoke screen. Yep. Not sure.
Oh, he's saying he has a reaction window to this, but
yeah. Well, now we don't need to play the smoke screen then.
No.
You can play it on the other. You can play it on the other Rasa if you want.
Yeah. Now here it's just Poro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
As we all kind of saw, it was pretty obvious once the player took a while, but this is just, as Blevin said, just something you got to do in the top cut. They might make a mistake. We've seen worse punts throughout the years of hard games. And very big moments.
I think the most important thing that happened this game is the triple Yordle for the Kaisa. I think we've seen the sabotage happen, like severe sabotage, like 4 or 5 times. So if the Kaisa didn't have like the draws from the Kaisa and from the triple Yordle, I think the sabotages could have literally completely decimated her hand.
Yeah.
But she got saved by the Yordles for sure.
It's often what you see happen, and that's why I was thinking like even your game 1 should be okay in this. But I actually think I underestimated just how painful that triple Yordle was for Randy in this game. Like it was very brutal, because not only are you dealing with there is a board, but you're also still having to contend with the hand. And usually it's like one or the other, or oftentimes it's one or the other. Like, yes, they have the board, but then you rip the hand with the sabotages, or they don't have the board, but they have a bunch of spells, and they're like, and that's easy enough for you to deal with. So it was kind of a mix of the both, and we'll see if Randy can come back for the reverse sweep after this first game 1, because even then, like, I think Randy was just a little bit off of actually finding the comeback. It was actually genuinely quite close once we got to the end. It was just he was just a little bit off. Like he needed maybe a few more runes, something like that, to get there. Yeah.
If we found that extra Rasa, I think we go for like an 18 and a 6 hold, let our opponent do some stuff, and they might have went for the single hold, and that's where the On the Hunt wins the game. So I think we were definitely close for sure. As you mentioned, the Yordles came through and just replenished the hand over and over. And we didn't actually even see a Sentry die that game, so there's like another redundancy in the Kaisa strategy, as we've all been terrorized for months at this point. I'm sure the Chinese meta is even more used to it, as they were playing it almost 6 months ago at this point. We're having to deal with Kaisa.
I think it really was. He searched so much for that Rasa, could not find it, knew it was in those like bottom few cards. Because if he finds the Rasa earlier in the game, he can actually play the Rasa without that final called shot and keep up punch first as well. So there's like opens up like a lot of avenues on that final turn.
I missed the first
that really
turn or
would have made the math quite hard.
Did we maybe bottom it, or was that just our literal 39th card in the deck? I wasn't like,
because I missed the initial few looks.
Right.
I don't know if that was the top of his second cycle, or if it was the bottom of his first cycle.
For some
and
reason,
I'm not sure.
I think we may have seen it be the top of the second cycle, but I don't remember.
It's very likely they got mulligans, right? Because it's pretty.
That's possible. Yeah, you would
also possible.
You would mull Rasa.
Yep.
Yeah. And what I will say is, it did seem like it felt like he knew what cards were coming from that last called shot.
Mm-hmm.
But this is two things. This either means it is the top of his second cycle, or it means it's the bottom of his first cycle, because either way he would know exactly
when you
which
can
cards
write down every card. It's like
find,
I either know it or I don't. But when I don't know it, I actually know it. It's just like you kind of know everything.
It would be in that case,
Yuge said he spotted Arasa be put down early, so it should have been the start.
That's
of
what
the
I
second
also
cycle
thought.
Then.
Yeah.
Because I missed one being put down early. I didn't know if it was like on the first search. I didn't really see the first search, and then we missed a search. During the great outage of minute.
And as
15.
you alluded to, you would never know this. You would never know that you would quote unquote lose because of that. Because as you mentioned, you're not used to seeing free back-to-back Yordles with some sentries behind it. He probably has the macro strategy of I will rip this hand with Sabo and Fizz about 2, 3, 4 times. Surely they won't have cards in their hand. I can go for a mini hold. They're going to have a bunch of 2/2s. But shockingly, cantrip on cantrips, and they're all attached to sticks. Works pretty well.
Yeah, no, I mean, literally, Kaisa's been doing it since the start of Riftbound.
They make
the cantrip issue has been a thing for
at this
as
diner. They do it the old-fashioned way. And, we're still here.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah.
This case
that is
actually quite
the
much.
canonical lecturing Yordle's voice. He's actually, while he's lecturing, he's quite calm.
We would draw cards when we entered the battlefield, as was the style of the time.
It's crazy to think that Kaisa is the girl in this case, but nice guy doing it fair, everything by the line, and then you have
people
the
didn't
heroes,
like me back in my day,
and then across the way,
I was a bit
you
of a
just have
rapscallion.
everything unfair going on. From probably every single one of your opponents, this tournament was probably doing something relatively unfair.
Yeah.
I love how meticulous, just watching Randy's body language, just playing in China 2, just how meticulously he did the obelisk rune, and then
has to. Yeah.
He was like, I am not getting boomed by a judge here. I'm gonna play my game.
Look, when you get when your opponent tries to boom you with a judge, and you go, I can tell you every single card in my deck, and the judge just goes, yeah, that's good. At that point, nothing is shaking you.
We do see the unyielding spirit in his hand, so he did sideboard it in.
Yeah, the question is how many, I think, and I'm with Vera. Initially, the answer is 1 is generally what you're thinking, but I don't know exactly the breakdown of his board and what he is teched for. I imagine there's an Ornn plan, I imagine there's a Kaisa plan, and then I'm trying to think what other, maybe there is a Spell Victor plan. I'm not sure if the main deck is consistently beating it enough that you might need something in the side for it, but yeah. Probably hard bargains in the side as well, probably some amount of hard bargains.
A hard bargain, a shovel, and things like this kind of have a lot of overlapping usage against Victor, and a few other decks. The interesting part is Kaisa playing an obelisk. I guess they really took that one from Draven, right? So they could just go turn 1 Kaisa. And it's pretty funny looking at it coming from set 1 where all they had was very aggressive and very degenerate battlefields, Dreaming Tree, Reaper's Row, Arena's Greatest. And they've adopted the I will play my powerless, really good unit on my first turn. Shockingly.
They were living fast and loose in their 20s, and now they're investing in the 401k of just playing your chosen champion on turn 1.
Yeah, maybe 4 mana chosen champions should cost power.
Because of the call shot, Seal is going to be very, very good.
Yeah, but
is that power die?
Yes.
Looks like he has
power die.
2 call shot.
That's a floated power die.
Yep, he's got 2 of them.
We need to get that in the English. I want that.
You need the power die in English?
Yeah, I need it in English. I need it.
Is that one not in English?
I feel like the power symbol is more Nordic or something. I don't know if it's an English power symbol. It's very runes on the
I was
wall.
gonna say NA, but I'm not in NA, so I just say English now.
I need them Western style power runes.
I need my Western style rootin' tootin' power die.
All right, so second called. Oh, not even gonna be second called. It's gonna be the Trove. I think. Yeah, still waiting for second call for maybe the next turn. I know he wanted to make a gold this turn. I felt pretty confident we would be playing a way to make a gold, so we'll confront. Still a lot of dig available, and now the first Sabo available.
Yeah, orange cards for days. Probably looking for our second Ezreal here to start bouncing some of our one-ups.
The end of me.
Oh,
Poggers Day?
Poggers!
I mean, Poggers Day is really good.
Look
here.
what they need
because...
Look what they need to mimic a fraction of the power.
No, this is. If I'm Randy, I'm actually not excited about that. That is a problem.
I agree.
That is a big problem.
Day, 0 points and sabotage does nothing now.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
This is the 0-0 I've been drawing, and my opponent has played the first Aurora on turn 3, except their hand is just gigantic.
Yeah.
Also, not pushing with Kaisa is so smart. Just chilling. No needs for points here. Kaisa has there's no rush here for points.
Nope.
I think that's still okay for Randy, though. The game slowing down is going to allow him to still try and assemble everything he needs to where he can permanently recur the deck over and over again with the shovel.
Well, it's more so Kuvi's point. Like, you don't need 1 point, and you sure as hell don't need any more cards. So why move in with the guys?
Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, I think we're looking for some macro strategy here from Randy. Probably going to start sifting through, potentially getting another Ezreal to dump some of these cards like Confront. Obviously, you can always just play Confront. Like, everybody, watching the stream can see that. You generally don't want to tie up your resources playing them. You want one generally to get in your graveyard for the fizz, and maybe you play one just because you have nothing else to do. As we see a lot of kind of like, it's so crazy for me to say expensive cards. We have a lot of expensive cards in our hand, in 2 confronts, 2 challenges, and stuff like that, because they eat away at our runes. We want to use 0s and 1s to keep digging in our deck and using treasure troves for effective gold usage. So you can't just be like, oh, I'll just play 3 confronts and pass. Like, that is probably not getting you where you need to be.
Yeah. And we're starting to see some of the macro ideas for Randy, right? There was the option of Fizz or Rasa. So he could either second cycle the Rasa and wait until later in the game and take the Fizz to pair with his sabotages to at least attempt to start burning through this hand. Because yes, the Progress Day has been cast, but if you cast 3 sabotages, you're still you're working through some of the spells that actually start to really matter and leaving some of the, chaff or things that you don't need to worry about. Or the other option is you grab the Rasa and you start building a real board. And maybe part of the reason that you go for the Rasa is because of the like unyielding spirit in hand, and you can start to play to actually build a board and even defend it.
Yes, which is I do wonder if we just saw the most craziest start of game 1, or if this Kai'Sa player saw their opportunity and took it, or if they maybe side out some amount of their creatures going into this game. I assume the third one is the least likely of those options, because all we did was play a Kai'Sa and a Progress Day and didn't really develop. But I guess it's only turn 2. It's just I've seen such gigantic graveyards and hand size. I assume
so many game actions have been taken.
Yeah, I mean,
I assume we were in the thick of it, but I guess it's only turn 3?
I feel like the fastest I've seen Randy hit cycle is like turn 3. It's probably turn 4. It just feels like turn 3 type of thing, But this deck just gets there. Like, it just gets to cycle if you're seeing all the stack decks and all the called shots, and you're finding Ezreal with Heap, and it just gets there.
This is where you draw cards from Progress Day and just put them face down, and when your opponent sabotages, you're like, oh, good, I get to look at them for the first time too.
So a 9-card hand to start breaking. Currently, only 2 of the cards cantrip. So, big win this time around.
I think everything, or whatever Randy takes right here, I mean, granted, this game's going to go forever for the Kai'Sa player, would give you so much information on what's in their hand. Because, like, if you're Randy, like, you actually don't want to take Singularity, and you don't want to take a Kathian Ring, because you have a 1-mana counter to it. The question is, it's a very finite resource if you only play 1. So do you want to delay it until it matters the most? Or do you want to keep allowing your opponent to just be sitting on very expensive cards? Watcher, expensive. Rain, Singularity, expensive. Falling Star, Piercing Lights, all very cheap. Which, as you see here, I don't want to deal with these in the interim. I'll give you these big expensive spells. You will think you have it. Tap out for it. I got the 1-mana counter. So we're going to try eating at the immediacy plays here.
You say one of until we get late in the game and he starts looping it with shovel and having it every turn, but
that part is very true. That part is very true.
The question is that the type of game we're gonna get here? Because that is a thing that you can do in Riftbound. Yep. Is that what is going to happen? That is the harder question.
Based off the Kai'Sa start in hand, I want to lean towards, if we have like our ESPN AI metadata going on, I think we're like 80% in that game. That's where the barometer is right now, because we saw a Sentry. And essentially the most expensive Sentry in a Watcher at this point in the Kai'Sa player's hand. So, and at this point of the game, Sentry and Poro aren't what they are in the first 2 turns, as they will just get eaten alive by Rasas and Ezreals alike. So, it's going to be interesting to see how the Kai'Sa gets their points over the next 2 to 3 turns. Is a Kai'Sa player.
Few cards in hand. Did we top deck the Noxus Hopeful?
Yes, we drew a Hopeful and are essentially hand shuffling a sideboard at this point, trying to figure out which card we want to bring in.
It's actually more than a sideboard. It is in fact exactly 1 card more than a sideboard. So
He's just like, okay, if I play this card, how can they react?
Yeah.
He's doing that for all 9 cards.
We've casted Gifts and Wish, and we are now looking at our sideboard for a card to bring in.
There's this weird thing too, where it's like, even if you do believe that Randy has an Unyielding Spirit right now in his hand, do you still just cast Singularity?
We have how many Roonies? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Currently
5, 6,
8.
7, 8. I mean, you
could play a 2-drop and cast Singularity.
Yeah, I think it's
probably
get it out of the way now. You don't see the shovel in play, as you mentioned. Fizz and Unyielding Spirit doesn't particularly work unless you also play Here to Help. So, I mean, if they use it now, they're essentially never going to have it again. Yep.
Of course, Randy is still going to play it. Like, you don't just like let the Singularity resolve, but he does have more Sabos now, so he can start dealing with like the rain, the follow-up, the stuff that Kaisa does have to be able to then follow this Singularity and try and deal with the board. So that's where Randy's gonna have to go. He's gonna have to go to that good old reliable Sabotage.
Yep, finger guns, baby. Everybody loves the finger guns.
The thing about it is like
Unyielding number 2.
Okay, so we do play a second.
Oh,
there you go.
Well, that's insane. We've not. Kaisa has not progressed the board at all, or not the turn cycle at all. There's no points.
Yep.
Turn math is still there. So like, if Randy can keep taking these trades, card for card trades, and can deal with units in some way, shape, or form, eventually they're going to get to the point where they can recycle their units and redraw them. Whereas Kaisa, like when they die, they die. So it seems like it's like the macro is going in favor of Randy here. At least my gut says that, but I'm also not familiar with this matchup really at all.
This is very interesting. We're going to go for like a pseudo development turn here. Go on, Kuvi.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
apparently
once again, I think who cut out? Oh, Kuvi's. Oh, did we lose the Jarvis bot after 12 hours or whatever? It happens. Sorry, Kuvi.
Sorry, everything you said was amazing in chat, and they ain't never getting it again. So
Yep.
you got to pay $19.99, 3 installments to get whatever was just said.
Get Kuvi. Yeah. No. Sorry, everybody, but we'll get that fixed and we'll get Kuvi back straight away.
Jarvis, get Kuvi back online, please. Thank you.
I was gonna note here is you notice just from the body language of the Kaisa casting the Cathian Rain and then just seeing the second Unyielding, it's just like, okay, like that is just part of this game. That is fine. Yeah. That is not an unexpected outcome, especially because, you know, you didn't see another Sabotage hit the board. You didn't see any of this other stuff. It's like, if he has it, he has it, because the game is not progressing where I lose by casting this Rain and getting it Unyielding. However, this hand is down to 6 cards, down from 9. It is slowly being worked through by Randy with these Sabotages. He's got the Fizzes still that he can recur and continue to come through and play more Sabotages. He takes the card that can cantrip because he doesn't want there to be even more cards coming through by taking this. So it's slowly happening, right? It's down to 5 cards, but there's still, you know, Kaisa Survivor on the board. She's going to be able to look for a Conquer, right? There's still a lot more game that can happen here. And I think maybe something like a challenge to get rid of Survivor would be really nice to have. And I think there is one in hand available.
Yes. We've been sitting on challenges since turn 1 at this point. And I do think it's interesting here as we talk from Randy's perspective of nothing's really going on. The Kaisa player seems very just, yep, I'm going to cast these things and make my 1 unit because it's realistically all I can do anyway. And he's like, oh yeah, Unyielding Spirit, no big deal. It's like I have to get through these. I have to deal with it. Ultimately, my turn was, I could have played a Poro and a Sentry. Instead, I played a Poro. Ultimately, the opportunity cost was very little. You just make your opponent have it. And unfortunately for them, they had it, but I think they're still pretty calm and collective because as much as the Kaisa isn't building the board, in the current state, Randy isn't doing too much either, though we know, 5-6 turns from now, there'll be 18 power on the board.
Mm-hmm. Also, we've got some breaking news from the chat. Unofficially confirmed, but I think it's pretty reliable here. Draven not in the finals.
Yep, Draven out, which means Ezreal final against the winner of this matchup. It looks like there is just a dispute of just the Kaisa player not understanding how the buff comes through onto the Sivir, but it looks like that's all resolved now. Sabotage was played this turn, and then the challenge. So that is 2 power costs played on the turn, which gives the +2 in the ganking to the Sivir. That's where the challenge was able to make quick work of the Kaisa, which is going to be able to deny some future card draws. So as we can see, the strategy for this matchup for Randy is to shred the hand, and we see a quick take of Fizz, which is very likely to be for an answer to more of the hand, as we do have the Ruin Runner. As them in late end game insurance. Doesn't feel like he needs it right now with him knowing the hand. But there's some end game insurance.
Tip for chat, since people love to put cards in their sideboard. When you're in the matchup, you want the card, and you stare at it, and you put it to the bottom, just take it out of your sideboard. Don't worry about it. No, Camel is a good card. Camel is a good card, but I always just find it funny when we take every other card over it. Granted, it was Rasa for what it's worth.
I always remember a story from an old MTG story with Michael Jacob and Cedric Phillips, where they brought in a bunch of kitchen finks against like mono red or something. It just ended up not being good. They lose in the finals of a PTQ. And Cedric Phillips' friend Michael Jacobs comes up and just says, after they had lost this grueling finals, just goes, "Nice kitchen finks, idiot," and then walks away. It's like, oh, you boarded in this card, it didn't even matter.
Yep.
The classic.
Okay, Randy just getting a quick check on the runes. Going up to 9 runes for Kaisa on the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like the best cards from our opponent, or the best cards in our opponent's hand for the rest of this game, are going to be at the top of the deck. Because that is our only protection we're going to have from these sabotages. Because we are built a board state where we lose to very few things. Fortunately for the Kaisa player, one of those things can theoretically be Watcher, which cannot be saboed, notably, but can be Mind Splittered if we were to play those. And it's just going to be building a board that can threaten that. Right now, a Watcher will just kind of get foffed, and you'd maybe trade with a unit, and you wouldn't really get very far.
All right, so going to use this merchant to cycle on this turn because the confront has it enter ready, wanting to bring it home. Hidden Fight or Flight is going to be able to protect Sivir from the piercing lights that he knows are in hand. Can't use the Sivir. You can use the Sivir to hit backline, right? But you can't kill the Sivir with that because the Fight or Flight will bring the Sivir home.
Mm-hmm.
Now Randy's going to start counting zones, so he knows how close he is to the stack.
2 piercing lights. What could we do with that if we were to repeat both of them? You could do like 4 to a battlefield, 4 to the back line, but do that twice. You have to be careful about getting foffed and how that messes with the units having to be at different locations.
So you would do
interesting puzzle here.
You would do 4 to Rasa, and then send those extra 4 towards the Sivir. Because then she can't actually be protected by the Fight or Flight.
True. Right. She's at a different location.
And then you can, I believe, still target 4 more into the Rasa and then kill Ezreal. And I think that's like the most you can kill.
Do we have 9 or 10 runes? What are we at here? Because we're going for a baby
It's
Watcher.
9. It should be 9. Yeah.
So we can do a singular piercing light. Does that change the math at all? Does it make it easier for us? Because now we ping the Rasa once, choose the Sivir. Doesn't matter, we'll just die because it'll have negative. We'll be at -1. And then the Rasa is going to be at 4.
Can kill Ezreal. It's not that great, I don't think.
Right, it's going to be a kill a Sivir, kill an Ezreal, do 2 damage to the Rasa, and then be able to trade with the Poro, which I think is my math correct? Right, because there'll be 3.
Does it even?
Right.
You can't kill Sivir here unless you're...
No, I don't think so.
Because this can't be repeated, right? It's just going to be a single cast.
Just one. Is it just kill Ezreal?
It'll be 2 and 2. Just Ezreal.
If we started with Rasa and then...
Yeah, why don't we shoot the Rasa, man? If you wanted to kill the Sivir. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you could shoot Rasa and Sivir and not kill Ezreal, right? You can kill Sivir or Ezreal. And I mean, I agree. You probably kill the Sivir instead of the Ezreal, right? That's probably a little bit better.
I think at this point, our Ezreal's done everything it's going to do, and it's really kind of irrelevant with 2 gold and 2 seals. And I think the more important part is we now get to trade a Poro up into a Rasa. Instead, we're trading a Noxious Hopeful, and that Noxious Hopeful trades up a lot better. It's little things like a few Stupefies, 1 Hexray, and all of a sudden you're trading 7 on 6, things like that.
Hopeful won't have to trade at least, right? Because it's 4 into 3.
Yes, it won't. Yeah, it won't.
Yeah.
It's just that we're now put our Hopeful kind of like in...
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see, yeah.
Right, we put our Hopeful like in danger way. We could have just had like a Poro kind of do it and just moved on, because it'll be interesting to see, because now it's just going to get eaten up by the Rasa in the back line, and then our Poro in future turns again is asking for a lot from us, whereas we could have got the more immediate value from it now.
All right. I mean, this is absolutely a shovel macro game, and we'll see where Randy's shovel is. He's low on cards, but he must be getting close to that second cycle.
Yep.
And the question is where are the rest of the Ezreals as well, right? Because we've only seen the 1 played so far, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
So a lot more draw to be had.
I just wonder if there was a line of, I can't remember, I know there's a Hexray. I just wonder if there's lines of repeating like a few of these piercing lights with Hexray and almost clearing like the whole board, but I didn't really get the chance to map it out there.
Fizz bargain. You kind of want to draw with the Fizz, but you can definitely start with the Trove to look first. Because the Fizz still may want to be a Sabo. You may want to continue shredding the hand. But currently low on cards. So we're going to just see the Trove get yeeted away for the Merchant to draw. Keep Randy on point tempo. Now he can actually start to pressure points, though, going to 4 on this turn.
I mean, the upside for us on the Kai'Sa's side is while we will lose our Hopeful immediately, we are asking Randy to put one of his more precious units in the Rasa to kill it. And then that will get eaten very quickly by the Watcher. You could also push the Sivir up, which is a pretty valuable unit as well. And Randy's only outs to this Watcher are really just punch firsts, like very timely punch firsts. Because other than that, we're like 7 on 6, 7 on 4. It's all going to kind of be the same. So punch first is going to decide how long this Watcher lives, I believe. And I wonder if this is what he's contemplating here with which unit he goes in with.
New gold for Randy.
More gold for the Goldman.
Yeah, I wonder what's in the hand. Because we could have lined it up to where we paid 2 power this turn to have the Sivir trade up and then, die all the same to the Watcher. But instead we've had to put our Rasa in danger now. And I wonder, is there just not power cards we can cast in our hand, or we just don't want to?
There is that Fight or Flight, which is probably just saving like either thing that stays there, whether it's pushing pushing the Watcher or
the Sivir, yeah.
Or just pushing your unit home, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it is going to be the called shot. I think, you need to refill. As much as the Sabo is fun, I think you'd rather have 2 cards than have 1 less. And there's going to be another Rasa. Punch first to the bottom. And Ezreal is perfect. That's just going to keep giving you the refill.
Yeah. We are getting to the point, though, where when can we cast this Ezreal? Because we kind of want every card in our hand at this point. So it's getting a little interesting there. I think that's what he's considering right now is, what am I drawing in the next few turns that's, expendable? Is there a scrap heap coming up maybe that I bottom from a stack deck? Otherwise,
I know 1 did go bottom, maybe even 2. So I know they are on their way, but I'm not sure exactly where. I mean, Randy does, so that's the thing.
Right. I'd expect to see a Rasa this turn and maybe just hold up Faf, unless that's a scrap heap, and a hold up Bargain. I think we most likely will see the Ezreal deployed at a later turn. It'll be an interesting decision point to just go Rasa 1, hold up 2, can be Faf, could be Hard Bargain. Hard Bargain, shockingly good when your Kai'Sa's best spells in this moment are 7-6 mana roughly.
Mm-hmm.
That is the tough thing, though, is Kai'Sa will be at 9 mana. So hard bargain, because it's not repeatable with the Ezreal not on the board, will actually be able to be beaten with a top deck Rain. In this moment,
right,
there is vulnerability from the side of Randy.
Yep. We
Top
still
deck
have one
Rain is
piercing light.
brutal.
Yeah, one piercing light that we know about, a hex tech or hex ray we know about, random card.
It's a Poro.
That looks like Pouty Poro.
Yeah.
Pouty Poro off the top.
So, and I think so. There should be 2 random cards in the Kaisa player's hand that Randy doesn't know about, I believe, because they've had 2 draw steps since the last Sabo, this being the second one. And I don't believe, yeah, and we just played Piercing Light Watcher, which we're always there. So,
Can we talk about how sweet that jacket is? Like, I want that jacket.
It's a very nice jacket.
I like the jacket, but it reminds me of those captchas where they hide something in black and white. And they're like, and they're like, what is popping out of this? Is this a Q, a T? And then I write T, and they're like, actually, we were looking for uppercase T. You're banned and can't get into the Riftbound Regional.
You're banned.
Might be one of those T-shirts where if you squint, it says something.
Right. One of those.
Yes, it's a picture, not picture in picture, hidden magic art.
So we're calling them on no punch first, which is interesting. Let's see how this plays out.
Do you push the Fox or do you push the Rasa at this point? I feel like it probably just ends up being the Rasa, right? You're just keeping your material, you don't want to risk it at all.
Yes. I would self-push here.
Point doesn't matter.
Most times I would self-push here.
Yeah.
Your opponent's paying a power for it.
And they don't even draw a card. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's so weird when this deck wins a combat, it doesn't draw a card.
Yeah,
Red deck
it usually feels so bad. Oh.
And Piercing Light is explicitly battlefields, right? So we can't double target backlines or anything. It's battlefield.
Have to
there,
battlefield. Right? One has to be battlefield, and the other can be anywhere.
Yep. So we're insulated around that, other than this little merchant. But we're obviously not going to repeat on a merchant twice. I don't even legally think we could, but I'm about to find out.
I think you can. I think because you pick targets when you cast it, so I don't actually see.
They don't resolve.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason you can't repeat it to then kill the Sivir.
Makes sense. Yep.
Cool. Okay. So that's something.
It's not a lot though.
So the thing that this opens up, though,
very good.
This opens up other shovel lines, though, where you can conquer with the shovel, and then you have the accelerated unit out of the bin. So.
Very surprised to not see the sentry be deployed to the battlefield. We're kind of just giving up our Poro for free because, I mean, there's interesting lines here because we're holding a retreat and we're obviously looking to redeploy this Watcher, so it's probably why we're building a backline, so I can understand this. But maybe Randy doesn't even go without the punch first. There's not amazing trades for him.
I think he just drew a punch first, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what he found.
Amazing lines.
Yeah. But there currently now is, because now we just eat it 1-1, and we're going to trade a punch first or a retreat, which we're not exactly going to go home crying about. We're going to get the 6 points relatively easily while still holding a Rasa in the back line. The question here for Randy is, do you go right or left first, depending on how you're mapping out your turn?
There is going to be an argument to hard bargain the retreat for the Watcher. There is going to be an argument for it.
Yeah.
That is going to blow out probably the whole turn, I think.
Because you do have to slightly worry about like rain off the top. There are some of these things that can happen that start to hurt your board. But dealing with this Watcher, not allowing that to be in hand, is going to be massive for Randy.
Yep. Yeah, the only downside would be going right first, overcommitting, and then having the retreat come. But knowing that you have the hard bargain in hand, that's kind of safe no matter which direction you go. We're going to play retreat. Opponent's going to say no.
Yeah, I expected him to snap it off. Yeah. It feels too good to let this go. One card in hand. You're not playing around the top of the deck. You play around the cards that are there. You know that becomes a Watcher. The Watcher is actually annoying for you on the next turn. So.
Yep. At this point, barring another unyielding spirit, which I do not believe we have, unless we deploy the Ezreal here, our board is wiped to an Acathian Rain, and if we don't draw an Acathian Rain, we will extend the hand. And that is kind of what I can imagine to be the next few turns.
Yeah. Just absolutely surgical from Randy, right? Like, this is exactly what this deck wants to be doing. This is every single thing we kind of expected to happen.
Yep. The good news is we have 2 draw steps for the Kaisa. They can double trade into the Fizz, draw an extra card. wipe 2 Rasas, let our opponent go to 7, and say you need some type of acceleration to close out the game, and maybe be able to come back from that position. It's a time warp.
Time warp.
Which
we're short. 9 runes.
Oh, I was gonna say,
He's
even if they
scratching
weren't,
his, like,
that's an expensive explorer.
Yep. I mean, again, I think he knows now that he has to lead into the right side, or to the left side, from his perspective, and just trade 3-on-3, and then gets one more draw step. Obviously not pretty, but it's a way out.
I mean, I've seen a Poro and a Sentry take on a Rasa before. I can see the outcome being.
Oh, they're not taking on a Rasa. They're just taking on a tiny little fish demon thing.
Little fish.
They're going for the Rasa.
You can with the hex ray. You definitely could. You would then pass the turn and probably lose. But if you want the moral victory of sending the demons back to where they came from,
the watery depths.
Yeah.
It's crazy that he looked at his trash, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's just his hand."
I thought the exact same thing. I was like, "When did his hand get so big?" And I'm like, "Okay,
no. This time around, he has 1 card in hand. Well, 2. The warp is the new one.
Yeah.
Oh, please go into Poro. Oh, never mind.
He's drawing.
Oh, he found another Poro.
Another Poro.
Doesn't matter anyway.
It's
reassuring.
Yeah.
It's just like if you find
no difference.
If you find the Acacia Drain there, you just still actually lose now because you just left the Fizz on the board
with extra steps.
Yeah. But anyway, on to game 2. So the answer is now known for all players, and the answer is 2 for Unyielding Spirits.
Yeah.
Which will, I wonder if, I mean, maybe it was just a very bad sequences of draw from the Kaisa, especially after a Poggers Day. We didn't see a single Yordle or any type of hand replenishment. I wonder if maybe they were sided out. I highly doubt they were. But now
they felt
knowing,
too good in game 1.
Yeah. now knowing your opponent has 2 Unyielding Spirits, I wonder if that potentially ups you on certain cards, like maybe Smokescreen if you were to side them down, or Void Seekers, or if you start over and then under index on things like the Acathian Reigns and the Singularities. Now knowing, it's one thing to get your Void Seeker Unyielding, you're still going to draw a card, it's not too much mana, but essentially tapping out your whole turn and getting Unyielding is turn that game on its head.
Yep. I also wonder if the macro game plan of we just wait this game out, I'm the control deck, I'm going to win eventually, is like, oh wait, no, that's not, like, I'm not actually going to do that. They're going to be able to contest. I mean, at this point in the tournament, I don't know if you can change up your macro strategy on a dime like that, but it definitely did not work out in that game.
No, you have to adapt. You have to figure out what's best, but it does feel like in general the macro can't be changed too hard on the Kaisa side. Like realistically, you just recognize that the cantrip early units felt way better. So the more you can get there is good. When it comes to sideboarding strategy, you could try and play around the Unyielding more, take out some of the big spells, and hope that you can get underneath it. But it's a bit tough, especially because those big spells do line up well into the units that are being presented by the Sivir side.
Right, yeah. The question is if you think you can do something different. Because normally in certain games, cards like Thermo Beam, cards like Factory Recall, I guess, in the new set. I mean, granted, that card costs nothing, but very expensive but pointy cards, as we like to call them. Just they do the thing and they do it only. You do just have to say, against Aurora, you're not going to be like, they might Mind Splitter it away, I'm not going to bring in Thermo Beam. Like, no, you're going to bring in Thermo Beam and you're going to try to kill the Aurora. Yeah. But the interesting part with the Sivir deck is that they see so many damn cards. And these are expensive spells. It's not like, do they have Defy on my Catalyst on turn 2? That's a very just binary, they're going to have it or they don't. But on turn 3, 4, 5, especially with a deck like Sivir, they're going to see these cards.
They have it.
So, they have it.
You're
going to have to play through 1, most likely. The question is there a way to play around 2? Because I do agree that you should not just rip the good cards out of your deck if your opponent plays a counter. If you're bringing in, Pouty Poros number 9, 10, 11, it's not really going to help.
All right.
So you're telling me I'm not supposed to take out all of my spell damage cards in Kaisa now?
No, I mean, I don't think you ever really should have. But, there was times where you cut down on some.
You just baited everyone. Ezreal won a game against Draven, not the match. It is
in real life.
It is 1-1 Ezreal versus Draven currently.
Oh my god.
though.
believe he would lie like that.
This is
preemptive celebrations from everyone. I know
This
Huge is
is-
not there. He just got some intel from a friend that's there, but
Jarvis, deploy the shot collar on Huge. Thank you.
unreal. Where's Ezreal from? Where like region is Ezreal from? Riftbound or in
He's
League?
Piltover.
Well, this
He's
is
Piltover?
technically Piltover, but he travels the world a
So
lot.
this is This was
He is-
Piltover state-sponsored media that was coming in telling us that Ezreal made it.
Yeah.
And the stocks went up, and now they're dumping on us. This is just like a Bitcoin scheme. Unreal.
Wow.
I mean, if it is Ezreal v Kaiser, you can use that cinematic shot of them in the Shuriman tombs.
Oh yeah, there is a cinematic where they are
Oh, there's a
together.
little white boy speaking a little Shuriman over here. I didn't even know this. Elaborate.
There's a cinematic of Ezreal taking the tear of the goddess from a Shuriman like tomb. He takes it, and then the tomb, like Indiana Jones, goes into like lockdown, and all these like void things come out and go for Ezreal, and then Kai'Sa saves Ezreal.
Well, we're down to 200 viewers. Thanks for that. But no, that's a good story.
Also, can I point out down to 200 is such a crazy thing to think.
Oh, yeah, well, we got 910 bad boys, girls, and NBs in the chat right now. So yeah, we got a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the viewers. Thank you everybody for tuning in and watching the Chinese events with us, coming to the co-stream. It is it's 5 a.m. for me. I'm sure it's not any type of fun time for anybody. But
7:21, baby. I woke up at 5 a.m. for this.
It's 12:30 for me. I'm
yeah,
I'm
but
perfectly fine.
yeah, having everybody hang out is a great
Is it
time.
New
It's good to have
Guinea
you here.
time? Where are you at? That's 12:30.
It's in
Scotland.
Scotland.
Oh, okay.
It's 12:30 p.m.
Oh,
in the morning the next day.
We don't do PM time here. Sorry, me and Cass don't know what a PM is. We start in the late hours of the PM.
But if you do enjoy the stream, please remember to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy what we're doing. We have this every single week. We have one more of these next week, and then there will be likely, as there was with last set, a national open that happens for China, and we will cover that once we know the dates for that. But one more week of this for the regional opens.
Cass is flying down for that.
Yeah, I would.
Or up,
I would do
up,
it.
Down. I don't really know where China is relative. You know, they say the world's a sphere,
east.
but I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. You know, I'm not a full believer in that. So it could be up and down, east and up, diagonal. Start
Flying
selecting.
down. I would
Down
go
goes
through the
through the
earth
bottom
to
of
the
the
other
flat
side.
Earth.
Yeah.
No, there's no other
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, of course, to the bottom of the earth.
That's the upside down. We
The
learned about that in
glacial
Stranger
Wall.
Things. We're gonna be covering PT Upside Down with co-host Demi Gorgon.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah.
In collaboration with Netflix, season 6 of Stranger Things.
Yes. Yeah. Millie Bobby Brown II is now 8 years old again.
Using creepy AI to re-youngin them back to their
Yeah, it's like was it Robert De Niro with the youngification when
they did that in Stranger Things.
Oh, they did.
The young version. Like once you see it and you know that it's like AI, like I guess youngening. You can't unsee it.
Youngening.
It's
like
so
like Children of Men, like all these like apocalyptic shows where it's like they always have some word for like the undoing. We're just doing the youngening.
Yeah.
We're actually doing the worst. We're making the world worse by making more children. Apparently.
Yes.
With the youngening.
Please come join us in the youngening.
This is like a side quest character ever since the youngening happened. The world just hasn't been the same. It's like some Fallout 76 thing.
Yeah, it's just one old guy.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
save
we're
me.
back into the match.
Get me.
Cass is like, please,
out of
please,
this, please.
Randy, start the match.
Please. All right,
Yes.
we've got Obelisk for Randy, and we've got a Reaver's Row for the Kai'Sa side of things. And we'll see if there's any adaptations from Kai'Sa for this game, right? I mean, really, if we don't see any reigns or singularities or something like that found, that is certainly one thing that could have been made. But I'm kind of with you, Vero, and I don't really think that stuff needs to get sided out. The way we saw that game go, you are kind of just supposed to fight through it. And if he's able to find... He had one turn where if he finds second rain in that moment, it actually might just win him the game. So there is just the opportunity that these cards can bail you out. And there's also the opportunity that, look, Randy could have the unyieldings in the bottom 10 of his deck, and you just don't quite get to them in time. Generally, he's going to find them, but you got to kind of play towards the out. So
in this meta, how many like Achathean Reigns are you actually playing? It's also just like you might not need to side it out because it's just your 39th card in the deck. I'd be surprised if they're playing 2 in the main deck. I know it is a control variant list, but there's not many decks that it blows out. This can sometimes be one of them. So I'm actually wondering how many they'd have in the list. Usually you'd see like 2 minimum, usually 3. I wouldn't be surprised if there's just 1 in the whole, 56 cards, but I'd imagine there's 2, but it wouldn't surprise me if we over-indexed on Singularity, because it just lines up much better.
Yeah. And we saw the start of the first game for Kai'Sa just flooding a bunch of 2s, being very effective and helped, get the early points. Don't give the Sivir a lot of time to just assemble everything that she wants, know the stack, be able to just dig to the exact cards that she needs for every single spot. And, this time there is at least a Poro to kick things off for Kai'Sa, and we'll see if there's any more follow-up there. But for Randy, it's Stack Deck plus Treasure Trove as the cards on offer for the early game.
Yes, as we're going to take our time to draw, as Stack Deck finds second Stack Deck, which finds third Called Shot.
Yeah.
I think that's the exact same 3 cards he just saw. It was Called Shot, Stack Deck, and a challenge, and he put a challenge and I think a Call Shot to the bottom.
Yeah. Well, and you can see he's not very happy about it. That's not very good.
It's not phenomenal. You don't want these cards all at once. You want them nicely, layered.
Yep.
Few draws
Double Called Shot
from
in the
each.
bottom is really bad.
Yep. You want these cards to be separated out. See 2 cards I want, 1 card I don't. Take the card I want, 2 I don't. Oh, my next card's Stack Deck. And that's how you get 27 cards deep on turn 3.
Yeah. And the thing with these digs going to the bottom is once he hits this stack, everything else he started putting in the bottom, he can just find immediately. He knows that he can just find every single piece that he's been able to put at the bottom. But now getting to that point is going to take a little bit more time, as we actually saw the challenge taken, and it was stacked, called, put to the bottom. So going to take a little bit more time to get there.
Yeah, we're maybe going to try to play a mid-rangey-ish game with this challenges in the next few turns, kind of trying to emulate what we saw in game 1, where Randy almost brought it back, realizing that, as we've all pointed out, because we're all so smart, you can't draw these cards together, or at least not see them on the Stack Deck, because then your deck's going to be slow. As we're going to see.
I mean, Kai'Sa also only has Spore as a unit, really. I mean, this is accelerated Kai'Sa here on reverse, obviously, but only 2 units.
Accelerated.
So if
Not
he loses 2
accelerated.
units, Kai'Sa actually.
Not accelerated, which I don't know,
What
man.
would be the reason?
What does
even?
that tell you if you're Randy?
He has retreat.
Challenge?
He has retreat and he's playing around challenge, which is
Yeah, I
respectable.
think
Yeah.
That's
Which
like
is
the only line it could possibly
fair.
be, right?
No, that's fair.
Right. There's also a macro sense of there's just like no point.
I mean, if there's no retreat, then
Didn't have the
Okay.
retreat.
No
Wait, hold up.
He
Unsure.
could have been bluffing it, and Randy just said, "I don't care."
Oh, that's fair.
Like,
Yeah,
Randy
I
said,
mean-
"Just show it to me." Right?
When you're
That's legit.
when you're this far behind, I mean theoretically behind, based off like what we both know players' macro strategies to be. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could think is we have a very heavy hand. Like we have 2 Achathean Reigns, a Singularity, a Watcher, a Time Warp, and we're just worried about losing that 1 rune. But we gave up essentially a whole turn of this game by not being at 2, and then a card draw. Now that being said, if this Kai'Sa were to die, we would have only been at 3. So theoretically, nothing's changed, but very interesting. But we're going to see the whole hand get played out here. So maybe none of this will matter.
Yeah. And as you said, I think the thing is this: Randy knows he's behind, right? The other side,
Right.
Kai'Sa player does not know that Randy is behind at this point. He doesn't know that that's how this game is going. But Randy knows he's behind, so he takes the risk. And now it has to be like, how can you shred this hand? Because the Yordle, the most threatening card in the Kai'Sa's deck, this Lecturing Yordle, has now been deployed, and that is generating so much value for the Kai'Sa that's going to cause a lot of problems.
If we go back to Kuvi's line from before, was it you have to be ballsy on turn 2? What was his phrasing? Kuvi was saying
What
that you
did
had to do
we-
like
What do you mean?
Stupefy?
No, there was just no. If you didn't have retreat, there's no bluffing really. The bluff is not. It has to have a purpose, and you have to be in a spot where you can actually bluff, and you have to understand that the opponent will respect the bluff or not. And if the opponent cannot respect the bluff, then the bluff doesn't work.
Yeah, quickly here.
I am uncertain on this sequencing. This sequencing was very ungreat from the Kaisa player.
This brought Randy back into this game quite a bit because he just ate 2 cards for hard bargain.
Literally
He 2 for 1 with the hard bargain, but denied the draw that was going to come from the Stupefy. So he stopped so much from happening, and now he gets to go ahead and start this sabotage train. There's one, and he does have Fizz in hand. He can do a second one on this turn if there's another card that he liked that he wanted to get rid of. That may just be the play.
The interesting part here is it was very bad sequencing, but I also don't think it matters, because if my opponent on 2 cards like just casts a Stupefy, you may just hard bargain that right there too, depending.
Yeah.
So there's a world where Randy plays around it regardless, but I do agree it was probably suboptimal.
Right, but then you have a
Hexray in your hand. At least.
Array
Yes, I
in your
agree.
hand.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All this to say that I do not think that Sivir was ever going to die this turn, regardless. But yeah, we are just neg 2 cards as opposed to down 1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I'm wondering if it is Sabo. You still have Sivir. Decides to go against it because I'm trying to remember the 2 cards. I think it was Falling Star, Singularity. So I guess the Fizz is quite bad here because both of those cards kill Fizz Sivir. Well, only the Singularity kills Fizz Sivir. So you could kind of go for it in the spot, but he doesn't have to play it that fast. He can go slower.
Effectively does, because we're going to trade in one of our just miscellaneous units.
Yeah, it's Reavers though, so she just runs home. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I'm unsure why we went for the treasure chest. Not that it was bad or anything. I just think there's a reasoning of we don't want to play.
They didn't ramp from the treasure. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Did you not? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
He paid 1, made a gold, and then ramped.
I don't think he ramped. I think he drew.
Yeah, maybe
a card.
not. Maybe he did. Look, I'm not saying that he did. I'm just saying.
No, last turn they were on 6.
I thought the runes looked right.
They were on 6 last turn. Went down to 5 from playing challenge, and now went up to 7. So now we still just have 7s. I think everything's normal.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because he spent a gold last turn, right? He spent a gold. Yeah, he spent a gold last turn. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. So here again, an interesting one. Coming back to that Kaisa play, if we were at 3 right now, we could just send in a very dirtily unit on the right side, get our 4th point, try to deal with this Sivir and Frog outside of combat. You know, we could just double Falling Star this Sivir and have got our 4th point. Keep our units in the back. Now we have to make a decision on, do we really want to cast a 6-mana Singularity to clear both units? Do we want to cast a Falling Star just really to clear 1 unit? Because, as you mentioned before, they're going to Reaver's Row right back. So, and a Watchful Sentry drawn for the turn.
Long tank. From the Kaisa. Not a lot of cards left, right? This was Singularity, Falling Star.
Yep.
A healthy board, but once you start conquering, Sivir can start eating everything up.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is the time to get your big spells in, right? There's no unyielding resource up, so.
Yep. We are just killing them both, as you mentioned, for close to little costs. We're going to get 2 points, go up to 4. Be on a 2-turn clock. Yep, and get 2 gold, which will help our macro strategies as well, because if we're just planning to cast expensive things. And we did see the hard bargain cast. You, again, only assume that one of those is played. We got a pseudo Yordle being made in the back line with the Sentry, who will eventually crash in, most likely. Interesting point there. Randy can try to keep combat on the Reaver's Row for the next few turns to continually deny the Sentry running in for a free draw. Not that it's the least of his worries at this board state, but little things that add up.
Yeah, he needs a confront in this spot, but doesn't have it.
I don't think we've seen one this game either.
I don't even think is our graveyard even like that big? Like, I'm sure we can cast Arasa, but I know we have an Ezreal in here. But is our graveyard even that big right now?
It's not massive, and Fizz is actually going to reduce it.
Yeah. Yep. So we're gonna see
Other
a gold.
sabotage mid.
Okay,
Or
it's about
stack deck, I think so. It's sabotage,
7
probably.
cards. It looks like, so enough to like obviously fully discount Rasa. So that's good enough.
Yeah, he's gonna go -1 here. I was wondering if he's just considering stacked, but it is sabotage. He's gonna take the last card. He knows it's Falling Star.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Feels like this wants to be like Fizz Ezreal if he has the Ezreal in hand. Kuvi, you're saying he does not have Ezreal though, right?
I don't see
I thought I
Ezreal.
saw
They
one.
do
I think
have
if
Ezreal
there was
in
an
hand.
Ezreal, we should have
Oh,
played
it's-
it then.
It's
Maybe it was a
shovel.
card they picked up and then have since put it to the bottom off like a stack deck. Because I swore I thought there was an Ezreal in hand too, but maybe it was just something we saw for stack deck and had to choose something else. Unsure at the time.
Yeah.
Gonna be an equip as well of the shovel.
The equip is
Bargain stacked.
Stack deck,
Or-
hard bargain.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think
What are the
this-
other 2 cards in the silver hand?
Unsure. I think it's
Okay.
On the hunt.
On the hunt.
This makes
Oh,
sense
okay.
then. So this actually lets him clear both sides.
Yep.
Because he won't be able to like actually kill the other Bora, of
Yeah.
course, because it can retreat, but he could
Yep.
trade.
he'll get his
Because he
third
can play
point.
this out.
Yeah. Yep. You can play this frog. which
Oh,
just needs to
sorry.
tap
On the
for.
hunt does not work that way. Yeah, that's not confronted.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. It got us to a point tempo and got us a free unit, which will try to help us dig.
Yeah.
Shockingly, the Sivir has less cards, or about equal cards as the Kaisa, which you would not expect. But the good news is the frog will work very well, the traveling merchant, that is.
Yep.
Will be able to go in and out and potentially have an empty hand on the trigger. So there's
This-
some upside there.
This game comes down to top decks. We have to see what comes off the top of the deck. Stupefy is not
Stupefy?
bad. It's pretty good in
Very
a
good
spot
hand.
considering you're trying to push through the Fizz.
Yeah.
It's going to cantrip. It's going to draw you something else. It doesn't quite push over Fizz. Fizz is 5. There's only 3 might available for Kaisa.
Yep.
So you need to find a little bit more.
The good news is Stupefy lasts through the turn, even if combat's
Mhm.
reset, which is nice. Because the sentry,
Sentry.
draws you see there, you can
That's
kind of
bad.
suicide
Just-
the sentry in if you want another draw.
Well.
Because on board right now, we cannot kill this Fizz, but we can trade into Sentry. The -1 will still persist. And then drawing something like a Falling Star would essentially kill the Fizz and the Frog for the cost of a Yordle. We wouldn't get our 6 point though. So that would
Yeah.
be,
I
yeah.
think you might have to dig to see if you can find something here. Piercing Light repeated gets through and lets you go to 6. And I'm just,
No.
I don't, can you afford to slow down? I don't know that you can.
Yeah.
I think
No,
slowing down
that
here is
6
going to
point
just
is
mean that
massive.
Randy is going to probably win the game.
Yeah.
I mean, there
Yes,
is
sir.
another unit to cast. Yeah, like letting the shovel live is rough. I mean, of course, they would be able to, assuming you don't kill the backline and only are able to kill the Fizz, they would be able to re-equip, get in, and score. Again, we just need our 4th point this turn. So these sentries are actually not drawing for 2 turns. Because we're
Yeah.
going to get our 3rd point, move in for our 4th point. You can move in with a sentry. I Reavers out. You get your 6th point, but you're not drawing. The good
Right.
news of this is that we are ahead on turn cycles. So we're most likely going to get our 6th point next turn and then leave everything in the back. And then we are insulated in a way from any sabotages that will come because our hand will be close to nothing and our draw is actually on the board in the form of these sentries.
Rasa into the bin means it can be played off of the shovel. So essentially drawing a card in this spot as long as there doesn't have to be a re-equip of the shovel.
Yes.
And Shovel is on Hold and Conquer, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
today I learned you get it on hold as well.
Yes, you get on Hold and Conquer.
It is specifically in the beginning phase, though. So after you awaken, but before
Yeah.
you channel.
Generally, you will never get 2 triggers unless you are doing re-equipping shenanigans or ganking.
Yeah.
You will then hold and back, or something like On the Hunt could obviously do that.
Mhm.
I did
Don't
not see the
know.
peel off the top.
Correct.
He gave a facial reaction that he was somewhat probably unhappy with it.
Oh, it certainly isn't winning him the game right now, or else I think we would be seeing it.
Yep. The only thing
Slammed.
that could win us the game right now would be a time warp.
Correct.
That would end
Time
the
Warp
game.
would be
But Hard Bargain
Correct.
is available. Is this 12 runes, though? Yeah, 12
This
runes.
is 12 runes.
Hard Bargain is covered.
Okay, I like this to get to 6. Once again, it's an interesting world where you play the gambit and you throw the sentry in. You can no longer now do it because you've kind of put egg on your face by moving in the right side. But you could just throw a sentry in and be like, hey, do you want a reverse? And then draw the card. Yep. But now you've kind of given off that with your very lackadaisical move into the right side that Randy would most likely not.
With the foiling of the card, we can see it bending. Oh,
okay.
Just a...
I think that was a very... Why was he so sad? I think that was like a phenomenal draw.
Yeah, now we have to...
Yeah, I'm curious again why we... This is interesting. I kind of like this, but I'm kind of curious on it. We opted to make a gold over potentially drawing a card. Now I wonder if this is a consideration for sabotage or what.
I am confused why we didn't push this sentry to a battlefield, because they're gonna have to take both, right?
Right, but this plays into it plays into sabotage though, is the problem. You lose your backline, your top decks of Time Warp and Watcher are like no longer live really. And then the problem is if they kill your sentries, let you draw a card or two, and then sabotage fizz you, do some kind of funny stuff. So there is a reason, because like your Poro is not dying. It's just going to get backed up on Reavers. Your sentry, your first one, is definitely dying. But I like having the draw on your turn because you're on 12 runes, because you force Randy to have to kill both battlefields and defend them because you are just live to a top deck. Because right now we're going to have 5 in the back line. So if we throw 5 into Sivir and it just dies, we cast Time Warp and we win. So I think they're just keeping their odds open here by pushing in with that. Granted, of course, you could Reaver all these things all the same, but that's my only thought.
I had the fight or flight. Does he cast the Ezreal first? It's Rasa Ezreal is the hand. He's trying to get to open hand Ezreal. So there's the Rasa. I'm not sure how many it costs. 3. Okay, so it's going to cost 3. 7 in the bin. And then he has one more Rasa to play from the bin via the Fizz. But that will be expensive. If he plays the Ezreal now, he can't quite afford it because it costs 4 because it doesn't count itself, right? When it's pulled from the bin.
Right. Yeah, this most likely we will be seeing a frog or something else being resummoned, assuming that's what we want to do.
Yeah.
Unless we go all in on the Rasa, it would pretty much cost our turn, I think, right? Or do we have how much?
Does it cost 3? Does it see itself?
It should see itself, I would think.
I have no clue on that one.
Okay.
Is there a reason to have it backlined?
I'm sure on that one. So 5.
Yeah, I guess there's not a big reason it wouldn't see itself, right? Because...
Doesn't it still cost 1 more, or am I crazy? How many do you have untapped?
No, it should cost... He already recycled the rune, right?
Yeah, the rune got recycled.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what it looked like, right? I think this should cost 4, not 3.
Yeah.
Well, so there are 7 in the bin,
Apparently
so it depends on if it
itself.
counts itself, right? And it should... It doesn't see itself, is what I'm saying, but...
Yeah, apparently it
I don't know
doesn't.
why it wouldn't see itself.
Because it goes to the chain, and then like as a cost reduction event, like you have to cast it and put it on the chain, and then like kind of like pay the cost reduction would be my understanding of the rules. But I don't.
Oh, there might be an errata on shovel as well, where it's like a banish the card and then play something.
Oh, you're right.
See if it's on the errata
definitely
list.
right.
See if it's on the errata list.
Probably is.
Yeah. That would be my assumption based off my understanding of other games, but Riftbound remakes the rules every week.
Yeah.
What's the shovel? What's the shovel called again? It's not
Last
the shovel.
rights. Last rights.
Yeah.
Yep. I just think you put the card on the chain, and then the reductions come into play. Would be my understanding of the rules. So it should be 4.
Okay.
That was my.
I guess, but like, what what if you can't actually pay for it? Then are you not able to put it on the chain then? Or does it go back to the like? That's the weird question that I.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what if you didn't have 4 here?
Yeah, I think to my understanding, this isn't because it's a unit. I think it's because it's from Last Rights. But I can be like, I think this is a very particular Last Rights thing. Obviously, a normal unit when you cast from your hand doesn't go on the chain. Like that's not a thing that exists in this game.
Right.
Augur's Day in hand, by the way.
Augur's Day is certainly a draw at 12 runes. That is going to give you a plethora of options, but notably Watcher is not one of those options that you can
Watcher
play.
out, Rain out, right? Or does Rain is 7?
Rain is 7.
Yeah, so Rain out.
Singularity, but Singularity actually doesn't get there here.
So what
There's
are we looking
too
at
much
on the
might
board?
on the board.
Is
There's
what's on the
4.
left and right?
So there's 4 and 6 on one side, Sivir and Rasa, with the fight or flight hidden. And on the other side, there's Fizz with a shovel, so 5, and then 6 with Rasa. So Singularity would kill both Rasas, but there's only 5 might in play for the Kaisa. So even Singularity isn't getting there. It's what you want is maybe a mixture of some of the smaller spells, potentially. But even then, I mean, like, double Falling Star plus Void Seeker is too expensive. Double fall, triple fall. I mean, it's not that. We know that some have been put.
We
in the
know
bottom,
there's
right,
one
this
on
game.
the bottom. Yeah.
So
double Falling Star would kill 2 Rasas. That's not close.
Again, we do not need to break this board. We just need to break one side because we've seen an
True.
on the hunt played, and unless a second
True.
Fizz comes off the top, we like it is not. I'm confused.
wait,
here.
what?
I'm confused. What happened here? I don't understand what they're talking about. I'm unsure what's going on.
They're making him play it at base.
I think what's happened is he played it at base, tapped 3 runes when he thought he was going to be able to play the Ezreal. And then because he played it to a position and just miscounted his mana, they're now saying you've made a decision, you just didn't tap the appropriate amount of runes, and now it has to stay there. That's my best guess of my sign language Mandarin that I know.
Yeah, of course. No, I mean,
That's
that
my
seems to be
guess
the
as
case,
well,
right? Like,
actually.
that is, like...
Yes.
For what it's
Clearly
worth, it
what's
did
happening
look like he put it in base the first time.
The first time, yes. Originally, he thought he was most likely going to be able to play an Ezreal, which I assume would have went to the battlefield. And because as you pointed out, you said, is there a reason we're playing this to base? And then we got to the conversation. So, if you live by the letter of the law, that like does make sense. You did play it there. You just miscounted your mana. I don't know Riftbound. I don't know Riftbound's rules on rollback. I'd allow them to replay
but I'm
it.
also like, usually it's like if something changes, like that changes the outcome. Like the same reason that like if the information changed and it was in your favor, they'd go, no. Like that's
You're fishing
infraction.
for information. Right.
This looks like he's looking up the rules right now.
Yeah, I mean they're appealing to some.
I mean, maybe Randy
greater
appealed,
power.
right? He was like, "Hey, like that doesn't."
Jarvis,
seem right.
can you get Dave on? Can you get Dave on the line?
Yeah,
please?
call
Thank
Dave.
you.
Hey, Jarvis, call Dave.
Yeah, they're appealing to some greater power at the moment that we can kind of see. They're either talking to production in their ear or a head judge somewhere else while looking on a phone. So,
wait, hasn't Kaisa drawn a card at this point too? Like they've
that's what
they've fully gone.
Yeah,
adjusting the game after the game state, like after the turn has passed.
Yeah,
unsure.
I don't know. Well, and I want to like get rid of my bias for Randy as well in this moment, right? Like I don't want to be, because of course I'm rooting for Randy. You know, that's like literally a teammate of mine. We prepped together a lot for Bologna and everything. Like prep for him.
Yeah,
to
classic
go out here and do this,
U.S.
so-
player Randy.
Yep.
Yeah, classic.
Hey,
US
the same
player.
three colors. The same three colors there, baby. These colors
so
don't
I'm-
run. These
so I'm
colors
trying to
don't
think-
run, brother.
I'm trying to think if there's like a world where no, this is like correct, but I think if this wasn't already on the Kaisa turn and the draw had happened and all that, like maybe there's a world that this is supposed to be how it is, right? Like it did look like he played it at base, like before
Like-
they changed the runes situation, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So
And I can say based off
there's
everything I've
layers
watched
to this.
in the last 2 weeks, it is incredibly harsh, but incredibly consistent.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. They have done this for a bunch of things that I personally do not agree with. I am very, for the most part, if no new information was revealed, I don't try to get people on dexterity. None of
roll
these
it
things. The game I come from, Flesh and Blood, we don't. Generally, this doesn't happen. I would let somebody like take that back because they're like, oh, they miscounted their mana. It's fine. But based off the last 2 or 3 weeks of like what I've seen from the Chinese, and I didn't watch too much of Set 1 tournaments, these is kind of just how it is, right, wrong, or indifferent. They've consistently ruled it this way. Whether you agree with that, well, that's another story.
I also think that this is a little bit of a different scenario, or it's a unique scenario in that they made a play based on thinking that they were going to have an additional 3 energy there. And then the judges were like, no, actually, and then they did the whole rules thing where we figured out that actually, no, Rasa costs 4. Okay, that is new information. And I would be in the camp of, okay, new information has been presented. Everyone except for the judges were like, okay, no, this is fine before.
Yeah.
No, stop. New information. Actually, it costs 4 now. Go from that point. It costs 4. Make your decisions from there.
Yeah.
Seems like that would make sense, but
that's the slippery slope of like the new information debate, which everybody has when it's like, should you take something back or not? Theoretically, new information was given, which is you messed up. That is the incredibly harsh, and some games rule that way. Once again, it's not my personal opinion.
That's fair.
But it's just like, oh yeah, the new information that you made a boo-boo, and like, how much do we let people take boo-boos back? I don't know. In my world, I think, oh yeah, whatever, it's fine. It's not apparent, as you said, like it's a ruling issue more so than a, But then people say, oh, if you don't know the rules, you still made a mistake just because you didn't know the rules. Like, ignorance of the rule doesn't mean whatever.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess it's at the judge staff's discretion at this point.
Yep.
So, I mean,
because the unit wasn't technically like illegally casted or anything. It was casted. It was a legal play you can make. You just like mistapped your rune, which is something people do all the time. Some people tap no runes at all. But, it's just these things happen. And, it wasn't like they casted it to a base that said, like, you can't play something here. That's an actual legal play and would have to be rewind according to my understanding of the rules because you just physically could not do that.
Right, if they just put it in play and they weren't able to cast it.
Right,
like, oh,
they
no,
put it
sorry,
on,
you made that decision.
What is it, like Rockfall Pit or whatever it is, where it's just like units cannot be played here, that new battlefield from set 2?
Yeah,
like they made an illegal play. They like physically could not do that. Like you can argue then, well, I have to make a whole new play now. That being said, what they did
then where would you put it from there? Like if you controlled the other battlefield, where would the Rockfall Pit unit go?
In my understanding of the rules, I would say you have to recast it because you made an illegal play. But I don't know.
Right.
It looks like it is standing that it has to stay home.
Yep.
That is.
Well, if they can't break both of these, it may actually end up being better that there's a unit in base. Hilariously enough, for the reasons we talked about.
Granted, we'd have to get over another 6 power, but we're gonna see 4 on there. A falling star.
Watcher.
What was
That was
found?
a falling star. Be a watcher, but I think it was falling star.
It looks like falling star. I think you're right.
It does.
Got it.
It's falling star on Poggers Day, so we're down to 3, which means, we're down to 9, which means we have Poggers Day and then like Stupefy is a potential draw. Because at this point of the turn,
you don't need to Poggers Day.
Right, but at this point, there's no reason not to, right?
No, because you actually can draw from the Sentry and draw naturally from the...
Yeah, you're always making the move, right? You're going to go with the Sentry. They're obviously not going to back.
We kind of did -4 on the only unit that can actually just go back.
I'm curious if Randy is supposed to send this back and trust his hole on the other side.
Yeah.
Because I believe you should.
I mean, we have Foth, right? So one of the units just isn't...
Oh, right.
It's tough. It's really hard to make this call, right? You have to decide, because you're denying a draw, though, which is really important. It's just...
Yeah, you're denying a draw. You are setting yourself up to counterhold, which your Foth is kind of already doing.
He's bluffing. It's an Ezreal. He's bluffing.
Yeah.
It's an Ezreal in hand.
I do believe you should back here. Yes, I do believe you should. You deny a draw. Well,
oh no, he gets the draw.
You still don't. You still get the draw,
you still do deny a draw. Yeah, you are still denying a draw.
Yeah. Well, there's the
Watcher.
And that is exactly... So the thing here is we've used 3, so we can either accelerate or falling star. I think the correct thing is to not accelerate.
Yeah.
Because falling star will come through, and I think our player has realized this.
And that is going to be the game on...
Yep.
That is the game on the decision that the Rasa had to stay home. Randy is going to fall here to Kaisa in the semifinals.
Yep.
And his run will be stopped there.
Yeah.
Damn.
That is tough for Randy, but Kaisa is going to make it. That decision does make it happen, though. Unfortunate that that's how the run is going to end, on kind of this like misstep from this judge call from this spot. Randy will never make that mistake again for sure. as I'm sure he will be bringing this once again to Bologna, trying to make that run back, see if he can get the win. But that will be Kaisa making the final.
I'm trying to play it out. So let's just pretend nothing changed, and we throw a sentry in, and dies, and we draw a watcher. Can we still overcome that board? I don't know. I'm just asking for the sake of maybe making Randy feel better 16 months from now when he rewatches this.
Are you saying if the Ross is there or if he takes the trade?
If the Ross is there. So the Ross is there, right? We throw in a sentry. It dies. We draw the watcher.
It dies, it kills Fizz.
We now have...
Or Fizz goes home, right? Whatever.
No, I don't think you... The thing is, I don't think you make the Void Seeker play if there's a Rasa there. I don't think it makes sense.
Right.
You just throw in the sentry. Like, you throw in the sentry. You throw in the sentry, right? And it dies. You then draw a Watcher. You then get to accelerate Watcher.
You draw a Falling Star there. Watcher was the next card.
What was the first?
Watcher was the card from Conquer. Yeah, where was the first draw?
No.
It was Falling Star.
The draw was from Void Seeker.
Yeah, the draw was Void Seeker.
So
Falling Star was Void Seeker, then it was Watcher. Yeah.
So it was Falling Stars from Void Seeker and then from Watcher. Okay, so yeah, we would. So then we would have had to have Void Seeker thrown in the Sentry. We would then back out our Fizz, most likely.
Yeah.
And then there's just a Rasa there. It would die. We then have a Fox in hand. We accelerate a Fox. Can we clear that board? 3 and 1 is 4.
And there's
so we could have cleared the board and they'd have a Fizz in the backline, right? So you accelerate Watcher. It's 7 on 4. That dies. You would draw a card. And then you would have 1 mana left. And then you'd throw a 3 on 3, kill it, or Randy would most likely back. And then you couldn't back, excuse me, because the game would be over. So the Rasa has to die. So you would untap with a Fizz in play, a Shovel, and an Ezreal in hand. And you would need to break a 7 Might Watcher, and your opponent would have like a Falling Star and 2 miscellaneous cards in hand.
I don't know, it's tough.
Yeah. It's not a guarantee he would have won if he was able to make the play he wanted to. But I think he would have been in a favorable position, and obviously being not dead is a more favorable position, of course.
Well,
but also something from what I can see and recollect, and I might be missing something. I'm pretty sure the board gets wiped, and we have a Watcher on the right side of the field. We've drawn an additional card from Conquering for our 8th point, and there would be a Fizz in the back line with the Shovel, and an Ezreal in hand, and a random card off the top. What goes on from there, I don't know. Of course, the Ezreal can come in, or the Fizz can come in and Conquer, then use the last rights. So theoretically, there's a 3rd card somewhere.
Yeah, you get a Sivir off that.
So if you go Confront,
you
get a Sivir, you can find a Confront off the top, make a Rasa, play the Ezreal 9 on 7. You actually just win the game. So a lot of things could change.
There's a lot there, but end of the day, Randy does fall in the semifinals. Great run from him. Can't get it done fully on Sivir. Unfortunate way for that to end, but it is what
there
it
was
is.
A fight or flight, so maybe
we will see Randy once again in Bologna, of course, and he may be trying to get into the one last week of this in China as well. But I know, Marshall, you are heading out, so thanks for joining us, Marshall, before we head to the finals. If you got any last words before we kick you on out of here.
I hope it's not Draven in the final. That's my last words. I want the Ezreal player. I want Ezreal v Kaisa. I hope Draven didn't make it.
Yeah, because then we can get on to the new thing, which is ban blue.
Yeah, perfect.
Ezreal's in the finals, there's Kaisa, it's ban blue.
True.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, Marshall. We'll see you around.
See you guys later.
Hey, Marshall.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, there was a fight or flight in that situation. So maybe we would have just had to play Falling Star, Void. Yeah, maybe we just had a Void Seeker. And I don't know. Maybe, unfortunately, it did matter more. We just went all in on the left side.
I mean, lecturing Yordle OP, ban lecturing Yordle, please. Thank you.
Also true. Yeah, we did a fight or flight, and yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Could not have Randy winning that one, so. Yeah. We are going to have Kaisa in the finals. We'll see if Kaisa can continue to stay the winningest for a very long time in China, with currently 4 tournament wins of the major tournaments. Could add a 5th here and make it impossible for Draven to pass her during Spiritforged.
That would be hilarious.
But we're waiting now for the grand final to come up should have the other match done.
Okay, I found the line. I found the
Did he
line.
not? Oh,
You can go on, Kuvi. I'm just musing at this point. No, I was saying I think the line would be, assuming all things were played correctly, right? As you play the Watcher, and then he's Falling Star, the main board Rasa, and the backline Rasa, and then you send in a Poro, and it gets pushed. And then you send in a Yordle, and it overtakes and draws a card. And then there's a Fizz trapped on a battlefield, and with a Conquer trigger. Would that be maybe the play line that would have happened? Yeah, I think that would have been the play line that happened. I think everything were the same. So
yep. End of the day.
Yep.
Tough loss there. Bit of a bummer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kuvi, you alive?
Yeah.
Am I what?
You alive? You over there?
I mean, I am starting to hallucinate.
Okay, that's pretty good.
But I think that's a good sign, right?
What
That
are you
means that I'm alive.
seeing with the hallucinations? Are we seeing what? Are we seeing different
Rats
lines? Are we
everywhere.
seeing what?
I'm seeing rats everywhere.
Rats everywhere.
Mhm.
We may be seeing rats in the finals.
Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it's not a hallucination. It's a premonition. It's like that's so Raven, you know? Everything. Who are you betting on? Because I lost my bet, of course, and you lost
Well, I
yours.
just lost mine. I'm crushed.
Yeah.
I was betting on Randy.
Is it gonna be Azrael or?
I don't know.
Is it gonna be? Wait, who? What do we know is for sure in the finals? Well,
We know,
Kaisa.
well,
Kaisa.
we
What
know
is it?
Kaisa,
That's it.
allegedly.
Just Kaisa.
What is it
We only know the Kaisa.
Allegedly, Kaisa's in the finals. Yeah.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
But yeah. I'm just trying to play. I'm just more interested in playing out the turn and where there's Rasa and stuff on the left side.
I don't know. Do we have the Jarvis? Do we have the freeze frame there? I don't know if you can get that
'Cause
back.
I think I found
Jarvis.
two
I don't know. I don't know if
lines.
you can.
I think I found two lines that
Bring it
progress
back.
the board state to a point where one player
If you can
doesn't
grab a
lose and the other
freeze
player
frame of the
on-
final turn, that would be sick. If not,
on
just let me know.
taps.
I know we're at the point of the night where that becomes a difficulty.
Yeah,
so just let me know if that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I'm slowly that crushed my energy a little bit. Not a replay, a freeze flame, but if you don't have the ability to get freeze frame, that would be fine. Like that's okay too. We just want to go
it's
frame
to the
of
point
last.
where they start the turn essentially, and there's like two units on each battlefield. We have 3 units in the back line, and our hand is Void Seeker and a Pogger's Day.
Okay. So we need the replay machine to actually get the freeze frames because you can't just like rewind Billy.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
We could. I can rewind the VOD and get a screenshot and send it to Jarvis. Let me do that. Because we can rewind our VOD, we just can't.
Right.
Yeah. Let me work on that real quick. While Blevins entertains chat with a nice song of his, that's what he was coming back for.
I'm just here trying to figure out the puzzle. Trying to figure out the puzzle of random top decks off the top. This Void Seeker does 4 damage, correct? So
Void Seeker does 4.
Yeah,
the screenshot's gonna be kind of chopped.
But you still sometimes need more.
Yeah, so
you need to Falling Star.
Yeah, we did that.
That's where we are. Yeah. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the freestyle. Figure out the last turn of that game wrap. We have not hit. Once we hit, if we hit 3,000 viewers, I'll do the.
Okay, so
I'll freestyle the end of that.
So I've got the screenshot of the moment. We don't have the hand, but what I do remember it, right? So it was progress. It was Progress Day and Void Seeker.
Yeah.
And then we know the next 2 cards are Falling Star and then Watcher. Those are the 2 cards that are the draws.
Yes.
So I've got the screenshot sent over to Jarvis. We can potentially get that up for a moment here.
Yeah. Because that's the rough part right now. I mean, I'm going on. I'm using Chat GPT as we speak by reading this YouTube chat, and they're talking about something with rulings. I don't know what's going on the floor.
Yeah. You just is talking about it here. He said
So
trying to
I'm
the
curious,
people are going through the rules and saying the judge did
that-
not follow the core rules in the ruling here.
Which means we would have to redo the whole game, which is why they can't. Which is why I think even if the judge didn't follow the rules, there's actually kind of no way to remedy this.
No, there isn't. Yeah.
Because
From a
I
TO
think there's a
perspective, I
line
think
where
you just have to
void seeker,
move on.
you void seeker the Sivir on the right side, and Randy can choose to FOF or not. Who knows what he does? And then the unit will either die or be in the back line, one or the other. And then you would have drawn the Falling Star. And then you run your Sentry in somewhere. And then you draw the Watcher. So then you have 9 mana, Watcher, Falling Star, a Rasa on one side with a FOF, 2 units on the left side with no FOF. And then it comes down to you play Watcher. And then you Falling Star the Rasa in base. And the Rasa, the Rasa wouldn't be in base. It would be on the Reaver's row. So you target the Rasa. You would target the Rasa on the right side. It would die. You could FOF it back, but Falling Star chases it. You then choose the Fizz, who dies. And then you move 2 2/2s there. And you draw a card. You'd have Pogger's Day, a random card, and you'd be on the right side with 2 2/2s. Or excuse me, a 2/2, 2/2 and a 2/2, and you'd get a gold, whatever. And Randy would untap and have an Ezreal, an unequipped Shovel, which can no longer be used for the turn because it would just be a Rasa stranded there. And it would be Ezreal, random card, unequipped Shovel. Is that correct? Where's my picture? I think that part is correct.
I sent it to Jarvis. I don't know if he can get it in there.
That's
We'll
fine.
see.
I'm just doing a bit. There's no rush. But yeah,
Damn it, Jarvis.
But I think that would be the outcome. Now, Randy obviously has an on the hunt draw, but I think it's in the bin, so we would need a Fizz draw. We have an Ezreal in hand, which means we can play out a different card.
Why would you need the Fizz draw?
Oh, because you need an on the hunt, right? To back so there's a 6/6 on the right side.
You're talking about the turn after?
Yes, the turn after.
The turn after, it was lethal anyway, because of the shovel.
Yeah. No, but the shovel's unequipped.
Yeah, but there would have been a unit to equip it to.
Okay, so here we go.
No,
I know it's grainy. I know it's grainy. This is taken from inside of a
so we have to
bunch of layers
so
here.
The Ross is on the right side, correct?
We're saying the Rasa is in Reaver's row in this case. We're saying the
Rasa. Yeah, you Void Seeker the Sivir. It dies.
Okay.
Yeah.
You then run in the watch or the Sentry into whatever battlefield, doesn't matter.
You draw Falling Star from that.
You drew the Falling Star from the Seeker.
Seeker drew Falling Star.
Yes, that's what. That's what I'm saying.
So you walk in the Sentry. You draw a Watcher. You play Watcher. You do Falling Star. You target Rasa on base with the FOF, the one with the FOF, and then you choose the Fizz on the left side. They both die, correct?
With Watcher.
Yes, they would both die.
Yes, and then you move the 2 2/2s into the right side. You draw a card. You'd have Pogger's Day, a random card, and then there'd be
wait. Hold on a second.
Right? There'd be a non-equipped card on the right side.
There's one thing. So when you cast a Falling Star, when you move in the Sentry to draw a card, the Falling Star damage goes away.
No.
Or the Void Seeker.
You do it in the correct order.
No. The Void Seeker kills the Sivir. The Sivir has 4.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go on.
So then there'd be a Rasa on the right side, an unequipped Shovel in the back line, and then there would be 2 2/2s on the right side, a Pogger's Day, and a random card in the Kaisa's hand. They'd be tapped out, or excuse me, they'd have 1 open. No, they have 0 open.
Yeah.
And then Randy would draw. There'd be a Kaisa on the right side. There'd be no Shovel activation because hell, this already happened. And you'd have Ezreal and a random card in hand, and that would be the board state.
So you're saying you have Rasa. The outcome of that is Rasa on Reaver's row, 2 2/2s on Obelisk, 1 mystery card for Kaisa with 2 runes up. No runes up. Zero runes up.
Yeah.
Okay, cards are relevant.
And then there'd be an Ezreal and a mystery card. Yeah, and there'd be an Ezreal and a mystery card.
I think if Kaisa doesn't win on that spot, I think there's no Sivir wins.
Well, no, I mean what he's saying is.
Well, I mean, it's not like Sivir wins. There's 2 2/2s on the right side, a Ross is stuck on Reavers, and then a random card off the top from Randy.
Sivir has to be able to beat the 2 2/2s.
I agree that like with the Ezreal and the random card, they can probably pull something
There's
out.
too many outs, I think.
Yeah, but we need on the hunt.
Where does the FOF target in this scenario?
It wants to be Fizz that gets found on the hunts in the bin, right?
Yeah, on the hunts in the bin. So we need to find a Fizz specifically, or something cheap that we can play, and then Ezreal, and then have no cards in hand and draw 2. Was that because we have
Confront could be good, right?
6. You have to. No, confront would not be good because you need to play a card.
Yeah.
That loses something from your hand, and then play
with your
Ezreal.
line. With your line, what if you fight or flight the Sivir in response to the?
I was going to say, yeah. Where does the FOF get cast in this?
Right. Yeah. That I don't know. That's like something you. That is the one thing where like the FOF could save the Sivir. Yeah.
So yeah, if the FOF saves the Sivir, then that doesn't quite work.
But then everything changed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the line at that point.
Yeah, it's getting into. It's almost an entirely different game at that point.
No, it's a completely different game state if they don't FOF. But I don't know what Randy would do, and I don't know what he would know to do. Right? It's just like you don't know.
Definitely.
Oh, that is interesting, right? Because then if you're playing around Accelerated Watcher, you actually do need to keep the FOF.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah, we're talking like.
Yeah, that's if you know. Yeah, that's
if you know, because like obviously FOFing the Sivir would be good if you denied the draw, but you don't, right? So you might be wasting a FOF. You're kind of like losing 2 units if you FOF, because you're losing the unit that was chosen, and then a subsequent unit you could have.
That's a tough call to make, to FOF your own unit there if your opponent conquers
both,
both,
I don't know what would happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All that to say is there's not
Priz is calling out a line. You could, if you push Sentry into Reavers and then you cast the Void Seeker if Fizz stays, then you can actually trade that.
That's another
and then it gives you the draw. It gives you both draws and kills the Fizz.
Well, I want to give you both draws. Oh, yeah, both draws from the Seeker and the Sentry.
Yeah, because the Ross is there, right? So it gives you both draws and you get the Fizz.
Yeah, you could do that as well. And then there's also like, does somebody pull back if somebody attacks with a Sentry blindly? Like, probably not. But there's like a few lines that make this game continue. I still think, all things being equal, Randy would probably be favored in any of these positions that we can draw out. It's just that there's not like, if there's a 7 unit here, the game was over. So I don't know what the judges can do to resolve this. That was the overall point of this exercise.
And realistically, they won't. Right? There's nothing's going to happen here. This is
no.
Randy's donezo off that.
From the TO perspective. And Cass and I have been in similar situations like this. Like, the tournament has to go on, and you can remedy if you deem it necessary to remedy with the player or make an announcement or something like that. You can do that after the fact. The finals is now the finals. That is, I think, locked in. There's nothing to be done about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, letter of law. I don't think. I don't even think Randy needed to select Rasa at this point. Because like the change of information. I'm curious what the letter of law like 100% is, because we have like chat spamming that it was like the judges went against the core rules for it and all this, that, and the other thing, right? So I'm not sure at this point. I know that did not feel good. I will say.
I think, like at worst, it robs somebody of potentially a win. But even at best, in the other case scenario, is kind of like it robbed us of a really sick finish, because if all these things I just said, for example, happen to work out, then Randy has like some really sick lines that maybe he wins and maybe he doesn't.
Yeah.
So
and also the player has to see those lines too, right? Like, there's still one game to be played. Yeah.
Randy wasn't even the only player who lost there. Randy lost. We lost. All of the viewers lost. Both on Billy, our co-stream, Runes and Rift, like all the other co-streams, everybody's co-stream. Everybody lost.
Our Kai'Sa opponent needs to like sniff out all this stuff and play frame perfect essentially, and then like maybe there's lines where he either wins the game in that turn, which I don't think there was many, but there was definitely lines where he doesn't lose and goes for a hold, and then it just makes a bunch of really cool stuff.
Yeah, what a bummer. All right, well, I imagine we are moving forward with the grand finals, so we will see if it is Ezreal or Draven who joins Kai'Sa at the end here.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to see?
And blue.
Wait, didn't we rate blue as pretty low? Sorry.
I feel like I want to see the. I'd rather see just like Ezreal versus Kai'Sa.
We did rate blue as low.
Yeah.
But now one tournament has happened one time.
So now
this means everything is hyperbole, which means we have to ban blue. Yeah.
The thing about Kai'Sa though,
Draven lost.
And blue.
Awesome.
Yep.
Here's the thing about Kai'Sa though, is that if you're thinking about playing Kai'Sa in Spiritforged, you can actually get a really awesome Kai'Sa themed playmat at the Turnham Sideways shop right now.
International shipping.
International shipping is available. Let's go.
But yeah, look, they're giving all the best ofs here. You see all the
yeah.
best ofs coming through.
But yeah, we just saw the bracket and Karma had been eliminated, which is the best of Draven. That leaves just the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa remaining. Ban blue. Blue's OP.
Ban blue. Ban blue. Ban spells. Ban combat.
I do think it's funny Kai'Sa winning after her dominance in set one, coming back. It's
so
like, now
I
it's all
said it.
Draven.
You can go back and watch the VOD.
Yeah.
I said Kai'Sa and Yi should be watched out for this week, and you're going to disregard half of that sentiment. And I said Kai'Sa was to be watched out for this week. You could watch it yesterday on the stream on Turn 'em Sideways.
Look, I posted a TikTok yesterday saying that I thought Israel was going to win the tournament. So, I mean, I think we've got two visionary. One of us is clearly Nostradamus reincarnate, regardless.
Yeah.
Rat! It's the rat!
Oh,
yeah. We saw this guy earlier. He actually took down the previous best of winner of Ezreal in the mirror in top 64. Yeah, I believe it was.
That's actually wild.
He's just been playing with house money for the last freaking 6 rounds.
Right.
Just like,
that is wild. That guy could have gotten to best back to back best of.
Well,
prizes.
so it's
That's
his
insane.
third. It's his back to back top 64 playing the same Ezreal list.
Yeah,
and he was the originator on it. For the rat version at least. Like he was at least as far as that version, he worked with the Mega Zero on it. And first time he was one of 2 Ezreals to make top 64. He did not win the best of.
He brought others to the gift he could not obtain.
Exactly.
Now,
Second time he made top 4 and he won the best of. And then this third time, once again, he falls short in an Ezreal mirror of all things.
Do these players get any type of leg up? Because from what I know of the Chinese, that's 3 out of 3 regionals that he was able to play in with the lottery system. Is that just he's Giga High rolling life, or is there some type of if you've done well in the past, or you're these challenger? I see all these ratings and elo systems on the top.
It's
curious how he made 3 in a row. I'm just
it's possible. I'd have to ask Huge if they've updated it, because it was true lottery before, but now they have this social credit type, this trust system.
Yeah, like a weighted system
within Riftbound in China. So if you sign up for events and don't show up, you lose a lot of the trust. But if you're showing up to events and playing a bunch, you have higher trust. And I think it increases your odds of getting in, but I'd have to get confirmation on exactly how all that works.
That's what they did at Houston. If you didn't pay your tax returns, they were nobody can get a Houston ticket. Well, here we are.
Here we are.
I'm not gonna lie, I want Ezreal to win, but also I want to see more of that jacket in the finalist winner production pictures with that jacket. I'm so in for it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone can find me a link to that jacket. I will import it into the UK.
Not do this.
I will
Don't you know
wear it.
anything about the internet? If you say, "Hey, can I have a link to this thing?" You get 92 Twitter bots. I have this shirt. I have this shirt. I have. This
Yeah, but
shirt.
if one of them actually does, then I want it. I don't want to stop the Twitter bots. I want them to be better at their job.
I just want them to make a really good shirt at their really crappy
Just don't
shirt
scam
factory.
me. Sell me the thing I want to buy. I was really hoping to see more of the phone case covers for the legends as well. I really want.
You
one
want
of those
one?
too.
I think my partner would make you one.
Yes.
You want a?
Actually, I think my partner would make you one. Actually, I think my partner. You got 6 or 5.
As long as one of them actually comes through, I'm in. Look, I get spammed by enough bots that are selling different services that I don't want. That I'm fine with ones that are actually selling me things.
What, Cutco knives?
No.
Okay.
Different
different knives. Different knives.
Like Swiss knives?
Yeah.
Getting poked with different things.
Unsleeved battlefield for the rat Ezreal. You love to see
live
it.
by the rat, die by the rat.
Rat game. It's a little chewed on by a rat as well.
This is the battlefield on the left is you do 1 more damage to anything existing at this battlefield, and the one on the right is when you conquer, pay 1, make a gold. Is that it?
No, I
it's
believe
when you
that
conquer, you
is
can pay 1 and ready your legend. Yeah.
Ready your legend. Understood.
Correct.
How
They do look
useful is
very
that
similar,
Ezreal?
though.
How useful is that in Ezreal? How often can you tap twice? Well, let me phrase. Do you just have to meet it once?
Correct.
You only
If you've
need to
met it
meet
once,
the-
you can just tap a second time. So it's pay 1, draw 1 if you have Ezreal activated on the turn.
Understood.
It is pretty good. because Ezreal doesn't trigger his legend ability every single turn, you'll usually like do it like three turns a game, and you actually want to capitalize on those 3 turns where you could actually just activate it twice.
Right, and generally on the
just
turns,
draw 2, yeah.
Yeah, and generally on the turns you're double targeting would most likely be the turns you so happen to conquer as well, just because you have very few targeting cards, but they're all offensively slanted. No, that makes sense.
Do we know for sure this is Rat Ezreal? Or
Yes.
Yes,
They showed
so. We saw it earlier in the mirror, and
so.
Okay.
They showed it.
He's ratting it up
right before.
So we see a bag, a stacked deck, a called shot, and a 4th card I've since forgotten.
A Stupefy, I believe. I'm surprised we didn't dig deeper for the Rat, to be honest.
So now I ask all of you this question, and I expect perfect answers, and I'll hold you to this.
Yeah,
a Rat deck who has 1.5 units, essentially, against a deck who has more than 1.5 backline removal spells. How do we think this plays out, and what can the Ezreal do either to play around that or to fix this in the sideboard?
I cannot imagine that this matchup is good for Rat Ezreal, but I could be wrong. And I would say that Retreat is a very important card.
Yeah. Retreat is super important, and not going all in on the Rat. You cannot use the Rat as like an all-in strategy. You should just use him for points and then continue with your regular Ezreal game plan with like the value of just Watcher plus Billow's Breath, Singularity, all the other things, Mind Splitter. I think play the attrition game or the card advantage game will be, I think, the best strategy. The problem is we've seen like Kaisa play Progress Day and stuff like that, and those cards are problematic for Ezreal, I think.
I also wonder which of these cards you named are actually in this Rat list. We've seen, in the deck, in the sideboard, and which one of those like side strategies, if you will, can you actually pivot to? Because we saw card sharps already, which is obviously very normal. You'd expect all Watcher or 2, usually no more than that. Usually you see 2 in these lists, even the mid-range, like kind of bigger Ezreal risk, you usually see 2 to pair up with the Bellows because you're not a huge unit deck. And then Mind Splitters are something you see. Some people play them specifically only in the sideboard. So it will be interesting to see as we go through this game, not necessarily who the winner is. I feel like this one will go to Kaisa just based off the current deck constructions, but more so what cards we see in the deck. As a Mind Splitter was drawn, or is that what
it looks like it might have just been the card sharp that was getting thumbed through, but Splitter is generally in the main deck of this Rat build.
Gotcha.
So I would expect to see Splitter in this game. One thing that has gone in and out of the sideboard of Ezreal builds, including the Rat build, is Mundo, which would be an answer to Kaisa specifically. Because this deck still fills the grave Giga. No, and you actually, there was a Mind Splitter that was drawn. Yeah, it was. Was that, so.
Okay. Yeah, Mundo, as you said, Mundo is actually very good. But usually Mundo not in main deck, probably in sideboard.
It would not be main.
Yeah.
Now, over under that we see a Kaisa make 2 power this game.
What does that mean? Make?
You just explained it to me, Kuvi. When you conquer, you pay 1 and untap your hero.
Okay, that's not gonna happen.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. We haven't called
1
here.
energy
not
for
gonna
1
happen
power.
Now. Is it not gonna happen because the line wasn't there? Or because this Kaisa opponent has no goddamn clue what this battle is?
It's not going to happen because they already took the gold from the card sharp, so
I think it's actually for the best if they don't know what it does, to be honest.
Yeah, it's for the best.
Don't outplay yourself situation.
The only way you do this, as in like you play 3 little lubricated 3 might units on the board, is if you
go on.
Okay, Vero's following.
Yeah, okay. No, go ahead. No,
some
please,
of us are adults.
Proceed.
The only reason to do that is if you have Cull, so you can protect at least like one of them from Fallen Star, so you don't get blown out by Fallen Star. You cannot do this and just not equip Cull, for example. And we see it here. Yep, this is good. To protect the Ezreal.
Right, from Falling Star. But now the Ezreal, will be protected in the back line, and you have to be careful about moving to the Void Gate. So we saw that there. I think we saw a Time Warp also drawn. So some heavy payoffs for this Rat Ezreal deck. We've all discussed before about playing things like Ornn, playing things like Mundo, things you can do at the top end. I think it's interesting because the Rat deck is generally scoring 2 points a turn. So there are a lot of game states where you like hold at 7 and you're like, whatever, you can get your draw, but you're never breaking my side. And if you don't back up, you have a measly 4/4. But being able to move in, get your gold, and just cast a Time Warp, the game is just over. So it's interesting to see that added to the deck, and I wonder if that'll pay off.
I mean, this game is going to be another very slow game. I think. I mean, these are true control decks, both of them. And obviously, we see the Mind Splitters, probably the Singularities, Watcher Blow's Breath. So Kai'Sa's main priority here is to try to minimize Billow's Breath plus Watcher damage. Like, yeah, so you want to split your units so that you don't actually get blown out by that. And I think that's mainly the priority here. And yeah, as you said, just make sure you don't get cheated out of the win by like a time warp. Those are like the main like red flags, like the red sirens that are.
I mean, notably, there is a warp in the hand of Ezreal now as well, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
This is another big way for this matchup that you can potentially find edge. Because on a turn that you would be just overextending into Watcher, into whatever board that has been built up by Kai'Sa, it just says win the game. Kai'Sa can't answer time warp. There's just nothing to do about it.
Yeah. It's interesting on multiple ends. It's like, as I mentioned before, you grab the 7th point, draw the card, and they're like, oh, whatever, they can't double score, and you warp. But even before the 8th point, you go in, you don't back, you time warp, you hold for a point, back up, play the 19th seal in your hand, untap, go back in again, then back up. You kind of get like a 3 to 4 point swing off your time warp, which is also very interesting, while protecting your whole board at the same time.
Yeah. The 3 runes still left up for Kai'Sa to defend.
Yep. So we're going to see 2 points grabbed by the Kai'Sa, put the turn clock down to 3. Putting the weaker unit on the Void Gate, which I think is a very small tactical decision that most people might miss here, but you're like, hey, it's easy to take. Like, go grab it.
Mm-hmm.
Go 3 on 2, and then Piercing Light suddenly becomes a complete blowout because it's doing 3 on the Void Gate. So very small min-max there by putting the more mightier unit on the right side, as we're going to see the Ezreal just kind of keep trying to dig and build towards some board state that they can abuse, a hard bargain in hand, which may be able to abuse either a timely Void Seeker, Hexray type of move, or maybe to counter an Acathian Rain that comes in the future.
Well, both pieces found in the same stack deck.
You don't want to, actually,
Watcher.
all of those cards, all 3 of them are crucial cards in this matchup. And you don't want to see them together.
There's going to be a Watcher as the take. Also, just notably with the Void Gate play as well, Vera, Void Gate is very commonly in this Ezreal list to deal with 4s, with specifically Wages of Pain. So you kind of have to keep your 4s away from that as just like an additional add, because I agree it baits in the 3. That is an important part of it, but just even notably further in this matchup, you know that this deck likes to play Void Gate itself in order to wages
Ethereal,
on your 4s.
or the shift, Arcane Shift, as well
Arcane
as
Shift and Wages.
Wages of Pain. Yep, well, that makes a lot of sense. So we see 2 artilleries, little Pearson Lights, 2 Sky Lasers, or I think it's a Sky Laser.
It looks like
and a Void
Rain
Seeker.
Seeker. Yeah.
Yep. And then just Retreat and Stupefy. So a whole different bevy of weapons in the arsenal of the Kai'Sa player. And it looks like we're just documenting, doing some note-taking. And I would imagine, I think you take the Piercing Light here based off what you think the next few turns are going to look like. But I wouldn't be surprised to take a Void Seeker just because it cantrips. But it's also very expensive, so you might kind of want your opponent to cast it. So I'm on Piercing Light here. It'll be interesting to see what they take.
Yeah, I think for me it's Seeker. I know it's expensive, but there's not any other plays in this hand, really, right? Like you're not. I mean, yeah, you can play the Piercing Lights out, but you're not too worried about needing a bunch of runes for development. So the Void Seeker ends up being okay. And right now it's hitting a lot of good targets, plus the ability to cantrip. So I kind of like the Void Seeker, trying to deny the 2 cards, plus the Piercing Light being a bit redundant as well with the 2 copies. But you may not want 2 copies to be able to be cast in this spot as well. So I could understand either way. I'm going to say Void Seeker is what I would take.
Void Seeker or Retreat, I think, are close. I don't think you take Piercing Light here. This game is going to go for a little bit. I think you need to take cards that cantrip and try to go for attrition game plan.
Yeah, will be the Void.
But maybe if it was one Piercing Light, I think. But the 2, because there's 2 of them.
Yeah, I suppose if you don't play many copies of the Mind Splitter, that you would not try to go for like a high power play, even though it's redundant. Yeah, I'm just curious. There's Arcane Shift plays that give you a pseudo second one. I just assume that they're not going to go into the battlefields this turn because I don't really know what they get out of it. That was more so my concern for like kind of letting the Void Seeker rot and taking the Piercing Light. I wouldn't be surprised to watch this like player just pass. I don't really know why you'd kill this Yordle with this Ezreal or Card Shark. We're about to find out.
Yeah, I could see.
Well, we're gonna get we'll get a Hex Tech Ray out of their hand, right?
Right.
Yeah, we've seen that.
I mean, is this going to come?
So I mean, Stupefy. Like we know what Stupefy is here. Stupefy is amazing here. Hex Tech is here. Like that was my thought to taking the light. Is like I just don't want to combat this turn.
Yeah,
Stupefy is really good. I think using Ray kind of
Ray's a little expensive. Yeah, I think Stupefy does just what you need. Gives you.
And then gives you.
Yeah. Because what you get to do is Stupefy, get a new card, trade out here, say whatever. If the Ezreal wants to move in, well, golly gee, I'll take that for free. Move in with your Kai'Sa, get a free draw, and then you can use your retreat play back. And Mind Splitter comes in, and then all of a sudden Mind Splitter dies to 3 damage and a Hex Ray or something. And then,
You actually want this battlefield to open up, because if this battlefield opens up, then you can just, just move in with Kai'Sa, get a draw.
Yep. I mean, and it's fair to not cast the Stupefy here as well. Yeah. Because it is essentially the same thing. You know your opponent's tapped out.
Yeah.
So it's fine to keep the Stupefy. I'm a resource truther, so I personally would have casted it, but I could see it coming up in the future because, Hex Ray and a little +1 on Stupefy when you get the extra boost on the Void Gate might come up in the next few turns. And you can also do Stupefy tricks with the Piercing Lights that are in your hand. Something lives at 1 HP, and then you Stupefy it down. So I can understand holding
or
it.
Stupefy Fallen Star on the Mind Splitter, for example. But the problem here is we're giving Ezreal the point, right? We don't know how much it actually matters.
Right.
But Ezreal can play Time Warp, and giving them a point can actually be crucial in those like Time Warp calculations.
True. Yeah, and speaking of the Warp, Kai'Sa picks up hers as well. I mean, we know that hard bargain is there, so Warp a lot harder to cast for the Kai'Sa side versus the Ezreal side just kind of getting to cast it for free. But Kai'Sa does have a lead, and there may be spots where Ezreal is forced to tap out at this point, and because she has this lead, the Time Warp is also just going to be lethal realistically when it starts to come down.
You can also save on the power cost by readying your legend with the.
There we go. Somebody's paying attention. Yeah.
I mean, not really, right? I mean, I guess so.
Not with an attitude, power cost.
Not with an attitude like that, of course. But yeah.
You can just trade a red energy into a blue power like that. That can happen.
So we picked up another retreat. So we have like 2 retreats, 2 Piercing Lights, a Time Warp. Our opponent has a Time Warp, 2 Time Warps. I don't even know. It's like a Rocky Horror Picture Show over here. There's so many Time Warps. Okay, that's 1. Okay, so one still each. As the Kai'Sa is going to pick up an additional draw. All of these cards are still in our hand. And this is kind of why I wanted to fire off the Stupefy yet again. Not only to Kuvi's point about denying the point, we just don't really have anything to do.
Proactive plays.
Theoretically, it isn't the worst thing. We're up 4-1, but I would have liked even like a Noxious Hopeful here would have been a decent deploy. And now we just wind up shooting off the Stupefy and kind of bottling our mana. Yeah. We might find a Falling Star here. Maybe I'll look stupid right here, one time. Oh, Hex Ray.
That's right.
Hex Tech Ray.
Oh.
Another one.
Hey, it's me. I'm Hex Tech Ray. Everybody loves me.
Yeah.
Hex Tech Ray is played by Ray Romano in the upcoming Arcane series. Yeah.
Now, this all being said, if I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if we full defend with all these Hex Rays and yada yada yada, we are just Time Warp winning. So this is all true. I've said these things; they're now true. Will it matter? I don't know. We are theoretically on Time Warp lethal if we just defend with all these Hex Rays. Because we have a gold and we have a Kai'Sa activation. So that covers it. A retreat can steal you a rune if you need to as well. I don't think the game's going to end this way, but boy, would it be funny. I'd personally back up my Hopeful here, I think. But you could keep it on the board too.
Yeah, at the very least, so that you can ready your Kai'Sa in a following turn.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, like if you leave it, you're just trying to like bait more interaction out, right? Like you're just like, but you can still interact even if they move in. The question is like,
the question is if you're trying to upside chase and win with Time Warp next turn. That's the only reason you want to keep this here.
Yeah.
Because your opponent goes right, you double Hex Ray them and say, haha, your Mind Splitter's dead.
But I was gonna think like leaving it there though doesn't even like give you that much upside with the warp. Like bringing it home is also kind of the same, right? Because you can.
I agree.
Like,
yeah.
Whatever Ezreal does here, you can still like dump this interaction, and then next turn you just push in with hopeful and then warp.
Yeah.
So
The problem
like,
is if the Mind Splitter goes left, you can't really do anything about it. You double Hexray it and it lives at 1, and then you can't really Hexray on your turn because you have exactly 10 resources up. So I think there's a bit of upside chasing by leaving it there. I personally think you're ahead enough to where you should not do that. I'd expect Mind Splitter to move in, a double Hexray to come out, and then just stare at your opponent and see what they do. And then you have Retreat if all else fails to just save your Kai'Sa, get a rune, accelerate if need be. So it will be interesting to see. The Ezreal as well could theoretically trade, but would just eat a Hexray.
Did they just cast Wages of Pain on it?
We could just, if we had Wages, we could just cast this. But
we do have it.
It is right there.
Then the Retreat, it will be coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Start looking.
There's
another
Waj.
There he is.
Like a rat. There he is.
Late to his own party.
Yep. We only need the first Wages, as we've discussed. It won't really do much, but it will bait out an unchecked powers
Main
there.
deck unchecked.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we have the counter unchecked, which is actually I go 6, I go 8. But our opponent doesn't know this yet, but we're going to keep the unchecked power, which is the aura play. So I respect this.
Mm-hmm. Sweet art, by the way.
Yeah, Kuvi and I mentioned this. Main deck unchecked, not that weird right now in some of these decks, just because people like it into the Aurelia matchup and the Draven matchup primarily. So
this is interesting. No Waj. If I'm this player, I need to fire off every Hexray in my hand. I cannot hold on to these any longer.
Wait, didn't I get
you only
flamed
need
for
to
the
fire
unchecked
off
main
one.
deck yesterday?
No, people asked about it. They said, "What is that? Actually, a main deck card?
Everybody is your enemy, Kuvi. No,
everyone
in your
was
head,
mad
they
at you, and
they flamed you. You need a
for
LeBron
it.
mindset.
Yeah.
By LeBron, you Michael Jordan, the best player.
Thank you.
But yeah, you just need to know that everybody hates you. It makes you play better. It makes you a better human being. Oh, we're just gonna take the trade here. Interesting. I know nothing about this.
Really? I don't think we should do this. This guy says representing a little bit more draws when we need the units.
I mean, I respect it in the sense that if you take the trade, then the Ezreal moves in to the right side, which I don't believe it should. It gets hex rate all the same, and then you move in and warp. I mean, it's respectable. It's not crazy.
Yeah.
This Ezreal's gonna draw 5 cards this turn.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if warp is like a legal play if Ezreal keeps runes up, right? Like, just because you probably do have to respect hard bargain. With as much digging has been done.
You 2-for-1 yourself, which you would normally deem as not great, but you have retreat in your hand to protect units. And if you're not protecting Kai'Sa in the Kai'Sa deck that plays Kai'Sa, who are you saving? Yeah.
The lecturing Yordle, what?
There's just maybe some.
Of course, back in my day, you'd always try to save me. I was more of a role player, so people would let me go. They'd let me go straight to the trash.
I believe that there is just some PTSD from this Kai'Sa player. He's like, I need to keep all my cards. I'm going to get saboed 4 turns in a row. And it's just like, no, wrong deck, brother.
This game started with a bunch of stack decks and called shots being played, and he said, "Oh shit, here we go again."
We have a lot of cards. Yeah, we have a lot of cards, and we are still in a fine position for what it's worth. I just really like, hey, Hexray, your Mind Splitter's dead. Oh, okay, I guess I'll wages you. Oh, no, you won't. Retreat. And then, like, everything's fine. I just think we have as Kuvi mentioned before, a very non-proactive turn by turn at this point. And I would like to see some other things, like a unit. Okay. As you discussed, we can't really fire off this time warp because we're just holding up the bag. I just think this pass just has to be eating at this Kai'Sa player.
Like,
we could just have a Kai'Sa in hand right now.
What are we?
Yeah. Maybe finally we will cast this retreat and save Blevins and bring him back to hand.
Only the OGs know who voiced the Bandle City Mayor in that one seasonal tournament. We did the Bandle City Mayor gimmick.
Yeah.
With the Bandle City Mad Libs. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so it's just going to be wages. Answer here. And there's a
result is kind of insane because you can get forked here.
This is ungood.
Because here, if there's a stupefy, you get forked, right? If you retreat, I mean, you have the second retreat, sure, but like, I don't even know.
I don't think
you want to retreat that.
I
Actually,
think retreat is an attack
on the Yordle
action
is better.
speed. No, I think it's an action speed as far as this player is concerned. Because finally we've cast. Okay, we got it back in hand. We finally got it back in hand. Okay, so we have 10 runes currently.
Hold up. Do we slam it?
I don't know.
Wait, I changed your answer? Sorry.
I don't know if we play it or not. I mean, I don't think it's terrible, right? You lose what? 2 runes, go back up to 12 and go to 7 points.
The only reason to play it is if you're scared of another mind spitter.
Sorry, go to 6, yeah. But essentially be on a winning curve and you're not really inting your mana. You tap 1 for Kai'Sa, 1 for gold, you lose 2 underneath, they come right back. It's an interesting lot. I mean, I just don't know how many turns, and I don't know if it will matter. I don't know how many turns you can go 2 mana, pass with 7 up, and then do nothing.
I mean, you could.
I mean, you can. I mean, nothing's stopping you. But
it's also like when, if not now, when are you actually getting to resolve this warp is maybe something to consider, right? Like
getting it under hard bargain actually is pretty smart, I think.
Yeah. Right. It's just you're doing nothing else. That's my biggest thing is you're not doing
so like it lets you draw into another unit potentially for your follow-up turn. So like you play this, you get to save Blevins, bring him back home, and then you can potentially just like have a full development out on 6 and then pass, and then you still have all these spells to re-clear.
Yeah, you draw.
I'm pretty convinced that actually it's the best play.
It's not. No, it's not.
Nope, we're gonna kill Blevins.
Oh no! Wait, why?
No, never mind. We're taking Blevins out back.
Holy! So we are killing our own guy twice to shoot a rat twice. This guy must be like a New York City subway conductor. I have never seen such a crazy play. Oh, he's gonna retreat in response. I don't know how this ruling works. I do not know how this ruling works.
No, that definitely makes sense that it works. Yeah, that's cool.
It works.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it...
I
think this was Game Action's envy from playing the Sivir last round.
Yeah.
Like, why play one good card when I can chain 15 mediocre ones off?
Some people want to win the way they want to win, and I respect
fair.
I mean, this does let us go Yordle and replay Hopeful. It is not like a crazy.
No,
play.
this is. Yeah, no. This was
but
actually
it's a crazy play.
I will say, I think I convinced myself on that warp line though. I'm pretty sure warp is really good there. Like,
the thing is you know it's not good because I suggested it first, so you know.
No,
just like,
I think Blevins got better. He got better. Like,
one.
you know. I feel like warp is actually crazy there.
We have the same board, one less point, and just a more expensive play in our hand. Whereas
exactly.
If we would have warped,
100%.
we could have
that is going to get hard bargained.
Yeah, exactly. We could have Poggersdayed and whatchamacallit. We could have Poggersdayed and played a Hopeful and held up like 2 or 3 mana. And now we don't even have it.
Yeah. Instead, now we're just getting splittered. Yeah. I mean, wait, the warp was so good.
Well, you see, an old adage of mine is if you can cast a 10-mana spell that wins the game and your opponent doesn't have a counterspell mana for it, you cast it.
Smoke him if you got him. Holy.
Lecturing Yordle, he'll tell you.
Yeah. I mean, it was illegal game actions that were took. They mathematically worked out. All the mana was finally tapped, so I can be happy in one regard. But in other regards...
This reminds me of a time back when Cass and I were casting some random event in lore many years ago. And it was our friend Gummy playing. And sometimes you just got to play Uno. You see a number, you see you have 10 runes, just cast the 10-mana spell.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that we drew a Pouty Poro. The bad news is that we drew a Pouty Poro. But surely now, with this Poggers Day, we will draw whatever this word is called, units. That's the word I'm looking for. I love when we pick that up like he's a stack deck, and he's like, "Oh, this is Pogger's day. I can just take these.
Hey,
I
Paul.
can just take these.
These are mine.
These are mine." I mean, we can get our 6th point, put it on the Void Gate, and build our backline.
I can't wait for the set 6 purple orange champion Gragas, who lets you keep an extra card when you would choose. Like, that's my crap, I wasn't supposed to say that. Wait, cut that part out.
Oh, it's your spoiler.
Jarvis, delete that part from the record.
Content creator spoiler.
They literally give us spoilers now, so you can't do this bit as much anymore. Like, it's gonna get you in trouble.
I can. That makes it even funnier. Oh god, Dave's outside. He's got a baseball bat.
Oh man, so we drew, and again we are now casting a falling star. Maybe there's something going on. Maybe there's like an OTK Ezreal deck I don't know about. This guy hates this rat. He will not this guy's an exterminator. Not a single one will make it through.
He's seen Cass and Mine's 2v2 strategy from the future and knows that you can really go ham with the rat when there's 3 battlefields.
Now chooses to not go to the Void Gate now. Interesting. Didn't untap his hero with that one, the Hall of Legends. So.
And -1 power here.
Yeah.
No runes to even do it.
Unfortunate. Surprised I didn't go to the Void Gate, but very small tactical decisions.
Finally at 6 points for Kaisa.
Mm-hmm.
Now is it Ezreal's time to warp?
Somebody please cast the Time Warp.
I think it might be Ezreal's time to warp.
Yeah, every turn that it's not cast, the value of Time Warp just starts to tick down on TCG player. Like,
Wait, why is this blonde rat not ready?
Yeah, wrong rat.
Yeah,
strictly wrong rat, worse. Right twink. But yeah, no craziness over here. Just cull. That's the best part about killing the rat over and over. Is they couldn't even put the cull on it.
Yeah.
It's just stuck on this poor magician.
It's like, Ezreal survives. Imagine the casting a Stupefy on your own Ezreal so that it loses a trade in combat.
Please die.
Are all like top cuts untimed in other TCGs? Or
yes,
generally.
For the most part. Well, because you can't really
TCGs
end the
have
tournament
pace
in a
of
draw.
play rules, but they might have forgot that in the recent rules errata about a pace of play. We'll get them on the next one.
Yeah. You don't like the game 1 30 minutes? Probably should be a scoop from the Ezreal at this point.
Yeah, I think this game was like over 20 minutes ago.
I think it was over about 27 minutes and 20, 21, 22,
24.
Yeah. No, we'll see. I still think this matchup is probably more playable in game 2 if you have a different like macro game plan that you can play towards. But it feels like the rat is really unreliable.
Oh no.
Nice Exterminator. Mundo absolutely shifts this matchup, but
yeah, we'll
I don't
have
know
to see.
If they play in the sideboard or not.
I assume the casters will give us a nice little overlay of sideboards. I mean, they gave it to us the first time on game 1, but
yeah, they usually do in the finals.
Can be bothered to remember. Okay, Watcher gives -3 on defense. I mean, we have a shift line, which is
we just don't have the shift, so.
Well, they don't know that.
You know, ain't that right? Ain't that the truth?
Is unchecked, is unchecked power slow speed or is it action speed?
It's as slow as molasses. Yeah, 13 damage, action speed, do all things.
Yeah.
How sick would that be, though?
Oh man, ban blue. Okay, here we go. We're finally, our artillery is coming out. 2 and 2.
Wait, when am? Oh, okay.
Okay, we've killed the Ezreal.
Yep. Dead rat.
Now the call is back open for the real rat.
And so there's 4 on
where Ray kills this.
Yeah, and
4
there's
damage
4 on
here.
this. Okay.
Ray.
Oh, style hard bargain. Style hard bargain.
Please. Wait.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
So-
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Game 2.
There we go.
Game 2.
Look, I'm also soaking up as much time on the feature match and the finals as I can, so I get it. But
Yeah,
also,
no,
like,
yeah.
come on, bro.
Yeah. Everybody gets one.
Tell him, Peter.
Is that back on the menu?
Bask in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we did that on sync. A little bit. I was worried about Kaisa like not performing as well, but I really, really do think she's still like very, very strong. Like really, really strong.
Yeah.
You're so brave.
Brave
What a brave thing to say. I can't
Oh my
believe
God.
you'd go against the mold like that.
Why would you say
Kaisa's
something
good.
so controversial yet so brave?
Yeah, so brave.
Well,
I can't wait for people like, I mean, we can already Jarvis prepare the Anakin meme of we want Draven to lose. Oh, so what set 2 deck one? Wait, so what set 2 deck one?
also,
Also works as a Guru meme.
in theory, every new set, the legends of that set should be slightly stronger or like have slightly more support, at least during that set. Just like for them to like sell the new cards and everything, right? If you like make a new set and then the actual strongest decks are Yi, Kaisa, and Annie, then well,
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Too bad.
I mean, first of all, Kuvi's big Hasbro. I can't believe you say something like that you want to sell products.
Right.
Unreal. But no, no, I do agree with you. I think set 2 feels only a little worse for a lot of people in how pushed it was because really so many heroes were invalidated in set 1. I think that's like
Yeah.
the frustration for a lot of people.
I think the strategy is to like I'm just speculating, right? As like how I would do it, maybe probably is set 3 is where you actually introduce more support to set 1. Now that like the set 2 product, like people played with set 2 new legends, and you know, and then now we introduce back to 1 so that it like balances out a little bit the strength and the support that you gave to set 2.
Yeah, I do worry about the hero creep of just making way too many heroes all over. I know they said
You don't
there's
like to
gonna
be
like
at
12.
38 by set 3?
Yeah,
Literally.
I know they said there'd be 12.
38.
Yeah, I know they said there'd be 12 a set for the first few sets, and I'm just like, I would have liked 12, maybe another 12's okay. And I'm like, I'd like 6, like you said, like 6 new heroes next set, and then like a bunch of like tertiary support to like under like the stun archetype or the whatever whatever Lee Sin players do. They can get something, that type of stuff.
I think in general that is the case, that the new legends, or at least some of the new legends, are just going to be better. I think the goal is to like create as many sideways like viable things where like, oh, mechs aren't just strictly better than Kaisa. They're a different way to play blue-red, and one of them will be better or worse in competitive, but that's for competitive players to find out. At the end of the day, there's probably only going to be a finite number of viable decks in tier 1, right?
Yeah.
I also think that they will start more so honing in on like, what is a casually cool champion or legend, right? Like, what
like
is
Renata.
really cool in multiplayer? Yeah, like, or like something even wilder where it's like it specifically references your teammate or something like that, where it's like, oh, this is not
Yumi.
Yeah, Yumi would be a really great example of like, it actually, the legend only works in multiplayer, or it does something significantly better in multiplayer and is mediocre in 1v1. And that's fine, because not every single legend needs to be tier 1 viable.
I think as
At
like
least yeah.
oh, sorry, no, continue.
No, go ahead.
As a strategy.
Here, just hold real quick. Huge. Huge. Do you have? Commentators just commented on the ruling for Randy. Apparently, you play the card before paying the cost.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, is that
what? That's not how it works.
Is that I don't even to be honest with you, I could not tell you whether or not that is true.
No, also that's literally not how it works. You literally
it was only
float
rewinded
energy
to
and power.
after where he chose location. Okay. Well,
whatever that means.
There it is. I don't know if that. Sure.
No idea.
But they're taking a minute in the finals to clarify, I guess.
Interesting.
I would have simply done a post later.
Yeah.
But I was saying, as a strategy, I think, like, for example, if set 1 power level is, like 6 out of 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
And set 2 should be, I mean, all the new legends should be around like 7 out of 10, so that they see play and then they sell products and then we see new cards and we see new legends pop off and everything. And then on set 3, so now we have, oh my god, I set myself up. So 6 out of 10 in the first one and then 7 out of 10 in the second set. And then for the third set, you print, I mean, obviously the new legends would be like an 8 out of 10, right? And then you bring back that 6 to 7. So you have both set 1 and 2 at 7 out of 10 in terms of power level, and then the new set in set 3 is like 8 out of 10. And then you continue to do that throughout the year until you have like the rotation where you rotate everything.
No.
Which doesn't matter that
No,
much.
I don't
You
want
just
that.
keep them.
No. it's my retort to that. No. I want my heroes to be broken and everybody else's to suck.
Yeah, I know that.
I want secret lairs. I want hidden vaults and everything in between, and all my cards are shiny.
Treasure troves. Yeah.
Wait, hold up.
Wait, hold up.
We call them treasure troves.
Senior UX principal, I'm taking out my application for that job at Riot. It is actually head of treasure trove marketing.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, I'm taking my application out from head of treasure trove marketing and putting it into Yordle advisor.
Yeah.
Bandle City Mayor. I'm putting it back in. I'm running for Bandle City Mayor. Type of 1 to vote for me, chat.
You're kind of like that town of like 72 rough people that like elect a cat as the mayor.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone said, "Oh no, Vera has a mic."
You don't have to worry about that.
And I promise you, that's not my alt account.
That's just an awful person. They play Flesh and Blood. Don't worry about them.
You guys know a person named Whis that won like a pro tour Flesh and Blood thing?
Yes, that's he's talking about Arthur Trey.
Yeah, Arthur Trey. Yep.
Frenchman.
Who?
Arthur
Trey. Pro Tour Los Angeles champion.
Yes.
Oh, they DM'd me for like, are they good?
No, they just want a pro tour.
No, they only want to. They only want a pro tour. So
it was in Los Angeles.
It was pro tour luck sack.
Just
one.
A little pro tour champion and huge luck sack.
Yeah, no, Arthur's a very good guy, very good player.
Okay, period.
I think they played LOR as well. Yeah, they played LOR.
Yeah, he's a French lore player, top 8 at Worlds, I believe.
Which is much less than Los Angeles, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
Only top 16.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, just slightly worse French player. Yeah.
Yeah, you got screwed. You got screwed in that judge call. Unfortunate. I hate LOR judges.
Like, one thing we'll never get in Riftbound is the story of someone losing connection and having to play their match in a park on McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
This is why we should support local libraries. Okay, everyone?
True.
I know I'm speaking to exactly one country, and I won't say which, but we need more libraries. In case the LOR World Finals 2.0 goes down in a few years from now.
True. Or in case you're in the middle of the city and you don't want to have to buy something to use a public bathroom.
True. That is very true. Yeah. Starbucks is expensive.
True.
What are we discussing here? I wonder if you think they're saying the exact same things we are right now? What are they?
I think they're listening to the cast right now.
Yeah.
If you guys are listening to the cast, just put up like a 1 or something.
Yeah.
Anything. Like raise your hand above the fold of the. Oh, I see his fingers. See Garrett. See,
no, yeah. If you're listening to the cast, just keep talking normally and don't do anything different.
Yeah. Nod your head, perhaps. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Blink if you can hear us. If you can't hear us, just say absolutely nothing and stare into the camera.
Oh, they can clearly hear
All right,
us.
confirmed. They know it. They got it.
Clearly. I mean,
It's
really,
the
that's
longest
all it could be.
sideboard. How many cards did you get? Like 16
Well, they had
cards
to
in
take time for the announcement about the semifinals
The match that
for
had
whatever
already
reason.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's relevant to the 2 players playing the finals. Yeah. Let's just hold them up. Screw them.
Well, they can wait. They can wait. All right. Vera, they can. All right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Chill out, dude. They can wait.
Anyway.
Chillax, bro.
Yeah. It's only 6 p.m. local time in some part of the world.
I don't know why our local time ended up PT. I wonder if local time should probably be time in China, right?
Sure, depends who's local.
I never asked this
theoretically,
question. I don't know.
Based off the UX here, it is my local time. I am closest to the 6, so it is my local time, which is also a lie. But
yeah,
I live at 452 Wallaby Way, Sydney, Australia.
No, I mean I get that it's based on whatever time the PC is set to. Yeah, I mean but literally none of us are in that time zone. Yeah. Also, yeah, the Danchik section is just like our ticker has run out of places to tick. You know, we got the finals, and then it's next week, and I don't know if those can say dates instead of times the way it's currently built. We'll see. I don't know. Jarvis, can those say dates instead of times?
Yeah, Jarvis, if you could
theoretically at 7 p.m. Pacific time. On an undisclosed date, you can watch the Nancy
you can. Yeah, I mean,
regionals here.
yes.
This is not false advertising. We did not put the tax in the price. It is fine. This is all good.
Yeah. The time they're listed is the correct time for next weekend. Actually, is it even correct? It's actually not. It's actually supposed to be an hour before that, so it's not even the correct time for next week.
It's okay.
Jarvis, can we get a timer that tells us when McDonald's switches from breakfast to lunch in your local area, please? Thank you.
Joke's on you. They serve all day breakfast now in Freedom.
Wow. Yeah, I know.
I think it depends on location because I don't, unless that was like a very recent change, because I don't think the one near me serves all day breakfast.
Maybe not the McDonald's in like Offutt, North Dakota or something. Maybe not the one in North Dakota, surely, but anything with roughly 100,000 people, I think they serve all day breakfast.
Terms apply. See store for details. Batteries not included. Fun to play with, not to eat.
I hope
you experience
no
action lasting more than 4 hours, please. Oh wait, no, not wrong one. I went too far.
Yeah, this segment is sponsored to you by Blue Chew, and we're back.
Oh, there we go. Now we're back. Okay, here we go. Lock in. Dialed in. Dialed in.
Oh.
Okay, so guys, I
Bit of
took
a board.
out Smokescreen, Beloved's Breath, Aporo. Wait, brought in a couple Pharaoh's Forerunners, Brinier, Thermo Beam, and 2 rockets.
A lot of gear destruction.
A lot of pew-pews.
A lot of pew-pews.
I'm curious on gear destruction. I mean, that can also do 4 to an unit in the base, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also
Then it's
repeat
fine.
it. Smile.
Yeah,
Oh, we
4
bring
is
in
actually a
Ornn.
very good number in this
Yeah,
one.
it's kind of like,
that's right
why
with the
kill
call.
gear when kill guy do same good?
Yeah.
This is so bad for Ezreal though. Instead of having Mundo, we have Ornn, which will get absolutely blown out by that Thermo Beam.
Oh, that's true. Killing all the gold, killing all the gears makes the Ornn not so scary. Will die to unit combat.
Kill all gold, kill all gears, makes Ornn player come to tears. There we go.
There you go.
Did it.
Yeah.
Wait, it's my favorite
Got that.
battlefield. I want Ezreal to win. The Veil Tempo.
Okay. It's a best of 5, right?
Best of 11 for the finals here.
The bracket reset if the lower seed wins.
So
no, it's each time you win, you get a point, and just like in Riftbound, you need to get to 8 points. So
it's win by 2.
There you go. Yeah, it's win by 2, and it just goes.
And no cherry picking, and dunks count for 4.
Yeah, it's losers outs as well.
So Obelisk Veiled, we are Draven cosplay, player chosen champion on turn 2.
Yep,
Looks
sealed.
like this is a turn 1 Ezreal being played
with a seal. Best start in the game.
Love it.
Notably, a strong Pokemon in Generation 1. Underslept on.
Who?
Seal.
Seal.
What do you mean? You think you're talking about the guy with the roses? Yeah, you talking about the roses guy? No.
There you go.
Talking about an underslept on Pokemon. Underslept.
Look, if we're not making a reference to Street Rules basketball followed immediately by a Gen 1 Pokemon reference, what are we as a co-stream?
Yeah. Not in my country, that's for sure. This is not what I fought.
We can do Kai'Sa turn 1.
Yeah, we always can.
Easy.
She's
Didn't even look at the cards.
I wonder why you draw your card and look at it. What would stop you from playing that Kai'Sa?
I actually do not think I can think of a single reason you would play anything else. Like 2-drop hopeful, 2-drop.
Maybe
hopeful,
if you had,
right?
maybe if you had,
for sure.
Fiora
would you
worthy,
play Would you play Falling Star Hopeful if you drew it? Yes, right. Just kill the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Lose
Maybe.
1 ruin.
Not
lose
this
1
early.
ruin and make a 4/4.
Yeah.
Maybe not this early. Look at this Ezreal. He's pogging off.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, this one's close. I think my splitter is
Ornn or Splitter. I guess it's Ornn.
because we already have a splitter. That makes sense.
I don't know. I'm gonna Aurora player. When I see 1 splitter, I take it, and then I cast 1, and then I cast 2. 2 better than
Definitely
1.
take the gold because Ezreal has a seal.
I'm surprised we don't take the splitter, honestly, because I think you need medium to big size units. I think you should just the rat's nice when it happens, but it's definitely not the main game plan. And I think you'll get over all these little cheap spells with mind splitters, but we'll see.
Well, I guess you can play Ornn next turn, and you can't play
True.
Splitter next turn.
Okay, we don't look at cards and we just play Fallen Star again.
Please. Maybe.
Well, he looked at the card already, so it's a bit of a misplay.
Misplay.
What about you? Well, now we're gonna get a second card. He doesn't need to look at this one either.
Yep.
I'll have to watch it.
We don't look at their cards. Oh.
It's Forerunner.
Base?
Still not killing everything here.
In base is interesting. I guess we just hate our
Kai'Sa. I've noticed a lot of we don't like Kai'Sa, we don't like Aurelia. What's going on?
So Ornn into Ornn.
Me so orny. We are here.
Judge?
Ornn right now is
I'll have one. He's having
7 mites deflect.
I'm like trying to think how annoying Ornn actually is for Kai'Sa, and I feel like it's not honestly that.
Our Forerunner is just as big as this Ornn currently.
Yeah.
No, it'll be one bigger.
It's one less,
sure,
but it's like
CCL Discord.
Yeah.
My favorite chatting app.
We're gonna find coal and make a bunch of gold here, so it's gonna be bigger. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's a grower.
Did he pay an extra? Did he pay an extra power for no reason?
What do you mean? Lab?
No, we didn't.
No.
Oh,
We
I thought
used,
he. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
Ezreal
he
and Seal
floated.
for the call
And
chat.
on top of the seal.
Yeah, I thought he floated for some reason.
No, he's sitting now.
No, there's no chair there actually.
Boots on Ornn is kind of scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
We're
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a?
just
Do we have a
we're gonna
stupefy?
finish touch probably.
Anyone?
I mean, surely we must, right? I mean, I know we have a frigid touch from
Okay, we have
one of the
frigid.
looks.
We don't have stupefy. It's only frigid.
We have
Yeah. Okay.
frigid.
Well, then we're just committing a frigid.
We have to create
Yeah,
gold.
I mean, you do at least get to draw the card from
This
Ezreal.
guy hates Kaisa as much as the other guy hates his own Kaisa.
It's funny because Kaisa's taken these golds without knowing that she's giving +2 might to this Ornn.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stupefy.
Oh, Stupefy.
Kind of sad.
Yeah, we
That's a
found
good
it.
card.
Nice. That would have been pretty cool. I mean, okay, so like what I do like about this line is you're optimizing for Ornn because you have 2 of them.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
What I don't like about this line is everything else about it. But I think that the fact that it's optimizing for Ornn is reasonable if that is going to be the win condition. I mean, that was what was sideboarded in, right? Like, this is the idea. This is the game plan. Thermo Beam will just kill all of them, though. So,
can we set up Ornn plus Hard Bargain and
Plus
hope that opponent doesn't have enough to pay
second
for
hard
it?
bargain.
yeah.
Wait, how? Because they start with Thermo 99% of the time.
It's possible. If Thermo is not played here, right here, right now, then you can potentially
1% of the time
play
they
around
don't.
it. Yeah.
I don't think
It
you
depends.
play
Does he have the
now,
matchup knowledge to know that like Ornn is very likely coming through here
I
on the next like
assume
turn?
that they are all watching each other's games somewhere throughout
Yeah.
the